Your girlfriend transfers you 1 million every month, just asking you to stay obediently at home and not go out to work, because you're just too handsome. Once you step out, you're bound to attract other women. She spends every day thinking about how to keep you by her side, and you gradually realize she might be a yandere. To make matters worse, her younger sister is also a yandere, constantly scheming to steal you away from her. Helpless, you turn to your childhood friend for help, only to discover that not only has she always liked you, but she's also your arranged marriage partner from birth. In the end, seeing you about to be taken away, your unrelated older sister can't hold back anymore and says, "Xiao Yang, hurry up and say you like me. Just say the word, and I'll give you anything." At this moment, you're video chatting with your girlfriend. Shin Yenran, I should go to my part-time job at the milk tea shop now. Let's talk later. You say apologetically. Xia Yang, listen to me, the one thing I don't lack is money. She snaps, her face darkening instantly upon hearing you're going to work again. At the same time, you receive a bank notification showing a deposit of 1 million yuan. Yet, you remain indifferent to the money Shin Yenran sends. This isn't the first time she's transferred a huge sum. No matter how many times you change your bank card, she always manages to send the money straight to you without fail. Alright, don't be mad, I'm running late, you say with a warm smile before hanging up the call. Meanwhile, Shin Yenran on the other end of the phone was going crazy, thinking that after returning home, she must keep her beloved by her side every second, preferably locked in a luxurious villa. Previously, her father had sent her abroad for studies, but she knew it was just his way of breaking you two apart. She was well aware of her boyfriend's irresistible charm to the opposite sex, and after going abroad, she constantly worried you'd be snatched away by another woman. This anxiety accumulated over time, fermenting in her heart until she turned into a yandere. Fortunately, Shin Yenran graduated early and would be boarding a flight back home in 2 days. The two of you had only fought once in 3 years, because you insisted on taking a part-time job. Shin Yenran was the heiress of an ultra-wealthy family, with more money than she could spend in several lifetimes, yet you refused to live off your girlfriend. All these years, your tuition and living expenses were earned by yourself. Arriving at the milk tea shop where you worked part-time, you quickly put on a mask to hide your face. There was no helping it, you were naturally attractive to the opposite sex, and anyone who saw your looks would go crazy for you. The shop owner smiled warmly at you, looking kind and friendly. Ever since you started working there, girls from the neighborhood flocked to the shop, and sales skyrocketed exponentially. The reason? A girl had secretly taken a photo of you without your mask, and the news of an unbelievably handsome guy at the milk tea shop spread like wildfire online. Every girl who came to order milk tea specifically requested that you deliver it to their table. The boss is also good at business, making you say enjoy your drink, beautiful when delivering milk tea. The girls couldn't resist such marketing tactics, and one even promised on the spot that she would pay 10,000 yuan if you took off your mask. You had just started your shift when an ice-cold beauty walked in. She was flawless, but her stunning face was filled with indifference, exuding an aura that kept people at a distance. However, Long Xuanyue's eyes flickered slightly when she saw you. She found a seat near you and sat down, her face revealing a faint hint of joy. Good morning, Xuanyue. You greeted her before handing her a glass of lemonade you had prepared. Long Xuanyue liked sweet and sour drinks, a fact you knew because the two of you were childhood friends, attending the same schools from kindergarten through college, sharing a deep bond. If Long Xuanyue's personality weren't so aloof, perhaps Shin Yenran wouldn't have stood a chance. This became an eternal regret in Long Xuanyue's heart. If she could do it all over again, she would have claimed you before Shin Yenran no matter what. When Shin Yenran won you over, she even fell seriously ill. From then on, the person she liked became someone else's boyfriend. Fortunately, Shin Yenran went abroad not long after, and Long Xuanyue felt she might still have a chance. As the shop gradually filled with customers, the beauty at table 1 felt her heart flutter just from seeing your eyes. Gathering her courage, she took the initiative, pulled out her phone, and said, "Handsome, can I add you as a friend?" Hearing this, Long Xuanyue tightened her grip on her milk teacup. Sorry, I'm on duty right now. You were well practiced in turning down admirers, and with Long Xuanyue present today, you could even use her as a shield, a trick that never failed. At noon, you clock out directly. The boss pays you 1,000 bucks a day for just 4 hours of work. You walk up to Long Xuanyue's desk and say, "Let's go. My treat. I'm craving that spicy hot pot at the end of the street." Knowing she's here to act as your shield, you joke, "Eat whatever you want, see if you can bankrupt me." With just that simple line, you manage to make Long Xuanyue, the school's notorious ice queen, laugh. As the two of you walk side by side out of the milk tea shop, the other girl's looks pale in comparison to hers. A girl sighs, "No wonder the hottie isn't interested in me, he's got such a gorgeous girlfriend." Final exams are approaching at school. You ask, "Xuanyue, how's your prep going?" "I'm good, what about you?" while the two of you chat. Shin Yenran, who's abroad, gets her graduation paperwork officially stamped by the school. It's a done deal. She calls you immediately. You answer while walking. Yenran, what's up, sweetie? My graduation paperwork just got approved. Really? Overjoyed. Your voice unconsciously rises. That means I can come back tomorrow. You'll pick me up at the airport, right? In your excitement, you don't notice Leng Shuangyue freezing beside you. She's coming back. Leng Shuangyue watches you walk away, still on the phone, as a wave of panic washes over her. After hanging up the phone, you were overjoyed and couldn't contain your happiness. However, Leng Shuangyue's mood was the complete opposite. She made an excuse to leave. My family just told me there's something urgent, so I need to go back. Oh, I see. Let's meet another time then. Go ahead and take care of your business. Once home, Leng Shuangyue locked herself in her room, took out old photos of the two of you, and felt a mix of emotions. It's all my fault. If only I had been braver, the outcome would have been different. At this thought, her gaze turned resolute, and she felt she had to do something. Back then, Shin Yenran suddenly transferred to your school. The moment she saw you, she was captivated and openly declared her feelings for you in front of the whole class, causing quite a stir. Leng Shuangyue wanted to stop it but felt powerless. Once, when you had a fever, Shin Yenran was the first to arrive at your place. Leng Shuangyue came a step later and saw you holding Shin Yenran's hand in bed before turning away. What Leng Shuangyue didn't know was that, in your feverish state, you mistook Shin Yenran for her and even sent a text only meant for her. Shin Yenran came because she would visit your doorstep every morning, and this time she happened to catch you ill. The next day, you realized it was Shin Yenran who had been taking care of you all along. It seemed like a heaven-sent opportunity. Combined with Shin Yenran's proactive approach and meticulous care, the two of you quickly fell in love. Leng Shuangyue became the ultimate loser, all because of that one turn. She had handed over the love that should have been hers. Not getting something is one thing, but losing what was rightfully yours is far more painful. If she had known you mistook her for someone else at the time, she would probably feel 1,000 times worse than she does now. After finishing your spicy hot pot, you didn't go home but went to find Shin Lily, Shen Yenran's younger sister, because you wanted to hand over the bank card containing a huge sum of money to her. Keeping it with you was too troublesome. Moreover, Shin Yenran sometimes asked you to tutor Shin Lily, which not only gave her a legitimate reason to give you money but also helped improve her sister's grades. You rang the doorbell of Tianheng No. 1, where every inch of land is worth its weight in gold, and the owners of each villa are either wealthy or influential. Seeing it was you on the screen, Shin Lily quickly ran downstairs to open the door. Xia Yang, what brings you here? Could it be that you missed me? Shin Lily's pretty face lit up with a happy smile. Your sister transferred money to me again. Here. You can spend it. Come in and sit down. Shin Lily didn't refuse the bank card because she knew your character well. No need. I have to go home later. Shin Lily ignored your protest, hooking her arm through yours and dragging you toward the villa, an unusual sensation spreading where your arms touched. Lily, let go. You tried to pull your arm free, but Shin Lily only clung tighter. Inside the villa, Shin Lily covered the table with all sorts of delicious treats. Unable to resist her enthusiasm, you began sampling them. Seeing you eat, she immediately put on a pitiful expression, as if on the verge of tears. Xia Yang, why haven't you been coming to tutor me lately? You've already studied advanced mathematics. You could easily handle my current coursework. Shin Lily stared unblinkingly at your now unmasked face, thinking to herself, I should have pretended to be clueless longer, so I could keep you to myself a little more. Lily, you know your sister is coming back tomorrow, right? Hearing this, Shin Lily froze. Sister's coming back? I haven't won you over yet. It seems big sister only remembers you as her boyfriend and has forgotten about me. Her little sister. How could that be? Your sister cares deeply about you. You quickly reassure, afraid of damaging their sisterly bond. Shin Lily squeezed out a tear and pointed pitifully at her slender legs, saying, I don't believe you unless you give me a massage. This was her real intention all along. Alright, I'll give you one. You had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Shin Lily lay on the sofa, enjoying your massage while you struggled internally. After 10 minutes, you stopped, only to find Shin Lily had fallen asleep completely unguarded. You gently nudged her. If you want to sleep, go to your room. You'll catch a cold on the sofa. Carry me back. Shin Lily stretched out her arms and wrapped them around your neck, said whatever she wanted Xia Yang to carry her back. There was no choice but for Xia Yang to casually carry her to a room and cover her up. Next time, I'll be sure to have Yuma talk to Lily about this whole thing about keeping a sense of proportion between a man and a woman. Shin Lily performs a properly youthful and cute image, sticking to Xia Yang every time she comes. He mistakenly thought that Shin Lily didn't know much about this area, but in reality, she had to know much more and had held Xia Yang to death. For example, this time, whether it was calling Shin Yenran and asking her who was more important, or massaging and letting Xia Yang carry her back to bed, it was all in her plan. Xia Yang could only feel guilty and obediently fulfill the request. It's no different than being sold and counting the money for someone else. When the sound of Xia Yang closing the door came, Xun Lily opened her eyes and a smug smile spread across her face. Sister probably hasn't even enjoyed such attentive service from Xia Yang. She gently stroked the places that Xia Yang had massaged. Xia Yang, you're really great. The current her was a world away from the way she had acted in front of Xia Yang. There was still a scarlet glow in his eyes. Turns out she's just as sickly as Xing Yanran. Not bad for a family. Xia Yang went straight back home after coming out of the villa area. Now Xing Yanran's side is late at night, early morning is not suitable for phone calls. He took out the book to review. Turn over those teachers painted the focus of all over. Okay, end of review. From a young age he was a very good student and now attends one of the best colleges. After reviewing he began his weekly cleaning spree, sweeping the one hall and 2 rooms left to him by his parents. At 5 p.m., after cleaning up and taking a shower, I heard the doorbell. Could it be that Sister Lin is here? He didn't even blow dry his hair before he went to open the door, and what was standing outside the door was indeed the mature big sister Lin Yaxin. Lin Yaxin's had a very beautiful and gentle face, the sweater she wore on her body perfectly matched her mature temperament, and her 2 majestic snowy peaks were very attractive to the eyes. 4 words, extreme beauty. Sister Lin. Xiao Yang, come over to my side for dinner tonight, I bought your favorite beef. Lin Yaxin said as she took Xia Yang into her arms. Touching her head was a bit difficult. Xia Yang was already different from when he was 18. After Xia Yang's parents had just left him, it was Lin Yaxin, his big sister, who was comforting him. Lin Yaxin took him into her arms and gently stroked his hair, giving him great spiritual comfort. Sister Lin, I've grown up. Lin Yaxin's killing power was not something that Xun Lily could compare to, and Xia Yang couldn't help but gulp the moment he was hugged. It's killing me. The aroma in his nose wasn't the light kind either, but the ethereal scent that could ignite longing to dispel reason. 1.85 m Xia Yan was 1.75 m, yet Xin hugged how not like a sister to comfort the younger brother, but instead want a couple in the hallway embrace. Grow up or not, your sister will always spoil you like she always did. After Lin Yaxin had hugged her enough, she looked up at Xia Yang's incredibly handsome face. Yeah, it's different when you grow up. You're even more handsome. Her jade hand couldn't help but want to caress Xia Yang's face, but she put it down when she reached halfway, instead holding Xia Yang's hand and pulling him next door. Xia Yang was as familiar with this place as his own home. There's fruit on the table and dinner will be ready soon afterward. The fruits on the table are all Xia Yang's favorites, such as grapes and dragon fruits. Lin Yaxin coiled her soft hair up high, revealing her white swan-like neck, and then put on an apron. A living, breathing wife and mother. In the living room was able to see the scene inside the kitchen. Lin Yaxin left Xia Yang with a nicked back. This back was too charming, and Xia Yang hurriedly lowered his eyes, not daring to look again. The one who could marry Sister Lin was afraid that he hadn't saved the entire alien planet in his previous life, right? He could imagine his sister Lin must be a very good wife after she got married. It wasn't long before a burst of aroma wafted out of the kitchen. Xia Yang couldn't wait to taste the dishes that Lin Yaxin had cooked with her own hands. Sister, is it almost ready? It's so fragrant. Little greedy brother, wait a little longer, okay? Lin Yaxin's tone was tinged with doting. If this was seen by her many suitors, there was no guarantee that Xia Yang wouldn't be killed. Sister's cooking just keeps getting better and better. Xia Yang's compliments made Lin Yaxin smile tenderly, and he was a bit dumbfounded. Sister Lin, you're so beautiful and gentle and skillful, aren't there many people pursuing you? Xia Yang thought about this sister of his who was already 26 years old, to the age of marriage, but usually did not see any boyfriends or other characters around her out. Yeah, but I turned them all down. If I get a boyfriend I won't have time to come and cook for you, from now on it's all about cooking for the boyfriend. Now do you still want me to get a boyfriend? Chapter 4, Drunkenness. When Xia Yang heard Lin Yaxin say this, his heart could not help but be filled with a sense of loss. Lin Yaxin had given him a great deal of support in the beginning when his parents had left. Lin Yaxin brought the dishes out from inside the kitchen. Seeing the forlorn Xia Yang, she was a little heartbroken. One shouldn't have said those words to him just now. What are you thinking about? Tonight I made beef stew with potatoes and braised lion's head, so eat quickly. Seeing that Xia Yang was still in a low mood, she put down the chopsticks she had just picked up and sat down next to him. Sister just said it casually, how could I be willing to leave my handsome and charming brother Xia Yang? Lin Yaxin's tone was gentle to the extreme, and the negative emotions in Xia Yang's heart were just swept away. Xia Yang is not a 3-year-old child anymore, he is a junior college student and knows that he can't be too selfish. I can't let Sister Lin, who is so good to me, not be happy for the rest of her life because of my own selfishness, right? That's too selfish. Sister Lin, if you meet your own happiness when it comes to you, go after it to your heart's content, don't miss it because of me. My biggest wish is that besides my parents coming back soon, the rest is that I hope you will be happy. Xia Yang said sincerely. In that moment Xia Yang also figured out that as long as Lin Yaxin can be happy, it doesn't matter what happens to him. Lin Yaxin also did not expect Xia Yang to say this. This younger brother of his is really growing up and knows how to love his sister. Lin Yaxin didn't tell Xia Yang that she was happy just by spending time with him like this. Well, eat quickly. Lin Yaxin gave him some dishes, and Xia Yang returned to the way he had just come in. I brought a bottle of wine back from abroad, let's have some together. With layers and layers of protective packaging and very old-looking bottles, a person could tell that this wine was not cheap. Xia Yang remembered that this big sister of his seemed to be a proper rich woman as well, and wondered why she had been living in this kind of not-so-small house. Lin Yaxin was even more generous than Shen Yanran, giving him 100 million at once. Whereas the 18-year-old Xia Yang seen this kind of battle, and said he didn't want anything. Later, there was really no way out. Lin Yaxin even taught herself to cook for Xia Yang and cooked for him. Lin Yaxin had also gotten busy over the years because of her family's industry, and Xia Yang could only see her 3 times a week. After waking up, Lin Yaxin poured a small glass for him and a small glass for herself. Xia Yang tasted a mouthful, the taste was mellow, and it didn't feel like that kind of wine at all. One small glass certainly wasn't enough for him, and he poured himself another half a glass. Only then did Lin Yaxin on the opposite side of the table take a sip from a tall glass. The elegance and domesticity in her bones were all reflected between these few actions. Xiao Yang, don't drink so fast. Lin Yaxin was afraid that he would get drunk. Don't worry, it's only 2 drinks, I shouldn't have to do anything. Wine has a strong aftertaste, and Xia Yang drank it so quickly that it was only natural for him to get drunk. When he used his chopsticks to pick up a braised lion's head, he came up empty. Lin Yaxin, who was sitting across the table, also became 3. Sister Lin, how did you become 3? The chopsticks in his hand fell on the table as he slumped down on the couch. The feeling he had right now was heavenly, so hard. Lin Yaxin intended just to take this bottle of treasures and Xia Yang sip together. The result of the taste is too good. Xia Yang drink fast and drink a little too much, all of a sudden poured. Yang? Lin Yaxin rested him on her round and beautiful legs. Sister, I'm so dizzy, I want to sleep. I'll help you sleep in your room, okay? Lin Yaxin very reluctantly picked up Xia Yang, whose hot body was lying on top of her in its entirety, and whose blazing nostrils were hitting her jade neck making her weak. Yang. You. Lin Yaxin couldn't even say complete words. In the end, Xia Yang's weight crushed Lin Yaxin to the ground. Drunk Xia Yang hindsight only realized that he fell, trying to get up but a slip of the hand so kissed his sister Lin. Lin Yaxin's brain couldn't think anymore. Xiao Yang, he kissed me. Xia Yang, however, didn't have much of a reaction and probably hadn't realized that he had kissed Lin Yaxin. By the time the sluggish man was ready to try to get up again, Lin Yaxin wrapped her arms around his neck. Turning reactive into proactive. She had fantasized about kissing Xia Yang countless times, but had started out with him as her sister, an identity that allowed her to get close to Xia Yang and bound her. Now that Xia Yang took the initiative to come to the door, how could she let Xia Yang leave just like that? Her kiss was green and gentle, full of reluctance, as if she wanted to kiss Xia Yang like this until the end of time. Finally her lung capacity reached its limit before she let go of Xia Yang. Lin Yaxin cupped Xia Yang's perfect face and gently caressed it. Xia Yang, quickly say you like your sister. The chaotic Xia Yang was as hypnotized as he was, and he did whatever Lin Yaxin said. Like sister. Lin Yaxin's heart was like honey when she heard Xia Yang say this, and she looked at him with affection and said, sister also likes Xia Yang. Then she kissed, her youthfulness gradually becoming skillful. Xia Yang woke up only the next morning. Fortunately he took a leave of absence today in order to pick up Shen Yanran's, otherwise it would be a little difficult to get his hands on a scholarship for this semester now that he is late. Well, head hurts, where am I? Drinking last night and then. He didn't remember anything from the moment he said he was dizzy and wanted to go back to sleep. After observing his surroundings again, Xia Yang realized that it was he who had been dragged onto the bed by Sister Lin after getting drunk. Even the quilts were filled with the same scent from Sister Lin. His throat was smoking now, and he lifted the covers off the soft queen-sized bed to get up and look for water. Xiaoyang opened the door to his room and saw Lin Yaxin busy in the kitchen. "Xiaoyang, you're awake? Do you have a headache? I'll make you an antidote soup." Xiaoyang found that today his own sister Lin looked very good and her face was flushed. The phrase "people are happy when they are happy" describes the current Lin Yaxin. Last night's series of ambiguities, coupled with the fact that at night she was sleeping with her beloved brother, she woke up to see her favorite person by her side. The mood is naturally very good. Xiaoyang gulped down the sobering soup in one gulp, which made him feel better. "I'll never crave a drink again. It's too much. Go brush your teeth and wash your face. I have a fresh towel and toothbrush in the bathroom for you. I'll just go back and brush my teeth, there's no need to be so troublesome." Xiaoyang said with some embarrassment. He felt that there was an imperceptible change in the way Sister Yin treated him well. It should be an illusion. Sister Lin has always been so gentle. "That's fine, but come over for breakfast later." Lin Yaxin didn't force it. "Okay." Chapter 5: Return of the Girlfriend. When Xiaoyang washed up and came over, Lin Yaxin but came out from inside the room, wearing all office clothes, seemed to be going to do things. "Xiaoyang, there's a bit of an emergency over at the business. I won't be able to accompany you for breakfast." "It doesn't matter, Sister Lin, hurry up and get busy." Xiaoyang sent Lin Yaxin down the stairs, and a stretch limousine had long been waiting below. Only after seeing Lin Yaxin leave did Xiaoyang go upstairs for breakfast. I have to say that Sister Lin's craftsmanship is just great. He ate all the breakfast Lin Yaxin had made for him, and after washing the plates and whatnot he turned off the lights and locked the door and went back next door to his own house. He didn't bring his cell phone over last night, and it showed multiple missed calls from Shen Yanran, all of which had just called. "Hey, Yuma. Did you oversleep, dear, and you didn't answer after all my calls?" Shen Yanran was on her way to the airport. "I woke up a little late last night after a few drinks." "Drinking? Is it to a bar?" Shen Yanran's tone produced another change. Xiaoyang understood why Shen Yanran asked this. No boyfriend or girlfriend wanted their significant other to go to that kind of place. "No, how could I possibly go to a bar?" He hurriedly answered so that Shen Yanran on the other side of the phone wasn't so nervous. If Xiaoyang was drunk in a bar, that kind of consequence would be hell for her. Thinking of that kind of scene, Shen Yanran's thoughts of locking up Xiaoyang became even stronger. "I'll be at the airport in 4 hours." When Shen Yanran said this, Xiaoyang also got excited. "Well, I'll meet you at the airport now. It takes about an hour to get to the airport from here. What do they care about 3 hours when they've survived for years? 3 years is really too long for couples." Both were running at each other at the same time. Shen Yanran on the airplane and Xiaoyang in the airport both stared at the time flowing by the minute. This is going by slower than when he went part-time. Finally the Shen family's private jet landed. Shen Yanran walked out from the channel. Today she deliberately wore a red strapless dress. The moment she appeared is the focus of the entire airport. Noble and beautiful, and passionate. A woman like Shen Yanran was an object that all men longed to conquer. Instead, this goddess in the eyes of the crowd flung herself into a man's arms of her own accord and stood on her tiptoes to kiss him on the lips. After 3 years apart the two didn't care how many people were watching them. The males who witnessed this had their hearts broken. Well, that's not what they suspected. This goddess is not supposed to be the kind of person who is as disdainful of love affairs and says to those who pursue her, "Humph, man. How could you turn around and jump into a man's arms and initiate a kiss that was hard to break up? It's worse than killing them." After a long kiss, Shen Yanran was flushed. Feeling that Xiaoyang's kiss was so raw, she was relieved. In these 3 years Xiaoyang should have kept his body for her and not been gotten by any other woman. "Honey, miss me?" Shen Yanran winks. "Want?" Xiaoyang looked at Shen Yanran's charming egg face and gently kissed her white forehead. "Let's go back to the villa," Shen Yanran said as she exhaled against his ear, and blew a breath into his ear. Xiaoyang was just so aroused by his girlfriend that his breathing became thicker. When Shen Yanran was like this, she also teased him about everything, and was not responsible for putting out the fire after lighting it. If she knew she would be sent abroad by her father, she would have eaten Xiaoyang dry long ago. Why flirt? The consequence of not having timely fun was that she waited 3 years. This time, Xiaoyang sensed that his girlfriend showed that she was moving for real, and he was eager for what was going to happen next. He was at the age of blood. Shen Yanran pulled Xiaoyang into the car and went straight to the villa. The hearts of the bystanders broken in two were completely in dregs. and anyone could see what the two of them were going to do next. It must be a hotel room. But Shin's family has a villa, so there's no need to go to a hotel. After returning to the villa, Shin Yan used the fingerprint verification to open the door and couldn't wait to kiss Xiaoyang deeply. Not even enough time to close the door, her long jade legs shook off her heels before stepping on the wool carpet and closing the door with another gentle kick. Yan. Xiaoyang called her in a low voice and hugged her very tightly as if he wanted to rub her into his body. He was poised to strike when Shin Lily's voice came from behind him. Sister, you're back. Xiaoyang broke out in a cold sweat. Shin Yanran also didn't expect her sister to be at home. Lily, shouldn't you be at school? Shin Yanran tidied up Xiaoyang's clothes that were messed up by herself. Her face was calm, as if everything that had just happened had not been seen by her sister. Xiaoyang was then embarrassed and didn't know what to say. All along he had treated Lily as his sister. Yesterday, I went to the dance class to practice dancing, and today my legs hurt a bit, so I took a day off to rest. Shin Lily's eyes kept looking between the two men and finally settled on Xiaoyang's neck. Pain on a good rest, I just came back a little bit of tired first back to the room. Shin Yanran pulled Xiaoyang back to her room and closed the door. The happy look on Shin Lily's face disappeared, since yesterday she learned from Xiaoyang's mouth that her sister was coming back to this matter. She had expected this to happen today. Sister, I won't let you get it so easily. Shin Lily revealed a wry smile. She'd even made assumptions about this current situation, so she'd called her parents over here a long time ago, and it was about time, I guess? Inside the room, Shin Yanran pushed Xiaoyang onto the bed and then lay on top of him. After being bumped into by Shin Lily, he felt as if he had been thrown a dish of cold water. Honey, your girlfriend is kissing you and you're thinking about other things. How should you be punished for this? Shin Yanran knew that Xiaoyang was still haunted by the embarrassing scene just now. Her fingertips were roaming, making Xiaoyan shiver gently. The two of them were about to talk about their lives when the voices of Shin's father and Shin's mother came from outside the door. Yanran, you came back without telling us. Shin Ma intended to come in and found the door unlocked. Why does the boy even lock the door? Now even Shin Yan was flustered. Shin Dad was disapproving of the two of them being together. If he knew that his daughter was going to look for Xiaoyang as soon as she got off the plane, he definitely wouldn't have a good ending. Chapter 6, Under the Bed. Xiaoyang, you hurry and hide. Shin Yanran, who was always calm and atmospheric, was a bit flustered. Father just didn't want himself to be with Xiaoyang before he got himself out of the country. If he was seen in a locked door situation, Xiaoyang shared a room with himself. He might do something to hurt Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang, however, did not want to hide. Shin Yanran saw what he was thinking in his heart to comfort him. Dear, there will be a day when my parents will recognize you. Now the situation. I know. Xiaoyang put away his capricious thoughts, picked up his clothes, and hid under the bed. Shin Yanran saw Xiaoyang silently cooperating with the look of heartache. Is his own pursuit of him. He waited for himself for 3 years. As soon as he came back, he had to hide under the bed. He must quickly take over Shin from his father so that his father would not object to him and Xiaoyang being together. She picked up the strapless red gown as well, and after a bit of rustling, she quickly straightened her demeanor and opened the door after feeling nothing broken. Dad, Mom. What are you doing in there? Shin Ting walked right in and looked around the room, realizing it wasn't what he thought it was. I just came back from abroad and I'm a bit sleepy. Shin Yanran said blandly. Xiaoyang under the bed was expressionless, the sound of father and daughter talking he didn't want to hear, but it was not up to him. Yan, you came back and didn't tell Mom. Mom missed you. Zhao Kite said, while also giving Shin Ting a complaining look. You have to send your daughter abroad. Your daughter's boyfriend is so handsome. He doesn't have any money, but the last thing our Shin family lacks is money. Shin Ting didn't dare to speak. Huma, go back to the old mansion with Mom. I'll cook myself tonight. Still, Mom loves me. Shin Yanran took her own mom's hand, but Shin Ting heard another layer of her meaning. Dad doesn't love me at all. Shin Ting's face darkened. Isn't that brat just a little bit more handsome? He's just an ordinary guy who works every day. How is that worthy of his daughter? Shin Yanran took her mom's arm and got into the car. She couldn't wait for everyone to leave quickly so that Xiaoyang, who was hiding under the bed, could go home. Thinking of Xiaoyang, Shin Yanran sighed. The forlorn figure of him as he picked up his clothes lingered in her mind. What is your daughter sighing for? A good reason. You don't need to worry about what your father says when you come back this time. Go and get my son-in-law back. If your dad doesn't agree again, I'll make him sleep on the couch every day. Zhao Kite signaled that she didn't have to worry too much. Got it, Mom. Her mother's comfort made Shin Yanran feel better. Shin Ting, who was in the back, didn't know that he was on the edge of the danger of sleeping on the couch, and he said to his youngest daughter, Lily, let's go. Dad, my leg still hurts a little, so I won't go back to the old house today. Shin Ting worried inwardly after hearing this. Dad will find a doctor for you. No, it's just over practicing dancing, just rest for a day or two. Seeing his daughter say so, Shin paused. Him also did not force the youngest daughter often meet this time back to not go back does not matter. Get some rest then. Okay, bye Dad. A bright smile from Shin Lily put her old father in a better mood. At one time Huma was like that, right up until that brat showed up. Shin Ting was even more dissatisfied with Xia Yang inside. After waiting for her own father's villa to leave, Lily Shin headed for her sister's bedroom. Zayang, I'm coming. Poor Xia Yang under the bed finally waited until the people are gone. Under the bed hiding time is very short but prompted him to some changes. He wanted to become rich, to reach the Shin family, no. Beyond the level of the Shin family. When the time comes, you can go up to the Shin family and marry Yan Yan home openly and honestly. Actually, right, he wouldn't be like this if he chose Long Xuan Yue or the sister Lin Yaxin who spoiled him. LOL. If Xia Yang's mother knew that her precious son was forced to hide under the bed because of Shin Ting, even though she was gentle, she would still make the Shin family's glory a thing of the past. Xia Yang came out from under the bed, only to find Shin Lily looking at him. What were you guys just doing in your room? Why did your sister tell you to hide under the bed when Dad came? Shin Lily asked curiously, pretending to know nothing. In fact, she said so and so on purpose. Let you hide under the bed, oh, so she really loves you? Zayang died a direct social death. Lily, get out of here. I don't, were you guys just kissing in your room? Lily Shin's dripping eyes scanned up and down. Xia Yang saw that Shin Lily was a picture of breaking the pot to the end, and it seemed that she would not go out until he answered her. Luckily, kissing was the only thing she knew how to do. Lily, you go out first. Xia Yang's tone even took on some pleading. But how could Shin Lily let Xia Yang off so easily? She came up instead of retreating. The book says kissing feels good, is that right? Yes. Xia Yang replied quickly, not wanting to talk to her further. What about I want to try it too? Shin Lily quickly kissed him before he could react. Xia Yang pushed her away in a panic. Lily, you are too presumptuous. The angry Xia Yang forgot what kind of state he was in right now and directly started the preaching mode. Kissing is with someone you like, not just anyone, you know? Shin Lily faced Xia Yang's accusation and preaching her nice eyes but curved into a crescent moon. I know, from now on I will only kiss with the person I like, I'm leaving. She left satisfied. Seems like something I forgot to mention. By the way, this matter of me kissing you, don't tell your sister, just treat it as a little secret between us. Shin Lily really left after letting out a pleasant laugh. She was certain that Xia Yang would not tell her sister. Where would Xia Yang dare to mention this to Shin Yan? What if Shin Yanran thought he was a pervert with intentions towards Shin Lily? Wouldn't this be a complete game over? He waited for Shin Yanran for 3 years. How many 3 years are there in life? Chapter 7 Borrowing Money. Xia Yang hurried home after getting himself organized. No matter what, there was no way to deny the fact that Shin Lily had kissed him. He could only cover up this fault by saying that Shin Lily didn't know any better. After being stimulated, Xia Yang decided to start his own business. But to accumulate wealth through ordinary means to exceed the Shin family, don't even think about it in this lifetime. The more money you have, the faster you earn. $100 with 100% profit would make $100, and $10 million with a 10% profit would make $1 million. Xia Yang thought about it and planned to borrow money from his sister. I thought I didn't want it when my sister gave it to me, but now I have to go to her to borrow money instead, so I really deserve it. He went next door and found no one there, so he had to call. Lin Yaxin was having a meeting to negotiate a multinational project with foreign personnel, a project whose initial startup capital alone was measured in billions. Not to mention the massive amount of money that will follow as the program progresses. Lin Yaxin raised her hand to signal the suspension of the meeting and left the conference room. The following officers thought that some kind of mega incident had occurred, and this one went out to answer the phone in the middle of a meeting. It was the first time Lin Yaxin's secretary had seen her like this. Hey, Xiao Yang. Lin Yaxin unloaded her appearance as the high and mighty president in the conference room. Even though Xia Yang called and interrupted Lin Yaxin's meeting, she wasn't angry at all. Xia Yang but rarely called her. Xia Yang saw that Lin Yaxin was very busy, and sometimes he didn't dare to call over after not seeing her for too long for fear of disturbing her. Sister Lin, are you busy? No, what does Xiao Yang want with sister? I've recently wanted to start a business, can my sister lend me some startup capital? Originally, Xia Yang thought it would be hard for him to speak, but now it was easy to say. It was probably that unconditional love Lin Yashin had for him that made it so easy for him to say it. Is 1 billion enough? With the experience of the last time, Lin Yashin didn't dare to say a very large number. Lin Yashin helmed Lin's group and the whole alien star is very famous. 1 billion funds are not enough level to put on her stage for her to sign. Only today this kind of project that may reach hundreds of billions of dollars she will be personally present at the meeting site. Enough is enough. Don't have enough, remember to ask your sister for more, she has a meeting to attend on her side, so let's stop chatting for now. Okay. When will you be back, Sister Lin? I might be busy for a bit longer this time, I'll make you your favorite dishes when I get back. Lin Yashin remembered the images from last night, she also wanted to go back earlier to see Xia Yang, but unfortunately there were still so many things waiting for her to take care of. Bye. Bye. Lin Yashin waited for Xia Yang to hang up the phone and then immediately called her bank manager, and 1 billion was immediately transferred into Xia Yang's bank card. The funds arrived, and his chosen major in college was finance. Tomorrow Xia Yang plans to go to the professor of their department in the school. That professor is a titan in the industry and used to be interested in training him. The first step of the program went smoothly, and he was looking forward to the future. He won't back down no matter how rich the Shin family is. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Shin Yanran made a video call to Xia Yang. She'd had a family dinner after returning to the old mansion, met her grandparents and nagged her mom, and hadn't returned to her bedroom until now. Is darling asleep? Shin Yanran didn't know whether it was intentional or unintentional. A large portion of her snowy whites were visible to Xia Yang. Although Xia Yang had already experienced what it was like half a day ago, his nose still got hot when he saw this. Getting ready for bed, I have class tomorrow. Xia Yang said. Shin Yanran just remembered that Xia Yang still had to go to school, and she withdrew her benefits. In case Xia Yang is on fire and can't sleep, he'll have to wear a panda eye tomorrow, and he's not by his side right now. Xia Yang's face was filled with loss when he saw that the benefits were gone. Pervert. Shin Yanran laughed and scolded. In fact, she was very satisfied with this look of Xia Yang, who wouldn't want their lover to be mesmerized by them. You tempted me, besides what's wrong with me looking at my own girlfriend? Xia Yang was not 18 years old like he blushed as soon as he was molested by Shin Yanran. He concluded to face Shin Yanran's molestation head-on. Shin Yanran was simply ecstatic to hear Xia Yang answer in this way. Honey, let's go to the movies tomorrow. Yeah, which one do you want to see? I'll book a ticket now. Xia Yang opened the app. No, I'm booked. Go to bed early, dear. MUA Shin Yanran spaced out and gave a goodnight kiss. Well, good night. Shin Yanran prepared a surprise for Xia Yang to make up for him, and that movie was great. After ending the call, Xia Yang went to bed, but the images he had just seen still made him fall asleep only at 12 o'clock. Shin Yanran was picking the lamp to read the information about Shin's company so that she could take over the company faster. At dinner she mentioned to her father that she wanted to go into the company, and Shin Ting agreed, telling her to go down there first to find out what was going on. At 7 in the morning, the alarm clock went off. Xia Yang woke up in a daze, although it was only a subway station away from the school, he had class at 8 this morning. After washing up, I put down a bowl of noodles to make ends meet and ran to school. Upon arriving at the classroom he suddenly forgot that he wasn't wearing a mask, and that was the end of it. Last time he did not wear a mask, the large classroom hot more girls' eyes are looking over, it is too torturous, top to the end of the class he rushed out of the classroom, the school confession wall or all his picture. Here. Cold Frost Moon, who was sitting next to him, saw him rummaging around with his backpack and knew he had forgotten his mask. Xia Yang saw the mask handed over by Lang Xuanyu hurriedly unwrapped and put it on. Frost Moon, how did you get a mask? Xia Yang just asked and felt that this sentence was a bit redundant. He himself wore a mask every day, this is what she prepared for himself. After Xia Yang put on the mask, Lang Frost Moon turned her gaze back to the book. In the eyes of the class, these two individuals are the couple and are well matched. However, since Xia Yang had been taken down by Shin Yanran, his feelings towards Lang Xuanyu had gradually become clearer in his perception. Hair boy, or a very good friend. In short, his love for men and women had already been given to Shin Yanran, and even if she had left the country for 3 years, he had waited for 3 years. And Lang Xuanyu could only bury that love deep in her heart and play the role of friend with remorse. At least you can still be around him and be friends with him, can't you? That's how she consoled herself. The teachers at the top schools impart knowledge in a great way and the students are immersed in the classes. The morning's lessons went by. Xiaoyang packed up his books and stuffed them into his backpack, ready to go find that professor. He left after saying hello to Long Frost Moon. Long Fengyue looked at his hastily departing back, her eyes dimmed. She thought that Xiaoyang was in such a hurry to find Xinyanran. Chapter 8 Long Frost Moon's mood is bad. The name of the professor will be on the outside of the office. Xiaoyang had come at the right time, and that professor was in his office right now. He knocked on the door. Hello, Professor Chen. Professor, who was writing something on his desk, raised his head and revealed an amiable smile after seeing that it was. Thank you, Professor Chen. Xiaoyang was thrilled. He had only come to get some advice. He didn't expect Professor Chen to be so generous. You're welcome. How have your parents been? My parents, they haven't been back in years. Maybe they have something to be busy with. They must be missing you right now. Professor Chen came over from his position to pat Xiaoyang's shoulder and comforted him. Although he didn't know why Xiaoyang wanted to start his own business, Professor Chen already had a plan in his head to teach Xiaoyang all of his skills. There was no good in the world without a reason, and there was a reason why Professor Chen treated Xiaoyang better than his own son. Xiaoyang's parents had once saved Professor Chen, and although this might have been a small and insignificant thing to Xiaoyang's parents, he had always been grateful. With $1 billion, he was certain that he would soon have Xiaoyang open a venture capital firm. The original Xiaoyang part-time job to earn $800 a day, he directly on the half-day shift to take $400 is enough. Now he hated to have super money to become his own on the Shin family to propose marriage bargaining chip. Professor Chen also took Xiaoyang to the second floor of the school's cafeteria, which was specially built for professors, for a meal. The afternoon class is about to start. Xiaoyang came to the classroom to Long Xuanyu's state is a bit wrong. Frost Moon, you look so pale, are you not feeling well? No. Cold Frost Moon responded faintly. You haven't eaten lunch yet, right? Xiaoyang sounded a little worried. Aha! Cold Frost Moon hesitated and answered with a low voice. She had no thoughts of eating when she thought of the scene where Xiaoyang and Xinyanran were making love to each other and would even kiss. Come to this classroom early to sit in class. Originally, she wanted to hide her sadness by telling Xiaoyang that she had already eaten, but she had never lied to Xiaoyang before. How can that be? If you don't eat regularly, you'll get stomach problems. Xiaoyang had stomach problems when he was 18 years old, and the taste was really bad. You wait, I'll get you a loaf of bread. No need. Xiaoyang's words caused a warm current to flow through Long Xuanyu's sad heart. Xiaoyang looked at his watch. There were still 15 minutes left and ran out at a fast speed. He had a great body and was the school record holder for 100 meters. All good universities have a characteristic that is big. For the current Xiaoyang, it was nothing less than turning into a disadvantage. He still swept a tram and went straight to the supermarket. Fortunately, the supermarket wasn't very far from this classroom, so Long Frosty Moon still had time to eat when he came back from buying bread. There are still 5 minutes left, hurry up and finish eating for class. Xiaoyang ran in from outside the classroom in a windy manner, and many students turned around to look at him. It's over, these two are spreading dog food again, mainly because one is a goddess and the other is like a god in the sky. The students simply couldn't resist this kind of divine dog food. They didn't want to eat it but couldn't help but look at the two. Aha! Long Fengyue took the bread. A hint of softness flashed in her eyes as she walked out of the classroom, where food was usually forbidden inside the classroom. Xiaoyang also thought about helping Long Xuanyu to buy bread. This thing was known by Xinyanran. She should be jealous. But putting aside the deep friendship of these 10 or 20 years. Since childhood, Long Xuanyue had helped him for I don't know how many times. He was the kind of person who repaid the kindness of a drop of water with a spring of water. Thinking about it all, he ended up just asking for a clear conscience. You can't give up your best friend that you grew up with just because you're in a relationship. Xiaoyang felt that it was necessary to make this matter clear with Xinyanran, lest the two of them have any misunderstandings in the future because of Lang Xuanyu would not be good. After eating the bread, Xiaoyang saw that Lang Frosty Moon had regained her previous demeanor and her mind was on the class. Although Long Xuanyue looked cold all the time, Xiaoyang could detect whether she was in a good or bad mood. He was too familiar with Long Frost Moon. The course was packed with knowledge and the time flew by, and before you knew it, it was 1800 hours. Lang Xuanyu and Xia Yang packed up their books and walked out of the classroom. When they reached the school gate, Xia Yang said to her, "Xuanyu, I have something to do tonight, take the subway yourself." In the past, the two had to ride the subway together after going home from class, and tonight Xia Yang wanted to go to the movies with Xin Yanran, so naturally he couldn't go with Lang Xuanyue. Xia Yang didn't know that Lang Xuanyue was transported by a special car, only going to take the subway for him. Have not yet waited for Lang Xuanyue to speak it, a luxury car is firmly parked in front of Xia Yang, the visitor in addition to Xin Yanran and who else? The car door opened and a slender round black silk leg stepped out first in high heels. "Honey, I've been waiting for you outside for a long time." Xin Yanran pounced into Xia Yang's embrace with a fragrant breeze. She came to the school entrance at 5 o'clock and waited until 6 o'clock to see Xia Yang actually walking with her former rival. Negligent, I didn't realize she was still pestering Xia Yang. Xia Yang is really something, having himself and still getting so close to her, it's better to lock him up. Classmate Lang, long time no see. Xin Yanran hugged Xia Yang's arm and her whole body was pressed against him, to show that Xia Yang was his own. Long time no see. Lang Xuanyue looked as cold as ever on the surface. Only she knew how much her heart was hurting right now. Xia Yang felt that there was danger permeating the air, and his intuition told him to hurry and leave this place. "Frost Moon, I'll leave first, bye." After he habitually said goodbye to Lang Frost Moon, the soft flesh of his waist was twisted 180 degrees by Xin Yanran. Sizzle. Xia Yang almost let out a loud scream at the school entrance. "Don't screw him." Lang Frost Moon frowned. Lang San is too broad in his control, this is just a little trick to increase the affection between us couples. Xin Yanran's words silenced Lang Frost Moon. "Honey, get in the car." Xin Yanran half pushed and turned Xia Yang into the car. Chapter 9, Sick Girlfriends Come Hard. Lang Xuanyue could only stand still and watch Xia Yang get into Xin Yanran's car and leave. Xia Yang looked down and realized that his girlfriend's smile had some inscrutable meaning that made him feel a chill on his back. He knew that his girlfriend was angry, and just wanted to open his mouth to explain. Xin Yanyan's red lips kissed up. The kiss was extremely aggressive, and Xia Yang didn't even have the slightest initiative. Xia Yang managed to catch his breath. Xin Yanran continued to kiss him again. The female driver and bodyguard in the front row knew that another side of her lady was starting to emerge. It was the first time she had seen such a handsome man, but unfortunately the lady wouldn't be able to let him go so easily tonight. The female driver had guessed correctly that tonight's movie viewing could not be at the movie theater, but back at the villa instead. Although Xin Yanran's type of sickly petulance was not the type that was going to kill Xia Yang, and was even considered relatively light, but being brought home by a sickly petulance was not a good thing. In this way, in addition to Xin Yanran said to the female driver to return to the villa after Xia Yang has been plundered by Xin Yanran, there is no opportunity to explain. "Miss, it's time to arrive at the villa." The female driver parked the car at the entrance of the villa, then reminded Xin Yanran. It was only after being kissed without knowing what was going on that Xia Yang had a chance to catch his breath. "Huma. Honey, we'll talk about what we have to say when we get back inside the room." Xia Yang looked at a smiling girlfriend, feeling very wrong, where the problem lies and cannot say. He could only follow Xin Yanran back inside the bedroom as the female driver looked at him from behind with sympathetic eyes. After returning to the bedroom, Xin Yanran pushed Xia Yang down on the bed, and before he could react he heard two sounds. "Lock your own hands." Then there were two more, and his legs were locked as well. Where had Xia Yang seen this kind of scene? Coupled with the fact that Xin Yanyan was acting somewhat abnormally, this was not the Xin Yanyan in his cognizance at all. He really panicked. Xin Yanran gently touched his face. "Now you belong to me completely. Yan, let go of me, will you? I'm just friends with Frost Moon." Xin Yanran seemed to be very satisfied with Xia Yang in this state, unable to act and never being able to leave her. Today's appearance of Lang Xuanyu made her have to guess a lot of things, such as whether Xia Yang had been unable to resist the loneliness to secretly fall in love with Lang Xuanyu in these 3 years, or Lang Xuanyu had already taken Xia Yang. Although she was smiling, her autumn eyes had a cold light that scared Xia Yang. "It's okay, it's not a red light, and it seems like she's going to be a lot less sickly than her Lilishan. Honey, you wouldn't have been secretly with Cold Frost Moon behind my back during these 3 years, would you?" Xin Yanran put her hand into Xia Yang's pocket and took out his cell phone, using his bound hand to unlock the screen lock, and the background photo of the phone was a photo taken by the two of them before Xin Yanran left the country. At that time Xin Yanran wasn't a sickly girl, it was normal. It was a bewitching siren. She flipped to Lang Xuanyu's chat window and scrolled up the chat logs. It's all relatively normal chatter, none of that talky stuff. She flipped and flipped, the 3 years of chats hadn't been long enough to accumulate over time. When Xia Yang heard Shen Yanran doubt herself in this way, the very good-tempered man could not help but get angry. He had waited for her for 3 years, of which he had rejected an unknown number of love letters and sisters, and it could be said that he had given up an entire forest for the sake of Shen Yanran, a tree. However, it was normal that Shen Yan would think this way. It was inevitable that Shen Yanran would be jealous when she walked together with Lang Shuangyue. Xia Yang suppressed the rising anger in his heart and explained, Yanran, Lang Shuangyue and I are just very good friends. In my heart she is the representative of friendship and you are the representative of love. Do you understand when I say this? You've seen the chats over the past 3 years, they're all about friends. Shen Yanran, however, ignored Xia Yang's defense and found Lang Shuanyue's phone number and dialed it, placing it on his ear. Xia Yang thought that she also herself personally told Lang Shuanyue that he was just a friend between himself and her. He had no ghosts in his heart, of course he was not afraid. She had a teasing smile on her lips, uneasy nah. Xia Yang also thought of what would happen next after his girlfriend's nudging. No. Without waiting for Xia Yang to refuse, Lang Shuanyu answered the call. Hello. A voice as pleasant as could be came through the phone, the familiar sound the last thing he wanted to hear right now. Frost Moon, I accidentally mistyped, hang up. Lang Shuanyu noticed the abnormality in Xia Yang's tone and asked anxiously, Xia Yang, are you alright? It's okay. Xia Yang? Lang Frost Moon was sure that something must have happened to Xia Yang right now. Didn't he go on a date with Shen Yanran? She smiled sweetly and saw that Xia Yang had not begged for forgiveness in front of Lang Frost Moon, so she took the initiative to poke him. My dear, at such a time you are still on the phone with Mr. Lang. The spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold, but I miss you so much. Anyway, the sound of a kiss clearly reached Lang Frost Moon's ears. It was as if a layer of frost covered her absolutely beautiful face, and she understood that this was Shen Yanran's revenge and declaration of sovereignty over herself. Beep beep beep. Cold Frost Moon hung up the phone. Shen Yanran watched the cell phone display hang up, and her whole body pressed on Xia Yang and laughed, honey, next there is no interference from outsiders, I can enjoy you. Xia Yang is really angry, is she a pervert? Shen Yanran. The chain rattled as it was shaken by Xia Yang. Don't be angry darling, I'll be good to you. Xia Yang has now completely become the coiled food of Shen Yanran, the beauty snake, and he is afraid that he will be eaten up. Xia Yang also did not know that he spent the night like this, anger in his heart, pleasure intertwined. In the end, Shen Yanran let him temporarily forget all his worries. Although this was the first time Xia Yang had subdued a demon, he had still subdued Shen Yanran, the beauty snake. Chapter 10, The Fiancé. After Lang Shuangyue hung up the phone, her father, Lang Jia, asked, Did Xia Yang call you for something? Nothing much. Cold Frost Moon said, the cell phone under the table gripped tightly. Lang Jia on the sidelines to see his daughter and Xia Yang on the phone when his daughter seems to be angry. Could it be that these two young people have a conflict? Did you have a fight with Yon? No. Lang Jia put down his chopsticks, and he intended to make some inquiries. That kid Xia Yang is very good, daughter you must look after him. He's the fiancé that dad chose for you, and Xia Yang's parents have agreed. But they can't come back for a while. There's still a year left before you guys graduate, so get along. By the time you graduate you'll be engaged first, then you'll have a wedding after Xia Yang's parents come back. How's that? Xia Yang is my fiancé? Yeah, you guys made this engagement when you were little, and having you go to the same kindergarten until college was to foster a bond between you. Lang Jia said to his daughter. Their daughter is indeed like Xia Yang. Xia Yang also has no reason not to like the daughter. The two grew up together to help each other. It is not a childhood sweetheart, too small no guess? And the daughter is absolutely stunning in both character and looks, the only drawback is that she is too cold. Why have I never heard you guys mention this matter from dad? This news was not good news at all to Lang Frosty Moon right now. Her fiancé had been snatched away from her. Her remorse deepened. According to her understanding of Xia Yang, even if she said this marriage contract to him will not help, may not even be able to be friends. We weren't afraid that you would turn against Xia Yang after hearing about this engagement. That's why we decided to wait until you yourselves were attracted to each other in a relationship before we told you. By the way, have you established a couple relationship with Xia Yang? Lang Jia's unintentional inquiry caused Lang Shuanyue's heart to ache. She didn't know how to tell her dad that she had lost Xia Yang. Dad, I'm full. She gently put down the dishes and went back inside her room, tears finally unable to suppress the silent flow. Outside, the couple looked at each other, and sure enough, something was wrong. They broke up because of emotional problems? Some other day you go talk to Xiaoyang. Long Shuangyue's mom said. Aha! On this side of the villa, no one could disturb them after Shen Lily went to school. Xiaoyang slept until he woke up at 8 o'clock and realized that the thing that tied him up had been taken off by Shen Yanyan at some point, and he had regained his freedom again. Shen Yanran is quietly looking at him as if how to look at it is not enough. See him wake up after charm with a smile. Dear, you woke up. Xiaoyang, however, did not say anything. He was still angry from last night. How can that be? Shen Yanran saw her boyfriend like this and knew that this time the game was really overplayed, not only questioning him about cheating, but also tying him up. This is the first time Xiaoyang is angry with her. Honey, I was wrong, forgive me, okay? Xiaoyang still didn't say anything, lifting the covers and trying to find his own clothes to put on to go to school. Unfortunately, he was now unclothed, and the clothes he had been wearing had been rendered unrecognizable by Shen Yanran, so he could no longer wear them at all. Shen Yanran knew to make a killer move, came to the still angry Xiaoyang's ear with full charm, whispered a few words. His temper with the deflated ball of leather is gone. No need. It's over, next time you can't say such words again. I've been waiting for you for 3 years. Xiaoyang's tone milded, and his mind was filled with the scene depicted by those few words of Shen Yanran. Xiaoyang's shy look, Shen Yanran really loved it. Well, I won't say it again, this time it was my fault. I knew my darling loved me best. Shen Yanran, who was in a happy mood, took the initiative to help Xiaoyang get dressed. There was a look of heartache on her face when she saw the bruises strangled out on Xiaoyang's wrists. Her sickly attribute was caused by her acquired environment. It was the need to be stimulated that made her show her sickly side. If she hadn't seen Long Xuanyu appear beside Xiaoyang last night. The normal process was to go for a romantic dinner and then go to a movie theater owned by the Shen family to watch a movie. After all, it was easier to pack and turn off the surveillance in your own movie theater, and you could also choose some movies to watch that the theater would never put online. After the padding was done, it was back to the villa to continue the business that hadn't been completed last time. Lang Frostmoon's appearance caused Shen Yanran's sickly petite attribute to appear, and she jumped straight to the last step of this plan, bringing Xiaoyang back to the villa and tying him up. Honey, I may not have much time to keep you company for the next few days. There are still a lot of things to be done in the company. I only have to take over Shen's company from my dad's hands earlier. My dad won't object to us being together. Xiaoyang felt happy to hear that Shen Yanran was also working hard for their future. This feeling of running in both directions was too good. Well, but work is work. Don't tire yourself out. It's true that it's still my darling who cares for me the most. Shen Yanran gave Xiaoyang a passionate kiss. Shen Yanran sat on his lap, both of them panting. Both sides saw the desire in each other's eyes. There's no time. Xiaoyang took a deep breath. His girlfriend was just too tempting. What a shame, I'll let you off the hook this time. You won't be so lucky next time. Shen Yanran's fragrant tongue licked her red lips. Xiaoyang almost turned into a werewolf. You leprechaun. Yes, mesmerize my dear. Shen Yanran looked at Xiaoyang with a smile. The smiling eyes seemed to say again, I know there's nothing you can do to me now. Where did Xiaoyang still sit still? He wasn't a saint. He's in his 20s. It's the time when qi and blood are at their peak. Shen Yanran got what she wanted. Not going to your room? It's better here. This breakfast took a whole clock to finish, and Shen Yanran was late. Before leaving, she gave a sports car key to Xiaoyang. Honey, there's a sports car inside the garage, go see if you like it. I'll go to work first. After Shen Yanran left, Xiaoyang put the string of keys in her room. Give Shen Lily words, afraid of her driving skills cannot happen, any traffic accidents will not be good. Back to Shen Yanyan's bedroom, the bed inside was a mess. He will organize things, the things that should be taken to the wash to wash. The sheet with the falling red, Xiaoyang folded it neatly and put it in the cabinet. After finishing the aftermath, he left the villa, not expecting to run into someone he didn't want to run into. Chapter 11, Ling Xuanyu's Fever. Xiaoyang, you actually came to my daughter. That's right, Xiaoyang ran into Shen Ting. My daughter has been abroad for 3 years and has long forgotten you, so don't be delusional. You're not meant to be in the same world as her, get it? She spends millions every month at the very least. How much do you make a day on the side, 500? Or 1,000? You can't even buy a bag for my daughter if you struggle for 2 years. Do you think I will marry her to you? Shen Ting's tone was sharp, striking Xiaoyang without any mercy. Uncle, there are some things I hope you won't jump to conclusions so early yet. How much money will I earn in a year before you agree that I can be with Yin Yen? Xia Yang still maintained his politeness. This was after all his future father-in-law Tianka son-in-law. Shinting laughed out loud when he heard what he said. Kid, you won't even be able to earn this amount in your lifetime. He raised a finger. The entire market value of my Shin family has $50 billion. Come back to make conditions with me when you can earn $50 billion. Now get out of my sight immediately. Facing Shinting's ridicule, Xia Yang clenched his fists. Wait, I'll earn $50 billion. Shinting gained a hint of pleasure by striking Xia Yang, inhaling a mouthful of cigar before slowly exhaling. He looked at Xia Yang's figure and snorted disdainfully. To say why he hated Xia Yang, who was good in appearance and character, so much, it was because he saw his own likeness back then in Xia Yang's body. A poor boy with nothing to his name, presuming to marry the pride of heaven. Now that he's rocked the upper echelon, he doesn't want to think about himself when he had nothing. But as long as he saw Xia Yang, he would think of the time he was humiliated by his old husband. Instead of saying that he hated Xia Yang, he hated his past self that was as humble as dust. Fortunately, Xia Yang is not the kind of person who eats his girlfriend's soft rice, otherwise he drove the super sports car Shenyanran sent him out to run into Shinting. The end is even more embarrassing than now. Maybe Shinting will also send him to the police station in the name of stealing. Xia Yang calmed himself on the road. Those who achieved great things must be able to control their minds. This class was not a specialty class, so he was still in the classroom. When he was about to step into the classroom, he suddenly remembered that time last night when Shin Yanyan made a phone call to Leng Xuanyue, and the whole thing made him not know how to face Leng Xuanyue. Too embarrassing. He entered the classroom with trepidation, his eyes sweeping but not spotting the familiar figure. Leng Xuanyue is late? How was this possible? She would never be late if there was nothing going on. Did something happen? He took out his cell phone and sent a message to Leng Xuanyu. Xuanyu, why didn't you come to class today? Lang Frost Moon's room was dark and the curtains were closed by her. The text message from Zhang made the cell phone screen light up, becoming the only light in the room. Lang Xuanyue was wearing her pajamas, her green silk spilling wantonly onto the bed, a little more soft compared to usual, and there was a slight haggardness on her stunningly beautiful face. After she picked up her cell phone and saw the text message sent by Xia Yang, she replied back, I took a leave of absence, I'm not feeling well. Leng Jie told her that the existence of the marriage contract has become the last straw to overwhelm Leng Xuanyue. Last night she was too sad, inadvertently caught a cold fever. Xia Yang, where are you uncomfortable? Cold Frost Moon had a bit of a low-grade fever. Xia Yang was so worried at this look that he directly took leave to go see Leng Xuanyue. After getting the teacher's approval, Xia Yang hurried towards the school gate and stopped a cab. Master, go to the Tong Tian Pavilion. Xia Yang said in an anxious tone. That master's hand with the thermos cup shook when he heard Xia Yang's destination. Where did you say you were going, lad? Tong Tian Pavilion. Master Trouble, hurry up. What level of character did he pull this time to go to the Tong Tian Pavilion? It was similar to the ancient palaces of Earth. Okay. Cab master thought of Xia Yang may be the son of a certain big brother, did not dare to slow down, fluent gear start a smoke to the Tong Tian Pavilion departure. The scenery on both sides flew backward, but Xia Yang felt that it wasn't fast enough. I wonder how many degrees Frost Moon's fever is now. One thing he overlooked was that Leng Frost Moon's parents hadn't gone to save the world and still stayed by her side. 20 minutes later the car came to a stop at the gate of the Tontine Pavilion, and the guards on duty came over to check it out. As a result, he saw Xia Yang's familiar face that couldn't be more familiar. Xia Yang's parents often brought him to Leng Frost Moon's house to play when he was still alive, and over time, the guards here had memorized his face. Brushing his face to enter the Tong Tian Pavilion, there were no more than a handful of people who could do so, and Shinting, who had just taunted Xia Yang, had no qualifications to step into this place in his life. Cab master said that this time free, Xia Yang hard anxious no time to bull with him, directly gave a few large denomination of alien energy coins and quickly ran toward the first courtyard. His door was open, and there was no need to worry about security here if it wasn't safe here, it wasn't safe anywhere else. Xia Yang, you're here to see Frost Moon, right? Leng Frost Moon's mother, Xu Qiushui, had a gentle smile on her face when she saw Xia Yang arrive. Hello, auntie. Xu Qiushui's appearance made him realize that he was concerned, which is not still auntie in the care of Frost Moon. But both come and go. Frost Moon had a fever last night, I don't know what's going on, you should go see her, she'll probably be in a much better mood if she sees you. Okay. Xia Yang arrived at the second level of the courtyard, went up the stairs and walked a little further inside to Leng Frost Moon's room. The door was left open, presumably to make it easier for Lang Xuanyue to call out when she needed someone to take care of her. The inside of the room was pitch black, so you could only get a good look at it. He also didn't dare to turn on the light, suddenly it was blinding. Maybe Lang Frost Moon was already asleep now, wouldn't he wake her up by turning on the light? Frost Moon? He wiped his eyes and walked over to the bed. Lang Xuanyue heard Xia Yang's voice calling out to her in a daze and her consciousness came to her senses. Xia Yang, is that you? Well, you said you had a fever and I rushed over to check on you, and when I got to your door I remembered that I still had my aunt to take care of you. Are you okay now? Lang Xuanyue reached out and turned on the bedside lamp, the small lamp emitting an orange light allowing the two to see each other clearly. Just measured it, 39 degrees. Lang Frosty Moon's incredibly beautiful face had a reddish haze reflecting on it, which was another side of Xia Yang that he had never seen before. Let me go change the towel for you. Xia Yang touched the towel placed on Lang Xuanyue's forehead, it was hot and couldn't reach the cooling effect anymore. It's time to keep going over it in cold water. Chapter 12, Fever Reduction. Lang Fengyue sat up, her eyes were not at all like the coldness of the past, but rather like there was a pool of spring water. Xia Yang, if I had arrived as promptly as you did when you had a fever, wouldn't the outcome have? Now even cold Frost Moon had become different from usual. Frost Moon, is there something wrong? Xia Yang asked carefully, but Lang Frost Moon cried even harder. Was this still the Lang Xuanyue he knew? At the same time, he was also afraid that Chu Qiushui heard Lang Xuanyue's cries, in case Auntie thought that he bullied the sick Lang Xuanyue, he would be finished. Even if Auntie didn't beat him, when Dad came back, he wouldn't have a good time. Okay, how about I take you to the hospital if you don't feel well? Lang Xuanyue turned all her regrets into tears and sprinkled them in Xia Yang's arms. Why is that? If she hadn't turned away in the first place but stayed behind to take care of Xia Yang together, the boy who was hugging her now would have been her own. One can accompany him to see any beautiful scenery in the world. You can cuddle up with each other every day and wake up to see him without having to think about him late at night when no one is around. To be able to walk down the aisle with him and hear him ask the question, will you do it? The two will then give birth to the fruit of their love and live a happy life together. But he's someone else's boyfriend now, and he can only be there for him as a friend. Lang Xuanyue cried for a long time and finally fell asleep in Xia Yang's arms. Xia Yang had never seen Lang Xuanyue like this before and could only hope that she would get better soon. Even when she fell asleep, Lang Xuanyue held Xia Yang's hand and didn't let go. Today's class was kind of a bust. What else could Xia Yang do? He could only sit on the edge of the bed and wait for her to wake up. Chu Qiushui was standing right outside the door. Xia Yang didn't notice her, she came up when she heard her daughter's cries. It wasn't until 1 in the afternoon that Lang Frost Moon woke up. Better? Xia Yang asked. Aha! The fever seemed to have subsided. Lang Xuanyue returned to her usual appearance. I'll take your temperature. Xia Yang whipped out the thermometer and handed it to Lang Frost Moon. Lang Fengyue didn't care that Xia Yang was still present directly from removing the pajamas partially from her shoulders and placing the thermometer where it belonged. Her skin looked so snow white even in this somewhat dark room that it would be an understatement to say it was icy. Xia Yang hurriedly turned his head to the side. Ahem. He coughed twice in embarrassment, the shocking glimpse he had just received had left an extremely deep impression on him. That. Frost Moon, could you please let go of my hand? Your hands are warmer and I'm more comfortable holding them. Oh. Xia Yang had no choice, the patient was the biggest, what she said was what she said. Actually, Lang Frost Moon was nervous inside when she said this. Xia Yang took the thermometer with Lang Xuanyue's body temperature and looked at 37 degrees, it seems that it only needs to be in a little bit of rest and recuperation. It was time to leave after staying so long on my own. Chu Qiushui seemed to see through Xia Yang's mind, and walked into the room and smiled heartily when she saw her daughter holding Xia Yang's hand. Xia Yang, Auntie has to leave for a while for something urgent, can you take care of Frost Moon for me? I don't feel comfortable having someone else take care of it. Alright, Auntie, you go and get busy. Every time Xia Yang came over to play, Chu Qiushui loved him as a son, Xia Yang couldn't refuse her requests at all. What a good boy, Frost Moon is all yours. Poor Xia Yang was thus set up by the loving Chu Qiushui, who went to find her best friend, and she planned to come back later. All those hired butlers have also disappeared. I should take my medicine. Lang Fenyue's eyes shone brightly in the night as she looked at Xia Yang. Is this it? Aha! Xia Yang picked up a cup of water and went outside to receive back a cup of warm water, just ready to feed Ling Xuanyu medicine when suddenly remembered that should eat some staple food first to pad the stomach. You should eat something else to pad your stomach before you take the pills. I'm going to go look down in the kitchen. I think Auntie has something for you. Don't eat yet. Aha! Lang Frostmoon relied on the head of the bed, and at this moment, she unexpectedly responded in a somewhat well-behaved manner. In the kitchen there was indeed the porridge that Chu Chou Shui had prepared for his daughter, and he served a bowl of it up and used a spoon to scoop up a small mouthful and pass it to Long Xuanyu's mouth. The titular iceberg goddess just accepted Xia Yang's feeding of kanji in a well-behaved manner, just like a little petite wife. You can take your medicine after the porridge. Lang Fengyue took the medicine and then silently held Xia Yang's warm hand. She was afraid that Xia Yang would be bored, so she turned on the TV and chose a movie that boys love to watch more and played it. While Xia Yang was watching the movie mesmerized, he didn't notice Long Xuanyu's beautiful eyes peeking at him with love. She wanted so badly to just lean into that shoulder, but she knew better than to do that, and once she did she would have no way of explaining herself. Long Frostmoon felt that it didn't take long for Chu Chou Shui to return. She reluctantly let go of Xia Yang's hand and said, "It's getting late, I'll ask the butler to send you back." Xia Yang looked at the time. It was a bit difficult to get a taxi now, so he responded, "Take care of your health, I'll leave first." Chu Chou Shui took Xia Yang's hand and said, "Xia Yang often comes to play, you haven't come for a long time." Okay, I'll come back more often." Xia Yang got in the car that symbolized status, and vehicles avoided him alone. After Xia Yang returned home and took a shower, Shin Yanran came to make a video call. "Honey, what did you go and do today? Did you miss me?" Xia Yang got a little hot when he saw Shin Yanran in the video. Chapter 13, Shin Lily's Threat. "I guess, Long Frostmoon was sick today, so I went to visit her." Shin Yanran hummed. However, Xia Yang had just gotten angry in the morning, and it was hard to coax him back into a good mood, so she didn't want to fight because of Ling Xuanyu. Wouldn't this hurt the feelings between her and Xia Yang, giving Ling Xuanyu a chance to take advantage of the situation, since Xia Yang told her it proved that he had simply visited? Shin Yanran seemed to have thought of something and her mood immediately changed for the better. "Honey, you didn't have a little umbrella last night or this morning, I might be getting pregnant." Originally, Xia Yang was admiring his girlfriend on the screen, but when he heard Shin Yanran say this, he suddenly lost his mind. He's still a young man himself and not at all ready to be a father. Now the business venture hasn't succeeded, and Shin Ting's hurdle hasn't been passed. Trying to have a child is not just a matter of giving birth. If you can't give him a happy upbringing and good educational resources, he will have a very hard life. It is an extremely irresponsible act to allow a small child to come into the world and suffer without thinking things through. Xia Yang is a very responsible person. "It's my fault, I'll take precautions in the future." This time he could only pray that his girlfriend didn't get pregnant. "No. Wouldn't you like it if I had a baby for you, darling? Or do you have something else in mind? It can't be that he just wants to have fun." The dangerous aura Shin Yan exuded caused Xia Yang, who was on this side of the screen, to wave his hands repeatedly. No. I love the idea of you giving me a baby, but right now your father's side hasn't agreed to us being together, and you're going to suffer a lot of gossip if you get pregnant now." Yan, can we have kids after we get married?" "Don't worry dear, when I have a child father will definitely agree to marry us both, and then we'll get married with a baby." Shin Yan said, more and more excited. Unintentionally she seems to have found a way to completely take Xia Yang for herself, even if this time did not conceive. This is not a long time. After she finished reforming the company, she would pester Xia Yang every day, and she wouldn't believe that she couldn't get pregnant. "Huma, this matter is not yet time." Unlike Xia Yang's anxious face, Shin Yanran was overjoyed. "I'm a bit tired today then, it's all your fault." Shin Yanran gave Xia Yang a wink, not going to accept Xia. The experience of a big brother was just not the same, causing Xia Yang to sigh in awe. He was as eager for knowledge as a sponge. Professor Chen saw that he was so good at learning, and he put off the afternoon meeting of things, and the two of them continued the class after eating. Until 5 o'clock, Xia Yang's body was great, but the old professor didn't have so much energy to impart knowledge to him, so he could only let him go back first and digest it. Xia Yang thanked him and left after giving the old professor a glass of water to wet his throat. Tick tick tick. Xia Yang just came out of the office. Did not take long, his phone rang. He thought it was Shin Yan caller, took out a look at the screen, shows Shin Lily 3 words. "Lily, what's up?" He picked up the phone. "Brother Xia Yang, are you free now?" As soon as he heard Shin Lily's delicate and soft voice, he knew that she had something to ask for. "Say, what's the matter?" Brother Xia Yang, can you come pick me up from school? Don't you have a special car for transportation? Xia Yang said doubtfully. The driver is on vacation today, so come pick me up, come on. Shen Lily continuously pouted. How am I going to pick you up? I don't have a car, so wait while I call your sister and have her arrange a driver for you. Xia Yang was about to hang up the phone right away, and Shen Lily was in a hurry and yelled, wait a minute. What else is going on? Actually, I was the one who told my classmates that I had a boyfriend, and now they have to meet. You're not going to ask me to pose as your boyfriend, are you? Xia Yang knows that this little girl discernment is very high, will not be so easy to have any boyfriend, 80% of the words set out cannot be put back. He wasn't going to save the day, and it was good to let the girl learn a lesson. Hang on. Xia Yang, if you dare to hang, I'll tell my sister that you kissed me inside her room. Shen Lily is a little devil and sickly petite. Xia Yang, this person are understood by her thoroughly. She knows everything from what she likes to eat to what size panties she wears. To pin down Xia Yang was simply not too easy for Shen Lily. Lily Shun. Didn't you say that this is a secret between the two of us and won't say anything to your sister? If Shen Lily appeared in front of Xia Yang right now, she would definitely be placed on Xia Yang's thigh and spanked so hard that she could only sleep on her stomach at night. Lily Shen, there is such a good thing? I gave you my first kiss, if you're not my boyfriend, who is? When I couldn't see you at the school gates at half an hour, I'd call my sister and tell her that you'd held me down on the bed first and then kissed me so violently that I couldn't fight back at all, and afterward you threatened that I couldn't tell my sister about it or else you'd make it worse. Xia Yang, you don't want me to call my sister either, right? Hurry up and come my temporary boyfriend, I'll wait for you. Oh. Having the initiative, Shen Lily hung up the phone. How did Xia Yang not realize that this little girl will also threaten people? Also turning things upside down. Time was running out, and spanking Lily Shen's ass into 8 pieces was behind her. Car. Where to find a car? Chapter 14, Spanking. Xia Yang remembered the supercar inside the villa. Taking this car to pick up Shen Lily was not considered a soft meal, right? The villa is very close to here, and last time Shen Yanran also gave Xia Yang the key to the villa hoping that he would move into the villa to live inside. He went to the villa's garage and started the limited edition supercar towards Lily Shen's noble school. The roaring engine sound represented Xia Yang's mood. He must teach Shen Lily a good lesson later, only 18 years old and so bad, but also dare to threaten him. Lily, why isn't your boyfriend here yet? Didn't you tell me you wanted to compare whose boyfriend is more handsome? A Zhao Yan with dyed blonde hair and a 7 out of 10 face value was leaning on a long-legged handsome man. Because of her height 160, Zhao Yan could not see that his 180 boyfriend was hugging her, but his eyes kept looking at Shen Lily. Originally, Zhao Yan's boyfriend, Gu Ming, was originally willing to be her boyfriend for money, not a genuine and sincere relationship. Poor Zhao Yan was tricked by him, and this scummy guy made Zhao Yan think her love had come with his undivided attention. Scum Gu Ming asked Zhao Yan to ask for money when she is more generous, each time out of $1 million. Zhao Yan from childhood to save 10 million to now have 4 million into the pockets of the scum. He took the 4 million given by Zhao Yan and ate and drank outside, and also adopted several women. This kind of life he couldn't even think of before. Gu Ming also plans to marry Zhao Yan to get their family's company's industry, and then he can truly become a member of the upper class against all odds. 5 minutes to go, he'll be back. Can you mind your boyfriend to make him stop staring at me all the time? Disgust appeared on Shen Lily's pretty face. I think you're jealous of me, my baby loves me the most, how could she look to steal you? She tilted her head and asked Gu Ming. Right, baby? Of course I love you the most. Gu Ming coaxed Zhao Yan with that deceitful mouth. Careless, Gu Ming has not seen such a beautiful girl like Shen Lily. A time actually look a little fascinated to be caught in the bag. Shen Lily was the dream girl and fantasy first love of the majority of the boys in the school. A spermatozoa like Gu Ming naturally couldn't control himself from looking at it non-stop. Zhao Yan, I think you should be careful not to be cheated of your money by this scummy guy, and when the time comes, there's no place to cry even if you're empty of wealth and color. Just go ahead and be jealous that I have such a handsome boyfriend. Zhao Yan even stood on her tiptoes to kiss Gu Ming after she finished speaking. Shen Lily turned her head away disdainfully. If it wasn't for the sake of being able to find a reason to meet Xia Yang, she wouldn't have made such a class-dropping move, comparing with Zhao Yan whose boyfriend was more handsome. Do you need to compare? Xia Yang finally came to the entrance of the noble school at the last minute in his cool and explosive sports car, and even though he was wearing a mask, he still attracted the attention of all the girls present as soon as he appeared. Just by the way those eyes swept over them, they were already trying to figure out what to call the baby. Wow! Man God. Xiaoyang walked directly towards Shenlili. Today she was wearing the uniform of an aristocratic school. On top was a blue jacket similar to a small suit, and underneath was a plaid skirt. The pair of slender legs that could play for a year were wearing evocative black stockings and small leather shoes. This is my boyfriend, Xiaoyang. Shenlili hurriedly went forward to take his arm and said to Zhao Yan. Zhao Yan's gaze hadn't left Xiaoyang's body. Although she couldn't see Xiaoyang's real face, Xiaoyang had conquered her by his temperament and figure. Is there still a need to compare now? Shenlili's face was filled with pride, and Zhao Yan was silent. How do you compare? Gu Ming wasn't having it. Suddenly a guy came and stole all the limelight from him. Even Zhao Yan, a rich woman, was attracted to him. If he's so handsome, why is he wearing a mask? Maybe there's a scary face underneath the mask? Xiaoyang had been mocked inexplicably, and no one could swallow this breath. Xiaoyang no longer hides his heavenly face value, originally wanted to keep a low profile, but some people are always so guilty. Once the masks were off, the eyes of those girls from the noble school sprang up with love. Shenlili also behaved like this when she first saw Xiaoyang, who was brought back to the villa by Shen Yanran. After Xiaoyang showed his face and tried to put on the mask, a wet and soft feeling came from his side face. This feeling. Lily Shun. Yes, that's her, offering a kiss in public. The veins of Xiaoyang's anger showed. He took Shenlili directly under his arm toward the sports car, threw her roughly on the passenger side, and then stepped into the driver's seat to start the sports car and leave the school entrance. He couldn't help but want to teach Shenlili a lesson already. Xiaoyang, what are you trying to do in such a hurry? Back to the villa. He stepped on the gas a little deeper. Ah. Is going back to the villa to do something that can't be known by others? Shenlili pretended to be shy and lowered her head, really afraid that Xiaoyang would see that she was too excited. What do you say? Xiaoyang revealed a meaningful smile. Shenlili almost exposed her nature when she saw this evil look of his, and wanted to wrap her lotus root arms around his neck and say, actually, I can't wait, why don't we just do something unseemly here? Hold it. Not long after, he returned to the villa, and Xiaoyang directly brought Shenlili here to the sofa. Xiaoyang, is it okay to let me change a set of clothes first? Shenlili said with a blushing face. According to the information she had gathered, Xiaoyang liked that style of clothes, and she had bought several sets of them and put them in her room just in case. No. Xiaoyang said coldly. Still want to run? It's too late. No one will come to save you today even if you scream your throat out. You're in such a hurry? Okay then. Wait, you don't want to cry. Shenlili's body trembled when she heard these words from Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang. I'll try to hold back as much as I can. You have to be gentle, it's my first time. First spanking? Xiaoyang thought about it. These two young ladies of the Shen family had gathered thousands of favorites, so they would be spanked. But he couldn't swallow this breath. This little ninny dared to threaten him. Xiaoyang directly Shenlili pressed on the sofa, the palm of the hand strength moderate, a wave of the hand snap sound spread throughout the villa. Shenlili was confused, this was so different from what she thought. Chapter 15, Xiaoyang's Parents. That first sound is just the beginning. How dare you threaten me at such a young age? Pa! Shenlili's arse received another slap. How dare you lie? Slap. Another slap on the arse. Strange, why didn't Lily Shen say a word? She's not really crying, is she? At this moment, Shenlili's face was red. She didn't even feel any pain at all, instead a wonderful feeling came over her. Shenlili wanted Xiaoyang to hit him a few more times. Lily, you're not supposed to be crying, are you? It's over. While Xiaoyang was on edge, Shenlili spoke out, I'm fine, I'm the one who shouldn't have threatened you or lied. Teach me a good lesson. Shenlili's so sincere attitude of admitting fault, so that Xiaoyang all the fire, besides he did not dare to continue to beat her ass, really make her cry he cannot eat. It's better to take it for what it's worth. She waited for a long time without waiting for Xiaoyang to hit her again. Xiaoyang, aren't you going to hit me anymore? Ahem, since you recognize the mistake that's good, punishment is only a means to an end, education is the goal. Oh. Shenlili's tone was filled with loss. I'll go back first. Xiaoyang realized what a ridiculous thing he had done only after his fire came down. Bugger off. He closed the door of the villa nimbly and went home. It was then that Shenlili looked up from the couch, the sickly meaning of her eyes intensifying. Xiaoyang, what if I like you more? It's all your fault. I can't even wait for the day when I follow the plan. It's all your fault, Xia. How about secretly knocking you out and putting you in a small dark room with a very thick chain to trap you? So that for the rest of your life you can only see me and have eyes for me. Hey, 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 hey. Creepy laughter emanated from the villa. A sister can be more dangerous than a sister ever was. Shenlili was also greedy. Not only did she wish to get Xia Yang as a person, she also wanted to get his heart, and here of course she was not referring to the heart in the physical sense. Otherwise, in these 3 years, Shenlili didn't know how many chances she could sneakily knock Xia Yang out and then trap him in a basement that no one knew about. Lung Fingyue's fever has completely recovered and she can go to school tomorrow. Although it was only a day's absence, she missed Xia Yang. She still didn't know that now Xia Yang was having one-on-one lessons with a professor if he was taking professional classes. Precious moments like before when the two sat together in class had become rare. When she graduated, this memory of the two of them together in the classroom would become Lung Frostmoon's greatest treasure in her life. Lang Jia had also returned to Tong Tian Pavilion in the evening, and now the three of them were having dinner as a family. Lang Jia heard Chu Chou Shui say that yesterday, Xia Yang came over to visit her daughter, but she hugged Xia Yang and cried a lot. This was something that puzzled him a little. Breaking up and getting back together? Daughter, how was your talk with Xia Yang yesterday? Have you two made up? Lung Frosty Moon's meals were also pleasing to the eye. She didn't dare to tell her father that she had lost Xia Yang, and could only give a vague him. Xiao Yang, this child is not ordinary. In the future you two should tolerate each other, lest someone else snatch Xiao Yang away, got it? Lang Fengyue felt tears coming out again and hurriedly blinked her long eyelashes. Remember Xiao Yang's mom, Auntie Lu? Remember. Lung Fingyue's mind flashed back to when she was a child and Lu Wei picked her up and complimented her on how pretty she looked. In fact, both of Xiao Yang's parents are guardians who specialize in solving the monsters that come to our world from various realms and maintain our stable life. Guardian? Lang Jia's look was serious, ready to tell his daughter an unknown secret. The will of our world used to grant every adult a psychic ability, which varied. The will of the world intended for us to use these powers to live well as fight against the creatures that invaded this world. I didn't realize that human beings didn't live happier lives after possessing their psychic abilities, but instead, wars broke out all over the place. There was a time when creatures from other worlds massively invaded our world while humans were still killing each other. Since that time, the will of the world has withdrawn the powers it gave to humans and selected 2 humans it recognized as guardians of the world. They are Xia Yang's parents. 3 or 4 years ago, they sensed that an immensely powerful world was approaching our world, and they never returned after entering that world. And our world has remained peaceful. In that case, 1T uncle and aunt. Lang Frosty Moon hurriedly stopped in the middle of her sentence. Things must not be the way she thought. Don't tell Xia Yang that you have to be more tolerant of him in the future, got it? Got it. The next day Lang Jia was still not quite at ease and personally came over to the school to talk to Xia Yang. Passing students watched the convoy, and the people in the cars mo. This is the closest they'll ever get to leaning against that big guy. No pictures, no uploading, no nothing. The convoy stopped in front of Xia Yang. Xia Yang, Uncle Lang came to see you today about something. Can we get in the car and talk? Okay. Xia Yang didn't expect that it was Lung Xuangyu's father who came to look for him. According to an emperor like him, time is counted by the second. How could he come to me? What does Uncle Lung want with me? Xia Yang, what are you going to do after graduation? Lang Jia was now devoid of the air of a superior, just an elder caring for his juniors. I plan to open a company to earn money. Xia Yang thought in his heart that Uncle Lang was definitely not here to chat with him. Where would he be so idle? Earn money? Didn't your father leave you any money? Lang Jia's first feeling was that things were a bit off the wall. Your father runs a bank. The world's largest bank. And you're going to make money? No, they left in a hurry and only left me a message. In that case, why don't you kids tell me that in the future I'll be your father too after you and Frostmoon get married? Xia Yang? Uncle Lang, you're saying that I'm marrying Frostmoon? Xia Yang was surprised by what Lung Jie said. Well, get married after you graduate from college. I don't think your parents have told you that they've engaged you in a baby marriage, and Frostmoon is your fiancé. Lung Jie saw this behavior of Xia Yang and asked, don't you like Frostmoon? Uncle Lang, I already have a girlfriend. The car instantly quieted down when Xia Yang uttered these words. No wonder Frostmoon cried out. She's been robbed. Lang Jie thought for a moment there is really this possibility, his daughter's character cold, to get a person's heart is not just rely on the value of the face can be. To do a great thing, you need the right place, the right time, and the right people, and you can't have one without the other. Taking one down also depends on a combination of factors. Lang Jie, who has been planning in a tent, has been painstakingly helping his daughter for more than 10 or 20 years, and has added the childhood friend Buff to them, but unfortunately, he still loses. Chapter 16, No Need for an Umbrella. Still, Lang Jie always kept the chat in a more cheerful atmosphere. The car drove around in circles before dropping him off at the same place. The powerful news that Lung Xuanyu was his fiancé deeply shook his heart. He didn't even know how to face Lung Frost Moon anymore. And by the looks of Uncle Lung, he doesn't seem to be planning on nullifying the engagement. Ugh. Take one step at a time. Today was a full day for Xia Yang, looking for Professor Chen to learn some knowledge and some news from the circle. 1 billion for the creation of a venture capital company is really a little bit not enough, but slowly investment, there is Professor Chen and Xia Yang will not lose money. At 6 o'clock Xia Yang walked out of the school gate and saw a dazzling red sports car, and the person inside the car was none other than Xin Yanran. The scene is better described as a scented car. Xia Yang was also happy and walked over quickly. Huma, how long have you been waiting for me? Mua Xin Yanran took off Xia Yang's mask and kissed him on the face to quench his thirst first. Honey, get in the car, I booked a restaurant. Xia Yang opened the passenger door and sat on it, and Xin Yanran took off with a kick of the gas. Isn't that Xia Yang? Isn't he Goddess Lang's boyfriend? Why did he get into someone else's car? For a while the campus forum was filled with news that Xia Yang had broken up with Lang Xuanyu. First floor, is this true? Second floor, truer than pearls. Third floor, I witnessed it with my own eyes, I didn't think there was actually someone in this world who broke up with Goddess Cold. Fourth floor, here's my chance. The cold goddess must be sad now, wait for me to take the goddess in one fell swoop tomorrow. Fifth floor, just blow it off you, I'm afraid you wouldn't dare to go and have a word with the goddess. A large group of melon eaters in the forum is making a lot of noise, saying anything. Xia Yang classmates simply do not believe the news, they are watching Xia Yang in order to take care of Lang Xuanyu in front of the whole class facing the teacher to ask for leave. Neither Lang Xuanyu nor Xia Yang of them read the school's forums, so they didn't know about this incident at all. Xin Yanyan brought Xia Yang to a high-grade restaurant with no one inside, which was one of the Xin family's properties and was closed for business tonight. Xin Yanran looked at Xia Yang sitting across from her, and the dishes in front of her, which had been carefully prepared by the chef, became tasteless. Honey, compared to these dishes, it's still you that tastes better. Xin Yanran's eyes were watery, as if she was extending an invitation to him. The long black silk legs under the table were also restless and at work. How can one eat in peace with this? Xia Yang was already aroused by Xin Yanran, but this was a restaurant. He grabbed Xin Yanran's restless long legs and said, Goblin, don't play with fire anymore, or else. How about otherwise? It was true that Xia Yang couldn't do anything to her now, it wasn't like he was in the villa. He had to change his tone. Yan, I'm a bit hungry, let me finish my meal first, okay? Xin Yanran made a condition, yes, but darling has to feed me alcohol. Xia Yang poured a small half glass of red wine for her, then passed the glass to her mouth. Not like that, never mind, just let me feed my darling, we don't need that kind of stuff. Wanted. I don't want it, don't you think it's better this way, dear? Good is good, you'll get pregnant. I'll give you children when I get pregnant. Xin Yanran had a happy smile on her face as she said this. If you love someone, of course you want to give birth to the fruit of their love. Their love has been proven in this world ever since. I said it's not the right time. At the very least, we all have to wait until I graduate before we get married, okay? But darling, I can't wait that long. He missed countless stores in the face of the iron-willed Xin Yanyan. The car went straight to the villa. After returning to the villa, Xia Yang ran into Xin Lily again. Sis. Xin Yanran counted the days and it was normal for her sister to be at home. Being at home is fine. The villa is soundproofed anyway. Remember to go to bed early, I'll go back to my room first. Xin Yanran pulled Xia Yang's hand and went upstairs to her room. Xin Lily's eyes became like black holes, not knowing what she was thinking. After the two returned to the room, Xin Yanran reached out and undid Xia Yang's wine-filled clothes. Honey, I'll help you with your bath. I can do it myself. If it was prepared, where could Xia Yang refuse his girlfriend's invitation? Oh? Yeah? Xiaoyang ultimately can't beat Shen Yanran, the demon, she really won't have any concerns at all? Inside the bathroom, Xiaoyang experienced a series of things that shook his will, such as what back rubbing and so on. Finally out, phew. Xiaoyang put on the bathrobe that Shen Yanran had prepared for him and walked out of the bathroom. He called Shen Yanran a goblin that was very correct. My dear, I didn't expect you to be so strong-willed. Shen Yanran's tone was full of playfulness. Why do you have to work so hard? If that's the case, you endure it well, don't give up halfway. Oh. I'm eating you up, now do you understand? Honey? Shen Yanran licked her red lips, tantalizing to the extreme. Ugh, Xiaoyang let out a long sigh. After such a long delay, let's get down to business now. Chapter 17, Xiaoyang noticing problems. By the time Xiaoyang woke up, it was already past 8 in the morning. Huma, do you have a work schedule today? No. Shen Yanran leaned towards Xiaoyang's chest, and the bathrobes on both of them were thrown to the ground. Shen Yanran was so crazy last night that Xiaoyang was a little worried if the soundproofing of this villa was that good. Honey, carry me to the bath. Shen Yanran didn't want to move all over her body, falling apart. Xiaoyang could only pick him up in a princess carry, fill the bathtub with warm water and help Shen Yanran clean her body. Shen Yanran had her eyes closed the entire time, not knowing if she was too tired or enjoying Xiaoyang's attentive service. At this moment she felt that she had already beaten Lung Frostmoon by too much. She opened her eyes only after Xiaoyang helped her put on a new bathrobe. Honey, why do you have a nosebleed? It was still true when Xiaoyang touched it. It's so humiliating. It was just a little hot inside the bathroom. Xiaoyang was still talking tough. Isn't it because I'm so tantalizing? People originally wanted to reward you. Shen Yanran had a regretful look on her face. It's like Zhang missed out on $1 billion. But when he thought about it, the reward Shen Yanran gave herself every time couldn't be described as awesome. I should say it's very absolute. Xiaoyang's mood immediately lowered, he might have really missed out on $1 billion. Shen Yanran saw this where she could not afford to upset him? Long, slender fingers drew circles on his chest. How about I give you that reward if you give me a compliment? Xiaoyang seems to have never complimented a girl. The first time to do this kind of thing is a little uncomfortable. On second thought, to compliment their girlfriends, this what can be shy. And his girlfriend was indeed an earthly creature, and he had long since sunk into her tenderness. Xiaoyang whispered a few words of love and coaxed Shen Yanran to smile. Count on you to know what you're doing, and leave it to me next. Shen Yanran smiled charmingly. Half a bell later, the two came out from inside the room. Shen Lily sat on the table full of food and didn't start eating. She was waiting for Shen Yanran and Xiaoyang. Good morning, sister. Not going to school today? Not going. It's time to take the university exam soon, so pay attention. Shen Yanran also knew that her sister was very smart and just casually admonished her without forcing her to go to school. Xiaoyang, however, felt how this little ninny was looking at herself in a wrong way. Xiaoyang, drinking more milk is good for your body. This sentence was said by Shen Lily instead of Shen Yanran. Shen Lily told him to drink more milk. Plus this kind of look, Xiaoyang was sure of one thing, that is, the soundproofing inside this villa might not be that good. Sister, why are you looking at me? I'm concerned about him. Shen Lily met her sister's line of sight with an innocent look. Drink more for yourself, I'll pour it for Xiaoyang if he wants it. Oh. Shen Lily turned her head to look at Xiaoyang. He had a bad feeling about this. Suddenly a soft and delicate touch came from Xiaoyang's calf, and his first reaction was that Shen Yanran was at it again. But no, his girlfriend was wearing black silk today, and when he looked under the table, it was clearly white silk. He hurriedly looked up at Shen Lily across the room, who was looking at him with a smile on her face. Xiaoyang placed his leg in a different direction, and that delicate touch was always there as a shadow. Shen Lily, you. Sister, Xiaoyang he yesterday, she stopped halfway through her sentence, and Xiaoyang didn't dare to speak. This little ninny was going to complain to her sister. To have Huma know that she spanked her sister, TSK. He couldn't even think about it anymore. What's wrong with him, Xiaoyang? Shen Yanran felt as if her sister was acting strange. Xiaoyang's heart jumped into his throat. Yesterday I called and asked Xiaoyang to pick me up from school. Next time, remember to call the housekeeper of the old mansion if you need anything, and don't bother Xiaoyang anymore. Okay. Shen Lily gave Xiaoyang a smug smile. After winning the secret battle with Xiaoyang, she became even more reckless. No matter how much Xia Yang changed positions, Shen Lily was always able to achieve her goal. Her legs really do seem to be that long. If you can't mess with Xia Yang, can't you hide from him? I'm full, I have class today. Xia Yang stood up from the dining table and walked towards the outside of the villa. Wait honey, I'll take you to school. Just like that, a good breakfast was broken up by Lily Shen. Xia Yang had something on his mind and was not fit to drive, so he sat in the passenger seat. Shen Lily, this little ninny couldn't have fallen in love with me, could she? After some thought, Xia Yang felt it was very likely that he was aware of his attraction to the opposite sex. She thought of herself as her boyfriend after she kissed herself, and all that little action under the dining room table in the morning must have been jealous because she heard something last night. Xia Yang again remembered the sentence when she called herself, I gave you my first kiss, who are you if not my boyfriend? Xia Yang, who had guessed the matter to the 7th degree, was in a mess in his heart. Lily is in love with me? The reason why Xia Yang guessed a 7 was because he didn't know that Shen Lily had been salivating over him for a long time, and it wasn't at all because of the clear sentiment generated by that curious kiss. He didn't understand what kind of person Shen Lily was in the end, so the approach he took to this matter wouldn't solve the problem. The approach he took would only get him deeper and deeper into the trap, and he would end up being counted out by Lily Shen. Honey, what are you thinking? Shen Yanran saw that Xia Yang was somewhat distressed. Nothing. Xia Yang did not dare to tell Shen Yanyan that Shen Lily likes himself, if he said it back to irreversible damage to the kinship between them. Is today's breakfast not to your liking? Do you like Chinese? Right, soybean milk donuts. Xia Yang smoothly picked up the conversation. It looks like we need to ask Shen Lily out and have a good talk. Stifle this undeserved affection in time. Xia Yang thought of a movie about a young girl who falls in love with someone she shouldn't. This movie should be quite suitable for her to watch. This method of his was more or less useful to normal people, being able to show love and reason, but it was completely useless to a sickly girl like Shen Lily. No matter how much Xia Yang struggled, he would end up being trapped in the room that Shen Lily had built for him, staying by her side forever. But then again, there's no such thing as a person who should or shouldn't be loved. Love is love. And falling in love with someone is not something you can control. If anyone could decide who they love, there wouldn't be so many songs and stories in the world written because of love. There's nothing wrong with love. Chapter 18 Lung Xuan Yu's 3 years late confession. Shen Yanran gave Xia Yang a kiss after sending him to the school entrance. She can't seem to kiss her boyfriend enough. Today's class was not a specialized class, and the only place in the front row was the one with a spot next to Lung Xuan Yue. Not she occupies the seat, but those people dare not sit next to Lung Xuan Yue. She has the kind of refusal of the temperament and the absolutely beautiful face together ordinary people really cannot drum up the courage to face her. Xia Yang didn't have these problems and sat directly next to her. Frost Moon, are you feeling better? Xia Yang saw that she looked good. The fever has completely gone down. Long Frost Moon returned. Why do you have a reddish bit on your neck? Ah. He hurriedly reached out to cover it. It should have been planted by Shen Yanran last night when he wasn't paying attention. He said not to do that, now it's okay. Nothing, you. Don't look. Xia Yang was covering his neck all this class. What a torturous lesson. After the class the students saw Xia Yang and Leng Xuanyu still sitting together. Sure enough, the top of the forum is false rumors. What breakup? You see, people are still not good. The back door of the classroom suddenly came in a handsome man in a suit and tie, overall looking very good, should be a child raised by a rich man's family. Zhou Feng walked quickly with 99 roses to Leng Xuanyu, who was ready to leave, and he froze for a moment when he saw Xia Yang next to him. Didn't they say they broke up? Zhou Feng came this time for no other reason than to beg Leng Xuanyu to be his girlfriend. But they don't look like they're breaking up now, do they? Whatever, hard on. You can't just walk back with a rose in your hand and slink away. Zhou Feng walked over to Long Xuanyue and found a good spot to kneel down on one knee. Xuanyue, I like you. Students preparing to retreat stopped to eat this large melon, a scene usually only seen in videos or novels. He didn't believe the rumors at the top of the forum, did he? I think so, this is a good show. Xia Yang is right next to Long Xuanyue, let's see how he'll clean up this person who digs his corner. Good timing, we'll be able to see Xia Yang's real face with his mask off again. Girls were pulling out their own cell phones and turning off all the flashes and shutter sounds to avoid embarrassment later. The eyes of the entire crowd were focused on Xia Yang. Lung Xuanyue also looked back at him and uttered, someone is courting your fiancé, don't you care? Zhou Feng's rose fell to the ground. Fiancé? They're actually in this relationship? Girlfriends are what you make of them. There are no constraints. But the fiancé is married. Jo Fong has already thought that he is going to become a celebrity inside the university. Xia Yang became bitter. LOL, things seem to be getting troublesome. He could only drive Jo Fong, the suitor, away as Lung Xuanyu's fiancé. Not even waiting for Xia Yang to make a move, Jo Fong, who turned into a joke, didn't even want the roses and left directly from the back door of the classroom. The students burst into applause. Lung Xuanyu smiled slightly, causing the male students in the classroom to look dumbfounded. The goddess actually smiled, but unfortunately not for me. Pain. Thank you, my fiancé. Cold Frost Moon spent the day yesterday figuring it out. Just get back what you lost. Shin Yanran is his girlfriend, and she's still his fiancé. She took the unprecedented initiative to take Xia Yang's arm. The girls covered their mouths. What a divine unfolding. The fact that the two are so well matched is not to mention the fact that they come with a marriage contract. It's so romantic. The video was filmed and streamed online, and the man and woman were just as good as the immortal couple, and the airplay exploded straight away. Shin Yanran, who was resting today, also saw the video. Xia Yang and her actually have a marriage contract. Shin Lily sat opposite Shin Yanran and smiled, thinking in her heart, sister, what will you do? Although Shen Yanyan tops the name of the real girlfriend, but on the fiancé there's 3 words as if the girlfriend or something is really not enough to look at. She thought that Xia Yang's parents would force Xia Yang to marry Lang Xuanyu after graduation. No. Never get flipped. Ziyang is hers. Shin Yanran couldn't stay a second longer. Now she was going to rush to Xia Yang's side. The red sports car sped off toward the university. Shin Lily looked at Shin Yanran's headlights and said, sister, you'd better tie Xia Yang back, or else I'll do it. After everyone had dispersed, Lung Xuanyue was still holding Xia Yang's arm with no intention of letting go. Frost Moon, I already have a girlfriend. Xia Yang pulled his hand out. She had guessed that Xia Yang would say this. Xia Yang, I like you. Even an iceberg goddess like Lung Xuanyu would blush when confessing. Lung Xuanyue actually said she liked him. Xia Yang thought that Lung Frosty Moon wouldn't like anyone else, and once he had been attracted to his uncharacteristically beautiful hairdresser. Kidding aside, with a face like Lung Xuanyu's, any guy would like her, okay? Then Xia Yang made several attempts. Lung Xuanyu still had this cold and quiet look. In the end, Xia Yang could only get along with her as a friend. He waited so long for his girlfriend to return from abroad, only to find out that the girl he once loved was engaged to him. Or his own fiancé. God forbid. If it was in high school when Lang Xuanyu confessed to him, he would probably be too happy to sleep. Xia Yang had already completely treated Lung Xuanyue as a friend after having Shin Yanran. I can do what Shin Yanran can do. Lung Xuanyu glanced at Xia Yang's lips and kissed them without any qualms. Her kiss was not like Shin Yanran's kind of passion, it was just a simple lips against lips that felt cool. Xia Yang, give me another chance, okay? Her eyes were full of supplication. At this time, Shin Yanran arrived and pulled Xia Yang to her side. The two women's eyes met. In fact, if Shin Yanran had come 2 minutes later, she would have been able to hear Xia Yang's rejection of Lang Xuanyu's words. Xia Yang had already had skin-to-skin contact with Shin Yanyan and could no longer choose Lung Xuanyue. Yanyan, let's go back. Xia Yang saw that the situation was not right, and it looked like these two were about to have a big fight right away. After Shin Yanran heard Xia Yang say this, a smile appeared on her angry face. Let's go, dear. Lung Xuanyue's face darkened, but she still said to Xia Yang's back undauntedly, Xia Yang, I'll be waiting for you. Xia Yang couldn't help but let out a long sigh after hearing this. Do you have to say that to yourself? You won't be able to be friends by then. It is not that love is necessarily more precious than friendship, although Shen Yanyan and Lang Xuanyue represent different feelings in his heart, and if they are put on the scale and weighed, the scale may not be tilted to Shen Yanyan's side. Chapter 19, Repeating Xia Yang's Mistakes. Why are you sighing, dear? It's not because you can't let go of your fiancé, is it? Shin Yanran began to question Xia Yang after he got into the car. Huma, it's not what you think. You believe me, I will firmly choose you. Xia Yang solemnly promised. Good, I believe in my dear too, let's go back to the villa first. Shin Yanran smiled skinlessly. She didn't trust Xia Yang at all, with black gas surrounding her body. Her sickly side came out again. Xia Yan was still thinking about how to do it while rejecting Lang Xuanyu without hurting his feelings too much. He didn't know that once he got back to the villa, it would be the basement that would face him. Xia Yang! Run! Your girlfriend is a sickly girl, and so is her sister. Only Lang Shuangyue is considered normal. After returning to the villa, the door slammed. Shen Yanyan closed it with a bang. The huge commotion made Xia Yang want to look back, and Shen Yanran was waiting for the moment he turned back. She took a bottle of unknown spray and sprayed it towards Xia Yang's mouth and nose. Xia Yang only said yen yen. He passed out and saw the other side of his girlfriend. So scary. The current Shen Yan slowly carried the fainted Xia Yang into the basement. Even though it was Shen Yan in her sickly state, she still didn't want to roughly drag Xia Yang inside. Lily Shen witnessed this from the corner of the stairs. He, sister really did tie Xia Yang back. She stared at the location where she entered the dark basement door without turning her eyes. Maybe she'll sneak in the dead of night, too. There was a bed in the center of the basement, the walls were filled with strange things, and there were cabinets filled with bottles and jars. These were all set up by Shen Yanyan in the past few days since her return. She originally wanted to completely bind Xia Yang by getting pregnant with his child, but she hadn't even gotten pregnant yet. Her former rival had transformed herself into Xia Yang's fiancé. This is too dangerous. A childhood friend or a fiancé, she didn't dare to bet that Xia Yang would be unmoved. The sleeping Xia Yang was heavy, but she patiently and slowly placed him on the bed, which had several chains extending out from the corners. She remembered that Xia Yang had bruises on his hands when he was strangled in the room last time, so she wrapped those shackles in a layer of cotton. Cuff Zhang again. Honey, look how much I love you. I'll let you out when I'm pregnant with your child. When the time comes, we'll just get a license, and Lang Shuangyue, this fiancé, won't be enough to fear. Okay? I'll take that as a yes if you don't say anything. Mua's so good. Xia Yang was still in a coma, how could he answer her? Shen Yanran kissed Xia Yang's lips and left. She was going to take a shower, and Zhang's favorite clothes could go straight to the crucial step when he woke up. Shen Lily pretended that she had just walked down the stairs and didn't see or know anything. Sis, where's Xia Yang? He went home. It was Shen Yanran's first time doing this kind of thing, but she was able to do it without changing her face. What's that saying? The prettier the woman, the more she likes to cheat. In order to be able to conceive Xia Yang's child as soon as possible, she even went to a female doctor. The female doctor said she had an unusually high probability of conceiving in the last few days. While Shen Yanran went to the female doctor, Shen Lily quietly slipped into the basement, and Xia Yang still didn't wake up. Xia Yang, you smell so good. Shen Lily showed her truest face, and the look on her face was frightening. Her hand gently stroked Xia Yang's immortal face, but also came to his neck. Agar nose sniffing, face a book of satisfaction. I'm not the one who tied you up. Oh, blame it on your sister. The first time Shen Yanran came back from the hospital, she opened the basement to check if Xia Yang had woken up. She had a hunch that someone had been in this basement. There's no reason why she wouldn't release Xia Yang if it was her sister who had come in, right? Maybe it's caused by your own mental strain. She went to take a shower and put on Xia Yang's favorite clothes she wore and waited by the bedside for him to wake up. Xia Yang's feeling when he regained consciousness was that his head was dizzy, as if someone else was touching him. Huma? I'm here, honey. Shen Yanran leaned down and cupped Xia Yang's face. Where is this place? The basement of my house, where I put you for being a bad boy. Xia Yang didn't feel so dizzy anymore, and only after his vision got a little better did he realize that this place was indeed a basement. The last time he was tied up he wondered if Shen Yanran was a bit of a sickly girl. But Shen Yanran untied her the next day, so this concern was thrown out of her mind, and it wasn't until she was now locked up in this dimly lit basement that she realized her girlfriend was really a sickly girl. He came to his senses in an instant. What a sickly girl! What a horrible kind of person! Xia Yang occasionally watched anime, and there were such sickly beautiful women appearing in anime. They will keep their favorite person in a dark cage for the rest of their lives, and if they don't listen they will be treated with extreme cruelty. Like whipping with a whip, and those extreme sickos will even kill the person they like, somehow making the two become one, never to be separated again. He struggled a bit, and the familiar sensation came back. This complete inability to move while bound in chains can easily inspire fear within humans. What to do? Huma shouldn't be trying to kill me. Xia Yang's face was filled with fear. Shen Yanran barred a kiss on his face. Don't be afraid, darling, I'm not going to do anything to you. I just want to carry your child so you can never leave me. Yen Yen, you weren't like this before. The bottom of Xia Yang's eyes flashed with bitterness. This Shen Yanyan in front of him was so strange. Shen Yanran loved Xia Yang so much that even his heart ached when he put on this appearance. Yuma, I don't like this about you. But I can't help myself, I'm so afraid that Cold Frost Moon will take you away from me. What's the point of living without you? Look, I'm wearing your favorite clothes, I'll let you go after tonight, okay? In order to make Xia Yang happy, she was trying very hard to control her sickly attributes. Chapter 20 Shen Yanran in Maid's Clothing. Shen Yanyan's reprieve succeeded in awakening Xia Yang's vigor. Just now he thought he was going to spend the rest of his life in this dark basement. Why don't you believe me when I've said I'll be firm with you? Whether it was the last time Shen Yanyan suspected that she was secretly romancing Ling Frost Moon, or this time, Shen Yanran had never trusted herself. He turned his head to the other side, not looking at the seductive to the extreme Shen Yanran. Okay, it's all my fault. No offense, okay? Xia Yang felt that she should be taught a lesson, otherwise it would be better if she tied herself up without moving. He planned to chill out with Shen Yanran all night and not give her a good look. After all, he couldn't do anything else if he wanted to with his hands and feet tied up. Shen Yanran knew that she had once again made Xia Yang angry, but if it went well this would be the last time, and they would be able to live a happy married life in the future. She came to Xia Yang's ear, merely blowing a breath into it made Xia Yang weak. Honey, I know all your weaknesses. Don't worry, I'll soon take the edge off, you don't have to do anything. Xia Yang's anger was eroded little by Shen Yanran's gentleness. There was no way to get angry in the face of this kind of goblin, okay? She'll take your mind off of everything, including anger. In the end, Shen Yanran dragged her tired body to unlock the chains for Xia Yang. Her purpose had been achieved, and she would definitely be able to conceive. It was getting late, and Xia Yang, whose anger had subsided, hugged his girlfriend in the basement for the night. Xia Yang woke up to see Shen Yanran wearing a maid uniform. The loose maid uniform couldn't cover her proud to the core body. She said very respectfully to Xia Yang, "Good morning, master." How can he fight over the scheming Shen Yanyan, just like this one-handed operation? Xia Yang still want to say a few words about her now cannot speak. Don't think you can muddle through like this. What about the matter of tying me up yesterday? He picked Shen Yanran's white chin and graceful snowy neck. Shen Yanran said pitifully, "I am at my master's disposal." Now does the master want to wash his face first, or brush his teeth, or let's eat breakfast first? Shen Yanran didn't expect this to fail to take him down. The aura on her changed, from 100 submissive maidservant to a seductive siren. What are you doing? Are you going to do the following? Xia Yang stepped back a bit on the bed. Why didn't Shen Yanran follow the script? Yeah, don't you know that bullying the master is my favorite thing to do as a maid? It was the master who didn't follow the rules first. Oh, I could only change the script slightly. Shen Yanran should have apologized if she apologized. Xia Yang emphasized to make her recognize the current situation, but unfortunately it was all in vain. That's how I apologize, master, you'll like it. Shen Yanyan ended this maid roleplay. It was okay to wear it in the basement, and Shen Lily was still out there. Hey! Yanyan, why did you just change out of this suit? Xia Yang saw his girlfriend wearing a maid's uniform for the first time, and it wasn't enough to look at it all day, and now it's only one bell before he has to take it off. Lily's still out there, I'll wear it for you tonight if you like maids, dear. After Shen Yanran reminded Xia Yang so much, Xia Yang remembered that there was another Shen Lily outside. So many things happened in a short period of time. First, Long Xuan Yue confessed, then Long Xuan Yue said she liked herself. Next thing you know, you're tied up here. Thinking about Shen Lily gave him a headache. He hadn't talked to her yet. Next time don't charm me like that and then lock me in the basement. I don't like sickly girls either. Xia Yang still had palpitations when he thought about it now. Honey, just forget about it for the sake of what just happened. I won't do it again. Xia Yang's stomach made a sound. He hadn't eaten anything since yesterday until now, and he had also used up a lot of physical strength in the middle of the day. I prepared donuts and soy milk for you. Shen Yanran changed the topic. Shen Yanran brought a set of clothes for Xia Yang to wear. When she packed up Xia Yang's set of clothes yesterday, she found that there was one thing how could not be found. Forget it. What's old is new again. The two walked out of the basement and down the hall. Lily Shen was waiting for them to have breakfast like yesterday. She flashed a sweet smile at Xia Yang. Be sure to sit away from her. He had just had this thought when Shen Yanran sat down across from Shen Lily, so he had no choice. Sitting at the back of the table by yourself is not logical or reasonable. He had to be forced to sit down. Lily Shin should stop making small talk. Xia Yang frantically meditated on this thought, and when he took his first sip of soy milk, what should have happened still happened. He almost spewed soy milk out and spilled it on Lily Shin across the room. Shin Lily was being a demon again, and the touch coming from the top of her calf was even more delicate and lubricated. Cough cough. Xia Yang choked on a mouthful of soy milk and coughed madly. The culprit, however, said with a concerned expression, "Xia Yang, drink slower, there's a lot more here." Shin Yanran reached out and gently patted her back, taking a paper towel to wipe the soy milk from his face. "Is it too hungry? Drink slowly." She thought it was because Xia Yang was too hungry and didn't notice anything fishy in the slightest. As Shin Yan gently wiped him off, the culprit didn't stop there, but instead increased his intensity. Shin Lily opened her small mouth and wordlessly said 3 words, "Exciting?" She was afraid that Xia Yang wouldn't be able to read the shape of her mouth, so she spoke especially slowly. Xia Yang's fists clenched. The idea of holding her down on the couch and spanking her hard could not be suppressed. If Shin Yan wasn't there, he would have definitely beaten her ass into 8 pieces this time. Dare to tease him. Chapter 21. Go traveling. Think so, he has a handle on the hands of Shin Lily can only endure in silence. Come on, have a donut. Xia Yang first gave one to Shin Yan, then one to Shin Lily. His move was the equivalent of admitting defeat, hoping that Shin Lily would take some advantage and see it through. After Shin Lily received the donuts, she didn't continue to make those small moves, and he was finally able to eat a breakfast in peace. He was really hungry. Otherwise, Xia Yang could take the 36th plan like last time. Honey, let's go traveling for a few days. Shin Yanran didn't want Xia Yang to have too many chances to meet Ling Xuanyu, and the next 3 days from today onwards were vacation days. Spending time at the cottage for 2 is nice, getting out and about is even better. Good. Since Shin Yan has this idea, he himself will accompany her to have some fun. Girlfriends are still to be spoiled. Sister, I want to go too. It's so boring at home. Shin Lily looked very interested in the tour. Now she couldn't wait to stick to Xia Yang's side. No. Shin Yanran refused her sister's request without even thinking about it. The two of them wanted to do whatever they wanted with Xia Yang. What's the point of having an extra light bulb? Xia Yang, I want to go. Shin Lily turned to Xia Yang when she saw her sister's refusal. Xia Yang knew that if he didn't agree, this little ninny might do something even crazier, and he also intended to talk to Shin Lily. Huma, let her come with us. Although Shin Yanran didn't want Shin Lily to go, it was hard for her to refuse when Xia Yang asked. You can't tell Dad that the 3 of us went on a trip, and when he asks about you just say it was just me and you. She turned to Lily Shin. Aha! Phew, that helped her out this time. She should settle down a bit in a short while. Shin Yan is a person with strong execution, just said that she wants to go out for a trip, and after breakfast, she was in the room to call to arrange various matters. Striving to leave at noon, he must take Xia Yang away from here, lest Long Xuanyue look for him. Xia Yang took advantage of the fact that Shin Yan was busy and seized the opportunity to go and talk to Shin Lily, and it was not always possible to find a good opportunity during the trip. He walked over to Lily Shin's door and knocked. Come in, Brother Zhang. Xia Yang didn't let the door close after opening it, but left him open. How did you know it was me? Brother Xia Yang, you're here to talk to me, right? No way. Oh. I haven't put on my stockings yet. I can't talk to you until you help me put it on. Xia Yang really couldn't do anything with this little ninny, quirky, even more difficult than her sister. He never seemed to have gotten the better of himself at her hands. Here, there are stockings inside the closet. You can take the white ones if you want to see me in white and the black ones if you want to see me in black. This is a perk given to you in light of your good behavior yesterday. Shin Lily said with a smile. When she said so, Xia Yang instead did not know which color to take, and finally, without thinking, his hand automatically chose white, which he felt was more suitable for Shin Lily. Shin Lily's tender feet were really perfect, white and pink. The stockings were smoothly wrapped around Shin Lily's exquisite pair of jade feet and long, well-boned legs. This level of smoothness is enough to make you think about it. Pretty, isn't it? Shin Lily said proudly, still confident in herself. Would you like a kiss? I won't tell my sister. Xia Yan was speechless and got to the point after helping her put on her stockings. He couldn't begin to say "Do you like me?" with the utmost confidence, even if it was true. Lily, don't ever pull those little stunts on me again. He could only remind her politely. So what, I like you no less than my sister. Otherwise, why don't you come be my boyfriend? I know my sister spoils you, but I can do things that my sister can't. How about it, Xia Yang? You think about it. Ugh, why don't you understand what I'm saying? You're still young, there's no need to like me, there's a superb number of handsome guys in the school waiting for you to pick. Xia Yang persuaded bitterly. None of them are as handsome as you, and I just love you, I've loved you from the first moment I saw you. Xia Yang was about to be crushed by Shen Lily. What's this all about? That kind of thinking has to change in you. Just know. I just love you. I can't live without you in this life. Lily, you're still young and your liking for me is just a youthful ignorance. I don't want to put your sisterly feelings at odds because of me. Oomph, not listening. Shen Lily really refused to listen to anything she said. I recorded it, and I'll take it to your sister later so she can see that you're all talk. Xia Yang shook the cell phone in his hand. Helpless, he had to threaten her with a non-existent recording. I didn't expect Shen Lily to be completely unperturbed. Go ahead, after letting my sister hear about it she'll definitely beat me up, and then I'll tell Dad. You want to marry my sister? Home will be difficult. Well, that's good, you can be my boyfriend when you and your sister get separated. Xia Yang couldn't say anything to her, and Shen Yanran was fast arranging things. The first talk was declared a failure. Lily Shen even asked him to consider the suggestion she made before he left. Said he was welcome back anytime. He wants it all. Is he the kind of person Xia Yang is? When Xia Yang turned to leave, Shen Lily hugged him from behind. Both arms wrapped tightly around his waist. What are you doing? Xia Yang panicked. Now Shen Yanran could come out to look for him at any time. Brother Xia Yang, I just want to hug you. I will naturally let go when I've hugged you enough. Wait for your sister to come out. Xia Yang tried to break his hand. Don't move or I'll have to call out loudly. If I remember correctly, it was brother Xia Yang himself who came to me secretly behind my sister's back, right? Lily Shen pressed herself against him, smelling him. Xia Yang? Shen Yanran called out to Xia Yang after she finished the call and realized that he didn't know where to go. Get off! He was sweating coldly. How long would he be locked up in the basement if Shen Yanran saw this scene? Chapter 22, The Swimsuit Sisters. Knowing that Lily Shen likes herself, she will still be threatened often. Isn't going into her room just like going into a tiger's den? Give me a kiss and I'll let you go. She wanted so badly to make this man in her arms her own, but now was not the time. Shen Yanyan's voice and footsteps are getting closer and closer. No longer get rid of Shen Lily will really barbecue. She pointed to her lips, then waited for a kiss. Xia Yang had a flash of light in the moment of crisis, and directly came up towards Shen Lily's forehead with a move of dragonfly pointing water. Shen Lily felt only a slight wetness on her forehead, and it was over. That's it? Okay, I kissed you, come on, let go. Shen Lily eventually let Xia Yang escape her room. Kissing the forehead was fine, Xia Yang being able to take the initiative to kiss himself was already a big improvement. She also didn't want to fall out with her sister. Shen Yanran was still very good to her when she didn't have Xia Yang as her boyfriend. After meeting Xia Yang, her heart was set on him. At that time Shen Yanran brought back inside the villa, ready to explore life. Unfortunately, at that time Xia Yang green and shy, the two slept in bed one night past nothing happened. Shen Lily was mesmerized by Xia Yang from then on and could never forget him after meeting him once. There are too many boys who like Shen Lily, all of them have money and face, she can't even look at them, her heart has been occupied by Xia Yang. Where did you just go? A little bored, walking around inside the villa. Xia Yang forced himself to be calm. Fortunately Shen Yanran did not get suspicious. I've already arranged it, just pack some bags and we'll leave. Shen Yanran walked over in her high heels and wanted to have a passionate kiss with Xia Yang. She hadn't kissed Xia Yang for 2 hours. Xia Yang dodged back slightly and gave a very reasonable reason. I just finished breakfast and my mouth is full of soy milk flavor. Better wait until I go brush my teeth first. I tried red wine flavored kisses last time, I haven't tried soy milk. Xia Yang, a big man, was walloped by Shen Yanran and he couldn't retreat. Shen Yanyan kissed Xia Yang with a swiftness of thunder and lightning. Her kissing skills were too powerful, and Xia Yang's entire body was in a daze. Couldn't care less about anything. Honey, how many times have I told you to use your nose to change air when kissing, and how come you can't learn? People haven't even kissed enough. Who? Xia Yang found that his legs were a bit soft. It wasn't that he couldn't learn how to use his nose to change his breath. Once he was kissed by this goblin, the whole person sank into it. Where would he care to change his breath? Shen Yanran smiled with satisfaction when she realized that Xia Yang was kissed by herself until her legs went weak. Well, why don't you go out to the garage and get that business car out, and walk a little steadier? Facing Shen Yanran's teasing, Xia Yang did not dare to respond. It's embarrassing for a grown man to be kissed until his legs go weak. Shen family has money, the two sisters traveling do not need to go out in big bags, with money there is everything. Pack some often where clothes can be, this time to go to the beach, less swimsuit. There's not much to a man's swimsuit, it's just a pair of big pants, and the rest is all about holding up your body. With 8-pack abs and a perfect slammin' body, this is the best bathing suit for a man. And Zhang, as it happens, has. The sisters had all appreciated Xia Yang's body that looked thin in clothes and meaty out of clothes. Women's bathing suits are too diverse, various styles, various patterns, the amount of fabric, the content inside is too profound, even if you discuss with you all a day may not be able to finish. Both Lily Shen and Yan Yanshen's bathing suits were black dress styles in different colors. One chooses black and one chooses white. Shen Yanran prepared all of Xia Yang's clothes for him and put them in her suitcase. The villa is not too far from the vacation destination, a 4-hour drive away. This time, Xia Yang drove the car and drove the sisters off. Shen Yanyan and Shen Lily were talking in the car, along with an accompanying female bodyguard. Came to the beach. Sea breeze came, the beach there are a lot of people in the happy play, there is no lack of single beauty and handsome, and dragged the family to vacation. A pair of white thighs, yuck. A beautiful sight to behold. Xia Yang didn't even look at it, his own girlfriend was even better. Shen Yanran's legs he could play with for the rest of his life. He remembered the image of putting stockings on Lily Shen in the morning. Stop. Can't think. Xia Yang shook off thoughts that shouldn't be there. Tomorrow he was going to give Shen Yanyan the opportunity to wear stockings himself, his girlfriend hadn't even enjoyed this treatment yet. Go ahead and check into the hotel, I've got a suite booked. There were 3 rooms inside the suite, one for Shen Lily, one for the female bodyguard, and one naturally for Shen Yanyan and Xia Yang to live together. The group settled down, and the female bodyguard used advanced equipment to check every corner for cameras without dead ends, just in case. Then they ate a nice meal and then started for the beach. Shen Yanran drove Xia Yang out of the room when she was changing her swimsuit, not because she was shy, giving him a look to change wouldn't be the same kind of eye-catching feeling. Shen Lily opened the door to her room and said to Xia Yang, "Do you want to come in?" Her room was easy to get into and hard to get out of, something Xia Yang had experienced. Oof. Shen Lily also closed the door when she saw Xia Yang's indifference. The doors of the 2 rooms opened at the same time. White dress swimsuit looked Shen Lily pure sex, black dress swimsuit lining Shen Yanji provocative. They are literally angels and demons incarnate. Xia Yang couldn't even move his eyes. It's wonderful. After waking up from the shock of that beauty, Xia Yang picked up the phone and asked the front desk for 2 long bath towels for Shen Yanran to drape over, covering the nosebleed-inducing spring light. Xia Yang, drape one over me as well. Shen Lily wanted the same treatment, because this move of his represented possessiveness of a person. Let your sister give help draping you. Shen Yanran personally draped Shen Lily. Zhang walked into the room to take off his clothes and put on his swim trunks and he was done. The superb body of the 2 sisters can't take their eyes off them. Xia Yang held his girlfriend's hand and set off for the beach. The 2 superb sisters walked around Xia Yang, and the men on the beach were envious of their good fortune. This guy saved the universe in his previous life, right? There are 2 of these superb women at once. The sisters also brought some sunscreen. Shen Yanran handed a bottle of sunscreen to Xia Yang, the meaning was obvious, help me wipe. It's his obligation as a boyfriend. Xia Yang's palms were evenly coated with sunscreen oil and then slowly applied to the skin that was like fine sheep's fat. Shen Yanran closed her eyes comfortably, enjoying this feeling. As soon as her covering came off, she attracted countless horny men watching from the shadows. I should have known better than to come. Xia Yang thought it would be nice to swim in the villa. Chapter 23. Lily Shen is accosted by someone. Honey, it has to be smeared like this. Shen Yanyan redraped the bath towel used to block the view and guided Xia Yang on how he should apply the sunscreen. His face was quickly turning red, the beach sun was too hot. Under Shen Yanyan's guidance, the sunscreen oil applied to Xia Yang's palm was evenly spread all over Shen Yanyan's skin so that she wouldn't have to worry about the hot sun on the beach. Shen Lily was secretly skimming her lips on the sidelines. She also wanted Xia Yang to help her put on sunscreen. Satisfied, Shen Yanyan saw Shen Lily struggling with sunscreen on one side, and she took over the bottle to help her sister wipe it up. She still loved Lily Shen after all. The man on the beach gulped as his throat moved up and down at the sight. Why is the sun on this beach so hot all of a sudden? It was already a great blessing to spend the night with one of the beauties, and it would be worth dying if it was two together. It's okay for single guys to think about it, but those who have girlfriends around can be miserable. Their partners make use of their ancestral skills, attacking the soft flesh of the men's loins or else twisting their ears. As good as I look? Men still have a strong desire to survive in the face of their girlfriend's death quiz. You're the best looking. In fact, the girls were even more fascinated when they saw Xia Yang. On your belly still dare to think don't get beautiful women, look at the boys next to others, you have a tenth of others handsome it, people 8-pack abs. At first I was really blind to choose you. Men caught in the act can only bow their heads and admit their mistakes. Some single men, however, were in the way of Xia Yang, who was really perfect in every aspect, and after comparing their conditions they could only look secretly. This does not include Zhang Daming. He was lying on his side in one of the beach chairs, his sunglasses couldn't stop his leering gaze. It's too good to be true. It was the first time he had seen such a beautiful chick. If he could get both sisters into bed, he's going to heaven just thinking about it, and if he can realize it he must be happier than going to heaven. Young Mr. Zhang, do you want it? A lapdog with an iced drink bowed his head and asked for his opinion, and as long as Zhang Daming nodded his head, they would use all sorts of underhanded means to send their prey to Zhang Daming's bed. Zhang Daming's group of dog legs under his hand can do this kind of thing easily. And this hotel, the beach, is all Zhang Daming's father's property, which is equivalent to a home game. He waved his hand. There was an innate aura about the sisters, they must be the second generation of a rich family. It's better to come by normal means. He has eaten too much of that kind of passed out dish, beautiful women, of course, to capture both the body and mind to have fun. He watched for some time and realized that the older one was already married and the younger one appeared to be in a single state. The corners of his mouth quirked with confidence. The use of more than one mean and nasty tactic gave him an inexplicable confidence. He straightened the flowery shirt he was wearing and took his sunglasses off as he walked toward Lily Shen. Xia Yang, I'm going to the restroom. Shen Yanran seemed to have drunk too much water. The female bodyguard followed Shen Yanran to the women's restroom. It came to the part that Xia Yan was most afraid of, being alone with Shen Lily. Xia Yang, I haven't put on any sunscreen here yet, will you help me? The place that Lily Shen pointed out, it's not even sunny, okay? No. You just helped your sister wipe it all, I saw it. Why can't you wipe it for me? That's my girlfriend, of course I help her wipe. Help, just once. Just wipe your back. Brother Xia Yang. Shen Lily pouted, but Xia Yang still gritted his teeth and refused. Even Shen Lily had taken the initiative to pour sunscreen on his hands, so he could rub them all over Shen Lily's skin whenever he wanted. Beauty, why don't I help you wipe it? I have a good position over there. Can you give me a favor and move over? Zhang Daming thought he was incredibly handsome and took the sunscreen into his hands without Shen Lily's consent. The two doglegs next to him felt that Zhang Daming was simply handsome for doing so. Lily, you can't go with him. Xia Yan pulled Shen Lily, who was going to go over there. His tone was very serious. Shen Lily saw that Xia Yang was in a hurry, and a plan sprang up in her heart. I advise you to shut up and hurry up and let go. Zhang Daming scolded. Soon this beauty will be mine. Xia Yang raised his head and looked towards Zhang Daming, whose eyes were dark and sharp. Chilling. Stare. Staring at me is useful? Zhang Daming's speech wasn't so fluent anymore. Xia Yang no longer paid attention to this little yakuza and said to Shen Lily, stop it, will you? Your sister will be back soon. You have to promise me 3 conditions. Shen Lily took the opportunity to make her demands. She expected that Xia Yang would not allow herself to go with Zhang Daming, so she was emboldened. What else could Xia Yang do? It could only reluctantly agree. Only then did Shen Lily happily return to Xia Yang's side, and Zhang Daming stood next to him like a clown. From beginning to end, Shen Lily didn't say that she wanted Zhang Daming to help her put on sunscreen. Where has young Master Zhang ever suffered such an indignity? You're gonna have to do this the hard way, aren't you? We'll see. He left with his little brother in ashes, and he couldn't do anything about it in broad daylight. You were the one who just said you'd put sunscreen on me, and that's not included in the 3 requests. Get on with it. Chapter 24 Zhang Daming's Revenge. Xia Yan quickly rubbed sunscreen on her. After spending half a minute rubbing her down, Shen Yanran came back. Sister, let's go swimming. Shen Lily was in a playful mood. Shin Yanran had just played interactive games with Xia Yang last night and this morning, and now after being idle, she just wanted to lie down and sunbathe and rest a little.
Xia Yang, are you going? No go.
There are so many perverts on the beach, he has to guard his girlfriend.
I'll go by myself. Lily Shin grabbed a rented surfboard and went surfing on her own. Honey, come here a minute.
After Shin Lily left, Shin Yanyan let Xia Yang lie on a beach chair with herself and placed her long, straight legs on him.
Honey, did you just put sunscreen on my sister? Xia Yang's body instantly stiffened. How did Yan Yan know about this? So you know.
He rubbed his nose sheepishly.
I just saw it when I came back from the restroom, and you promised her 3 more demands, didn't you?
Well. If Shin Yanran was a snake demon, the current Xia Yang should have been tied up by her spitting out her letter with her tail with only a head left outside. A delinquent came up to me while you were going to the restroom, and I had to oblige her for a while to keep Lily from going with him. Shin Yanran had actually seen everything that had just happened with her own eyes, and she was saying it now in order to knock Xia Yang out, lest he eat from the bowl and look at the pot.
Sister, why do you like Xia Yang?
Shin Yanran looked deep in her eyes at her sister who was surfing to her heart's content in the sea. She was as beautiful as a mermaid princess.
When Lily makes those 3 requests of you, you must tell me, dear, don't go behind my back and sneak off to fulfill them. You don't like living inside the basement either, do you?
Got it.
Shin Yanran kissed the understanding Xia Yang after getting a satisfactory answer. As long as it didn't touch Shin Yanran's bottom line, she was really good and kind to Xia Yang.
Shin Lily played for a period of time to play enough, during which a lot of handsome over to talk to her were mercilessly rejected by her. If you run into some stalker, Shin Yanran, the sister barely let her boyfriend out to smooth things over.
No matter what, she was Lily Shin's sister. It's really annoying, those people keep coming over and hitting on me.
Shin Lily complained to Xia Yang, but Xia Yang no longer dared to talk to Shin Lily.
Just answer him, oh.
Monosyllabic words. Shin Lily discovered Xia Yang's abnormality after talking to him a few times, and her mind spun fast. He obviously wasn't like this before he left, so what exactly caused him to not want or even dare to talk to himself? Could it be that Xia Yang was seen by her sister when she helped herself to sunscreen?
And was warned? Then wouldn't my sister know that she likes Xia Yang? Shocking waves rose beneath Lily Shin's calm exterior.
It was still too hasty and shouldn't have taken such a big risk to set Xia Yang up. But now that my sister wasn't looking for herself, she would have to wait and see what happened. This time she had really picked up the watermelon and lost the durian. When evening came, Xia Yang and his group were ready to leave and wait for tomorrow. At dinner time, tourists jammed all the restaurants in the neighborhood, and the tourists, many of whom were rich, went to the higher class restaurants without a place.
No more searching, sis, let's go back to the hotel and order food and ask them to bring it to the room?
Shin Lily had been playing for a long time, her stamina was pretty much depleted and her stomach was rumbling.
Beautiful women have to eat too.
If Shin Yanran wasn't there, she was going to use one of her 3 demands to get Xia Yang to carry her.
Yan Yan, one of the least crowded restaurants is lined up until 8 p.m. Xia Yang said. Shin Yanran also had to compromise and go back inside the hotel.
At this moment, Zhang Daming was in the surveillance room inside the hotel, tightly staring at the screen in the direction of the main door.
Young master, they're back. A dogleg yelled. Shut up. I saw it.
They must have realized that the restaurants around them are full at this time.
Blackie, go to the back kitchen right now and add some medicine in for them after they order.
No sleeping pills this time, use the new stuff.
Okay, I'll get right on it.
Chick, you treat me like during the day, but at night I want you all on your knees together begging me.
Ha 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 ha. As for you, I've already got a couple of ones for you.
Zhang Daming said as he stared fiercely at Xia Yang inside the surveillance.
Little Yellow, bring me my pills.
The other dogleg man immediately went to get the medicine that could make Zhang Daming powerful. Usually he was not useful. People order super delicious food when they are hungry. Shin Lily ordered the most expensive deluxe seafood set inside the hotel, enough for 4 people. Shin Yanran, on the other hand, ordered a bottle of white wine. She wanted to taste the white wine-flavored Xia Yang. Xiao Hei, the lapdog, thought he was smart, seeing that Xia Yang and the others had ordered so many dishes, and the wine had only ordered a bottle.
So it's straightforward to put the stuff all through a special syringe into the wine.
Deluxe seafood packages are expensive and the process of making them is tedious. Shin Yanran simply went to take a shower and then slowly ate when she came out. She would get to her room and then send a wet picture to Zhang sitting in the hall.
Honey, I'm taking a shower, want to come along? Want. Xia Yang got up and went back to his room. He had just reached the door when Shen Yanran pulled him in. Master, let me help you bathe. Only a moment later, Shen Yanran had actually changed into this morning's maid's uniform. That bright, noble and seductive Miss Shen was currently playing the role of a maid in front of Xia Yang. In order to satisfy Xia Yang, Shen Yanran even imitated her temperament. Xia Yang felt that no matter how excessive a request he made, Maid Shen would try her best to do it. Maid Shen helped Xia Yang put hot water in the bathtub and also helped him undress very gently. Master, I'll give you a back rub. The deluxe seafood set was prepared and delivered to the room. Shen Lily was too hungry, so she ate first. After she ate 2 crab legs, she felt a little thirsty and opened the bottle of white wine that Shen Yanran had ordered. Wine was supposed to go well with seafood, and she drank a third of the white grapes on her own. Xia Yang and Shen Yanran's baths usually took an hour at the latest to finish, and they hadn't even come out yet. Shen Lily was full. So somewhat hot? Was the air conditioner left on? Shen Lily took the air conditioner remote control and looked at it, 18 degrees. It's obviously open. A blush appeared on her pretty, heart-stoppingly pretty face. Xia Yang. Open the door. Chapter 25 Xia Yang's Choice. That memory that no one knew about kept coming back to her. Shen Lily is now full of Xia Yang. She wants to kiss Xia Yang, wants to be with Xia Yang. The two in the room heard Lily Shen's knock on the door. Presumably dinner had arrived. Unexpectedly wearing a bathrobe, Xia Yang was kissed by Shen Lily as soon as she opened the door, and her small hands were still restless. Xia Yang, I like you so much, super, 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 super. Muah. Lily Shen. Shen Yanran yelled, startling even the bodyguards staying inside the room. The drugged Shen Lily only had Xia Yang in her eyes. Shen Yanran was furious. Using all her strength, she peeled her sister off of Xia Yang. If it wasn't for my own sister, the slap would have really gone down. It's a shame that you still love her so much. Lily seems a bit off. Xia Yang said in a hurry. What's wrong? Is kissing you not enough? Shen Yanran completely lost her usual coquettish look. No. She might be drugged and hot all over. Even if she liked me better, she wouldn't dare be so reckless in front of you. It was then that Shen Yanran noticed the difference in her sister. Delirious and only saying unpleasant things. Her anger subsided when she figured out the truth. Who was so cruel to drug us? The first order of business is to get her to the hospital, and as for who really drugged her, to come back and investigate. All three of them had a hard time subduing Shen Lily in this situation, and in the end, Xia Yang simply let her hang on to herself. Shen Yanran couldn't say anything more. Outside the door. Are you sure you sent the spiked dinner in? Zhang Daming reconfirmed just to be on the safe side. I saw it sent in with my own eyes, so you can rest assured. That's good. Since it was a hotel owned by his own family, Zhang Daming had ways to open the seemingly tight door. Xia Yang and his party didn't even have time to open the door before it was opened by Zhang Daming from outside. Hey, babes, I'm coming. Zhang Daming's voice rattled in mid-sentence. What's going on? They're all still awake? Xia Yang instantly recognized Zhang Daming, the one who drugged him. You're the bastard who drugged Lily, aren't you? Even with a writhing Shen Lily hanging from his body, it didn't affect him in the slightest from punching Zhang Daming away, and the two lapdogs tried to come forward to attack, only to be kicked one by one. All three scourges fainted. Xia Yang didn't have time to pay attention to them now. Shen Lily was really getting hot and had to hurry to the hospital. This attraction has just been approved above to be developed. Stores are easy to build, high-end restaurants are easy to build, only the hospital is difficult to build. There is only one small, privately owned medical clinic, the legitimacy of which is unknown. But Xia Yang has no choice. The bigger hospitals are 50 kilometers away. Go wherever Shen Lily is hot as a cutie. Xia Yang went to pay the bill, and the female bodyguard in Shen Yanran controlled Shen Lily to find a doctor. There was only one doctor in there, and Shen Yanran and the female bodyguard crashed them when they went in. That nurse ran out of the clinic in a panic. Zhao Lubachi was crashed through the adultery, just wanted to lose his temper, saw Shen Yanran, this absolute beauty, anger disappeared without a trace. A pair of thieving eyes looked between Shen Yanran and Shen Lily. Doctor, my sister has been drugged, look at her. Zhao Lubachi heard the word drugged, he looked at Shen Lily's state. This situation, this private small medical clinic has no way to solve, only through the most primitive way. He looked at Shin Yenran's side. Apparently there were no males, so wouldn't this big beauty be cheaper for himself? At the moment we have no way here but to remove the effects of the drug through that route. And this is important. I guess it is a potent drug. If not even resolved, the patient will be left with a lifetime of after effects. He deliberately said it was very serious, prompting Shin Yenran to make up her mind so he could hold the beauty. What can we do? Shin Yenran heard Zhao Lubachi words in her anxiety. If her sister turned out to have serious sequelae she went home at all cannot account for. As a sister she cannot just watch her sister accident. Zhao Lubachi's eyes plainly read, "Let me help. I'd be happy to." Shin Yenran saw the bloated Zhao Lubachi's thieving rat eyes filled with desire and filth for Shin Lily. It was disgusting that he was hitting on his own sister. She knew her sister would kill herself when she woke up and found herself defiled by such a man. People are very good at weighing the pros and cons, just like the demon king in the story, who told the king at the beginning that he wanted to marry the princess, and the king would never agree to the demon king's request until he died, but the demon king made the situation worse at the beginning by threatening to lead an army of monsters to attack the kingdom. Then the king will take the initiative to write a letter to the demon king, in which he writes, "We should all make peace, and you, demon king, can ask for anything you want." Some timid kings would even offer to send their princesses up. She left Zhao Lubachi a disgusted look and immediately turned away. Xia Yang hurriedly arrived. "How's it going?" Zhao Lubai knew that he had no chance with that extremely beautiful woman when he saw Xia Yang's appearance. "Let's go." Xia Yang and his group returned to the hotel again, and the fainting trio had already disappeared. "Xia Yang, I'm going to break up with you tonight." Shin Yenran approached the house while holding the octopus like Shin Lily, while speaking out of turn. "What? It takes one person to undo the medicine in Lily, and there's no way I'm going to let a strange man help my sister. I know Lily likes you, so you're the best person for the job." Shin Lily relied on her instincts to find Xia Yang and messed around on him. Small mouth said some words that could not fall on deaf ears. "You can also choose not to save." Shin Yenran left this room to them without the slightest bit of procrastination, and went to the room where Shin Lily lived by herself. She was afraid she'd backtrack. The female bodyguard also retreated. Xia Yang felt Shin Lily's increasing body temperature. If she continued to consume like this she would really burn out her brain. He didn't expect Shin Yenran to break up with himself for his sister. It happened so suddenly that Xia Yang was pounced on the bed by Shin Lily before he could react. He first resisted, but in the end, he could not bear to see Shin Lily hot as a little cutie. Allowing Shin Lily to drown herself. Rolling Lily. Shin loses her mind. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the medicinal properties in Shin Lily's body only evaporated completely, turning into a mess of mud stained on Xia Yang's body. Chapter 26, The Wicked First. She wanted to say something else, but her stamina was at its limit. Her eyelids were too heavy to hold them up. She closed her eyes and... A knock from the outermost door broke the silence between the two. Xia Yang opened the door, and the visitors were Zhang Daming and the two doglegs that he had knocked out last night. "That's him. Assaulted us last night." Last night Zhang Daming couldn't swallow his breath for a night after being beaten. He missed for the first time, not to mention being sent flying. His dad didn't even hit him. Couldn't wait to get Xia Yang inside for tea in the morning. The surveillance video from the back kitchen had been deleted by them and there was no more evidence of drugging. That bottle destroyed the evidence last night after they woke up knocked out. And at that time, these three assholes were sent flying by Xia Yang before they even entered the room, and the surveillance in the corridor saw it clearly. This wave, is evil. Come with us. This world is not like Blue Star, where law enforcement can shoot if they don't cooperate. Shin Yenran was anxious when she saw the situation. Enforcer, they were the ones who drugged us last night before Xia Yang made his move. No matter what, come back with me first. It's fine, if I'm not back by the evening then contact Lung Xuangyu. Xia Yang said calmly. He could see that the two enforcers were obviously fishy and might have been bribed by Zhang Daming. Shin Yenran hurriedly called Shin Ting. At this time, Shin Ting was doing something unseemly. When he saw a call coming he burned with nameless anger, but was afraid it was his own wife calling. So it had to be picked up. "Mr. Shin, leave the phone alone," a beautiful woman with excellent posture said in a dainty voice. He signaled his secretary to keep quiet for a while. He picked up his cell phone and realized that it was his daughter who was calling and immediately dropped his lifted heart. "What can I do for Daddy, daughter?" "Daddy's busy." "Dad, Xia Yang has been taken away by the people from the Law Enforcement Bureau, help him." Shin Ting thought that his daughter had called him for something and it was about this brat again. No save. Shin Yanran told her dad all about what happened, with a little bit of the facts modified in the middle, of course. Someone moves his own daughter. Shinting of course did not agree. He hung up the phone and used the relationship. Because it was him who was the son-in-law of the Zhao family, he usually dined with people of the level of the head of the Law Enforcement General Bureau. Zhang Daming is finished. Not only would he be taken to jail, but the Zhang family, a second-rate family, would also fall under the Shin family's retaliation. Mr. Shin, well no, I cannot wait. The secretary has been too impatient, fearing that Shin Ting has something to leave, their money will not be gone. Lily Shin woke up and touched the side to find it empty. Was last night a dream? No way. She walked out before she could gather herself. Sister, where's Xia Yang? He's been arrested by those scumbags who reported to the police yesterday. I've asked for help, Dad. You're here to take me on a trip to the law enforcement office. I'm going too. Shin Lily went back to her room to casually find clothes to put on, and followed Shin Yanran to set off to the law enforcement bureau. Xia Yang was brought inside the law enforcement bureau, and the one who arrested him first played the surveillance video of Xia Yang hitting someone. Did you do this? Xia Yang didn't say yes or no. He couldn't answer along with his question or he would fall into the trap he had prepared. This video should be preceded by a clip of them opening the door to my room. Kid. I'm not going to bully you either. This time you've messed with the wrong person. Better behave or I'll be rude. Xia Yang didn't expect this one of the smallest rank law enforcement bureaus to be so unbearable. I don't want to talk until my lawyer comes. Xia Yang chose to remain silent. If Yan Yan had called Lang Frost Moon, this problem would naturally be solved. Half a bell at the most. Young Zhang is awesome. The two lapdogs frantically patted their asses, and they got out a mouthful of bad anger. They also destroyed the evidence. Hey, how dare you hit me? Go eat jail. Shin Ting had just gotten through to the head of their law enforcement directorate, and a phone call cascaded down. This little law enforcement director was scolded by his superiors. Hurry up and release the people after you've given your statements. I'll send someone to investigate next. This time, the orders were typed from the general directorate, and they were all executed with great efficiency. An hour later, a team of very experienced enforcers was sent from above to ask for details in person. Doggedly, the simplest of deletion operations for them was quickly restored, and the drugged image was seen in full view. When Zhang Daming and his gang were arrested, they didn't know what was going on. The evidence was destroyed. They took away the wine, but not the glass in which Lily Shin drank. The situation was immediately reversed. The director of the Law Enforcement Bureau personally escorted Xia Yang to the door, where Shin Yanran and Shen Lily were waiting for him. Xia Yang, are you alright? Although Shin Ting had already said that Xia Yang would be able to come out soon, the sisters were still uneasy. Shin Yanran jumped into Xia Yang's embrace, and the familiar feeling returned. Xia Yang coveted this feeling. Huma, could you? He opened his mouth and didn't say the brazen words. Can what? Lily Shin asked after holding him in a sideways glance. Nothing, just go back today. Only a day or two out, a lot of things have changed dramatically. When getting into the car, Shin Lily obediently made it to the back row, leaving the passenger side to Shin Yanran. Got back to the hotel and packed up and headed back. A car with 4 people, including the bodyguard, each with their own mind. Shen Lily looked at Xia Yang, who was driving, and then at her sister. I didn't expect my sister to let Xia Yang fix my medication. The atmosphere between them was so cold. Lily Shin had been made too sickly by her sister, but of course that was only for sisters. If it was Long Shuangyu who wanted to take away Xia Yang, ha! The female bodyguard felt the atmosphere was so strange. She was uncomfortable all over. How will things go next? Xia Yang completely missed the sentence Shin Yanran said, I'm going to break up with you tonight. The keyword more critical than scorekeeper is tonight. He was still in the midst of his grief. The business car returned to the villa, and Xia Yang parked the car after moving things down. Having broken up with Shin Yanran, he didn't have that qualification or need to stay here. I'm going home first. Xia Yang, you don't live here anymore? Shen Lily asked ahead of him. No leaving. Shin Yanran came over and hugged him. What's going on? Didn't Huma break up with me? Chapter 27 Reconciliation. Fool, why can't you understand me? Last night is over, and from the moment dawn breaks, we are back to our old relationship. In this life, in the next life you will never leave me. Xia Yan thought back to the unforgettable scene last night and understood what Shin Yanran meant. Why don't you say anything? I've been planted on you my whole life, and you want to use this to get rid of me to finally xuan you? There was an air of danger about both sisters. How could I possibly do that? Xia Yang denied it repeatedly. That's good, honey, I was up all night last night, let's go to bed now. Xia Yang was so excited that he hugged Yin Yan on the spot, and she exclaimed in shock. Shen Yanran's eyes have already appeared a light green color. Xia Yang heartache. Honey, come a little closer, I need to be in your arms to fall asleep. Xia Yang lay on his side and put Shen Yanran into his arms, and she quickly fell asleep. Xia Yang, who hadn't slept all night, also fell asleep. The two slept until 7 p.m. When Xia Yang woke up, Shen Yanran quietly examined him. The straight stare was a little too much for him. Yan Yan, do you mind if I? Xia Yang still asked that question. I can't just give my own sister to a strange man to spoil. She sighed. I said before I went back to my room that you could care less, but you couldn't bear to still help Lily lose the drug, could you? The two spoke their hearts out and there was no longer any separation. When you said you were going to break up with me that time, my heart hurt so much. I'm just afraid you'll have a burden on your mind. Honey, I still have to remind you that just because I can tolerate this accident doesn't mean I can tolerate other women, and if you turn philandering, this thing will break. Shen Yanran's veiled hand slowly grabbed it. Cold sweat ran down Xia Yang's back. This threat was fatal to any normal man. I'm not going to mess around. I hope my darling can do what he says. Shen Yanran asked for a kiss from Xia Yang after she finished speaking. Just in time, Lily Shen opens the door and sees the two kissing passionately. Sister, it's time to eat. Shen Lily didn't hold back. Xia Yang ended the long kiss after hearing the sound. Honey, what are you still shy about? It's just a matter of eating first. Shen Yan didn't seem to have enough fun yet, before she wore the maid's uniform with concern for Shen Lily and only wore it inside the room. She didn't care if she kissed Xia Yang in front of Shen Lily now. Things have come to this state. Shen Lily did not sit across from Xia Yang, but to his left. Shen Yanran gave Xia Yang dishes, while Shen Lily fed him. This kind of simply imperial treatment. Ah. I can do it myself. Xia Yang wasn't used to this way of eating. Don't you guys just focus on me, hurry up and eat. Xia Yang helped them with their dishes. Eat more, darling. Right. Brother Xia Yang, you eat more. Under the pressure of the two sisters, he ate 3 bowls of rice and a lot of food. After dinner the three watched a little TV together. Shen Yanran went to take a bath first, and when she finished Xia Yang then went to wash. Xia Yang was soaking inside the bathtub when a person came in. He thought it was Shen Yanran coming in. Yuma, want to take a dip together? Nope. The aroma on Huma wasn't this kind. Xia Yang learned the stunt without a teacher smelling the fragrance to recognize women. Brother Xia Yang, you guessed wrong. Oh, I'm not a sister. Lily. How did you get in here? Xia Yang's big movement broke the calm water surface of the bathtub, and a lot of water gushed out from the edge of the bathtub. I'll give you a bath, doesn't my sister always rub your back? Shen Lily is really pure and lustful, very capable of awakening the beast in a man's heart. Shen Yanran was wearing a black lace nightgown, and her shapely figure was laid out on the bed, creating a great visual impact. No one can resist this temptation. The sound of the two conversing in the bathroom came out. Ugh, I should have let her burn as a cutie in the first place. Shen Yanran had already begun to regret letting Xia Yang save Shen Lily. Ryoga coughed. Shen Lily knew that if she kept pestering Xia Yang, her sister was going to get angry. Brother Xia Yang, my back rubbing skills are okay, right? I'll come back next time to help with the back rub. Xia Yang came out from inside the bathroom after putting on his clothes and saw Shen Yanran, the siren, hooking her finger towards him. Honey, hurry over, what are you waiting for? The fire was already still burning and someone was adding wood to it. Xia Yang pounced on the bed, 2 hands hold down Shen Yanran's wrist. Will be this fascination death of the siren confined? Guest, are you going to bully a little woman like me? What do you say? Chapter 28, Caught by Girlfriend's Dad. Shen Yanran's call to Shen Ting also reveals that she and Xia Yang are still seeing each other. Shen Ting, who was abroad, was afraid that Zhao Kite would call her because something had happened to his daughter, so he hurried back so as not to be noticed by Zhao Kite that something was wrong. At 6 in the morning, when the two of them were still sleeping a beautiful sleep under the blanket, Shen Ting came back on a private jet. He even told that secretary before he got off the plane not to initiate a call. Shen Lily wanted to personally make a breakfast for Xia Yang, and just as she woke up, she ran into her angry old father. Oops. Shin Lily knew something was wrong when she saw her old father. Sister and Xia Yang aren't awake yet. She used her cell phone to call Shin Yenran's number, then went up to stall for time. Dad. Lily, you're up so early? Is your sister at the villa? Shin Lily pocket inside the phone was connected. Shin Yenran is still complaining early in the morning to call what the result of the phone came from the other side of the father's voice. Xia Yang, wake up. My dad is coming. Shin Yenran hurriedly shook Xia Yang awake, and she was about to ask him to hide under the bed again when the knocking sound came from outside the door. Xia Yang. I know you're in there, hurry up and get the hell out. Shin Ting saw a pair of men's shoes on top of the villa's shoe rack and instantly stormed out. His own daughter was just arched by someone who didn't see eye to eye. Lily Shin couldn't stop it at all, let alone delay it. Honey, you hide inside the room, I'll go out and take a look. Shin Yenran quickly put on her clothes. She was worried that her father would strike at Xia Yang. How could Xia Yang be that kind of shrinking turtle? I'm not so gutless as this, how am I going to marry you home if I don't face my father-in-law? Xia Yang said firmly. No matter how much Shin Yenran persuaded him, Xia Yang still opened the door. Shin Ting had no qualms about pulling over Xia Yang's collar, ready to give him a hard time. Dad. Hit me if you want to. I'm the one who pursued Xia Yang. Shin Yenran barged in between the two. You. Shin Ting was shaking with anger at his own daughter, and his arm unexpectedly turned outward. Uncle, what will it take for you to promise me to be with Yin Yen? Xia Yang faced Shin Ting with no fear on his face. As long as you name the conditions, I will definitely do it. Dream on. As long as I live, you won't be able to marry my daughter and go home. You're just a toad trying to eat swan meat. Go back to your stinking gutter. Lily Shin quietly called her mother's phone to get her mother superior to come and save the day. Dad, you can't stop me from being with Xia Yang. Shin Yenran took Xia Yang's arm in front of Shin Ting to show her determination. Yuma, you're trying to piss me off. You get out quickly. Get out of my Shin family's villa. Shin Ting pointed at Xia Yang and cursed angrily. I'll go with you. Shin Yenran looked at Xia Yang, still wanting a son-in-law. I should have let you join my Zhao family when you were chasing me. Zhao Kite took a dislike to Shin Ting. Shin Ting was afraid to say a word. Whenever you agree that Yin Yen is with Xiao Yang, you can come back to me. Honey, I'm going abroad for a week. You can't do this. If Xia Yan was still here to see the scene, he would definitely be shocked. The sisters had known for a long time that only their mother could control him, which was why Shin Lily had moved Zhao Kite here. You watch. Shin Ting struggled internally. Forget it. I'll ask that kid to talk about joining the family in private some other time. With the help of Zhao Kite, the marriage between Shin Yenyan and Xia Yan finally took a turn for the better. There were no cabs coming or going in the villa area after 6 o'clock. The daytime cabs were still up and the ones that specialized in nighttime runs had just gone back to bed. He jogged the 5 kilometers to the nearest bus stop and waited for the bus. By the time he got home it was after 8 o'clock. After rinsing off his sweat and changing into a fresh set of clothes, he took out his tablet and looked at the stocks he'd bought over the last few days, which had gone up 10%. Made $100 million. It's still too slow. Xia Yang sighed. $100 million, enough for ordinary people many lifetimes. Even with the deposit of the bank, this kind of very low-yield financial methods can obtain. Ordinary people dare not think of wealth. But it's so little for the Shin family. At night when he was studying investments, Lin Yashin's voice came from outside the door. Brother, are you home? Xia Yang heard Lin Yashin's voice and immediately went to open the door. Sister Lin, you're done. Well, it's kind of over. Lin Yashin had just returned and wanted to see Xia Yang. She was wearing an OL outfit with a wraparound skirt, black stockings, and high heels. The last time Xia Yang was drunk, there was a chance to get close to Xia Yang and fulfill a wish that had been in his mind for years. For the past few days she wanted to see Xia Yang every minute, and wanted to continue to get drunk to make him say again, I like my sister too. Lin Yashin knows that she has a solid image in Xia Yang's mind, and it will take a long time before Xia Yang becomes a boyfriend. She couldn't wait. And drunken Xia Yan was so obedient. It was the look she wanted. That kind of Xia Yan. Lin Yashin did not have any resistance at all. Do you want to come over to my sister's side for dinner? Or shall we go out to eat together? Chapter 29, Brother, Sister will always spoil you. Eat at home, I just love eating what my sister cooks. Lin Yashin said dotingly, good. The female president of the Lin clan, who controlled a business empire worthy of being called a business empire, personally cooked rice for Xia Yang. I'll go over and help too. Xia Yang closed the door of his house and took the ingredients in Lin Yashin's hand. The first thing Lin Yashin did when she went back was to change the work clothes she was wearing into loose everyday clothes. That gentle and sensible temperament emanated at once. Outside Lin Yashin was the unattainable, sensible and domineering female president, but in front of Xia Yang she was just his sister Lin. Xia Yang was the only person who could see this side of Lin Yashin, the only person she doted on. Lin Yashin didn't immediately put on her apron to cook after changing her clothes, but instead sat on the sofa with Xia Yang and chatted. Brother, how did it go last time you said you were going to start a business? I was fortunate enough to be mentored by a professor, and $1 billion quickly turned a 10% profit. So why the sad face? Is there some problem with funding? Lin Yashin slowly carried Xia Yang into her arms, the two snowy peaks came to her face, and the fragrance lingered on the tip of her nose. Tell your sister if you have any difficulties. Xia Yang answered with a red face, got it. I recently read that pulling out your ears can be very comforting, would you like my sister to try it on you? Is it okay? Xia Yang also wanted to experience that feeling. I'll go ahead and get the items I need. Xia Yang was somewhat looking forward to Lin Yashin pulling out his ears, whether it was so comfortable as others had described. Come, lie here. Lin Yashin gently patted her jade leg, and Xia Yang obediently lay on it. So soft. Brother's ears are all so clean. Lin Yashin's delicate fingers gently rubbed against Xia Yang's ear. Xia Yang seemed to have an ability similar to no dust, the whole person remained untainted by mortal dust. After Lin Yashin stroked his ears were slightly red. She sent a breath inside her ear, and Xia Yang shivered slightly as a tingling sensation flowed throughout his body. Sister, if there's no filth, is it okay to end it? Xia Yang said. Lin Yashin secretly took a cell phone to take a picture of the reddish ear. Get up, it's time to cook. After pulling out his ears, that feeling of alienation hovered in Xia Yang's mind for a long time. Lin Yashin put on an apron, and that back shadow attracted Xia Yang's eyes no matter how much it was. The two of them divided their time inside the modest kitchen, cleaning the dishes, changing the knives, starting the pots, boiling the oil, and cooking the vegetables. The scene was incredibly harmonious, like a couple with a heart of gold. When it was time to eat, Lin Yashin of course didn't forget to get Xia Yang drunk. She pulled out a bottle of well-prepared red wine, which was very drinkable and easy on the head, with a little higher degree than the last one. With the drunkenness from last time, Xia Yang wouldn't drink too much when he drank. But he couldn't resist Lin Yashin using various reasons to make him drink. For example, my sister made a big project today and we celebrated. Then he raised his glass and invited Xia Yang to drink. Lin Yashin's drinking capacity is very good, she drank half a bottle like nothing, but Xia Yang repeated the same mistake. It worked. She whispered. Yang? Ha? Now Xia Yang was in the same state as last time, just drunk enough. She gleefully took out her cell phone and turned on the recording function. Say, like sister. Like sister. The obedient Xia Yang was right in Lin Yashin's heart. She presses on and steals a kiss from Zhang in the living room. She decided to be greedy. Xiao Yang, sister will love you for the rest of your life. Xia Yang had a wonderful dream, in which he seemed to be double dating with a very beautiful woman. The woman also called him little brother Yang in a loving tone. How real this dream was, as if it were real. It was a shame how he couldn't see the woman's face. Xia Yang opened his eyes and saw the ceiling before believing that the one just now was a dream. Greedy again. Xia Yang's voice was slightly hoarse, not as low and magnetic as usual. He wouldn't suspect that Lin Yashin had gotten him drunk on purpose. Xia Yang didn't notice Lin Yashin's presence when he came to the living room to look for water to drink. Sister went to work? Ding dong, at this moment, Xia Yang's cell phone received a text message from Lin Yashin. Sister's gone to work, so be good at home, there's breakfast and decoction for you in the kitchen. Xia Yang read the text message and lamented that Lin Yashin was still really busy. Going to the kitchen inside breakfast and soba soup is neatly arranged, even the chopsticks are washed, just need to eat directly. In fact, Lin Yashin had vacated 2 days to accompany Xia Yang, but the titular Lin president was weak and took advantage of the fact that Xia Yang hadn't woken up yet to leave. Today she was a little unwell and staying here would definitely attract Xia Yang's attention, so she called her assistant to drive over and get herself inside another villa after preparing breakfast for Xia Yang. Lin Yaxin's assistant was called Gu Li, her beloved and right-hand man. General Manager Lin, is that project negotiated? Gu Li asked, as she saw that Lin Yaxin was looking great and had a smile on her face the whole time. No, but it makes me even happier than if the project had been negotiated, as you'll see later. Lin Yaxin does not say. Gu Li will not go to ask too much, just this appearance of Lin Yaxin is really a bit rare, usually she is not smiling. Thinking of last night's events, Lin Yaxin didn't know how happy she was in her heart, only that her upbringing limited the expression. It was something that had been on her mind for 5 years. Every detail was etched in her mind. What should we do next time when we may not be able to use alcohol against Xiao Yang? Mr. Lin, who is a businessman, is worried about a man. Today is already considered the closing of the vacation. Xia Yang has to go to school. Fortunately it is not the early 8 class, otherwise it would be late. The arrival announcement was playing on the subway and he didn't want to get off at University City. When she went to school she would have to face Ling Frost Moon. The answer she wanted had not been given to her yet. Things went in directions never expected, and now he hadn't even figured out how to deal with that strange relationship he had with Lilishan, for which Lung Xuanyu he was going to reject. But when such hurtful words are spoken, you can't even be friends. He really didn't want to be strangers to Lung Frost Moon. A man he may have many girlfriends in his life, but a friendship of 20 years is harder to come by than gold. The subway gave the final warning sound of closing, and he got off and walked toward the school. Today's class wasn't a specialty class, and he had no choice but to face the problem head-on. Good morning, what have you been up to these past 3 days? Lung Frost Moon's tone was still as light as usual. Took a trip to the beach. Having fun? Something bad happened. The whole class was staring at them, fiancé and fiancée. How romantic. Chapter 30. Xia Yang had a car accident. Cold Frost Moon didn't come up and ask for a reply. This made Xia Yang relax a lot, but what's coming will come eventually. After class, the two of them walked together on the road towards the subway station, no different than usual. While waiting for a stoplight that says 60 seconds left to pass, 1 minute has been able to fix so many things, including getting an answer. Xia Yang, are you still choosing Xinyanran? Lung Fengyue asked out loud. In fact, she knew the answer, and even the question was asked, do you still choose her? Instead of, who do you choose between me and her? The moment still came, and Xia Yang spoke his inner choice with difficulty, Frost Moon. You'll find someone better than me. The last trace of luck within Lung Frost Moon was gone, and this was a great disservice to both of them. She was silent for a long time after she got her answer. It's my fault for not cherishing you in the first place, I wish you both happiness. There was a bit of a choke in his voice as he spoke. The green light came on, and Lung Fengyue's heart ached too much for her to try to escape. She didn't notice in this state that a minivan that had run a red light was coming towards herself at the crosswalk. Xia Yang's pupils shrunk slightly when he saw this scene, and his soul was shaken. He erupted with all the power in his body and rushed towards Lung Xuanyue, who was shrouded in danger. By the time Ling Frost Moon noticed the small sedan, it was too late to dodge. Are you going to die? A lot of things flashed through her mind in an instant. Besides her parents, the most was Xia Yang. When she thought she was about to meet a crossroads, Zhang defiantly pushed her out beyond the impact of the minivan. The harsh sound of brakes and the temperature of burning tires brought her back from her walk. The minivan braked for more than 10 meters before it stopped. She got up from the ground to find Xia Yang had been hit by a car. Blood was flowing out from inside his body, staining the ground red. Cold Frost Moon had a suffocating feeling when she saw this kind of scene. Her brain couldn't think. She hurriedly took out her cell phone and called the hospital's emergency hotline, giving the address of the crash in a shaky voice. Please come quickly. Dispatch an ambulance over here right away. Fortunately, this is only 3 kilometers from a university hospital. Emergency vehicles with siren lights whistling, nurses to start the scene. After the treatment will be Xia Yang carefully moved into the ambulance. How Lang Fengyue wished that it was all just an illusion and that the car accident had never happened at all. Xia Yang, as long as you wake up, I can do whatever I want, don't leave me, okay? At this moment she realized that there was nothing in the world greater than life and death. Xia Yang was pushed inside the emergency room, leaving Lung Xuanyu waiting outside. Every second passed so torturously, and that light was still on. Lung Xuanyu's heart was full of self-blame. If it wasn't for herself, Xia Yang wouldn't have been hit by a car. Finally, after 2 hours, the doctor came out. Cold Frost Moon ran over. Doctor, how is he doing, Xia Yang? She was afraid to hear that desperate verdict. The patient is out of danger, all that's left to do is to be hospitalized, so go ahead and check him in. Thank you. Lang Fengyue was ecstatic to hear the doctor's reply. The doctor was also puzzled by the fact that this injured man was, strangely enough, some of his organs looked to have been severely damaged, but in fact they were not that badly damaged. It's like something fixed it. Come to think of it, it can only be attributed to the injured man's good fortune to have a girlfriend as beautiful as a woman who couldn't be bothered to die. Xia Yang was transferred inside the hospital room, but he hadn't woken up yet. Lang Fengyue stayed by his side like this, and she spoke a lot of heartfelt words to Xia Yang beside the hospital bed. The nurses taking care of Xia Yang all exclaimed that the couple was so affectionate. The doctor said that your boyfriend is estimated to be able to wake up tonight, and that there's no danger. A kind-hearted nurse comforted. Long Frostmoon's current state was really heartbreaking. Thanks. The person who was secretly protecting Lang Xuanyue told Lang Jia about this matter. He changed his schedule for the day and rushed to the hospital immediately. The convoy stopped at the affiliated hospital, and the dean ran down quickly to greet Ling Jia with a big belly after receiving the news. I didn't know you were coming, that's why I didn't greet you in time. Ling Jia ignored this dean and walked directly towards Xia Yang's hospital room. The dean hurriedly followed. How come I don't know what kind of big shot lives in the courtyard? Frostmoon, how is Xiao Yang? Once Lang Jia arrived, Lang Xuanyue had the feeling that she had found something to rely on. Dad, the doctor said it's out of danger and he'll wake up tonight. Xia Yang became like this to save me. Lang Xuanyue's tears flowed down again. She had become vulnerable since Xia Yang's accident. Dad will arrange the best hospital for him, and after a while he will recover. That. Our hospital is the top 3 in the entire capital. I'll immediately transfer this gentleman to the senior ward. What do you think? This dean saw fit to try to make a good impression in front of Lang Jia. Lang Jia looked at the unconscious Xia Yang and wanted him to marry his daughter even more. Only by handing Lang Xuanyue over to him can Lang Jia rest assured. Leader, time is almost up. A commissioner reminded Lang Jia that his time was very precious and there were many important things waiting to be ordered. Frostmoon, you take good care of Xiao Yang, I'll have your mom bring you dinner. Lang Jia came and went in a hurry, and his appearance stabilized Lang Frostmoon. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Xia Yang woke up. This was thanks to the marvelous energy inside his body. Otherwise, even if he got his life back, he wouldn't have been able to wake up so quickly. Xia Yang, you're awake. Frostmoon, don't cry, we are all still alive, aren't we? Xia Yang laboriously raised his hand to try to help her wipe away her tears. Lang Fengyue took hold of his raised hand while pressing the nearby medical bell. Doctors quickly rushed to the ward, and used a variety of instruments to check Xia Yang thoroughly again. The dean gave a death order not to let anything happen to the people in this ward. The doctors scrutinized them and left with nothing more they could do than just rest and recuperate. Now Xia Yang can't eat either, and relies on glucose shots to maintain consumption. Xia Yang knew that Lang Xuanyue was feeling very guilty inside right now, and there was nothing he could do to fix it. She'll only feel better if she recovers herself. Frostmoon, can you smile? I haven't seen you smile in a long time. I'm sorry. It's all because I caused you to be hit by a car. Cold Frostmoon lowered her head. Anan, I'm in such great shape, I'll be fine in half a month. Not so sure about you getting hit. When I get out of the hospital, you're going to treat me to a big meal at that hot and spicy restaurant on the corner. Xia Yang wanted to bring this matter lightly so that Lang Xuanyue would not blame herself so much. Get some rest, and when you're out of the hospital, do whatever you want me to do. Lang Fengyue put his hand back under the covers. I won't be polite when the time comes, Frostmoon, I'm sleepy again. Xia Yang felt his eyelids a bit heavy. Go to sleep, I'll keep watch over you. Cold Frostmoon said to him gently. Chapter 31 Nightmares. Xu Qiushue soon came to the hospital with dinner. This time it's really bitter for this child, Xiao Yang. Lang Jia told her everything. Frostmoon. Mom made some of your favorite food for you, eat it. Xu Qiushue opened the lunchbox and the aroma wafted. Mom, I don't have much of an appetite. You don't eat so you have the strength to take care of Xiao Yang? Eat a little more or else starve your body. Xu Qiushue said this before Lang Xuanyue moved her chopsticks. After dinner, Xu Qiushue accompanied her daughter in the hospital until the evening. She wanted to persuade her daughter to go home and rest, but she gave up. You won't listen even if you're advised. Since it was a high-class ward, Xu Qiushue told the hospital to add a companion bed and a quilt for Lang Xuanyue to rest. Daughter, if you really can't take it anymore, rest in bed, you can't force yourself, got it? There will be a nurse inside the ward who will come to check on you every half an hour. Mommy will be back in the morning to bring you breakfast. Aha! Shu Qiushui left after looking at Xia Yan on the hospital bed. She thought to herself, after experiencing life and death, these two young people's feelings should have gone further, right? The current Leng Xuanyu only wanted Xia Yang to live a happy and joyful life, everything else didn't matter. What is there for her not to be satisfied? Xia Yang could even put his life on the line to save her. To put it another way, it was equivalent to the fact that Xia Yang had already martyred himself for her once. Xia Yang slept until noon the next day before waking up, and the doctors and nurses gave him the usual checkup. His recovery speed was fast as hell. The doctor was surprised to see the data above the instrument. According to this, he could be discharged in less than a week. If not for the gossip that this one had a close relationship with the giant man above, the doctor would have wanted to study him. This patient can eat now, but it should still be light. The doctor instructed Leng Frost Moon, and she carefully noted down every precaution. When he saw that Leng Xuanyue's beautiful eyes were slightly bloodshot, he knew that she had a sleepless night last night. The doctor said that you can eat now. Would you like to drink some kanji? Leng Frost Moon said softly. You didn't sleep last night, did you? It's fine if you want me to drink kanji. When I'm done you can lie down on the bed and take a nap. Xia Yang pointed to the companion bed next to him where the quilts were neatly folded. It is said that those who are close to the ink are black, and Xia Yang has learned such a trick after being threatened by Shen Lily for a long time. Leng Xuanyu had no room to bargain and was directly eaten to death by Xia Yang. Okay, you have the porridge first. Xia Yang saw her compromised before he was willing to open his mouth to drink the kanji, and Leng Xuanyu slowly fed him. After the kanji was finished, Leng Xuanyue got into bed at Xia Yang's urging. Just now the doctor also told her that Xia Yang's recovery was very good. He would soon be discharged from the hospital. Having experienced great joy and sorrow, she fell asleep as soon as the tightened strings of her heart dropped. Xia Yang was in a good mood. Leng Xuanyu was not injured, he was still alive, and the crack between the two was gone. Almost perfect. Bored, he now closed his eyes in order to get out of the hospital early, and as he did so he fell asleep. His parents, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, were fighting the giant dragon that dominated heaven and earth. They ended up losing to the dragon and were captured. Mom and Dad. Xia Yang directly woke up and shouted out, waking up Leng Xuanyu next to him. Xia Yang, why are you sitting up? Leng Xuanyue lifted the quilt and came to help him lie down. Sweat all over your forehead, does it hurt somewhere? She wanted to ring the bell, but Xia Yang said no. I just had a nightmare and was scared awake. Leng Fengyue, who was wiping his sweat with a paper towel, paused in her movements for a moment, thinking that Xia Yang had dreamt that he had been hit by a car. It's not what you think. Xia Yang told the dream in order to keep him from thinking too much. I just dreamt that Mom and Dad were captured by an evil dragon. Xia Yang's words reminded Leng Xuanyu of the secret her father had told her. Saying it now would just worry him more. Leng Xuanyue lied to Xia Yang for the first time. It's just a dream. Where is the evil dragon? Uncle and Aunt may come back tomorrow. Also, give me your cell phone for a second, I want a call. Leng Xuanyue handed her cell phone to Xia Yang, who was going to call Shen Yanran. The Shen family held a family meeting today under the impetus of Zhao Kite, the content of which was to vote on whether or not they should oppose Shen Yanyan being with Xia Yang, and the result was that Shen Ting failed miserably. Forced by the pressure given by his wife, he very reluctantly allowed Xia Yang to be with Shen Yanran, but he had one condition, which was that Shen Yanran should go and meet with the son of his old friend who was coming back from abroad soon. Shen Ting's old friend has a son, and he is trying to set up his daughter with his old friend's son. Why is the wife so dead set on that brat? She even told her daughter to keep a close eye on him so he doesn't get snatched up. Humph. He's only a billion points more handsome, and he's still a pauper? Shen Yanran only agreed to meet, and didn't care about anything else. The first thing she wanted to do was to tell Xia Yang the good news, but the phone didn't work. Texted and didn't reply. After 3 hours, Shen Yanran began to get restless. Mom, Xia Yang's phone hasn't been working for a long time, I'll go to his house. No way. It's almost time to eat, so you can finish this meal with Dad. Zhao Kite blankly glanced at her husband, who was petty whenever his daughter was involved. Yan Yan, just listen to your father and eat before you leave. Zhao Kite said. Shen Ting laughed, worthy of being a wife, still toward me. What can happen to him? He's so big. He's not going to get hit by a car. It's for the best. It could be that there was a problem with the timing of Shin Yanran bringing Xia Yang home, when it hadn't been long since Shin Yanran had just become romantically involved with Xia Yang, and she had introduced him to Shin Ting.
Shin Yanran is only 18, 19 years old, isn't this nonsense in his opinion?
Then Shin Ting sent his daughter to study abroad, thinking to wear out this childish love with distance and time. Since he was against Shin Yanran and Xia Yang being together, his obedient daughter rebelled. He blamed Xia Yang for all these accounts.
That's why Shin Ting had such a big stigma against Xia Yang.
Also thanks to Xia Yang's parents went to save the world did not have time to care about their own baby son, otherwise Shin Yanyan may not be able to become Xia Yang's girlfriend. Xia Yang's mother identified Lung Xuanyu as her future daughter-in-law. After a good meal, the phone still doesn't work. Shin Yanran and Shen Lily drove to Xia Yang's house and knocked on the door. No one inside said yes. Shin Yanran took out the class schedule that she had secretly screenshotted, and it showed that Xia Yang didn't have any classes right now. She was restless, spreading like a plague through her mind. At that moment an unfamiliar number called and she picked it up. Yan, it's me. Xia Yang touched his nose. He didn't want Shin Yan to know that he'd been in a car accident, but if he didn't contact her he'd been missing for a few days she might seek help from law enforcement.
Chapter 32 Shin Yanran to the hospital. Honey, where are you? You're not answering your phone, you're killing me. I'm also worried.
Shin Lily's voice came.
There's something going on the last couple of days and it's going.
Lily, are you the worm in my stomach? How come you know everything? What's worse is that the nurse came in, and Lang Xuanyu's voice talking to her was clear for them to hear through the phone.
Shin Yanran snatched the phone and said in a tone of gnashing teeth, Honey, the thing you're talking about is going on a honeymoon with Junior? You haven't forgotten what I told you, have you?
A well-intentioned lie turns into a fatal misunderstanding. Xia Yang felt a coldness in a certain part of himself. To hurry to lift this misunderstanding, he was afraid that Shin Yan at that time do not give him the opportunity to explain the direct action that might as well die in the car accident.
Misunderstanding.
Pure misunderstanding. I was hit by a car yesterday, and I'm in one of the affiliated hospitals now? Frost Moon is just here to take care of me. In order not to become a rootless person, Xia Yang desperately explains, had I known that I would have said it directly.
LOL.
Hit by a car?
Shin Yanran took the phone and went downstairs and opened the car door. Is it serious?
I'll be right there. Just as Xia Yang expected, Shin Yanyan's whole body was bad after she realized that she had been hit by a car. Shin Lily's innocent and beautiful face was also heavy with worry. The car made a drifting U-turn and headed for the hospital.
Does she know you were in a car accident?
Cold Frost Moon asked.
Well, Yan is on her way here.
Xia Yang returned the cell phone to Long Frost Moon. Then I'll leave first, call me if anything happens.
Lang Xuanyue left space for Shin Yanran and Xia Yang.
Xia Yang felt that it was good for Lang Xuanyu to leave. She stayed here and waited for the scene to get out of control herself. Now without the ability to act it was hard to stop certain unpleasant scenes from happening. Like the Shura. Go back and take more rests, and nurse your spirit a little better. Xia Yang instead urged Long Frost Moon. Lang Xuanyu turned back to Xia Yang as she walked to the door and said, If Shin Yanran doesn't have time to take care of you be sure to call me, I'll come over. With that she left. Shin Yanran and Shen Lily did not take long to come to the hospital. The sisters saw Xia Yang wearing a hospital gown lying on the hospital bed or shocked bloodless. He had only gone to great lengths to appease Ling Frosty Moon yesterday, and here came two more. Happiness was sometimes troublesome. Xia Yang specially invited a doctor to check again in front of them and explain the situation. The two sisters were only slightly reassured. The doctor said it won't be long before I'm discharged, so don't worry.
Honey, what's going on?
Shin Yan sat on the left side of the bed and Lily Shin sat on the right. There was a small car that ran a red light and hit me when school was over. Xia Yang took Shin Yanran's hand and continued, The law enforcement team came to me today and said that the person who hit me had already been arrested. Don't get a worried look on your face, you know how strong my body is. I'll give you a driver from now on, so it's safer. Okay, my Yan really does have a heart for her husband. Shin Yanran, the seductive siren, was however coaxed by a sweet word from Xia Yang. Lily Shun, however, bristled. When he was a bit older and capable, he would arrange a fleet of luxury cars for Xia Yang.
Xia Yang, why did you hide it from us but tell Long Xuanyu? The unhappy Shin Lily started to go against Xia Yang. Who told you to coax your sister and not me?
Shin Yanran's eyes immediately changed when she looked at Xia Yang. She was with me when I was in the accident, and I didn't tell you guys because I was afraid you'd worry.
You mean Cold Frost Moon can worry about you and sister can?
That's right, a girlfriend is still a bit worse than a fiancé. Shin Lily said with a bad smile.
Huma, I didn't mean that.
I'll settle this score with you when you get better. Shin Yanran got angry. Xia Yang didn't even treat himself as his girlfriend with this behavior.
Isn't it right for a girlfriend to take care of her boyfriend in a car accident?
Sister, just put him in the basement this time.
For a week.
Lily Shin smiled badly.
Lily, will you stop talking?
Can't.
I think Lily has a point. Shin Yanran said.
Huma, I was wrong.
It's too late to admit you're wrong. Online, etc. What if my girlfriend wants to lock me up when she stops pretending?
If it wasn't for the fact that he hadn't fully recovered by now and needed help to go to the bathroom, he would have run away a long time ago.
Shin Yanran was angry, but she still fed him personally when it was time to eat.
Shin Lily peeled the fruit and fed it to Xia Yang, but it was rejected.
No, I'm full from your anger. Brother Xia Yang, you just eat a little.
Full.
It's not because you're too biased. If you also said something nice to me, I wouldn't want to make you angry. Shin Lily complained about Xia Yang. Xia Yang still forgave Shin Lily. Bring the fruit. Brother Xia Yang is the best. Shin Lily happily pitched in.
Lying on the bed was no different from being imprisoned, so Shin Lily fed Xia Yang with the satisfaction of a dream come true. Shin Yanran gasped for some time and remembered why she had started calling her boyfriend.
Dad has promised us both to be together. Honey, we'll get married as soon as you graduate, okay? How did Uncle's attitude change so quickly? Xia Yang asked in surprise. Inside the villa, if it wasn't for Yan Yan stopping his father, I'm afraid I'd have to take a beating. Compromised in just 2 days? Mom likes you as a son-in-law, and there's not much Dad can do about it. His future father-in-law is actually a wife-beater. Thank you, mother-in-law. Shin Yanran thought for a moment and said, Honey, there's still a year left before graduation. Why don't you go get a marriage license after you get out of the hospital? This is a little too fast. The diamond ring, the bride price, the wedding, I'm not ready for any of it. All of this is on me. I've been preparing for it for a long time. After you get a license to get married, you don't have to go out to work either. You just need to stay at home obediently. Okay?
Xia Yang hesitated. All of a sudden he wanted to get married, and he had a psychological shadow after being drugged by Shin Yanran last time.
After the marriage, you won't be chained to your wife's house every day and lose your freedom to become her personal belongings, right? Chapter 33. Shin Ting arranges a blind date for his daughter. What are you hesitating about, dear? Is your heart still thinking of Leng Shuangyue as your fiancé? He shook his head.
I've already rejected Frost Moon yesterday, and I'm worried about whether or not you'll lock me up every day and restrict my freedom.
Shin Yanyan really has this plan. Once the two get married, Xia Yang will completely become her person. It's only natural to shut it up and not let outsiders see it, right? How could I do that? Shin Yanran denied.
Yan Yan, true love is not captivity and possession. It should be hand in hand together towards a better future. I won't marry you until you figure that out.
Next, no matter what Shin Yanyan said, he insisted on his point of view without wavering.
Those days of being bound were just too hard to bear, and Xia Yang himself was someone who loved freedom.
You can tell by going to the milk tea store part-time.
Lily, go get the nurse in here for me. I need to go to the bathroom. Shin Yanran thought to want Xia Yang now still cannot get up in bed. The result is that the nurses directly help him to go to the toilet.
Wouldn't she, the girlfriend, be fine with this kind of thing? I'll do it.
Shin Yanran said to that little nurse, then she assisted Xia Yang into the matching toilet inside the high-class ward.
Shin Ting at dinner called Shin Yanran back. Dad, Xia Yang was hit by a car and is now lying in the hospital. I want to stay here to take care of him. Aren't there doctors and nurses inside the hospital? I have something very important to tell you. I must come back tonight.
Shin Ting hung up the phone after saying that, not giving his daughter a chance.
Hearing that Xia Yang was really hit by a car, Shin Ting wanted to laugh, but Zhao Kite was still sitting over there, and it was hard for him to hold it in.
He called his old friend Ji He at noon today, calling to ask when his son Jiling would return to China, and also sent over Shin Yanran's photo. Jiling saw the upside-down Shin Yan in the photo, then bought the closest flight back home in time.
This dodgy type of woman is one of men's favorite types.
Just looking at the picture made him horny, for which he sent a very scribbled breakup text to his girlfriend. It should be called an ex-girlfriend now. He showed great disdain before he saw Shin Yanran's picture.
The current Jiling had already decided to marry Shin Yanran as his wife no matter what, even as a licking dog. Shin Yanran could only go home. Honey, there's something going on at home that requires me to go back, so you stay here and get well and I'll come back tonight. She said with an apology. Go ahead, don't mind me. Xia Yang didn't want to delay his girlfriend because he was injured. Lily, remember to take good care of Xia Yang. Yes. Shen Lily answered crisply. When Shin Yanran rushed back to her home, she found a young man who was described as a high-flying handsome sitting on the sofa of her home. He was wearing a meticulously tailored suit and his hair was neatly combed. Ling saw Shin Yanyan's real life after looking dumbfounded, colorful eyes sweeping back and forth, just in front of Shin Yanyan's parents to set up the image of the returnee is gone, not that he has never seen a woman, but Shin Yanyan is really. Shin Yanran had no mercy for even a pervert like him. She didn't intend to hold his outstretched hand, but instead said to Shin Ting, Dad, if it's okay I'll leave first. Shin Ting was disappointed in Ji Ling and didn't keep her for dinner at home. Uncle, didn't you say you wanted to set the two of us up? Letting your daughter go like this? Ji Ling's words caused all of Shin Ting's good feelings towards him to drop to zero. You're not right for my daughter, go back. Ji Ling was invited out of the Shin family before he knew where he went wrong, and he could only angrily call and add to his dad's description of what happened. The only thing the caller said was, get your ass back here, I've lost my face to you. Shin Ting was on good terms with Ji Hee, and their faces had just finished talking on the phone before Ji Ling told him off. In the ward, Shin Lily and Xia Yang were left. Do you want to know what your sister came home for? Lily Shin said. It's a little bit about you, oh. Uncle changed his mind again and won't allow Yan Yan to be with me? The only thing Xia Yang could think of that had anything to do with himself was this, and he instantly became nervous. I'll tell you if you close your eyes. Why do you close your eyes when you talk? Just do it. Xia Yang closed his eyes and said, speak quickly. The next second his lips were kissed. Lily Shin seems to have a sneak peek at learning the ropes in this area. Well. Xia Yang's eyes widened. After a long time Shin Lily satisfied to tell Xia Yang Shin Yan ran home for what? Sister was called back by Dad for a blind date. The blind date is the son of Dad's old friend. Shin Lily ran her finger across Xia Yang's moist lips. Do you want me to go home now to help you stir up this blind date? Just pay for an unsolicited kiss. Xia Yang said to Shin Lily in a bad mood, you just kissed for so long, isn't that enough? What I want is for you to kiss me voluntarily. I believe Yin Yan will choose me, if she likes someone else to stir up this blind date is not very meaningful. Xia Yang looked at it very transparently. He has watched too many dog-licking videos on the internet, licking dogs to the end of nothing but self-touching. Love is only love if it runs in both directions. Shin Lily, how can it be so hard to want brother Xia Yang to take the initiative to kiss me? I drank too much water, Lily go call the nurse. Xia Yang said with a twist of words. This was all part of Lily Shin's plan. Just after Shin Yanran left she made Xia Yang drink 2 large cups of hot water on the pretext of drinking more hot water. Let me help you, I can do what my sister can do. Shin Lily held that medical bell in her hand so that Xia Yang, who was lying on the bed, could do nothing. The nurse at the door isn't there right now either. Chapter 34, Lily Shin knows the cause of the car accident. Stop it, quickly go call the nurse. Having Shin Lily assist herself to the restroom just like she did with Shin Yanran, Xia Yang would still be embarrassed. You can also choose to pee on the hospital bed. I'm really convinced you're a little devil. Sometimes Shin Lily really left Xia Yang with no choice. Brother Xia Yang should remember in the future that I can do what my sister can do, I'm no worse than my sister. She came to the hospital bed and thoughtfully assisted Xia Yang, a big man. My sister and I both practice judo, so we can still help you up. So it is. It was only a few minutes later that Shin Lily helped Xia Yang out of the restroom. Lily, when are you going to behave and stop messing around with me all day? It's all over the place right now. Come on, drink a glass of water to lower the fire. Right now, brother's body is still not well, you can't be imagining things. In the next few moments, Shin Lily didn't make any more crooked moves, but was obedient as hell. Xia Yang went east when he told her to go east and west when he told her to go west. Shin Yanran also returned from the Shin family. Is Yan Yan done with things? Xia Yang asked. If I'd known I wouldn't have gone back. Dad set me up with the son of one of his old friends, who was as good as never seen a woman before, always staring at me with lustful eyes. Dad is also very disappointed in him, so I guess he won't find me another blind date.
Shin Yanran told Xia Yang all about it. Xia Yang was also happy to hear this and said bluntly, Yan, come over and lean over a bit. He suddenly kissed Shin Yanran's red lips, and the corner of her eyes carried a smile. Both of them were fully committed to this passionate kiss, and Lilishin was watching in fascination. She just kissed them all and sought other benefits, and the jealousy wasn't so much of a problem. Neither of the two sisters returned to the villa during the evening, and an additional bed was added inside the ward for the companion. Returning home, Long Xuanyue took her cell phone and wanted to call over to ask Xia Yang how things were going, but only after dialing did she remember that Xia Yang's cell phone was broken. The only way she could see him was to go to the hospital. One night passed. Xia Yang had that nightmare again. His forehead was filled with tiny beads of sweat. He looked at the clock hanging on the wall. It was only 6 o'clock, the sisters hadn't woken up yet. He was tortured by this nightmare and could hardly sleep. When he closed his eyes, they were all images of his parents fighting the evil dragon. Did something really happen to mom and dad? The doctor looked at him with odd eyes when he examined him in the morning, as if he were looking at something incredible. Only after double-checking did that doctor who came to check on you say with an uncertain tone, "You've been better." So soon? Xia Yang said in surprise. He was fed up with the days when he could only lie in bed. The air of the hospital was full of the smell of disinfectant and alcohol. He wanted to get out of the hospital. Doctor, so my boyfriend can check in and out of the hospital? Shin Yanran was also happy. The doctor removed all the bandages and the skin underneath was intact, not even a scar. It's okay. He has been practicing medicine for so many years, and this is the first time he has encountered such a situation. After a car accident in just a few days to restore the original, said out of peers do not believe. Shin Yanyan and Shin Lily do not know how seriously Xia Yang was injured in the beginning. The joy of the emotions surging up also cannot care about thinking too much. I'll go for the discharge formalities now. Shin Lily sweetly called a nurse sister to lead her to the formalities. The formalities were easy enough to do, and Lilishin heard some whispers as she was finishing them. I heard that super handsome guy inside the advanced ward is going to be discharged. A nurse stood at the desk and chattered to a nearby coworker. It's not my shift until tomorrow night, ugh. I keep hearing you guys talk about how handsome he is, and I don't even get a chance to meet him. I can only blame you for not being blessed with this. One of the nurses gloated. What can you do if you see it? At most, it's still not a sneaky reminder in the middle of the night? Don't forget that he got into a car accident and went to the hospital because he saved his girlfriend, and he already has a girlfriend. It's a godsend that some people get to meet. I think you're on acid. Another nurse shot back. Lilishin listened in silence. Superior wards, super handsome guys, car accidents. All three together, anyone could think that the person they were talking about was Xia Yang. But what's the deal with getting into a car accident to save your girlfriend? Xia Yang got into a car accident to save Lang Xuanyue? I think he said that Lang Yu was by his side when he had. This is nothing at all to the Shin family's daughter. After arriving at a cell phone store, Shin Yanran bought her boyfriend a cell phone worth tens of thousands of dollars. Xia Yang had no way to refuse. He had empty pockets now. What would he take to pay for it? I'll send Huma back a gift some other time. I remember she likes high heels and nice clothes. Shin Yanyan paying for Xia Yang made the male salesman selling the cell phone burst with envy and jealousy. How can someone have both money and sex? That little white boy is a hated man. After plugging in his cell phone, Xia Yang sent a text message to Long Xuanyu. I'm healed and getting out of the hospital today. Long Xuanyu quickly replied, so fast? It's only been 2 or 3 days, don't force your way out of the hospital. Xia Yang, the doctor has already checked. Long Xuanyu, are you still in the hospital? I'll go over now to pick you up and discharge you. Xia Yang, no need, Yin Yin and I are already on our way home. Cold Frost Moon's message came after a few moments interval. I'm sorry. Shin Lily sat in the back row taking in Xia Yang's every move. Honey, my mom asked you to come to my house for dinner tonight. Shin Yanran drove the car eyeing ahead. Okay. Xia Yang thought about the fact that the atmosphere of this meal would not be very cordial, but still agreed to it with alacrity. Don't worry, Mom said Dad's not home for this meal today. Zhao Kite directly kicked Shi Shinting out of the meal. Because Shinting introduced to his daughter's object is really too bad to provoke his wife angry, he did not dare to say anything. It would be even sadder if you couldn't even get into bed at night. Chapter 35 Xia Yang, finished. It doesn't matter, sooner or later I'll have to face my uncle. Shen Yanran felt happy in her heart after hearing Xia Yang say this. After Xia Yang arrived at Shen's house, Zhao Kite saw that the smile on his face didn't even stop. Hello, Auntie. Xia Yang, quickly sit next to Auntie. Zhao Kite greeted Xia Yang to sit in the chair next to her. In the face of his future mother-in-law's request, Xia Yang complied. So handsome, much better than that. What's his name? Jilling. Xia Yang could only maintain a polite smile. There's no need to be so formal, just treat it like your own home, and come and eat a little more to make up for it. Zhao Kite picked up the communal chopsticks on the table to serve Xia Yang, and she successfully interpreted what it meant to have a son-in-law and forget about her daughter. The atmosphere of the meal was all pretty good. Until Zhao Kite asked, Xia Yang, when are you planning to marry Yan Yan? The Shen family lacks nothing, they don't need you to give a dowry or a car or a house, they just lack a son-in-law. Auntie, I'm still studying, my mom and dad can't come back for a while because of something. Oh, so. Then let's wait for the in-laws to come back and talk about it. If Yan Yan loses her temper with you indiscriminately, you come to Auntie and I'll help you cure her. Zhao Kite didn't care about her daughter's feelings in the slightest. Shen Yanran also does not mind her mom said so, she loves him too late, how will he lose his temper with him? She knew that there was absolutely no shortage of good girls for a guy like Xia Yang, and if her daughter was spoiled and lost her temper with him, the good son-in-law that came to her would become someone else's, and there would be no place to cry. Yan Yan is usually very good to me. Xia Yang said back. A cook brings it up in a large casserole dish with both hands. This pot of 10 whole soup is what I specially instructed the back kitchen to make, it's good for the body. Zhao Kite personally gave Xia Yang a bowl of soup. The future mother-in-laws seemed to love Xia Yang very much. Shen Lily also wanted to serve some to try, but Zhao Kite stopped her. Daughter, this is not for women to drink. Xia Yang's body was petrified when he heard this. Originally, he thought the body tonic in his mother-in-law's mouth was a normal body tonic, but he didn't realize it was in this area. There are some things you have to do no matter what, like making sure to empty your computer's hard drive before you die, like a man can't say no. Auntie, I've actually already. Very good. Xia Yang opened his mouth for the sake of his manly dignity. More of this stuff, drink more of it or you'll be like your father-in-law. That's a bit of an informative statement. Father-in-law, how do you? Mom, Xia Yang is really excellent, just don't worry. Shen Yanran came out in time to solve the problem. Young people's bodies are just fine, so let's leave this pot of soup for your father to replenish his body. Xiao Yang, come and try this braised carp. Good. As long as he didn't have to drink any of the 10% soup it wouldn't be a problem. Who was kidding, he needed this stuff? The more Zhao Kite looked at Xia Yang, the more he liked him. What a blessing for a daughter. After the meal was finished, Zhao Kite said to Xia Yang, come back more often with Yanran when you have time, you don't have to worry about Uncle Shen, he won't do anything to you with me around. Auntie doesn't have much to give you, take this card and buy something you like. No. How could I take money from my aunt? Xia Yang said he didn't want anything, so Zhao Kite had to give up. Alas, this kid, Xiao Yang, is good at everything but money. Remember to come and see Auntie more often. Zhao Kite took Xia Yang's hand and urged. No problem. After Zhao Kite sent her daughter and Xia Yang to the car, facing the empty mansion, she felt empty. She called Shen Ting, hubby, come back and have some soup. After returning to the villa, Xia Yang hurriedly took a shower, he hadn't taken a shower for a few days. Shen Yanran was ready to go in as well, the goblin that she was hadn't eaten anyone for a few days. Huma, what are you doing in here? Of course I'm here to help bathe my darling, haven't you missed me in the last few days? Am I not charming enough? Ever wanted to? Xia Yang's mouth did not say anything, but he indisputably showed that he wanted it very much. Honey, I missed you too. Sister, come out for a moment. Shen Lily's voice rang out from outside the bathroom. All the vibes dissipated to nothing. Shen Yanran didn't even put on a bath towel before going to open the door. Sister, you better not be okay. Sister, don't be in a hurry, I have something very important to tell you. Shen Lily's did not look like she was joking. Follow me. Shen Lily brought her sister to a place farther away from the bathroom to make sure Xia Yang couldn't hear their conversation. When I just went to check in for Xia Yang's discharge, I happened to hear the reason for his car accident. The nurses said it was a car accident to save his girlfriend. Girlfriend is most likely referring to Cold Frost Moon. I found out by asking moms that you came home because you set dad up a blind date for you, and he didn't act nervous after I told Xia Yang. If I'm not wrong, the new cell phone I bought has a text message from Xia Yang to Lung Shuangyu. Without a word, Shen Yanran went to get the new cell phone she bought for Xia Yang today. The lock screen above is a picture of herself. Shen Yanran quickly entered the password to open the SMS to check. The SMS interface really has a session record.
Honey, I gave you a chance, why do you keep contacting that woman over and over again? It's you who forced me to do this, it's no wonder I selfishly kept you by my side.
Shen Yanran laughed angrily as she looked at the chat logs inside her cell phones. No woman could tolerate her boyfriend putting his life on the line for another woman, let alone the fact that this was Shen Yanyan, who had the attribute of a sickly petite woman. She took out a bottle of white spray from the lowest level of the cabinet, which Xia Yang also fell under last time. Xia Yang inside the bathroom was looking forward to his girlfriend coming back so that he could continue the little flirtation between the couple just now. Shen Yanyan returned to the bathroom pretending that nothing had happened, and said to him with a smile on her face, "My dear, it's been a long time, hasn't it? I prepared a surprise for you." Xia Yang heard that there were still surprises, remembering that his girlfriend had worn a maid's uniform. Could it be that there would be something new this time? Huma, what's the surprise? Look. Shen Yanran's small spray on her back sprayed onto Xia Yang's face at once, this familiar feeling. He himself is going to be locked up in the basement again. Before he passed out, he struggled like asking Shen Yanran why she drugged him again. He had already rejected Lung Frost Moon. What was so unsettling about her? Shen Yanran grabbed Xia Yang's hand and said, "My dear, how can you lay down your life for another woman? I'm the one who's your girlfriend." So it was this that she knew about. After this thought flashed by, Xia Yang's consciousness fell into a gray after. The environment of the basement was already very different from the first time Xia Yang came in. The decoration was so luxurious that those who didn't know thought it was a presidential suite. All kinds of equipment are available, and this is the love cage Shen Yanran has created for Xia Yang. Chapter 36, Persuasion. Shen Yanran used a bath towel to delicately dry Xia Yang's body as well as his hair, and there were still 4 chains at the 4 corners of the large luxurious bed in the basement. "Sister, I'll take this one." Shen Lily volunteered to lock the chains where they belonged. The love in her eyes intensified with each chain she completed, and she was filled with a look of intoxication when she was done. "Sister, this time you won't be soft-hearted enough to lock him up for 2 days and release him, right?" Shen Lily quietly put the key away. "I have my own arrangements for this," Shen Yanran said as she touched Xia Yang's perfect face. Shen Lily skimmed her mouth when she heard this answer, unsatisfied with this attitude of Shen Yanran. According to her, it should be better to keep Xia Yang locked up here forever. When Xia Yang woke up the next day, this familiar feeling of being locked up instantly made him realize what had happened. The scene of being sprayed last night came back to him as well. How could Huma know she was in a car accident trying to save someone else? "I don't know how long I'll have to stay here this time. I hope Yin Yan's anger dissipates quickly." Xia Yang also knew that this time his girlfriend was very seriously angry, and he could not get out for a while. The heat was on in the villa, and only now did he realize that he was as naked as a loach all over. The length of the chains was also given very limited. After half a bell there was a movement of the basement door opening. "Yuma, is that you? Hurry up and let me out," Xia Yang shouted excitedly. The person who came in was not the same as Xia Yang had imagined. The visitor was Shen Lily, who was carrying breakfast instead of Shen Yanran. "Brother Xia Yang, you guessed wrong, it's me. Oh. Sister went to work this morning when she saw that you were late waking up. I'll be the one to take care of you for the rest of the day. Here, have breakfast." Shen Lily put her breakfast on the cabinet next to the bed and picked up one of the dunking buns and brought it to Xia Yang's mouth. Although it is not Shen Yanran came in, but someone came in. Xia Yang has hope. Just half a bell cannot move. No one in the environment. He is a little bit of fear. "Lily, do you have the key to this chain?" Xia Yang asked anxiously. "There." Shen Lily took out the key she had secretly hidden yesterday from her pocket. "Hurry up and help me unlock it." Xia Yang saw the incomparable desire in the eyes of the string of keys. "No, you went behind your sister's back to save another woman, and both my sister and I were very angry when we found out. Brother Xia Yang, just stay here for the rest of your life. It was an emergency, I couldn't care less. So you'd be mad at your sister for giving up her life to save another man?" Xia Yang. Shen Lily managed to leave Xia Yang speechless. "Brother Xia Yang, if one day I also get into a car accident in front of you, will you also fight to save me?" Shen Lily asked with a smile. "Will it? Come on, say it." "Will, okay." Xia Yang turned his head to the side to not look at her. Alas, now that Lily had sided with Yuma as well, her chances of getting out on her own were very slim. I knew that brother Xia Yang loves me, let me personally feed brother breakfast. Shin Lily took a bite of the bun first. Lily, what are you doing? Don't. Well, the restrained Xia Yang had no way to refuse Shin Lily's strange feeding style. 6 dunked soup dumplings and a cup of soy milk just went into Xia Yang's stomach. Shin Lily still wanted to feed Xia Yang, but realized that the buns she brought were gone. Is brother Xia Yang full? You can still go up and get it if you don't have enough. Enough! Xia Yang didn't want to try this alternative method of eating again, although it was quite fragrant. Since brother Xia Yang is full, it's my turn to eat breakfast. Shin Lily held a donut and put it in her mouth to slowly savor it, and finally drank a cup of hot soybean milk before she was satisfied with the end of her own breakfast. Brother, I'm going to school too. You have to stay at home, well, don't run away, oh. Shin Lily said playfully. The heavy door was closed again, the entire basement quiet, even drop a needle can be heard. Xia Yang, in this extreme torturous environment, stayed a full 10 hours before holding out to Shin Yan ran back from work. Those 10 hours felt to him as if a century had passed. Shin Yan stepped on high heels to the basement, beautiful legs wrapped in black silk, still wearing office OL clothing, shapely figure makes people can't help but fantasize. But right now Xia Yang couldn't care less about how tempting his girlfriend was, he just wanted to undo the damn chain on his body. Honey, I came back from work, did you miss me? Shin Yanran leaned down and used her red lips to tell Xia Yang that she missed him after not seeing him for a day today. For a long time, the lips parted. Only then did Xia Yang have the chance to beg Shin Yanran to let herself out of here. Yan, can you let me go? It's hard for me to move like this when I can't move at all. It's really not what you think between Lung Shanyu and I. I've already clearly rejected her. Honey, she sent multiple texts and calls to your cell phone today, and I answered the phone and said you're recuperating at my place right now. Shin Yanran's gaze then kept admiring the tied-up Xia Yang, which had a fatal attraction to her. She turned around and brought a black cloth to cover Xia Yang's eyes. Cold Frost Moon won't give up on you just because you turned her down, honey, don't you know how tempting you are? I'll let you go when you've agreed to go and get married with me, but darling, you need to make a decision quickly. When it's a few more months I might be pregnant with your child, and then I won't look as good in a wedding dress when I've got a big belly. Shin Yanran whispered in his ear. Xia Yang is more and more sure that if he married Shin Yan after she will be deprived of all their freedom, by then he became Shin Yan caged bird just. Huma, I won't marry you now with you like this. Don't you like me like this, darling? Shin Yanran threw off her high heels and wrapped herself around Xia Yang like a beautiful snake. Promise to marry me, let's bring the documents tomorrow to register the marriage, okay, I can hardly wait. Xia Yang, who was trapped by Shin Yanran, still gritted his teeth and said, no way. I will completely lose my freedom after marrying you. I don't like to live like this, and I don't like you like this. Honey, I'll convince you in a different way tonight. The take handmade, privately customized old suit Shin Yan was wearing was thrown to the ground by her. Chapter 37, Shin Lily wants to help Xia Yang. A fierce struggle was launched between the two. At first no one could convince anyone. As time went by, Xia Yang finally managed to convince Shin Yanran. Not to say that she let herself out, at least the breath she was holding inside was sort of eliminated. The length of the chains that were also lengthened was able to allow Xia Yang to move freely inside the room. Yan, wake up to work time. Xia Yang said to the sleeping goblin in his arms. Honey, let me sleep for 2 more minutes, I went to bed so late last night, and now I don't have any strength in my body. Shin Yanran raised her head and kissed Xia Yang. And burrowed back into his arms. Xia Yang sighed at how nice it would be for his girlfriend to be pampered in his arms if he didn't have the chains that trapped him. Let her be, it's her family-run company anyway, and no one will dare say anything if she's late. Shin Yan slept from 8 to 9 o'clock before she sleepily got up. Her body was all lethargic. After a hasty shower, dressed in Xia Yang to eat a breakfast and set off to the company. She also said exactly the same thing as Shin Lily before she left. Honey, stay home and don't run away. When I get back from work I've bought a new outfit that you'll like. Shin Yanran finished speaking and stepped on her high heels to go to work. Xia Yang thought to himself that even if Shin Yan wore anything, it was not as important as his freedom. Shin Yanran had just left on the front foot, and Shin Lily came in on the back foot, and she had the timing down to a science. Lily, haven't you gone to school yet? When Xia Yang saw Shin Lily come in with breakfast again, he couldn't help but remember yesterday's image. I took this morning off, brother Xia Yang, come and have breakfast quickly. I just ate with your sister. So? Xia Yang brother, I have a way to get you out soon. You don't want to be locked in this room all day long and not even see the sun, right? Shen Lily followed the force of his arm around her and lay on Xia Yang's thick chest to listen to his heartbeat. Lily, that's not what you said yesterday. Xia Yang was half convinced by her words. Was this girl thinking of any more damaging tricks? Shen Lily clasped her hands around Xia Yang's neck and kissed it again before saying, as long as brother Xia Yang can remember how good Lily is to you, that's enough. Shen Lily was good to Xia Yang, which was nothing to talk about, but she didn't want to put Xia Yang out. As soon as she came in this morning, she saw that the range of activities on Xia Yang's body had become wider, and she knew that this sister of hers was just soft on Xia Yang. Looking for this situation to develop, Xia Yang was released sooner or later. Might as well use this opportunity to brush up on a little goodwill myself. She sensed that Xia Yang was guilty and responsible for herself, not fond of her. Shen Lily suddenly came to such a move. Xia Yang said, not move, that is false. Brother Xia Yang to go out to have to rely on my mother. Tomorrow I will call my mother to the villa. Sister will not dare to lock you up like this in the future. Shen Yanran was checking a project plan of the company when Xia Yang's cell phone received another text message from Lang Xuanyue, the content of which was not much, but it was enough to see the sender's mind. Xia Yang, when are you planning to come to school? Shen Yanran's face chilled. I knew you were still thinking about Xia Yang. She quickly typed back, I've got a lot of places to go with Yuma for a 2-person day, so I won't be available for school for a while. Lang Xuanyue looked at the Xia Yang reply text message silent. Their relationship has warmed up again because of this hospital stay, right? Xia Yang, I just want to see you, even from a distance. She could only go and take out the photo she had taken with Xia Yang before to ease her thoughts of him. You come back soon. Shen Yanran was busy today until 7 o'clock in the evening. She hurried to her home, thinking that Xia Yang was still waiting for her to go home at home. Her agitated mood boiled with 100 degrees of water. She parked her car as she drove past a genuine game store. I remember that my dear likes to play games too, so buy him some new products to take home so he won't be bored at home by himself. This flamboyant air of hers drew the waitstaff to serve her as soon as she entered the store. Dear customer, how can I help you? Sales said in a very sincere tone. I'm going to buy a game console for my boyfriend, please help me with a recommendation. Shen Yanyan was a bit dazzled looking at the store full of game consoles. She would have been quite good at picking out clothes and heels, but unfortunately now she was buying a game console. The vast majority of the customers inside the store were boys, and they had been attracted to Shen Yanran, the red-faced scourge, from the very beginning. Their first thought when they saw Shen Yanran was, such a beautiful girl actually plays games too. Then Shen Yanyan told the sales staff that she came to help her boyfriend buy a game console, and they instantly felt that the game console they had saved up 2 months' salary to buy didn't smell good anymore. Who the hell is her boyfriend? It's not even enough to have such a beautiful girlfriend, but he actually helped him buy the game console himself. He doesn't spend his evenings snuggling and cuddling his girlfriend while playing games, does he? Damn it! What's the difference between people? In fact, they really guessed right. As long as Xia Yang was willing, it was not a problem at all to play the game while holding Shen Yanran in his arms. Enjoy the double pleasure. This is the latest game console that came out this year, and the game handheld. We suggest you buy them all, and your boyfriend can play games anytime, anywhere. Wrap it all up, this handheld I'll please get me too. The wealthy Shen Xianjin immediately placed her order, her sales smile barely able to hide. Yes, please wait. The staff packed the game console for Shen Yanyan, the big gold owner, and she swiped her card to pay for it before putting the stuff on the passenger side and going home. The imprisoned Xia Yang became bored since Shen Lily left in the afternoon and could only sleep. The soundproofing of the basement is really too good. He slept through the night. Originally his work and rest is very regular. After so many things have happened he also messed up. Chapter 38 Xia Yang saved. He was still sleeping when Shen Yanran returned until the sound of the door opening woke him up. Honey, I bought you the latest game console. Shen Yanran raised the bag in her hand. Hearing the game console, Xia Yang's entire body was in high spirits. Being stuck here was just too boring. The cell phone was taken away again, and the school books were not available. Can't do anything but that one thing. Show me. Let's eat first, dear. I'll play the game with you when we're done. She turned to the top and took down some of the meals that had been delivered from the hotel, freshly delivered and still hot. Yan Yan, did you have a good day at work? Xia Yang asked. Going out, this thing has become ironclad. As long as the future mother-in-law is called to the villa by Lily tomorrow, one is definitely able to go out, and in the future Shen Yanran is less likely to dare to lock herself up again. That's why Xia Yang's mood was quite good right now. Freedom, the freedom he had lost was finally coming back. Earn this amount today by fixing a project. Shin Yanran stretched out a finger. $10 million? Xia Yang asked. Honey, it's 100 million. That much? Xia Yang, despite having learned a little bit of technology from Professor Chen and relying on a huge amount of money, only earned 10% of the billion-dollar principal in steps over a period of time. Shin Yanran earned $100 million just by finalizing one project. Honey, am I not very capable? Shin Yanyan had never taken credit from others. Her do-gooder and tough style in the company was something Xia Yang had never seen at all. Very capable. Very excellent. Xia Yang almost fell into the middle of Shin Yanran's words. Shin Yanran picked up a shrimp and after peeling the shell and removing the head, she dipped the flavor plate and sent it to Xia Yang's mouth. He opened his mouth and ate Shin Yanran's peeled shrimp. Honey, it's your turn to feed me. Xia Yang also picked up a shrimp after processing and dipped the flavor plate as usual. Shin Yanran lightly opened her red lips and ate the shrimp, and she ate more than just shrimp. Yuma, you're eating my fingers, let go. Shin Yanran's autumn waves were flowing at this time, and Xia Yang's body went soft when he looked at her. Honey, compared to the shrimp it really is better with you. She said word for word. At the same time, he found a tissue to help Xia Yang wipe his fingers clean. The two of them managed to finish their meal and then turned on their newly purchased game console. Inside the basement there is a 48-inch LCD TV hanging on the wall, just in time to play games on it. Play this one. Xia Yang opened the game console and chose the game that didn't require that much maneuvering. He was worried that Shin Yanyan's gaming experience wouldn't be good. He picked a survival game, the kind of game that starts with nothing needing to cut down trees on your own and order tech trees and such. Shin Yanran of course had no objections. Xia Yang wanted to play whatever she wanted to play with him. She didn't think she'd enjoy this play. It's not that the game is so much fun, but the feeling of building her own cozy little home from scratch with the person she likes fascinates her. You can't experience this feeling when you start off inside reality by owning a large villa. Shin Yanran was impatiently chopping down trees and fishing in the game. Xia Yang was infected by her excitement. Time flows unnoticed in the lower left corner, and they build their own house at the game. Although the house wasn't really that big, the outside and inside were also very simple. But at night, as long as you close the shabby wooden door, the monsters outside won't be able to get in. The game was fine for a small play, and Xia Yang expressed that he was a bit sleepy at 11 o'clock before Shin Yanran put down the handle and prepared to take a shower. After 12 o'clock, Xia Yang hugged the blushing Shin Yanran out of the bathroom. Xia Yang had not been able to convince his girlfriend to let him go even after he had exerted all his strength, so it seemed that he still had to rely on his mother-in-law to make a move. Now he can only hope that Shin Lily can really call her mom to the villa tomorrow. He drifted off to sleep thinking about it. Shin Lily returned to live in the Shin family's old mansion one night earlier in order to facilitate the implementation of the plan, and Zhao Kite was woken up very early by her youngest daughter. Mom, my sister has locked brother Xia Yang inside the villa, you'd better go over there. Brother Xia Yang is now old and miserable, losing his freedom to be locked up in a dark basement all day long. Lily, you said that Xia Yang was locked in the basement by Yin Yin? Zhao Kite immediately stopped being sleepy when she heard the word Xia Yang. Sister was worried that brother Xia Yang would leave her, so she locked him up inside the basement. Shin Lily knew everything. If Xia Yang was there he would definitely not be able to resist giving her a kiss on her pretty face. Yin Yin, this child is also too chaotic. This will only backfire and make Xia Yang loathe her. Hurry to call the housekeeper to prepare the car. Zhao Kite didn't expect her daughter to do this. But she also understands why her daughter would be like this. Xia Yang, the child is too appealing. If it is not locked up it is also hard to rest assured. Mom, I won't go back to the villa. You don't let my sister know that it was me who leaked the secret. Shen Lily finished speaking and ran back to her room, slamming the door behind her. Brother Xia Yang, I did what I promised you. Zhao Kite directly ordered the female driver to hurry up and get to the villa. The two weren't up yet when she arrived at the villa, and only the female bodyguard was patrolling outside. Hello, ma'am. Aha! This villa was originally Zhao Kite's private property, and now that it was given to her two daughters to live in, the recorded fingerprints were still there, so she was able to enter the basement unimpeded. Today's Zhao Kite is wearing a dark green cheongsam, plus a knitted shawl. The noblewoman's temperament pulls full. Shin Yanran and Xia Yang were still asleep, and she gently woke up her daughter. Shin Yanran saw that her own mother actually appeared here, and was about to make a sound in shock. Zhao Kite covered her own daughter's mouth and whispered to her, "Come out." Mom, why are you here? Shen Yanran spoke to her mom in a low voice after she put on her clothes, and only then did Zhao Kite come back to her senses. Chapter 39 Restoration of Liberty. Zhao Kite didn't say anything. She was afraid of waking up Xia Yang, and directly pulled her daughter's wrist toward out of the basement and closed the door. Shen Yanran saw her mom's face clouded over, and she was a bit wary of it, too. Mom is very fond of Xia Yang, so she won't beat me up. Mother and daughter came to the living room, and Zhao Kite said, "Daughter, if you trap Xiao Yang by yourself like this, one day he won't be able to stand you and leave." The expected scolding did not come, and Shen Yanran also put down the heart that she was carrying. "Mom, I know what you said, but there are many women who secretly covet Xia Yang, and I'm afraid that Xia Yang will be snatched away by them. There are many ways to keep a man, this method is rather the lowest level. There is no chain that can trap a man who wants to be free, what really traps Xia Yang is his love for you. Where's the key?" Zhao Kite asked her daughter for the key to the chain. "Think about what I said." Xia Yang wakes up and realizes that the chain is gone. Huma has finally figured it out, and I finally have my freedom back. Xia Yang thought that that plan of Shen Lily's wouldn't take effect until at least noon. Auntie can't come over this early, can she? He regained his freedom early in the morning. It could only be that his girlfriend had figured it out. Xia Yang ran out of the hall outside and found Shen Yanran sitting there. "Yuma, I knew you wouldn't let me down." A cough came from inside the kitchen, and Xia Yang woke up to the fact that there were actually other people here. Listening to the voice also did not sound like that girl Shen Lily. He turned his head to see Zhao Kite holding the dishes out. "Auntie." "Morning." Xia Yang was slightly stunned. "Xiao Yang, hurry up and go wash up and eat breakfast, Auntie has something to say to you," Zhao Kite said gently. "Okay." After Xia Yang washed up, he returned to the table and Zhao Kite served him a bowl of freshly boiled meat porridge. "Xia Yang, Auntie wants to apologize to you for Yanran, she shouldn't have locked you in the basement like that. In the future, I promise this won't happen." Where did Xia Yang dare to accept the elder's apology? He quickly took the bowl of kanji in Zhao Kite's hand and said, "You are overstating it. Auntie will stay here for a while to help you keep an eye on her." "Really? Thanks, Auntie." Xia Yang couldn't be happier to hear Zhao Kite say this. As long as Auntie is here, Huma won't be able to make any waves. As for you, as punishment, from today onwards you unconditionally obey everything Xia Yang says. Zhao Kite was afraid that Xia Yang still had anger in his heart, so he directly punished his own daughter him out of anger. Though it wasn't much of a punishment for Shen Yanran. Shen Yanran nodded, not daring to touch her mother's anger. Zhao Kite also stopped continuing to talk about her daughter and greeted Xia Yang with a smile on her face as she ate more of the meat porridge that she had boiled with her own hands. After Xia Yang finished the bowl of meat porridge, Zhao Kite helped him to serve another bowl. Shen Yanran, his own daughter, did not have this treatment. He was really full after 4 bowls of sticky and extremely flavorful meat porridge. "Auntie, that's enough, I'm really full," Xia Yang said, or else Zhao Kite would have to serve him another bowl of meat porridge later. "Is Xiao Yang planning to go to school today?" Zhao Kite asked. Zhao Kite's words really woke up Xia Yang, the dreamer, hospitalized plus locked up in the basement. He was about to forget that he still had to go to school. "Yeah, I remembered that I have class this morning, and I haven't been to school in many days." "Auntie will walk you then." "Yanran, wash this bowl." Zhao Kite rose gracefully. "Honey, this is your cell phone." Shen Yanran wanted to figure out a lot of things after her own mother's nudging. Especially the line where she says, "It's not the chains that trap Hai Yang, it's his love for you." Couple 2 people together is to rely on love to maintain. If they continue to be so wantonly wear down Xia Yang's love for their own, the 2 people separated the day will also soon come. "Well, I'm going to school first," Xia Yang said to her with a smile. "Everything is getting better, ah." He must reward that girl Shen Lily himself. Zhao Kite first asked the driver to drive the car to Xia Yang's house for him to get his books before setting off towards the university town. The car was soon at the school. "Thanks, Auntie." "You're welcome, go on, it's time for class," Zhao Kite said. She ordered the female driver to return to the villa after saying goodbye to Xia Yang. Xia Yang had been away from this school for too long, and now when he saw a classmate he wanted to go up and greet her and say, "Good morning, classmate." The breeze gently ruffled his hair. This is what freedom feels like. He quickly walked to the classroom where he was attending, and when the students in the class saw him they asked, "Xia Yang, have you recovered?" It was probably because Leng Xuanyue had leaked out when she gave him leave, and everyone knew that he had been hit by a car. He struggled to tell the class that he was fine, and then sat down next to Ling Frost Moon. She immediately had a gleam in her eyes when she saw Xia Yang come back. "Aren't you going on a trip?" "What tour?" Xia Yang asked rhetorically. Lang Xuanyue reacted to the fact that the person she had chatted with earlier was probably Shen Yanran, so she said, "It's good to be back." Lang Frosty Moon's gaze hadn't moved from Xia Yang's body in the morning class. "Frost Moon, is there something dirty on my face?" "No, it's just that I haven't seen you in too long and I'm seeing more." "It hasn't been a week since we last met, has it?" "A week is long enough." Xia Yang was really completely defeated by her. She could look so mesmerized even with her own mask. Where did the iceberg goddess go before? Chapter 40 Lang Xuanyu's abnormal ability. The students haven't seen this divine couple spreading dog wolves for quite some time. Eat to that with gusto. Girlfriend, look, the tenderness in Lang's eyes is almost overflowing. In fact, the tenderness in my eyes is almost overflowing. See, you demented girl. Say it like you're not spying on people. You're more stuffy than I am. Say it again and I'll rip your mouth off. The kind of bitterness in the boys' hearts was even more unspeakable than if it had killed them. The old professor who was attending the class also had a problem with Xia Yang and Lang Xuanyu's blatant display of affection in his classroom, and he had heard about a handsome couple with a marriage contract coming out of the school. But that's no reason they can show their love in class. The classroom is for learning knowledge. That student, you come up and solve this problem. The old professor pointed his spear at Xia Yang. Xia Yang was undaunted. There was a high math question written on the blackboard that screamed fear just by looking at it. After examining it for a few moments, he realized that the question was troublesome in the conventional way. The old professor was trying to make him look bad. But there are other formulas he uses, and mental math works out the answer to this question. 3. The back of a complex high math problem on the blackboard yields this simple as hell number. Wow, a male god is a male god. He knows all the high math problems, so it's true that people are different from each other. I couldn't write this question even if I pushed it. The pen that Xia Yang had placed on the slant of his book rolled and fell to the back row when he didn't notice it, and one of the girls sitting in the row behind him picked up the pen for him with a quick eye. Thanks. Xia Yang just said a word of thanks, and the girl who helped pick up the pen had a red face and said you're welcome. Just now Xia Yang's fingers touched her fingertips, and there was still a crispy and strange feeling on it until now. Something was wrong with the pen that had been dropped, and the writing became blurry. Give it to me. Lang Fengyue stretched out her white and flawless jade hand and demanded that pen from Xia Yang. You brought a quill? Lang Frosty Moon did not reply. She just took Xia Yang's pen. A burst of fine silver covered the body of the pen. Next to Xia Yang blinked, and the silver light quickly disappeared. It was just a blur. How could this one emit a silver light? You write. Lang Frost Moon returned the pen to Xia Yang. Haven't changed the quill yet. Write it and you'll know. Xia Yang with skepticism used a pen to write the word moon on the draft on the paper, and something magical happened. The pen in his hand was exactly the same as it had been before the fall, and it was so silky smooth to write with. Frost Moon, how did you do it? Xia Yang slowly approached Lang Frost Moon. The aura of his body gave off a feeling of sun, grass, and breeze. Lang Fengyue took a silent whiff of his scent and said, secret. The old professor chose to turn a blind eye when he saw them making small talk down there again. Showing love was much better than those elfin students who couldn't be taught anything. You tell me. Xia Yang had the good quality of breaking the sand pot and asking questions to the end, mainly because it was too amazing, just like magic. Is he pandering to me? In the face of Xia Yang's pleading, Lang Xuanyu had absolutely no resistance, but now in the classroom is not the right time to tell the matter that she got the supernormal ability. What if someone overhears? I'll tell you after class. If any viewer sees the interaction between them, they will definitely say one thing, Lang Xuanyu, you just spoil him, spoil I see what you do. The night Lang Fengyue came home from the hospital, she dreamed of a vague person saying to her, I will grant you the supernatural ability to manipulate time. Remember, your mission is to go back in time to awaken the great potential latent in Xia Yang's body. The blurry figure incorporated a silvery substance into her body. The dream woke up here. She thought it was just a dream and didn't give it a second thought. Then against all reason things began to happen. As she touched the wilted flowers in the room, a flash of silver light flashed from her hand and the wilted flowers began to become brightly colored. You really got an alien ability yourself? Lang Xuanyue was a bit in disbelief, even though Lang Jia had told her before that psychic abilities existed. After a few experiments, she quickly accepted the fact that she had been given powers. She felt the time psychic energy stored inside her body, if she activated her time psychic energy she could go back to 3 years ago. It happens to go back to that time. But the unseen person in the dream made Ling Frost Moon a bit wary. Who is he? What kind of intentions does he have in telling me to go back in time to stimulate the energy lurking in Xia Yang's body? In heavy consideration, Cold Frost Moon still did not travel back to the past. That person of unknown origin was not in a hurry either, as if he expected that Lung Frost Moon would definitely use the supernatural ability he gave her to shuttle back. Xia Yang finally waited until class was over. Frost Moon, come on. Lung Xuanyu led Xia Yang's hand to a deserted path, and she pulled back the green silk around her ears. Xia Yang, what is the name of our planet? Xia Yang blurted out, Alien Star. Talking to smart people was a great effort saver, and Xia Yang understood the answer after Ling Xuanyu raised the question. Frost Moon, you awakened your powers? That's right. Lung Xuanyu nodded lightly. Is it one of those powers that fixes things? Show it to me quickly. Psychic powers, something everyone wants to have. No, my psychic ability is to manipulate time. Just now I was making that pen go back to before it was dropped. Xia Yang was shocked, a time-type ability. This is too outrageous. Not waiting for Xia Yang to digest this thrilling and exciting news, Lung Frost Moon uttered another explosive news. Xia Yang, my psychic ability was given to me by a person who told me to go back in time to awaken the energy latent within your body. The energy in my body? Xia Yang hadn't noticed any energy hidden inside his dantian since he was a child, and he was also confused when he heard Ling Xuanyu say this. But soon he remembered of the time he was hit by a car. He got better very fast. Frost Moon, what that man said shouldn't be wrong. Do you remember when my doctor said I was getting better fast? That could be the reason for that energy. Knowing that there was a mysterious energy inside his body, Xia Yang began to look forward to Lung Xuanyu going back in time to help him stimulate this energy. Wouldn't you become one of those flying, all-powerful heroes from the movies? At this time, Xia Yang had not yet understood that ability meant responsibility, and his mom and dad had to leave him alone to save time because they were given great power by the will of this world, and had not returned yet. The will of the world had chosen him now, and at some point in the future he would have preferred to be just a normal person. Chapter 41 Shinting's Secret Discovered. When do you plan to go back to the past? Xia Yang asked with anticipation. Ling Frosty Moon still had a series of concerns unresolved in her heart, and would not easily do what that person said. But she knew one thing very well: going back in time meant a chance to change the fact that she had lost Xia Yang. The temptation swelled inside her, and she used to dream of going back in time and letting fate give her another chance to start over. He would definitely make Xia Yang his boyfriend instead of Xin Yanran's boyfriend. She emptied her mind of those messy thoughts and pulled Xia Yang's hand when he wasn't looking. Didn't you say you wanted to go eat spicy hot pot last time in the hospital? Let's go. When Xia Yang saw that Lung Xuanyu did not continue the conversation, he knew that she did not want to continue the topic. Let's just not have powers without them. You're doing just fine with your own life right now. Xia Yang was so easily satisfied that it caused the energy in him to lurk. Lung Fingyue's dream of continuing to stay by Xia Yang's side was dashed as Xin Yanran drove outside the school gates waiting for her boyfriend to get out of class. If it weren't for the female bodyguard standing beside her, I wonder how many guys would have come up and asked for contact information. Xin Yanran saw Lung Xuanyu beside Xia Yang so hard to figure out the ideological consciousness is not there again. It is better to tie up the deer more at ease. It belongs to the old saying that rivers and mountains are easy to change, but nature is hard to change. How can a sickly girl be swayed by words to tie up her favorite? Honey, I've come to take you home, let's go. Xin Yanran showed incomparable love and Xia Yang was pulled away by his girlfriend without even having the chance to say bye to Long Frost Moon. In the relatively small space of the car, Xia Yang felt a murderous aura. Huma must be jealous. I don't think she's going to lock me in the basement again when she gets back. Don't panic. Auntie's still at home. Xia Yang was relieved to think of Zhao Kite. Honey, I don't want to drive, you drive. Okay. Xia Yang just wanted to open the car door to go down. Xin Yanran climbed from the car to the passenger seat, and the clothes of the two people in the small space were constantly rubbing together. It's okay to go over like this. Xia Yang's breath floated at this operation by Xin Yanran. Honey, why are you breathing so heavily? Is the body wear uncomfortable? Xin Yanyan, this demonic spirit, still knowingly asked, is there a second woman in this car lighting a fire on her body? Is it here? Or here? Xia Yang with a hot breath to the passenger side of the goblin pressed over, but unexpectedly Xin Yanran said, Dear, you have so much guts, this is the entrance to the school. I wouldn't mind law. Shen Yanran looked at him with a smile. Xia Yang knew that Shen Yanran, the scourge, was screwing with him and wanted to make things difficult for him. She made it. Xia Yang could only hold his fire and start the engine towards the villa. It was half a bell before he drove this car into the garage of the villa, while he leaned into the driver's seat. Huma, you. Shen Yanran didn't even wait for Xia Yang to speak before she kissed him. One bell later. Shen Yanran, whose face was not yet flushed, thoughtfully helped Xia Yang to fasten the buttons. Honey, the next time you let me see you getting that close to Lang Frost Moon, it won't be such a simple punishment. You don't want to go back to the basement either, do you? Facing his girlfriend's gentle voice, Xia Yang felt a headache. Next time, it would be better to keep some distance from Lung Xuanyu. His girlfriend was a sickly girl. While Xia Yang and Shen Yanran were playing games inside the garage, Zhao Kite discovered something fishy about her husband. After Zhao Kite sent Xia Yang to school in the morning, she first returned to the villa where her daughters lived. Then she remembered that she had rushed over this morning and hadn't brought anything with her. She needed to go back and pick up some clothes. After all, she was planning to stay over there for a while. I didn't expect to come home at 9 o'clock to find Shinting on a video call with a woman. I'll be with you in a minute. The woman on the other side of the phone pretended to be shy and said, Mr. Shin, I'll wait for you. Zhao Kite witnessed this from outside the door, and her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. Shinting, you actually cheated on me. I thought that Shinting was a poor boy with a handsome person. God arranged for him to have an encounter with Zhao Kite. Zhao Kite is a real golden young lady. The Zhao family behind her is all comparable to those powerful and heavenly families in ancient times. The love-struck Zhao Kite is still sinking under the full force of Shinting's pursuit, even going so far as to quarrel with her parents. In this respect, Shen Yanran is quite like her mom. Zhao Kite's parents could only compromise helplessly and gave Shinting the resources and money to make him, a young man who was already penniless, a fish out of water inside the business world. Rapid rise. Now it's good that he has the status and wealth given to him by the Zhao family today to play with women outside. His wife is obviously a beautiful, called the world's best beauty, but also to go cheating. Zhao Kite's heart was truly furious. In exchange for the average woman has long rushed in to question Shinting, Zhao Kite clearly understand that this breaks in Shinting not only will not admit, will also be sophomoric. She knew him too well. Shinting, I'm going to make you lose everything. Her shell teeth clenched. Shinting was still engrossed in saying something flirtatious to his newly recruited secretary, not realizing that his food-stealing behavior had been seen. Zhao Kite left gently, as if he had never come. She found Shinting's driver and instructed, Xiao Hai, from now on, if Shinting enters or leaves the hotel immediately tell me. Xiao Hai is a member of the Zhao family, and this so-called Shin family has been built at the expense of the Zhao family, and the subordinates are also allocated from the Zhao family. He probably guessed something when he saw his own young lady's gloomy face. That son of a, thanks to my Zhao family treating him well, he failed our young lady. The vast majority of the Shin family's assets are Zhao Kite's dowry, and in the beginning, Elder Zhao said that these dowries are permanently registered in the daughter's name and may not be transferred to Shinting. Over the years, Shinting has had a company with a market value of $100 million, or he relied on the Zhao family's network of connections to run it. It was very simple for Zhao Kite to want Shinting to have nothing. Chapter 42 Twisted Shinting. After Xia Yang and Shen Yanran came up from inside the villa's garage, they ran into Shin Lily, who was also coming back from school. The two exchanged glances. Zhang, Lily did a great job. He also secretly gave Shin Lily a thumbs up. Lily Shin, you'll have to reward me later. She came back from school today to see if the rescuers she moved had any effect, and the fact that Xia Yan could come out proved that her actions had been successful. Sister, where's mom? Lily Shin asked. I just got back, I'm not sure, probably inside the villa. Shen Lily ran into the villa inside the left and right look around, also did not see Zhao Kite's figure, then came in Shen Yanran and Xia Yan also did not find Zhao Kite's shadow. That's strange, didn't mom say she was going to stay here for a while? Did it go back? Shen Yanran said. Xia Yang internally cried out madly, Auntie, why did you go back when you said you would stay for a while? He already had plans to go back to his house to live, it was just too dangerous to live here. Just as Xia Yang was planning how to retreat safely, the sound of a car rang outside. All three of them went out to greet Zhao Kite. Shen Yanyan saw dark clouds on her mother's face, which usually always had a smile on it, and realized that something big had happened. She walked forward and took her mother's arm and asked, Mom, why do you look so bad? What happened? Zhao Kite didn't speak, but walked inside the villa before speaking. She looked at her two daughters and said, "Daughters, your father is cheating on me behind my back." She didn't intend to hide it, and there was no need to hide it. Both of her daughters were adults and had the right to know about this matter. She also didn't need to keep silent and tolerate Shinting's cheating in order to give her daughters a good family. The first one who couldn't accept this was Lily Shen. "Dad, is he really having an affair with another woman out there behind Mom's back?" Shinting's tall and majestic image in her heart collapsed. As daughters, they knew only too well how much their mom had helped their dad. Dad can have today is entirely because of the help of grandparents. Shinting also often takes Shin Lily to the Zhao family to beg the Zhao master to help. Before Shinting left, he urged Shin Lily to tell her to act sweeter in front of her grandparents and ask them to help her father. For Shinting's requests, Shin Lily did as she was told. That's why she couldn't accept that her father, who obviously relied on her mom's connections to get to where he is today, was cheating on her behind her back after he had made a name for himself. This is something to say that is not as simple as cheating, but to add the charge of ingratitude. Shin Yanran heard this news from her mom with the same disbelief, and soon a fire burned in her heart. Like Shinting, this kind of cheating plus eating soft rice plus ungrateful thing, any woman will not stay sympathetic to him. "Mom, you don't have to be too sad, that kind of person doesn't deserve you at all." Shin Yanran was the first to speak out to break the silence and comfort her mother. Zhao Kite held her daughter's hand and said, "Mom, I'm not the kind of person to be tossed around by a scummy guy. I will catch the adultery and divorce him. All these years consider me blind, what he got from me I will take back one by one sooner or later." Zhao Kite's hurt heart actually hurt. She didn't care to tell herself that it wasn't worth it to be heartbroken over that kind of scum. After Shin Lily heard her mom say this, she was silent, just took her mom's hand and said that she would support her mom in all the choices she made. Xia Yang was not happy at all when he heard the news. Shinting cheated on his wife, and the three women in front of him who were beautiful and unlikable were all hurt. He didn't want to see that. "Auntie, you don't have to be too sad, it's his greatest loss that he lost you." Xia Yang also comforted. Xia Yang really do not want to understand their own scene. So many beautiful women, find the whole city. Also only Lang Shuangyue's mother can be compared to the juxtaposition of Shinting he actually derailed? Can't figure it out. Xiao Yang is right, Auntie won't be sad for that kind of person. Zhao Kite was talking to Xia Yang when the cell phone in her pocket rang, and the caller ID was Xiao Hai, the driver she had just instructed to spy on Shinting. "Miss, he's at the XXX hotel right now with his newly recruited secretary. He told me to go back first. He might want to get a room with that mistress inside the hotel." "Got it." Zhao Kite hung up the phone. The three stood close enough to hear something more or less as well. Shin Lily, instead of keeping silent at a time like this, she knew that her mom was going to catch the adulterer in bed next, and she was going to go too. Maybe after witnessing this with her own eyes, her thoughts of her father would be completely cut off. Shin Yanyan also said that she wanted to go, while Xia Yang was worried that Shinting, the scum who ate and was ungrateful, would move against his aunt who loved him, and he went with him to calm down the scene. To beat up Shinting, he could do it with one hand. The group then set off towards the hotel. Over there, Shinting had just entered the door of the hotel when he was seduced by the mistress. "Mr. Shin, I wore your favorite black stockings today as you ordered." "As long as it's what Mr. Shin ordered, I'll do it," said that quite elegant, wearing high-heeled shoes and black stockings of the junior high school, skillfully kneeled in front of Shinting's body. She was clear that she was not easy to list on the Gold Master, most like this kind of being served, the feeling of being on top of the world. As a matter of fact, this newly recruited secretary had also managed to catch Shinting's hobby and succeeded in evening out the big money. Zhao Kite, who comes from a top family, has a strict tutelage and is very conservative in that area. No matter how much support Zhao Kite gives Shinting, he can't erase the inferiority complex of eating soft rice in his own heart. It's a sketchy minute or two at a time. The woman outside wasn't necessarily prettier than Zhao Kite, but she was able to give Shinting, a man with extremely low self-esteem, what he needed most, and that was his dignity. In fact, the most fundamental reason for the women outside to be able to submit to him was also because of the Zhao family, and he even had this illusory dignity bestowed upon him by the Zhao family. Shinting looked at the woman kneeling in front of him, thinking of her as his wife, and began a condescending scolding. The more Xiao San showed fear in his scolding voice, the more satisfied Shinting was. Shinting gave orders to the new secretary. The junior also showed a picture of fear to satisfy his self-esteem this regard. They'll soon be on the line. Zhao Kite, they came to the hotel downstairs. This hotel, she has influence, is a year ago Shinting investment chain hotel. The loyal Xiao Hai had already gotten things done. He not only found out which room Shinting was in right now, but also got the key to the room in Shinting's name. Chapter 43, Caught in the Act. "Miss, they're in room 703, here's the room key and card." Zhao Kite took a deep look at the set of keys before picking them up. The hearts of the two Shenyanran sisters were even harder. No matter how they said it, Shenting was their father. The group got on the elevator and headed for 703. When Zhao Kite stood in front of the door to his room, Shenting was still role-playing with his secretary inside the room. Zhao Kite, I can rise just as well without you. I'm not the one who's a soft eater. Got it? Shenting cupped his secretary's chin and said loudly. And that secretary was quite cooperative with his performance, extremely humble, and said, got it. Shenting was quite satisfied after hearing the secretary's answer and laughed out loud, ha 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 ha. His unmistakable voice from behind caused his laughter to come to a screeching halt. Shenting, I didn't expect you to be such a wolf-hearted thing. Zhao Kite scolded. Shenting turned around to find his daughter and his wife bringing their daughter to catch the adulterer. His face instantly turned pale, but the confidence he got from the secretary hadn't dissipated yet. Am I wrong? He turned around and said stiffly. I can be just as successful without your Zhao family, so why do people outside keep talking behind my back that I'm a soft eater? I created XX Realty, does that not count as success? Shenting said, more and more angry. He wanted to say all the aggression he had suffered over the years, and the object of catharsis is Zhao Kite. It's all because of her that I'll never be recognized as a natural talent. No, you. Without the Zhao family, I can succeed too. Shenting's voice grew louder and louder. Zhao Kite felt a huge sense of strangeness as she looked at this grim-faced man, and the two sisters had never seen such a father before. Shenting, you're afraid that you've forgotten who gave you the startup capital for your real estate company and whose network you've hitched your wagon to. Zhao Kite took a deep breath. My planning, my decisions are what made the company grow. You and the Zhao family aren't that great. Zhao Kite, you're not even close to this woman. Shenting pointed at the secretary kneeling on the ground and said. Zhao Kite's face did not change its color after hearing these words and did not show any sadness or grief. This kind of scum didn't deserve her grief at all. I have nothing to say to you, divorce now. Zhao Kite was unwilling to say another word to Shenting, waved her hand and the lawyer walked in, taking out the divorce agreement with legal effect. The division of property on it was pitifully small, because as I said earlier, all of the Shen family's things were Zhao Kite's dowry, and those things were registered under Zhao Kite's name. The only controversial thing is Shenting, his pride and joy of real estate company. When the money was paid by Zhao Kite, the transfer record above the incidental written clearly. Zhao Kite would rather donate all these things than give them to this ungrateful thing. Zhao Kite, are you crazy? Why should you take so many shares of my company? On the basis of my capital injection. How could Shenting hand over his shares in the company? This is his backbone to call the shots with Zhao Kite, and without the company he will have nothing above him. I'll give you custody of my daughter, are you satisfied now? Shenting actually said such words. He completely broke the hearts of these three women. Have you forgotten that your daughters are adults? It's not up to you to give or not to give. In Zhao Kite, from the bottom of his heart, he felt disgusted. How can anyone use their daughter as a bargaining chip for money? Zhao Kite. Don't you bully people too much. Zhao Kite's such a resolute attitude made Shenting a bit flustered. He couldn't lose the real estate company. A sudden remorse grew in his heart. He should never have cheated on his wife. His regret is simply that he was caught cheating, not guilt over his own wife. I'm just taking back what's rightfully mine. No, I won't sign this agreement no matter what. Shenting threw and flung the agreement with a layer of adhesive board with great force, and the rapidly rotating adhesive board flew towards Zhao Kite's beautiful eyes. Xia Yang deflected the glue board in the nick of time. This completely enraged Zhao Kite, who walked over and slapped Shenting. The sound of a crisp slap echoed in the room. Giving him a slap was considered light. Just now, if not for Xia Yang stepping in to block that glue board, Zhao Kite would have been blinded in one eye. Shenting felt the fiery pain on his face and was confused. It was the first time he had been slapped by a woman with a big mouth since he grew up. A red slap mark appeared on his face. You dare to hit me? Shenting, who had been pampered and used to being a man of the world all these years, reacted and immediately became furious. Forgetting all about the fact that you are now the one caught in the act of adultery and are at fault for doing so indignantly. The large slap carried the sound of wind, and it was too late to dodge. Xia Yang followed to prevent this kind of thing from happening. He had long been ready to go, sprinted to Zhao Kite's front wrist like an iron clamp to hold Shenting's hand. Xia Yang, you poor bastard, think you can have a soft meal just because you helped her? Shenting was pinched by one of his hands, and the strength coming from it was ridiculously strong. He didn't dare to continue to be more violent. He couldn't beat Xia Yang. I don't eat soft rice. Even if I eat soft rice, I will still know how to return the favor and know my own position, not like you who wants to eat soft rice and be the master of the house. Xia Yang mercilessly mocked. Shinting was unable to speak as he choked on his words. Zhao Kite took a step forward and looked coldly at Shinting and said, as long as you go with me now to go through the divorce procedure, the company will be given to you as well. It's up to you to keep it. She was already disappointed in Shinting to the extreme and was not willing to get entangled with him here like this. Once the divorce was finalized, the Zhao family's network of connections would be withdrawn, and without her having to make a move, this company would not be far from closing down. After Shinting divorces Zhao Kite, that circle will be closed to him, and the company will not be able to approve the procedures above without orders. It can only end in bankruptcy. Xiao Yang let go of him. When Xia Yang heard Zhao Kite say this, he let go of this bastard Shinting. Hurry up and put on your clothes, we're going to register the divorce right now. Shinting saw Zhao Kite backed off. His purpose was accomplished, cooperated, and got up to dress. Zhao Kite looked at him more than a glance as annoying, walked down the stairs. Shin Yanyan and Shin Lily, the two sisters, also followed their mother out. This unbearable performance of Shinting directly made him feel down to the bottom in his daughter's heart. It's not a shame to lose a dad like that at all. 90% of their life and living for so many years had been taken care of by Zhao Kite herself, and Shinting had only occasionally taken them shopping. Chapter 40 For the Sad Crowd. Shinting didn't forget to comfort Junior before he left. Wait here for me, I'll come back for you after I get divorced from that stinking. Junior was very happy to hear Shinting say this. Her ultimate goal is to turn right off. Just now she saw that the rightful owner was so beautiful, she herself was like an ugly duckling in front of her, and Zhao Kite was that noble and elegant swan. She didn't even dare make a sound. She almost didn't laugh out loud when things turned out so unexpectedly that Shinting still chose to divorce the rightful owner. Regardless of whether the owner of the gold that he has fallen in love with is stupid or for some other reason, he has made a fortune this time. The junior Suwon on the bed is still acting online, covering herself with the quilt and pretending to be frightened. Mr. Shin, you have to come back quickly, people are scared. It caused Shinting to spend a little more time comforting her. Zhao Kite in the car frowned when she saw that Shinting was slow to get down. Could it be that scumbag was backtracking? This is not good, one must divorce him. It took a long time to see him come down and get into Kohai's car. The two cars returned to the Shin family mansion first. This mansion was said to be the Zhao family capital construction, registered in the name of Zhao Kite. Another half o'clock, the door of the plaque will be taken down. Change it to the Zhao family mansion. After getting the marriage license, the two cars turned around and headed for the divorce registry. When they arrived at the divorce registry, the staff member handling the registration asked them the usual question, "Are you sure you want to get a divorce? Have such a good wife or divorced you are not able to?" The older woman who handled the divorce muttered a sentence or two, not expecting to really be heard by Shinting. He stood up on the spot and said, "I didn't fail, she's the one who's too boring." Auntie saw Shinting react so greatly, affirming the thought in her heart that he just couldn't do it. "I've seen a lot of people like you." Zhao Kite was about to say 2 or 3 minutes, but she saw the older woman holding the divorce certificate and said to her, "Congratulations on getting out of your misery." She smiled blankly with the older woman and wasn't going to say anything more. Anyway, the two are now divorced. Shinting picked up the divorce certificate on the table and left with a grimace. He went out to the Civil Affairs Bureau and saw his two daughters waiting for Zhao Kite, hesitated for a moment or put on a smiling face and went up to try to say a few words to them. Both Shen Yanran and Shen Lily chose to ignore him. I don't know where Shinting got the face to cheat and still find his daughter to talk to. If he really loved his daughter, he shouldn't have cheated because of his own desires. The sisters also understand this deeply. All of it was Shinting's own choice, no one else to blame. "Shinting, you stay away from my daughter." Zhao Kite, who came out a step slower, didn't want the two sisters to have anything more to do with this scum. "Even if I divorce you, Yen Yen and the girls are still my daughters, that's out of your hands." "Humph, let's see if they still want to call you an ungrateful, white-eyed father." Zhao Kite picked up one of her daughters with one hand and got into the car. The two sisters behaved like this. Shinting also just scoffed, "2 daughters only, she wants to give it to her, anyway, it is not a son." The atmosphere in the car was unusually dull, and the usually cheerful Xia Yan didn't know how to comfort these 3 beautiful women. He thought about it or take the evening and tomorrow's class leave. Now Shinyan ran, they need someone to accompany. The teacher received the news, thought he just had a car accident, need to recuperate, very quickly gave. The process of catching the adulterer and then going to the Civil Affairs Bureau took quite a while, and it was already 6 o'clock in the evening when they returned to the villa. At this time when they were supposed to be eating, all 3 of them had little appetite, and each of them went back inside their own rooms. Xia Yang as Shin Yanran's boyfriend naturally want to comfort her, but the words to the mouth and do not know how to export, can only quietly hold her, let her feel the warmth from their own. A nap might be better. Xia Yang said gently. I'm fine. Shin Yanyan buried herself deep in her boyfriend's embrace with a single word. He's sorry for mom like that, and neither Lily nor I will ever forgive him. Shin Ting's performance this afternoon was something that the sisters would never forget. He most definitely shouldn't have made a move on Zhao Kite. Since Shin Ting had been busy with his own Thai real estate company outside again all day. Zhao Kite undoubtedly gave them the most care and love, and when they were young, they even overheard the quarrels in the corner of the door when Shin Ting wanted to have another boy and Zhao Kite refused. Shin Ting's patriarchal thinking also left a gap between father and daughter. I support you no matter what you do, people live to be happy. Understand? Such a gentle Xiaoyang Shin Yanran was the first time she had seen, and her sadness was eased. After sorting out her chaotic emotions in Xiaoyang's arms, she raised her head and said to Xiaoyang, go check on Lily, I'm a little worried about her. Xiaoyan was relieved after seeing Shin Yanran's mood stabilized. Okay, I'll go check on Lily. After he came out from inside Shin Yanran's room, he turned to Shin Lily's room. He knocked on the door and there was no movement in no one's room. Xiaoyan was worried that something had happened to Shin Lily, directly pushed the door in. Shin Lily covered herself with a quilt when she came back, like an ostrich unwilling to face reality. Lily! Xiaoyan called out softly, then sat on the edge of her bed and gently lifted the quilt that had changed her head. That naturally beautiful and pretty face had long since become pearly, her long eyelashes became moist, and even her eyes were red. It was obvious that Shin Lily had just had a cry. She completely lost her usual elfin eccentricity, and when she saw that it was Xiaoyang who uncovered the quilt, she wrapped her arms around Xiaoyang's neck and sat up to hug him. The quilt slipped off her body, and she kept rubbing and rubbing against Xiaoyang's neck out, like a kitten. Xiaoyang, why did Dad cheat? She asked the question that she couldn't figure out. Shin Lily was devastated when she saw the mistress, and her own father cheated on her far more than her own mother. Both Grandpa, Grandma and Mom had helped Dad so much, and the father she thought of had turned out to be an ungrateful man. She mostly couldn't accept that. Every mom and dad has had a period of time when they were very high in their children's hearts. Shin Lily was clearly in the middle of such a period, compared to Shin Yan who, due to her age, was much more mature and knew what kind of person Shin Ting was. Xiaoyang also cannot say that your father, due to a long time immersed in the Zhao family to create a road of prosperity for him, people drifted, thinking that they can do everything. It seems a little inappropriate to put it bluntly like that. Lily, there is no such thing as a perfect person in this world, you'll realize that when you're a little older. Even your own father is a man, not a perfect god. Got it? Chapter 45, Zhao Kite who borrows wine to wear down her worries. Under Xiaoyang's gradual persuasion, she understood that her father was not like what she thought was an all-powerful, flawless man. Once that inherent filter had broken down, Lily Shin could better accept that her father was an ungrateful asshole. Comforting Shin Lily took longer. Xiaoyang stayed inside her room for 2 whole bells, and when Shin Lily thought of her mom being hurt by this kind of scum in the back, she was suddenly not sad, but only hateful. She hated her father for betraying her mom. Get up and eat, today you guys didn't have lunch and dinner, that's not good. Xiaoyang took the initiative to hold Shin Lily's delicate jade feet and helped her put on her shoes. Shin Lily still sought solace in Xiaoyang's embrace for 2 or 3 minutes before coming out of the room. You go tell your aunt to come out to dinner and I'll go get your sister. Aha! Lily Shin nodded her head obediently. Xiaoyang re-entered Shin Yanran's room, and she was also in bed under the covers. How's Lily doing? Shin Yanran asked. I talked to her, she figured out some things and isn't as upset. Xiaoyan placed a kiss on his girlfriend's white forehead and then sat her up from the bed in his arms. It's time to go out to eat or you'll starve yourself. Shin Yanran allowed Xiaoyan to put on her shoes. Xiaoyan touched her to the core with such a small gesture, and when Xiaoyan got up she held his hand tightly and said, It's good to have you. Fool. The two walked out of the hall holding hands, and Shin Lily was sitting next to her mom. Zhao Kite's face didn't look sad, exactly the same as usual. Xiaoyang, Yanran, sit here. Zhao Kite pointed to the 2 seats on his left. The one who was supposed to be the saddest was mobilizing the atmosphere at the dinner. Both daughters tried to comfort their mom. Mom, you eat this. Shin Lily chucked a piece of incredibly tender fish belly to Zhao Kite. Good, Lily is becoming understanding. You guys don't have to worry about me either, Mom won't be sad because of that kind of scum. hurry up and eat. You eat more too, Xiaoyang. Like nothing else, Zhao Kite gave the rest of the fish belly sandwich to his daughter and Xiaoyang. The atmosphere at this dinner was still somber. After dinner, Zhao Kite would go to her room. Xiaoyang remembered that inside the basement there was still the game console that Shen Yanran had bought for herself. Playing games can be a great distraction. Let's play a game. Honey, I'm not in that mood right now. Shen Yanran vetoed Xiaoyang's suggestion. Brother Xiaoyang, I don't really want to play either. Come on. Xiaoyang didn't give the two sisters a chance to refuse again and directly went to the basement to bring up the game console. After connecting the console to the screen, the joystick was shoved into the hands of the two sisters, and as the game began they had to maneuver the characters as well. People don't want to do anything when they are sad, but when they are busy they won't have time to think about things they shouldn't. The whole person will be much better. The two sisters had already begun to have part of their attention shifted to the game, and Xiaoyan was on the sidelines acting as a game guide in order to enhance their gaming experience. When they encountered places they couldn't play, they instructed them, and when they reached a difficult level, Xiaoyang would help them pass the difficult level hand in hand. The production of human hormones brought on by the game finally brought a smile to their faces. Xiaoyan was happy to see that his purpose had been achieved in his heart. You guys keep playing, I'm going to bring in a little fruit. Xiaoyang pushed open the door of the room and walked out. He had originally thought that there should be no one outside the living room at this time. He walked down the hall to head for the kitchen when he found Zhao Kite drinking on the hall. A bottle of red wine, a highball glass, and a superb beauty that had been brewed by the years. She just sat there, elegantly lifting her highball glass and drinking the slightly shaking red wine inside it. The beauty between every move was stirring. Such a charming, graceful beauty carried the wash of time but could not resist human nature. This may be God's jealousy of a redhead. Auntie, are you okay? Xiaoyang asked with concern. Zhao Kite removed a goblet and poured him a small half-glass of wine and put it in front of him. Xiaoyang approached only to realize that there were also empty bottles of wine on the floor. Zhao Kite had already drank a lot before he came. Looks like Auntie is planning to get drunk. Xiaoyang, do you think I treated him badly? I gave him whatever he wanted, and he still cheated on me. The woman who cheated on me isn't as pretty as me. Zhao Kite spat out the truth after drinking and said what was in her heart. The two of them had lived for so many years. Even if they had a dog, the owner would be a little sad when the dog died. Auntie, this time it's his fault, not yours. You don't have to torture yourself like this. That's true, Zhao Kite, won't be sad for this kind of person. When I wake up drunk, I'll start a new life. Cheers. Zhao Kite raised his glass, and Xiaoyang could only drink with him. Zhao Kite finished the red wine in his own glass again. Xiaoyang, Yan will be in your hands from now on. You must treat her well. I will, Auntie. Zhao Kite's sadness in her heart lessened a lot when she thought that her daughter could find a reliable partner like Xiaoyang. The only thing she could be thankful for now was that her daughter would be well protected by Xiaoyang. And Xiaoyang was not the kind of person who was ungrateful. Sisters in the room waited for Xiaoyang for a long time, did not see Xiaoyang back from the outside, do not want to play the game. They threw down the handle and walked out. See the two men drinking in the living room. Mom, why didn't you call us when you were drinking? Shen Lily said. Zhao Kite's hand movements a beat. He should have taken the wine to the room to drink. This time the daughters know that the appearance he just showed's just a disguise. Chapter 46, Xiaoyang drunk again. Shen Yanran and Shen Lily were both in a very bad mood, and wine became a prop for them to vent their emotions. Each of the two sisters removed the highball glass, picked up the half bottle of red wine still on the table, and poured half a glass each before tilting their slender, snow-white necks back to drink the wine from their glasses. Some of the red wine snaked down the corners of their mouths, past their beautiful jade necks and into the deep valley. Zhao Kite wanted to stop them from drinking, but thought about how her daughters didn't need the help of alcohol to relax themselves a bit as much as she did. Cheers, Mom. Shen Lily took the lead and raised her goblet, and the four people's cups gently touched together, making a crisp ringing sound. The bottles of red wine that Zhao Kite had taken from inside the cellar were dwindling. If they were to taste red wine, they would never drink so much, not if they were to drown their sorrows in wine. Alcohol destroys their sobriety and sensuality begins to take over. Xiaoyang, in the future. Will you also become like Dad? Cheating on someone else. Shen Lily was already a little on top of her head, but Xiaoyang drank even more and was even more on top of her head than she was. I've not that kind of person. Xiaoyang propped himself up with his right hand, and now this villa was starting to spin in his eyes. Honey! If you really cheat, I'll let you lose your capital as a man forever. Shen Yanran, who had been drinking a lot of red wine, sobered up quite a bit the moment she heard this topic. The dizzy Xiaoyang also felt a coldness in his back. Shen Lily, this topic is really not the time to say, the experience of this file, 3 women will be derailed, this thing becomes very sensitive. 3 gazes gazed at Xiaoyang, very sharp. No, I can't just sit back and wait. If he didn't do something, he should wake up tomorrow and stay in the basement belt again. Auntie had just been betrayed by that bastard Shinting. She might agree with what Yin Yan was doing. I've only been free for a day. The last of his sanity went to thinking about it, not wanting to go back to the basement. Yuma, you have to trust me. After Xiaoyang finished speaking, he very actively pried open her shell teeth and passionately kissed his girlfriend. Then he took Shen Yanran's hand and went back inside the room. Baby, let's talk about it. One night passed. He remembers that it didn't take much effort to convince his girlfriend that the fight for freedom was going incredibly well. She agreed to anything she said and completely took over. But after last night's passionate kiss in the hall, and acting impatient, he couldn't even face going out. Xiaoyang muttered to himself under the covers, it's better to go home and live. The door was suddenly opened and Shen Yanran walked in. Honey, why aren't you up yet? Was it because you were too tired last night? Shen Yanran burrowed into the comforter like a beautiful snake, then hugged Xiaoyang. Yan, I want to go home and live. Xiaoyang said as he rolled over and came face to face with his girlfriend. I pulled you back to your room in such a hurry last night in front of my aunt that I can't even face seeing him now. Shen Yanran, however, pouted, no moving back home. When Shen Yanran saw that Xiaoyang did not agree, she began to use some small means. Stop it, it's early in the morning. Xiaoyang remembered that Shen Yanran came in without closing the door. It's killing me. Shen Yanran turned a deaf ear to his words, and Xiaoyang panicked. When the minute hand of the clock had gone round, the comforter was mixed with the sweat of the 2 men, and Shen Yanran lay powerless in Xiaoyang's arms. Go take a shower. Xiaoyang touched Shen Yanran's soft green silk and helped her wipe away the sweat on her forehead. Honey, carry me. Chapter 47, Social Death. Shen Yanran enjoyed her boyfriend's attentive service inside the bathroom. Xiaoyang coiled her green silk, then coated it evenly with shower gel, rinsed it off, and finally toweled off the water droplets hanging on her skin. The whole process was careful and gentle, like treating a rare treasure. Not only that, Xiaoyang also helped Shen Yanran wash and blow dry her hair. The hour hand in the room pointed to 11 o'clock. Shen Yanran's stomach was already rumbling with hunger. Let's go out to eat. Xiaoyang had already forgotten about the matter of his social death in front of Zhao Kite after being busy. Honey, just wait a minute while I go out and spy for you. Shen Yanran lifted the quilt's slender legs exposed in the air. That edible level of exquisite lotus feet stepped on the wool carpet on the ground. It was only after his girlfriend reminded Xiaoyang that he remembered there was such a thing. Huma, you're wonderful. He wrapped his arms around his girlfriend's water snake waist from behind and kissed her at her earlobe. Shen Yanran instantly turned into a puddle of soft mud and relied on Xiaoyang. Alright, I know my darling has good stamina, it's already 11 o'clock. Shen Yanran turned back, her eyes full of winks. I just wanted to kiss you. Xiaoyang waved his hand repeatedly, denying that he didn't have that kind of idea. 11 o'clock, it's not impossible. But I can guarantee someone will be calling us for dinner later. Shen Yanran said intentionally while getting up from the bed and walking over to the closet and picking out a purple dress to put on. Through the mirror of the closet, Hare saw that Xiaoyang's eyes had been on herself, and she wasn't going to kick her boyfriend out while she was changing clothes. It's best if Zhang is completely and utterly mesmerized by himself. Shen Yanyan was never stingy in her treatment of Xiaoyang. She wanted to show her most beautiful self to Xiaoyang. After she put on her clothes, she went out to help Xiaoyang get the word out. In the living room, Zhao Kite was personally cooking. Shen Lily sat on a stool shaking her bony legs suitable for wearing white silk, looking at her own mother with eyes without a trace, not knowing what she was thinking. Both of them looked at Shen Yanran after she came down from the second floor. Sister, where's brother Xiaoyang? Could it be that he kissed you in front of mom last night and then shyly hid inside the room and didn't dare to come down? The corner of Shen Lily's mouth lifted up in a bad smile. It's not like mom blames him. She had managed to poke the hornet's nest, and the sight of her mother and sister stung her. Zhao Kite just wanted to open his mouth. Shen Yanyan spoke in a serious tone. Lily Shin, don't think that I won't dare to teach you a lesson just because you're an adult. Where did Shin Lily dare to speak? She could only sit obediently and spit out her tongue to show that she was wrong. She didn't want to be doubled up. Shin Yanran returned upstairs after negotiating with the two. Mom and Lily were drunk last night too and don't remember anything. Xia Yang finally felt relieved when he heard his girlfriend say this. Then he put on his clothes and went downstairs with Shin Yanyan. Auntie. Xia Yang was the first to greet Zhao Kite, who was inside the kitchen, and he realized that Zhao Kite was in a much better mood. Zhao Kite let go of her inner sadness after getting drunk last night and figured out that scum wasn't worth her grief. Drinking to drown your sorrows still works. Xiao Yang, there is antidote soup here, come and drink a bowl. Zhao Kite said with a smile and a very gentle tone. She served a bowl of antidote soup from the pot and handed it to Xia Yang. Thank you, Auntie. Xia Yang said. Zhao Kite turned around and went back inside the kitchen. Xiao Yang, hurry up and drink it, it will make you feel better. Her voice came out from inside the kitchen. Okay, Auntie. Xia Yang blew on the antidote soup that was still radiating heat and drank it. It took a while before Zhao Kite came out from inside the kitchen and brought out fragrant delicacies. The three of them didn't sit around and went to serve the food together, and soon the food was served. Xia Yang picked up a piece of braised pork ribs and put it into his girlfriend's bowl, then tasted another piece himself. It was really delicious. Auntie, your handiwork is fantastic too. I'll live over here from now on, tell Auntie what you want to eat. Zhao Kite smiled when she heard Xia Yang's praise. Zhao Kite was a serious young lady of a family. She knows all kinds of talents. Cooking is just the tip of the iceberg of her talents. Shin Lily was unhappy because Xia Yang didn't give her any food. She turned her face to Zhao Kite and said, Mom, is that pot of great tonic soup ready yet? Brother Xia Yang is in need of a good tonic. Right, Brother Xia Yang? She smiled with such a pure and lovely smile, but Xia Yang was as immobile as if he had been cast in a fixation spell. Our villa is soundproofed, it can't reach the outside. Shin Lily's words were like a bolt from the blue exploding inside Xia Yang's mind. Xia Yang wanted to find a crack in the floor and drill into it. Unfortunately, the inside of the villa was covered with woolen carpets. He stole a glance at Zhao Kite and realized that the latter had already gotten up and headed for the kitchen. I must have heard it, and I'm going home as soon as I finish this meal myself. Never come to the villa again. Chapter 48, The Unwilling Shin Lily. Before the soup was even brought out, that medicinal odor filled the entire living room. Xia Yang had already imagined how fierce the pot of soup was. But he really doesn't need this kind of thing. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Kite brought out the soup, and Shin Lily attentively took the spoon in Zhao Kite's hand. Served a big bowl full. It's almost overflowing. Come on, Brother Xia Yang, hurry up and drink this great tonic soup that Mom has stewed for you, don't waste Mom's intentions. The unpleasant smell of drugs rushed inside his nose, overpowering the aroma of the braised pork ribs and a host of other delicacies. He looked at the bowl of dark, unappealing tonic soup and moved the knot in his throat with difficulty. He is not afraid of suffering. How can a man be afraid of suffering? But once this bowl of soup was consumed, all his dignity as a man was shattered. Man, can't say no. Shin Lily scooped up a spoonful of the great tonic soup and blew on it. Drink up. He looked hard at Shin Lily, who was unmoved, and made sure that Xia Yang drank this great tonic soup. Who told you to be so biased? Humph. Xia Yang is not likely to be captured just like that. Since Shin Lily is using Mom's heart to pressure him, wouldn't it be better if he pleaded with his aunt? Auntie, can I not drink this pot of great tonic soup? Xia Yang's tone showed some aggression in this situation, and Zhao Kite's heart trembled at the tip. She resisted the urge to promise Xia Yang and said, Xiao Yang, this soup is good for you. Zhao Kite's words made Xia Yang dumbfounded. How is this different from what he thought? Do we really have to have this soup today? Xia Yang was still undeterred and turned his rescuing gaze to his girlfriend. Yuma, you know me. Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Shin Yanran. Honey, are you asking me to feed you? Xia Yang had been sitting straight up in his chair, but now he was leaning back on it helplessly. Huma, you don't love me anymore. Honey, I love you so much, drink it quickly. Shin Yanran gave her sister a look. Lily Shin understood in seconds. What else could Xia Yang do? He could only numbly drink the great tonic soup that Shin Lily fed him, and the bitter taste filled his taste buds. Not realizing that he would one day be forced to drink a large tonic soup, he really wanted to stand up and say it out loud. I'm in really good shape, I don't even need this kind of stuff. At that time, Lilishin, the little devil, would definitely say, I know, but the soup is still necessary. Xia Yang was not easy to drink the great tonic soup fed by Shen Lily in the mental torment, but he did not expect that the person changed the soup did not change. This time it was my girlfriend's turn to feed herself a great soup. Yen Yen, I'm really going to give you happiness. Can you put down the bowl of soup you're holding? Xia Yang tried to dawn on her. But Shen Yanran and Zhao Kite were just as determined to have Xia Yang drink the soup. Well, I'm sure, dear. Come, drink the soup. The spoon in Shen Yanran scooped up a large spoonful of tonic soup. Xia Yang's eyes were devoid of highlights. Help me. 2 minutes later, not a single drop of the soup in the bowl was fed to her boyfriend by Shen Yanran. Let's eat. After the great tonic soup, Xia Yang couldn't eat. Now he's full of great tonic soup. He looked at Lily Shen coldly and mercilessly. She had started it all. Shen Lily responded to his sweet smile, Brother Xia Yang, hurry up and eat. When you eat you can look at me however you want. Oh. In order to make up for her seeing death and aiding and abetting her boyfriend just now, Shen Yanran kept on giving dishes to Xia Yang. Xia Yang didn't even move. Honey, are you really angry? Shen Yanran asked worriedly. He was angry, but he was angry at Lily Shen. No, you eat quickly, I just had too much soup to eat. Xia Yang pinched the dishes on top of his bowl back to her with the male chopsticks. Shen Yanran heard Xia Yang said he was not angry and looked at his look, really does not look like angry before, rest assured. She couldn't afford to let Xia Yang get angry. Xia Yang, he was already feeling a bit hot now. The body slowly turned into a stove, one of those reddish ones. After lunch was over, he didn't go back to Shen Yanran's room, but went to Shen Lily's room. Shen Lily crossed her fingers inside the room, she knew that Xia Yang would come to her, after all, she had just started the process of letting him drink the great tonic soup. Xia Yang can't possibly find his mom to settle the score, I guess he can't afford to be angry with his sister, so who will he find if he doesn't come to himself? Everything is under control. This time Xia Yang couldn't wait to knock on the door, he was here to settle the score, what was the point of being so polite? The doorknob turned, and Xia Yang stepped into Shen Lily's aroma-filled room with big strides, and the body odor here was different again. You even locked the door when you came in. I thought I left it open. I'll close it for you. With his blazing body heat, he exuded hormones as he took a step closer to Shen Lily, who was sitting on the edge of the bed. Like an ignorant bunny, Shen Lily hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem. Brother Xia Yang, are you here to settle the score with me? Shen Lily smiled sweetly. It's my fault, Brother Xia Yang can punish me however he wants. Xia Yang grabbed both of her wrists with one hand and pulled her hands over her head, pushing them onto the large soft bed. Chapter 49, Lily Shen Regrets. Shen Lily's hair cascaded over the large bed, and a little panic began to rise in the heart of the little white rabbit whose freedom had been restricted. Shen Lily, grow up. Dare to take the lead to force me to drink soup. Xia Yang changed his usual style and became a bit overbearing. Originally I was thinking of promising you something seeing as you brought Auntie to the villa to regain her freedom, but now that I'm in the way of your performance today, I don't think you should be rewarded, but rather punished. Xia Yang's hot nostrils hit Shen Lily's neck, and the smile on her face froze. He himself missed out on Zhayang's. A promise? Shen Lily really regretted her intestines. Xia Yang, can you forget what just happened? Shen Lily attempted to regain what she had lost. How many wonderful things can be done with one promise? What do you say? Xia Yang asked back unflinchingly. Big deal. You can beat my ass. Brother Xia Yang, just give me back my reward, okay? No. Here. Brother Xia Yang is the best. Shen Lily began to pout, her soft voice hitting Xia Yang's heart. I drank 3 bowls of great tonic soup, how are you going to compensate me? Xia Yang could not control himself somewhat, the Shen Lily in front of him was now being controlled, and she also put on a look of being at the mercy of the king, which attracted love and compassion. As long as you give me back my reward, no matter what. Then prepare to be punished. Xia Yang didn't take kindly to it. As long as Xia Yang was happy, she was fine. Okay, it's a deal, no backing out. When have I ever lied to you? You're the one who's been lying to me. Lily, can you be more obedient or not? Xia Yang had a bit of a headache. Shen Lily was always looking to create trouble for him when he was not expecting it. It's because brother Xia Yang only gave his sister dishes and forgot about me that I was disobedient. Shen Lily said accusingly. Xia Yang sighed. How had he forgotten that she was a little jealous? Next time, if there's anything you're not happy with, just say so, okay? Aha! At this time, Shen Lily was very well behaved. Xia Yang let go of her hands to change to a princess carry position to pick her up from the bed and walk in the direction of the sofa. Brother Xia Yang, on the sofa? Isn't the sofa better for sprawling? Xia Yang firmly walked towards the sofa. Today he must ruthlessly beat Shen Lily's ass. Let her learn a lesson. Okay, that's the way to lie down. Shen Lily was manipulated by Xia Yang like an equilibrium doll. This position, shame on you. Brother Xia Yang, why don't we kiss first? Shen Lily shyly turned her head and said. Trying to muddle through? Not a single spanking should be missing. Xia Yang resolutely refused this tempting offer. Shen Lily then remembered that she had proposed that Xia Yang spank her ass as punishment. She buried her face in the couch and waited for the blistering storm that would follow. First bitter, then sweet. Shen Lily remembered the tingling sensation she felt the last time she was held down on top of the sofa and spanked by Xia Yang. It's like a spanking. Not exactly a punishment. Xia Yang's palm raised, then fell. Pop, a clear sound echoed in this big room. It's easy for those who don't know to get some sort of weird misunderstanding. Xia Yang stayed inside Shen Lily's room for 3 or 4 bells at a time. When he came out of it, he was refreshed. The whole person was much better after releasing the fire in his heart. Shen Lily fell asleep with tear stains still hanging on her face. Whose ass could withstand such a beating from Xia Yang? She no longer dared to take the lead in forcing Xia Yang to drink this great tonic soup. If time and space could be turned back, she would rather drink it herself than let Xia Yang drink this stuff, but unfortunately, she was not Ling Xuanyue and did not have the supernatural ability to manipulate time. Xia Yang gently closed the door of Shen Lily's room and left. Let her rest well. He hadn't eaten in the morning or at noon, and was thinking of going to the first floor to find something to fill his stomach. After eating his fill, he went up to the second floor. When Xia Yang returned to Shen Yanran's room, she was remotely processing something, handing over the work that she had done inside the former Shinting's company. From now on, she would be responsible for taking care of the company in Zhao Kite's hands. Zhao's company was much bigger, and Shinting's company was no match for Zhao Kite's. Old Master Zhao likes Zhao Kite as his daughter the most and gives the most. Xia Yang hugged Shen Yanran from behind. At work? Shen Yanran's action of knocking to the keyboard gave a beat, and said, well, the recent company business is busy. However, she still put down her work to accompany Xia Yang. Chapter 50 Work. Xia Yang came back, and Shen Yanran stopped the handover of work. She turned around and hugged her boyfriend, sniffing his body. In addition to the scent belonging to Xia Yang, also smelled the aroma that only her own sister had. Honey, you just went to see Lily, didn't you? Well, I punished her well. Xia Yang touched his nose. Alas, it's really cheap for her. Shen Yanran's tone was filled with loss inside. If Shen Lily were here, she would definitely say, sister. Xia Yang, he's simply not human. It's better to let you have this kind of favor. I don't want it. 3 bowls of great tonic soup, is it good? Shen Yanran's luxuriant hand was hovering over Xia Yang's shirt. Xia Yang's breathing became heavy again. Who can stand up to a siren like Shen Yanran? Not good. Honey, good medicine tastes bitter. Shen Yanran gently pushed Xia Yang and slipped out of his arms. She leaned on the table where she had just worked, her posture tantalizing. Worthy of being the daughter born from this extremely beautiful woman, Zhao Kite, all of them were beautiful and seductive. Xia Yang felt his body temperature rise again. Shen Yanran sensed that Xia Yang was looking at her slender legs wrapped in black silk. With her autumn eyes flowing, she guessed the matter. Honey, do you like black or white? Black. Shen Yanran smiled flirtatiously when she heard Xia Yang's reply and stretched her waist while leaning on the table. The devil's body is on display. I know, I'll get you something in black next time. Alright, I have to work, so make yourself at home, dear. Shen Yanran's fingers tapped the desktop, wanting to sit back in her chair. Xia Yang couldn't even react. That's it? After all this time, you're saying you want to work? The work is never done. Huma, don't you understand? Xia Yang kept getting closer to Shen Yanran, and finally the two of them were able to kiss each other just by moving forward a little bit. Jealous? He asked. How could Shen Yanran be jealous of her sister? She just wanted to flirt with her boyfriend. I still have to work, honey, it's better to go find someone else to play with. Shin Yanran said daintily, wanting to refuse. Find someone else to play with? There are only 3 people in this villa besides him. Shin Lily is asleep. Xia Yang wouldn't be polite to his girlfriend. Then let me come along and help you work properly. Xia Yang's tone carried a kind of dominance, and Shin Yan couldn't hold on to it for a bit. She ended up losing, and Xia Yang, who she had obviously molested, ended up offering kisses out of love. She had no regrets about losing to Xia Yang. It was getting late. Shin Yanran also fell asleep in bed, not even wanting to eat or take a bath. After cleaning up, he kissed his girlfriend who had fallen asleep from the exertion of her work and went downstairs to eat. Shin Lily's room door also opened at this time, and after seeing Xia Yang, the door immediately closed. She remembered that she had just cried in front of Xia Yang and didn't even have the face to come out. Lily, come out to eat when you wake up. Xia Yang walked to her room door and knocked. If she didn't go to call Shin Lily herself, she wouldn't even have to eat her meal tonight. That's no good. You'll starve your stomach. Shin Lily opened the door of the room a little, revealing half of her reddish, pretty face. Brother Xia Yang, you're not going to laugh at me, are you? How come? Come out quickly. Xia Yang made a head-touching kill before Shin Lily was willing to come out. I like brother Xia Yang the most. Shin Lily enjoyed Xia Yang's touch and became like a kitten. Zhao Kite was waiting for them to come down for dinner down there. Lily, why didn't your sister come down for dinner? Zhao Kite served Xia Yang and Shin Lily with rice. She was hands-on when it came to taking care of her daughter. Otherwise, with Zhao Kite's wealth and status, there was no need for her to go in and out of the kitchen. Sister is asleep, so she probably won't come down again tonight. Shin Lily blurted out. Although she didn't go to Shin Yanran's room, she was sure that her sister must be resting right now. Dinner was almost gone in no time. Lily, just put the bowl here after you guys finish eating later, I'll go back to my room first. After saying that, the cheongsam-clad Zhao Kite elegantly walked back to her room and closed the door. That's when a call came in out of the blue. Chapter 51, Unrequited Love. Zhao Kite picked up her cell phone and saw that the caller was Shinting. She didn't have to think about it to know that word of the divorce must have gotten out and been confirmed, and the upper circles started to put a blockade on him as a softie. Without the Zhao family behind him, Shinting was nothing in their eyes. Zhao Kite immediately hung up the phone and pulled Shinting's phone number into the blacklist, then put the phone down and no longer pay attention to this scum. Even if Shinting knelt in front of her and kowtowed to her now, Zhao Kite would never forgive this ungrateful scum. Not using the Zhao family's power to hang him for his little family fortune was already considered a great mercy. After she hung up the phone, she went out to see if her daughter and the girls had finished eating. How could Xia Yang let Zhao Kite clean up the dishes? The two of them washed the bowls and wiped the table after they finished eating. Everything was organized and clean. Shinting, who had been blacklisted, was furious. His divorce from Zhao Kite was the result of years of pent-up resentment coming to a head, and he regretted it the next day. The original thought was that the love between husband and wife for many years could not be broken just like that, right? Besides, they still have 2 daughters. As a result, the company's largest project immediately appeared to be a problem. Everything has been negotiated, just to sign the contract step. The partner said no and quit. The bosses of the various companies who usually greeted him with a smile on their faces are now not answering when he calls them. His first thought was that it was Zhao Kite who was using the power of the Zhao family to strangle him. He was instantly angry and pulled out the phone to call Zhao Kite, wanting to say on the phone that she is cruel. At least one day, husband and wife, divorce is not a feud. I didn't expect Zhao Kite to even pick up his phone and directly pull into the blacklist. Shinting, this scum, really has no self-awareness at all. It is obvious that he is the one who cheated on his wife, but he also wanted to make a move on Zhao Kite at the scene of the arrest of the adulterer. If it was not for Xia Yang's intervention, the current Zhao Kite would have already turned into a one-eyed beauty. Charmed. Besides, before the divorce, Shinting thought all day long that he was a genius at running a company and that his own efforts were the primary factor in his success. Now that he didn't have the Zhao family to back him up, he was in a hurry. Shinting thought about it and felt that this was not the way to go on. He had to go find Zhao Kite. He drove to the entrance of the villa and the security staff wouldn't let him in. Zhao Kite had long ago instructed the bodyguards of the villa and the security personnel at the entrance of the villa area in case this scum sneaked in. No matter what he did, the security personnel blocked him like an iron wall. Shinting, a bully, didn't dare to make a move against these personnel from the top security company. If you don't leave, we're going to blast you out." The security captain at the head got impatient, and with a wave of his hand a few strong men walked up. You dare to speak to me like that? Wait for me." Shin Ting felt humiliated. He's going to call his daughters to come out and back him up. The security chief's sharp look made him leave the doorway in his dust and run across the street to make a phone call. He first called Shin Yenran's phone, and the beeping sound rang for a long time without being answered. Then he called Shin Lily's phone. Shin Lily is sharing some tips and experiences with her girlfriends, who are listening with great interest on the other end of the phone. The prompt of the phone suddenly broke into the video chat screen. Seeing the name of the caller originally laughing and smiling, Shin Lily's face became expressionless. Decisively hung up Shin Ting's phone. She had not forgotten the scene in the hotel. Her own scum father was caught cheating on his wife, and also took a shot at her mother, who had always tried her best to help him. She couldn't forgive Shin Ting. Shin Lily's small hand quickly tapped the screen of her cell phone a few times and pulled him into the blacklist as well. "Sure Xian, I'll talk to you some other time." "What's wrong?" Mu Shixian asked. Shin Lily had just gotten to the point, and she wouldn't be able to sleep tonight until she heard it all. Shin Lily directly hung up the video call with her best friend, and both mother and daughter lost their good mood because of Shin Ting's call. It is said that people are divided into groups and things are gathered together, and Shin Lily's best friend Mu Shixian is also a super beauty. The main thing is that Shin Lily can be pure and lustful, and when she is pure and beautiful she is the perfect first love in the hearts of boys. If you show a little bit of flirtatiousness inherited from your mother, it is even more overwhelming. This was something Xia Yang knew well. As for Mu Shixian, she was the type of a great lady, with excellent temperament and connotation, a classical beauty. When Shin Lily told her one night that she had a love interest, Mu Shixian was surprised that there would be anyone who didn't like their best friend. Out of curiosity she asked Shin Lily for a photo of Xia Yang, when Shin Lily was also sad and needed someone to talk to, so she sent a side photo of Xia Yang. The person in the photo was like a fairy in the dust, and what was worse was that he was smiling, ruthlessly touching Mu Shixian's heartstrings. Shin Lily complained of a string of messages after a string of messages sent over but could not get a reply from her best friend anymore. Mu Shixian stared blankly at Xia Yang in the photo and had difficulty returning to her senses. She also unconsciously stroked her unmarried hands up to the screen of her cell phone. How in the world? Since then, Mu Shixian fell in love with someone she had never met. Perhaps her feelings are better described as unrequited love. Falling in love, that's a two-person thing. Mu Shixian would laze around in her free time, looking at the white clouds in the sky and the pedestrians on the street. Think of the man she fell in love with. Inside her room was a locked drawer containing some letters and a novel she had written herself. The heroine of the novel is her, boldly writing his name as the hero in a novel only she can see. Inside there are meeting each other, blazing love, newlyweds, family harmony, wind and snow, children, and old age. Inside the letters, on the other hand, were words of sincere love, letters that may never be received by him. But it had become her way of sending her thoughts. Later, there was a hidden center in her chat with Lily Shun. As long as she was informed of news about him, Mu Shixian was happy. After Shin Lily hung up the video call, he looked at the chat record on it and opened the photo. Substitute himself into the plot in it and fantasize that Xia Yang is in love with himself. The cell phone screen rested after a minute, but Mu Shixian didn't have time to light it up. Her mind was now filled with Xia Yang. After a while, she fell asleep just thinking about someone. Chapter 52, Nightmares Haunt You. Shin Ting made 2 calls in a row without anyone answering, and threw his cell phone on the ground in anger. It's fine if I don't see it. I don't believe that your Zhao family can still drive me to the brink of extinction. He got into his car and left. Shin Ting still thinks that his 2 daughters do not answer the phone is Zhao Kite in the middle of it, and even he has fallen into the point of betrayal do not know. He really thought too badly of Zhao Kite. He imagined others to be like that just because he himself was like that. After a while Shin Ting's proud company will have a series of problems such as a broken capital chain, and the company will fall apart. He couldn't even fill the hole after he put his entire fortune into it after the chain of funds broke. Ended up with nothing. His secretary, who said she could fulfill any request he made, looked at him with disgust after he lost his money and status, and then went into the arms of another boss. After Xia Yang returned to his room and took a shower, he blew dry his hair and snuggled up to his girlfriend and went to sleep. That nightmare repeats itself. The exact same scene, where the parents battle the dragon and lose in the end. He snapped out of his sleep and opened his eyes, then sat up holding his forehead. It's too real. The clock says it's only 2 o'clock at night. That real nightmare had just sent chills through his body, and with this long night, panic was starting to wrap around him like a vine. What the hell is going on? After hours of agonizing, it was finally dawn. Shin Yanran, who had rested early last night, also woke up. She was still a little sleepy, but when she saw Xia Yang's face was haggard and his eyes were covered with blood, she wrapped her hands around her boyfriend's neck like a beautiful snake and gave him a shallow kiss. "Honey, what's wrong? Say something and I'll help you out." Xia Yang reluctantly smiled, hugged Shin Yanran and said, "Nothing much happened, just had the exact same nightmare as when he was in the hospital." "Let me hug you." Shin Yanran, who was originally in Xia Yang's arms, hugged Xia Yang, and the panic in his heart was dispersed quite a bit. Last night, as he thought about it, he thought of Lang Frost Moon, who had awakened her time ability. It was morning 8 class today, so later asked her if she could travel back in time to before her parents had disappeared and figure out where the hell they'd gone. "Get up and have breakfast, I have class today and I have to go to school later." "Well, let me help you get dressed." Shin Yanran took out a set of casual clothes from inside the closet and put them on for Xia Yang. Early in the morning, Xia Yang enjoyed an unusual treatment. This treatment comes at a price, and the price is that he has to help his girlfriend dress as well. Xia Yang was happy to do so. "Going to work today?" Xia Yang asked, wearing a lady's suit if he was going to work, and a skirt or something if he was at home. "Going to visit Zhao's company." Xia Yang was not at home. Shin Yanran naturally had to go to work. She wanted to use the money she earned to support her boyfriend. He took out a set of OL clothes from inside the large closet and first put on Shin Yanran's lady's blouse inside, followed by a wrap-around skirt. Shin Yanran's 2 slender legs were stacked together, so Xia Yang knew that she meant to put on stockings. It was also his first time helping a woman get dressed and he was inexperienced, but it would have been much easier if it had been the other way around. Xia Yang brought black silk from the closet again, 2 beautiful legs silky smooth wrapped in black silk. Like Shin Yan, this type of woman can perfectly handle the black silk. Xia Yang felt his mouth a little dry, this was too seductive. "Huma, you might as well wear long pants to work." "All at your service," Shin Yanran said with a smile. This feeling of being treated as a treasure was great. "If you don't wear black silk, you don't wear black silk." Xia Yang found another set that was with long pants. Even so, it still couldn't hide the charm Shin Yanran exuded. Female friends being too pretty can be a blessed annoyance. Unbeknownst to Shin Yanran, she bears this kind of trouble more, and she is always on guard against the women outside. Shin Lily finished eating long ago and went to school. Zhao Kite was eating with Shin Lily. Shin Yanran insisted on sending Xia Yang to school after eating, and he had no choice but to agree. Lang Xuanya knew that Xia Yang would come to school today and came to the school entrance early. She heard a faint meow coming from the side of the green belt, which was nothing like a normal cat's purr. Pushing aside the green belt, she saw an unforgiving sight: the cat was dying. The injuries on its body looked like it had been abused, and it was trembling as it raised its front paws to Lang Frost Moon for help, its eyes overflowing with tears. Lang Frost Moon was only cold in nature, not hard-hearted. She covered her hand over Cat's soft fur. A burst of silver light wrapped the cat around her. It was her awakened time ability. "You can't save it." A voice rang out in her head, and she immediately heard that it was the one who had given her powers. However, Cold Frost Moon still unleashed her powers. Alas! After a long sigh, the voice inside Lang Frost Moon's mind disappeared. Cat stood up and rubbed her head affectionately against Lang Frost Moon's hand. And Cold Frost Moon wondered why she couldn't save the cat. Soon she realized that there was a limit to the amount of abundant alien energy in her body, and she had just spent some of it. The appearance of the red sports car interrupted Lang Xuanyue's thoughts. Xia Yang was here. Before she got close, she saw Xia Yang get down from the driver's seat, and then Shin Yanran also got down from the car and kissed Xia Yang, and the two of them said something else. Only in the end did Shin Yanran leave satisfied. Lang Fengyue had a hard time watching Xia Yang being so intimate with Shin Yanran. Obviously, she had already decided that she would just watch Xia Yang achieve happiness, but her heartache told her again that there was no way she could accept such a fact. Cold Frost Moon picked Cat up. Xia Yang also saw Lang Frost Moon after he approached. "Frost Moon, is this the kitten you have?" "No, just picked it up." As usual, the two walked side by side inside the school. The rescued cat sensed that its rescuer was in a bad mood and pouted. It seems it was a domesticated cat before, not a stray cat on the street. The cute cat pampering didn't cure Lang Frost Moon's heartache. More and more in her heart, she wanted to go back to 3 years ago, to before she had lost Xia Yang. Lang Fengyue didn't know that the mysterious person who gave her the alien energy didn't let her save Cat for a reason. The alien energy she gave Lang Fengyue was only enough to travel with 3 years ago. It was hard for her to predict what would happen after crossing over with less energy. Another reason was that this ability had a cooldown. Lang Frostmoon had saved a cat, it would be on cooldown for at least a week. Lang Fengyue put the cat down outside the classroom and told it to stay outside. After the class was over, the class president kept the students who were leaving and solicited for a class activity. Everyone agreed. "Classmate Lung, are you going?" The class president took the registration form and came to Lang Frosty Moon, who gently nodded her head. Xia Yang didn't even open his mouth when he saw the class president write his name as well. In the mind of the squad leader was the thought, the fiancé has gone, you, the fiancé, must also go. Chapter 53, Cream Cake. When he walked out of the classroom, Xia Yang pulled up Lang Shangyue's flawless jade hand and headed towards the pavilion in the lake in the park. It couldn't be here to request her to use her time ability to go back in time to see where her parents had actually gone. Lang Shuangyu froze as she was pulled by Xia Yang's hand, as if she had turned into a puppet on strings. This is too sudden. She didn't know where Xia Yang was going to take herself, it didn't matter where she went. The warmth coming from her hand was really telling her that this wasn't a dream, not the dream she had every night. Walking hand in hand with Xia Yang on campus was something that Lang Shuangyu had thought about for I don't know how many times. The eyes of the students on the roadside were focused on the two of them, and her gaze was on Xia Yang's perfect side face that was close at hand. She pushed down the thoughts that kept surfacing in her mind, cherishing this precious time. After Xia Yang brought Lang Shuangyu inside the pavilion, he let go of her hand. "Frost Moon, can you use your powers to go back in time to see where my parents actually went? I've been having nightmares about them a lot lately," Xia Yang said eagerly. Lang Shuangyu did not expect Xia Yang to find herself for this matter. Her father had already told her the whereabouts of her uncle and aunt, but saying it would only make the current Xia Yang more anxious. "Do you have to go back in time to stop your aunt and uncle from leaving Xia Yang? They could even leave their own son behind, so I'm sure it would be useless for them to step in." She frowned slightly. Xia Yang's heart was filled with loss when he saw Lang Frostmoon's face in distress. He knew that Lang Shuangyu would not help herself, and there was only one possibility for this situation right now, and that was that Lang Shuangyu's psychic ability wasn't that powerful to be able to go back to 3 years ago directly. Traveling through time and space for 3 years is such an anticlimax. It was whimsical to come up with such a ridiculous idea myself. Xia Yang, who was full of loss, made Lang Shuangyu's heart clench. Lang Shuangyu had never refused Xia Yang's request since she was a child. For the request made by Xia Yang, she would coldly say ahem to indicate her agreement. After hearing it, the execution was uncompromising. She had spoiled her fiancé since she was a child, but it was a pity that she was halfway picked by Shenyanran. She opened her mouth and said what was on her mind. "Xia Yang, I can go back 3 years ago, but I can't change anything. After all, they must have something very important going on when they even left you behind." Hearing this reply, Xia Yang's spirit lifted. "Frost Moon, you just have to let me show up when mom and dad leave. I'll naturally ask them where they're going." "Aha!" Lang Shuangyu directly agreed. There was no consideration of whether or not there would be any danger, as it was still the first time she had traveled through time and space with her supernatural ability. What if it doesn't come back? Xia Yan laughed, and the feeling she had gripped her heart was gone. Lang Shuangyu ran her body's supernatural ability. The silver light only flickered for a moment, not wrapping around her entire body. Her light and watery mind rippled, having promised Xia Yang herself. Under Xia Yang's expectant gaze, she closed her eyes and felt the alien energy. The silvery light was still there, but it didn't reflect no matter how much it was manipulated. Like the skill went into CD. "Is it because you saved the kitten this morning?" Lang Fengyue felt that at the very least, she would have to wait a week before she could use this silver energy again. "Xia Yang, my psychic ability has entered a cooling off period. I used my supernormal ability to save Cat this morning, and I can't use it again for a short period of time." Lang Fengyue's eyes were lowered. She felt that she had failed Xia Yang. Xia Yang people in the pavilion mood, but like riding a roller coaster, lost to lost, it cannot be helped. "Let's try it when it finishes cooling down then." Xia Yang spread his hands. He could see that Lang Frost Moon was blaming herself, so he talked to her about the class activities. "Look at the notice in the group that the class activity is going to be a camping trip to the wilderness and an overnight stay. Do we want to go and buy some of the things we need for camping now? The class president is worried that it won't meet our individual needs and said that he's only responsible for buying the tents and food, and that individuals need to buy the rest on their own." I'll prepare these for you. Lang Xuanyue's stunningly beautiful face carried determination. The fish are hooked. Great. Remember to prepare more strawberries for me, I haven't eaten them in a while. Come on, let's go eat. Xiaoyang took the lead and walked out of the pavilion, but not at a fast speed. Lang Xuanyu followed. Strawberries were Lang Frostmoon's favorite food. Xiaoyang knew that, and she herself knew it even better. The hands of the two men would occasionally touch each other while walking, and at this point, if one of them took the initiative, they could very simply take the hand of the make one of them, and even manage to slip their fingers into each other's, interlocking their fingers. Lang Xuanyu's inner heart was at war with heaven and earth. Every time she rubbed against Xiaoyang's hand, she always wanted to hold it. Feel the warmth inside his hand. Finally, when she was at the school entrance, she gathered the courage to gently hold Xiaoyang's hand. Xiaoyang stopped walking and turned his head to look at Lang Xuanyue and asked, "What's wrong?" "There is a car." Lang Xuanyue said indifferently, but held Xiaoyang's hand tighter. She had come to school in the morning in the family car and had forgotten to inform the driver at lunchtime that he wasn't coming to pick her up. Xiaoyang looked at the car that slowly stopped 10 meters away from him and didn't know what to say. It could be that Lang Xuanyue has been extra careful with cars since she was hit by one herself last time. He thought in his heart. Don't worry so much, the car is still a long way off. Lang Xuanyu was silent. Of course she knew that that car would not hit Xiaoyang, and she also recognized that her own family's car. But if she didn't use that excuse, what was she supposed to do to hold hands with someone she liked? A competent female driver got down from the business car and respectfully said to Lang Xuanyue, "Miss, please get on the car. Ride home with me." "No, I still have some things to do, you go first." Xiaoyang didn't want Lang Xuanyu to send herself to the villa, it would cause unnecessary harm to her. Lang Xuanyue slowly released Xiaoyang's hand. The female driver opened the door for her. "Bye. See you tomorrow." Inside the business car, Lang Xuanyue raised her right hand, which still had Xiaoyang's temperature on it. "Go to the shopping center first." She remembered she still had to get things ready for camping. "Yes." The female driver responded. After the business car disappeared inside his gaze, Xiaoyang planned to go and check on Xin Yanran. Visiting. Well, if this little jealous girl, Xin Lily, knew that she went to see her sister without looking at her. Finished. Xiaoyang managed to learn the lesson from the last time he drank a large tonic soup and took Xin Lily into consideration. This little ninny likes to eat. Seems to like buttercream. Xiaoyang's mind flashed to the way Xin Lily had cream at the corner of her mouth when she ate the cream cake. Go get some. He hailed a cab and set off toward one of the better dessert stores in the neighborhood. Chapter 54 Bold Avni. Waiting to get out of the car to realize that this dessert store is not far from Xin Lily's school, maybe here because it is a school, there is a lot of traffic. Xiaoyang bought a cream cake that looked pretty good, and although Xin Lily liked cream cakes, she would only eat a tiny one at most. The sisters, oh no, mother and daughter all three managed their bodies very strictly. Lily Shin often went to dance classes, while Yan Yenshin and Iris Xiao did yoga or other exercises at home. In fact, they belong to the kind of how to eat will not be fat body, but still strict requirements for themselves. Xiaoyang walked and arrived at the entrance of the school. Xin Lily attended this school or the children of the upper social class. There are parents at noon to visit the students is also possible. Once you've verified your identity, you're in. Since it was the first time Xiaoyang had seen Xin Lily at school, the call was transferred from the janitor's office to Xin Lily's homeroom teacher and then to her side. The identity of Xiaoyang was finally confirmed. You wait here for a moment, a teacher will come over later to take you to see Ms. Xin Lily. Okay. Xiaoyang could only take the carefully wrapped cream cake and wait in the special waiting area at the entrance. The girls who had something to go out couldn't move their eyes when they saw Xiaoyang at the door. This is too handsome. They didn't dare to go up and ask for Xiaoyang's phone number. After waiting for a while, a foreign beauty with a blonde hair and blue eyes with a hot body in front and back walked over, wearing a gray sleeveless sweater and a wrap-around skirt. The top of the sweater had amazing curved undulations. I have to admit that foreign countries are still uniquely placed in this regard. This kind of dress is rarely matched with stockings and high heels, and those eye-catching super long legs make people gulp wildly. Avni had no intention of hiding her hot body. She was like a supermodel on the runway Ofen International Fashion Show, openly accepting the admiring glances of others. A hot and sexy woman like this can make a man hot just by throwing a flying kiss at him or ruffling her long blonde wavy hair without even realizing it. Xiaoyang didn't notice such a beautiful woman approaching. He was thinking about what he was going to bring for lunch to his girlfriend later. Avni's eyes were filled with surprise after seeing Xia Yang. She'd met a lot of men, wild ones, gentlemen, romantic ones, rich ones, and none of them had captured her heart. But the man in front of her made her feel like falling in love. My God! Is he the love of my life? Avni walked over, and Xia Yang, who was in deep thought, saw a pair of extremely tantalizing legs appear in front of him. These beautiful legs were the longest he had ever seen in his memory. Hello! I'm Shin Lily's homeroom teacher. Avni's eyes kept staring at Xia Yang, her fiery gaze not restrained in the slightest. The two men each had different cultural environments and behaved differently. Xia Yang slightly avoided her naked sight. Stayed in the villa for a long time, forgot to bring a mask out. No wonder I went to buy a cream cake by myself and the pretty girl at the register said there was some kind of special offer for free. Lang Xuangyue also noticed that Xia Yang was not wearing a mask, but did not remind him. Hello teacher, I'm his brother. Xia Yang was a bit curious how it was a foreign beauty who was Shin Lily's homeroom teacher. What's unusual about this school might be the bilingualism? Internationally connected? Xia Yang no longer dwelled on this issue. People must be capable of being hired by such an aristocratic school. I think I'm right when I say that I'm Shin Lily's brother, right? These thoughts flashed through his mind as his outstretched hand wasn't taken and the glamorous Avni came closer to him. What's going on here? The full red lips fell on the left and right side of Xia Yang's cheeks, and he didn't even dare to move. That's how we greet people in our country, Avni said with a smile. At the same time her gaze swept over Xia Yang's thin lips. Yes. Is it? Ha ha ha. Sure. The bold Avni was a clear contrast to the confined Xia Yang. Avni's country does have this kind of greeting, but that depends on the person. Xia Yang, who didn't know much about other countries' cultures, just followed Avni in this confusion towards the office, where Shin Lily was waiting for him. Xia Yang looked at Avni, who was leading the way in front of him, and his gaze was not appropriate anywhere. Fortunately, Xia Yang had been through the mill, and his own girlfriend was a top-notch beauty, so he still had enough self-control in the face of the sexy and hot Avni. Miss Shin Lily is inside, so I won't bother you. Thanks. Avni left after looking at Xia Yang, and Xia Yang relaxed. He always had the feeling that he would be eaten up around this kind of fiery woman. It's horrible. He went into the office, and Shin Lily, who was originally sitting on the sofa drinking tea, jumped straight into his arms. Make it sound like you haven't seen me in ages. Has Lily eaten yet? I brought you cream cake. It's different, this time it was brother Xia Yang who took the initiative to come to the school to look for me. Shin Lily took the cream cake in Xia Yang's hand and unwrapped it. Put on the gloves you were given and pick it up and take a small bite to savor it. Lily Shin was now overflowing with happiness. Favorite people send themselves favorite foods. What's not to love about life? The corners of Shin Lily's mouth were still covered in cream as usual after she finished the cake. Xia Yang drew a few paper towels and wanted to help her wipe it off. No, this is fine. Shin Lily refused, then stretched out her flexible tongue to roll the cream at the edge of her mouth into her mouth. This action was so smooth and light that Xia Yang didn't even have time to wipe her. I'll go then, I have to bring your sister food. Xia Yang watched Shin Lily finish the cream cake and was ready to leave. There was nothing to do by staying here, it wasn't like he was at home. No, brother Xia Yang, stay for another 10 minutes, okay? Mom said that I'm most into running to the house all the time and I'm not allowed to go home tonight. Shin Lily pulled Xia Yang's hand to prevent him from leaving. Okay, it can only stay for another 10 minutes. The soft-hearted Xia Yang still promised her. For the next 10 minutes Shin Lily leaned on Xia Yang's shoulder and rested with her eyes closed. By the agreed-upon 10 minutes Shin Lily reluctantly let go of Xia Yang. Drop him off at the school gates before returning to class. Xia Yang was about to stop a cab to find his girlfriend when Avni came to him in front of him in a pricey sports car and lowered the window. I think I can give you a ride. Avni took off her ink, and her sexy face was presented in front of Xia Yang. And from this viewpoint where Xia Yang was standing, he could also see some different scenery. No need teacher, I'll just take a taxi. Xia Yang refused. He didn't want to get too close to this bold woman, it was too dangerous. Avni didn't even listen to what Xia Yang said and opened the passenger door herself. The two men are frozen in a stalemate. Up? Or not? Chapter 55, Terrible. It was not up to Xia Yang. Avni is not the busty woman people say she is, on the contrary she is smart and capable. academic qualifications put out can be compared to Xinyanran, who went to a top foreign institution to further her education. The car behind them was honking its horn, and all the pressure from the horn was given to Xia Yang, who didn't want to get into the car. Because Abney was acting like I'm not leaving until you get in the car. She was forcing Xia Yang to give in and obediently bound into her car. On the contrary, Xia Yang is the kind of person who has a strong sense of public morality, and the moral condemnation of bringing trouble to others because of himself forces Xia Yang to get into Abney's fragrant car. He quickly went to the passenger door and got in and closed it. Drive. Okay. The corners of Abney's mouth quirked up in a smug smile. It was as if she were a cowgirl on horseback, close behind her prey, waving a lasso in her hand about to snare it and tie it up to take it home. What happens to the prey after the door is closed is up to the hunter. Whether to savor the prey, or first to teach the prey. Teach it to be a qualified pet, this is something to think about. She probably didn't have an ounce of patience when it came to this prey, and went straight for the jugular. Where to? Abney asked. She was in a very good mood right now. Zhao's Enterprise. Xia Yang understood that he was already inside the cage, and he wasn't going to say another word. Zhao Enterprises. I know someone over there, maybe you do too. She is at heart an active, bold, unapologetic character. You're not Lily Shen's brother, are you? Taking advantage of the time gap between waiting for the signal light, she turned her head to admire her favorite person. Xia Yang still remained silent. Maybe this school had done a statistical survey on the students' backgrounds. It was normal for her to know that she wasn't Shen Lily's brother. Shen Yanran and I were classmates, and she has someone she loves very much, which must be you. Abney continued. It seems that what I wore today wasn't glamorous enough for him to hold back from looking at me. Since you know that I'm Shen Yanran's boyfriend, you're still looking at me with that kind of gaze? Xia Yang's tone was surprised. What the hell is this? How can you play like this? The light went green and Abney withdrew her undisguised gaze, lifted the clutch with her super long legs and hit the gas. I don't know her very well. And my dad taught me from a young age that a winner is a winner. Even though I've only met you for the first time, your charms have already hooked me, and you have to go for what you like, don't you? Xia Yang couldn't communicate with Abney, a foreigner. The logic was different, the concepts were different. The same thing is that one would fall in love with someone else. Alas, it looked like this fiery goddess had decided on herself. Am I beautiful? Abney asked, asking a man for the first time if she was beautiful. There was no doubt about it. Xia Yang couldn't argue with this point, and after sweeping a glance, he said, beautiful. So do you like me? Xia Yang. Abney was already doing her best to lay the groundwork. She had wanted to ask this question when Zhang got into the car. Destination reached. The voice of navigation saved Zhang. The robot voice pack was so melodious in this moment. Couldn't stay any longer. Xia Yang had a gut feeling that whether he said he liked it or said he didn't like it, Abney wouldn't let himself go. Slipping away. The car slowed to a stop, and Xia Yang wanted to hurriedly unbuckle his seatbelt and get out of the car. How could Abney let him have his way? The white hand pressed down on the seatbelt pin, then the whole person got up from the driver's seat and pressed onto Xia Yang, who was bound by the seatbelt. She smelled good, but not cloying, the kind of scent that was intoxicating. Xia Yang was about to vigorously push Abney away when he felt a coolness in his earlobe and then lost his strength. Don't move, or I'll plant a strawberry on your neck. Do you want it? Xia Yang even held his breath, afraid that Abney would do what she said. How can he still go to see Shen Yanran? It's back to the basement when we get caught, right? Tell me your name. Abney sniffed Zhang's breath at the nape of her neck. Xia Yang. What else could he do? Only to obey obediently. Lend me your cell phone. After she finished speaking, she started to look for Xia Yang's cell phone by herself. His face changed. The cell phone isn't on this side. Abney, however, said in a meaningful tone, you don't want to be planted with strawberries either, do you? Her bright red lips nudged the skin in a threatening gesture. Xia Yang could only silently endure Abney's threats. Abney used Xia Yang's cell phone to make her own call, then said, if you're bored at night, you can call me. I'm a very interesting person. She blew gently into Xia Yang's ear. Xia Yang's eyes were red. Hold on. Hold back. Hold on. It's killing me. He just wanted to leave now, and he didn't know what would happen if he waited any longer. Abney returned the cell phone to Xia Yang. He didn't want the cell phone, how could he call him himself? Xia Yang lost and found his cell phone, panicked and got out of the car, and even forgot to close the door. "You are my darling, sooner or later I will conquer you." Abney sent a flying kiss to the running Xia Yang. For the first time, Xia Yang experienced the boldness of foreign beauties, and washed his face with cold water to make it less flamboyant. Masks. Next time you come out, make sure you wear a mask. Boys have to protect themselves out there too. He confirmed with the bathroom mirror a few times that there really wasn't anything on it before he dared to go to Xinyanran. "I forgot to buy rice." Xia Yang suddenly remembered that he was going to bring food to his girlfriend, who knew that there was this unexpected appearance of Abney in the middle. Chapter 56, Pain and Pleasure. Xia Yang came to the front desk of Zhao's enterprise after running to buy a meal. "May I ask if you have an appointment?" The receptionist smiled genuinely, and she swore that this time it was from her heart, not a professional fake smile as usual. People will always become friendly when faced with handsome men and women. "No, I'll make a call to my girlfriend to let him come down and find me, okay?" Xia Yang pulled out his cell phone to call Xinyanran in the face of the young lady's inquiry. The communication had only beeped before it was picked up, and she had set a special ringtone for Xia Yang. "Hey Yuma, I came to the office to see you and I'm here at the front desk now. I'll be right down now." Xinyanran hung up the communication after saying excitedly and took the president's special elevator straight down. The receptionist lady had just heard what Xia Yang had exchanged with Xinyanran. Zhao's company was one of the two famous concentrations of beautiful women in the business world, and the headquarters were all female employees. It was very likely that Xia Yang had come here to see his girlfriend. Did she just hear the handsome man in front of her call the person on the other end of the phone Huma? How does it coincide with the name of the recently appointed president? Wow, front row for Melon. This handsome man is a real heartthrob to see more of. The receptionist lady still wanted to take pictures of Xia Yang's collection, but she felt that Xia Yang would not agree to her request. "Never mind, let's make a good impression on him." The presidential elevator display descended to the first floor and the elevator door opened. The noble and charming Xinyanran walked out from inside, carrying the air of a superior. As soon as she opened her mouth, the aura of superiority in her body disappeared cleanly. "Honey, let's go up first." She came up and took Xia Yang's hand, pulling him into the elevator. Passing by the front desk of the beauty or quietly looking at staring at Xia Yang, as a girlfriend of her heart inevitably tasted. These vixens. In the confined space of the elevator she noticed the anomaly. Why is there a strong scent on Xia Yang? There was a flash of dangerous gaze in her beautiful eyes before she returned to her normal appearance. "Honey, am I not good enough? You've got the scent of another woman lingering on you." Xia Yang's body tensed up, his intuition told him that he had to answer this question properly, or else this wonderful world outside would say goodbye to him. "Lily's teacher just gave me a lift, and these aromas I'm wearing are hers." "Avni?" Xinyanran's face stared up. Avni was also an equal existence to her in school. "She is alluring and flirtatious, Avni is sexy and hot." Xinyanran admitted that she was second only to Lung Frost Moon in terms of being difficult to deal with, because Lung Frost Moon had the aura of a childhood friend to add to it. That condescending woman had set her sights on Xia Yang. Why else would she personally give Xia Yang a ride? I hadn't heard of any man getting a ride in her car when she was abroad. "Stay away from that Avni woman, she will eat you dry." Xinyanran said seriously, the idea of locking up Xia Yang sprouted in her heart. "Will mom say yes if we lock her up?" "I don't think so." Xia Yang had already experienced that direct character of Avni's. If it wasn't for him running fast, he would have been eaten by now, right? "I won't even go to Lily's school in the future," Xia Yang said. "Let's eat first, there's no beef you like to eat in the neighborhood, I bought some randomly." "I like anything you buy." The two came to the large president's office. Huge floor-to-ceiling windows can take in the city view, special glass inside can look outside cannot see inside. Xia Yang hadn't eaten after tossing and turning for half a day, so he bought a double portion. "Honey, I want to eat that piece of meat in your bowl." Xinyanyan's small mouth was slightly open very seductively, waiting for her boyfriend to feed himself. "Good," Xia Yang said in a somewhat spoiled tone. Xinyanran wanted to feed her own Xia Yang even after she finished the sliced meat, but she didn't expect her secretary to walk in, interrupting their wonderful lunchtime. "President." The sexy and capable beautiful secretary's gaze couldn't help but look at Xia Yang. "It didn't occur to me for a moment that I was here to deliver the information." Xinyanran coughed strongly. It took the beautiful secretary a moment to respond. "President, this is the information you wanted." The beautiful secretary placed the information on the stage and began to be terrified inside. Will she fire me if I stare at her boyfriend in front of the president? She bit her glossy lipstick lips, knowing that she would be fired tomorrow for wearing black silk to work or entering the office with her right foot first. At this time her mindset changed, she was going to be fired anyway. The job is gone, you can find it again, and the handsome to the core little brother is probably not going to have a chance in this life if you don't look at him now. Good, another beautiful woman who's lost her mind because of Xia Yang's color. She raised her head and began to admire Zhang. She wanted to imprint his look in her mind. It's an opportunity she traded her job for. Of course she had to look good. Shen Yanran's seductive autumn water eyes narrowed slightly. You think I don't exist? Those vixens down there are like that, even you. Other people's drooling over Xia Yang aroused her sense of crisis and possessiveness. She was angry inside but smiled and said to Xia Yang, "Darling, give me a kiss." Xia Yang, who was in the middle of a dry meal, didn't notice the change in the atmosphere of this office. "Let's talk after dinner." Xia Yang gave Shen Yanran a wink, signaling that there were still outsiders here. But Shen Yanran just wanted to kiss to this outsider. Her gaze was like water, and she slowly kissed Xia Yang's lips, and then one thing led to another. Xia Yang resisted for a while before giving up. He was so lost in Shen Yanran's kiss that he forgot there was a beautiful secretary here. The beautiful secretary knew her boss was doing it on purpose, and her hand clenched quietly. My man God. She had a feeling of being green at the moment, but she couldn't move her feet, and her gaze was fixed on the two men who were as close as they could get. Shen Yanran saw from the corner of her eye that the secretary had not yet left the scene in anger. These cats who smelled fishy were really persistent. Since you don't know what to do, don't blame me for being merciless. Go and guard the door, no one is allowed to come in, and you are not allowed to leave. Shen Yanran's aura changed back to that of a president and ordered her secretary. Before she was fired, the beautiful secretary still had to listen to Shen Yanran. She moved slowly to the door and closed it. Darling. Shen Yanran whispered in Xia Yang's ear, not much different from those seductive sirens. She also eats people. Carry me over. Shen Yanran looked at Xia Yang with charming eyes and her arm encircled his neck. Xia Yang agreed to his girlfriend's invitation, picked her up and went to the restroom to rest. A certain person deliberately made the beautiful secretary feel tormented. Chapter 57, Love Around the Corner. Because of the time problem, Shen Yanyan had to work right away and had to come out from the world of two. Honey, I may have to work late tonight. You stay home and take a good shower and wait for me to come back. I'll deal with the work at hand as soon as possible. To rush home won't keep you waiting too late. MUA Shen Yanran compensated by kissing Xia Yang. Then take care of yourself and don't get exhausted. I know, how could I possibly wear myself out? I still have to give birth to a little baby for my darling. Shen Yanyan shyly put Xia Yang's hand her belly that did not have a bit of fat. Is it good or bad that your girlfriend keeps thinking about getting pregnant? Xia Yang didn't mince words with his girlfriend and gave her full of love, and Shen Yanran's infatuation with Xia Yang had already reached a kind of madness. It was only a matter of time before Shen Yanyan became pregnant with Xia Yang's child. Just go with the flow. On the other hand, isn't it to have a woman like Shen Yanran to give birth to your child? Xia Yang was still a little excited in his heart when he thought about it. He opened the door of his office after saying goodbye to Shen Yanran, and that beautiful secretary's face was flushed red. Due to Xia Yang's visit, Shen Yanyan worked quickly and efficiently today, and it looked like she would be able to go home early tonight. As for that beautiful secretary, since she was very capable plus she had already given enough punishment today, Shen Yanyan decided it was better to keep it for now. It wasn't too early for this flurry of time, so Xia Yan wanted to take another walk. The sky outside, the white clouds, even the air was good. Because they symbolize freedom. The beauty of it was that the weather seemed to be turning cooler, and it was raining just outside where I entered Zhao's group. With four eyes facing each other, Mu Shishwan's soft eyes reflected Xia Yang's face, and time seemed to have become very slow. One single dog, seeing this dog-killing scene, became enraged and sped up the speed of the vehicle he was driving so that the tires of the car could splash the water alongside the road. Xia Yang's arm exerted force to pull this woman, who seemed to have come out of a poem or painting, into his arms and hugged her. Mu Shixian let out a cry of surprise before she fell into Xia Yang's warm embrace, his breath surrounding Mu Shi from all sides. The scent that belonged uniquely to him drilled into her agitated nose, and Mu Shixian could only feel her legs a little weak and her cheeks burning. That single dog even extended a friendly gesture, all of which was seen by a traffic enforcement team not far away. The vehicle was quickly pulled over for punishment. I didn't mean to take advantage of you, just now a car came speeding by splashing mud and water. Xia Yang let go of Mu Shixian and turned slightly to show her the traces of mud and water on his back. He didn't want to be made a pervert. Thank you. Mu Shixian tenderly thanks Xia Yang. You're welcome, meeting is fate. God let me meet you here, maybe it's for me to help you. I'll leave first. Fate? Shouldn't you take advantage of the opportunity given to you by God? Mu Shixian summoned up the courage to pull Xia Yang's sleeve and said, I help you wash your clothes. I can wash it myself, so I won't bother you. You helped me, I have to return something to you. Mu Shixian said softly, how about you promise me if I can say your name? Xia Yang seeks to think that he has not seen this temperament and appearance in front of the impeccable beauty. How is it possible to forget when you've seen it? In this era, a woman like Mu Shixian who looked like an ancient boudoir was too few. Yeah. Xia Yang agreed, it couldn't be that she really knew herself. The next second Mu Shixian read out her name, Xia Yang. How did you know? That's not going to help Xia Yang. Mu Shixian walked to Xia Yang's back and gently helped him take off his muddy jacket, then folded it neatly on her right arm. Didn't mind that the dress was dirty at all. I'll tell you when you come to get your clothes. Mu Shixian added a few more points of mystery in Xia Yang's heart. We've met before? No. Mu Shixian gently shook her head and took the initiative to add Xia Yang's contact information. Her avatar was simple, a picture of the sky with the sun on it, and her name was the word Shixian. Here's another signature, love rises with the sun, but hardly sets with it. Shixian, it's quite catchy, but I don't really seem to recognize her myself. Xia Yang, do you like reading romance novels? Mu Shixian asked. Average. I'll give you a copy of the novel when you come to pick up your clothes next time, and you can help me see what's badly written in it. I may not be able to give pertinent advice. Xia Yang politely declined her offer. Where did Mu Shixian want Xia Yang to give any advice? She only wanted to show Xia Yang how much she loved him. As long as you're watching. Are we considered friends now? Mu Shixian's beautiful hand held onto Xia Yang's clothes. Xia Yang thought about it and said, yes. There are different kinds of friends. The two of them had only just tied the knot, and Mu Shixian was already content. Mu Shixian felt that the heavens had really treated him well, being able to meet his favorite person in a sea of people. A stunning smile lifted the corners of her mouth. Rain suddenly began to fall from the sky, and the two could only find shelter under one of the street's eaves. The sound of rain pattered, and Mu Shixian found this sound so beautiful. It's really heavenly. But this field of rain came and went in a hurry, and was over in 20 minutes' time. As the two parted ways, she told Xia Yang, my name is Mu Shixian. Xia Yang also humorously returned, got it, Miss Mu Shixian. Taking shelter under the same roof on a rainy day has drawn them closer together. But Xia Yang still couldn't recall where exactly he had seen Mu Shixian. Chapter 58, Washing of Coats. Mu Shixian watched Xia Yang's back disappear into the sea of people before she reluctantly left. She came home and immediately washed Xia Yang's jacket carefully by hand. Mu's mom didn't suspect anything when she saw her daughter doing laundry. After all, girls always have a few pieces of clothing that need to be hand-washed. Coupled with the fact that the laundry detergent's foam covered Xia Yang's men's jacket, Mu Shixian managed to dodge a bullet. After washing her jacket, she slowly clicked on Xia Yang's avatar and opened the input box, hesitating to say something to him. Never mind, I'd better agree with him later on the place and time to pick up the clothes, so that I can send him a good night before going to sleep like what I wrote inside the novel. Will he say good night to me? Mu Shixian entered the space where Xia Yang shared his life, checking out his bits and pieces. She was so mesmerized by what she was reading that she didn't even know that her mother had come behind her. Shixian, it's time to eat. Got it, Mom. She turned off the screen as soon as she heard the voice, a little panicked in her movements. Why is your daughter acting strange today? She's not in love, is she? Xia Yang also returned inside the villa. Shen Yanran had to work overtime and Shen Lily was forbidden to go home. And Zhou Kite was sitting in the wide hall. Xiao Yang, done with class? Auntie will make you dinner. Zhao Kite was unhurried from the couch. Auntie, let me cook tonight. Xia Yang was embarrassed to dawdle here every day. Xiao Yang still cooks, that's great, that Yan Yan kid wouldn't. Auntie will try your handiwork tonight. Xia Yang went straight into the kitchen to start cooking and cooking. He made steamed carp, cucumber stir-fry, and sweet and sour pork. Zhao Kite sat demurely and straightly on the main seat of the dining table, her beautiful eyes gradually becoming lifeless, not knowing what she was thinking. Xia Yang had finished the last dish, and she was still in a daze. Those who didn't know thought that Zhao Kite was hypnotized and didn't move a muscle. Auntie, get ready to eat. Zhao Kite only came back to her senses when she heard Xia Yang's voice. Aha! Zhao Kite resumed her usual appearance and brought the dishes out to the table. The two of them spent a very uneventful dinner. After the meal, Zhao Kite said that she wanted to wash the dishes. Xia Yang rapped, but she can only be passive and lazy. An unfamiliar phone call came in, and she wasn't in the mood to answer it. But the caller seemed persistent and kept calling if he didn't answer. Somewhat annoyed, Zhao Kite ran her jade fingers across the cell phone screen and picked up the call. On the other end of the phone was the person she hated the most, Shinting. Shinting was on the verge of a breakdown in the last 2 days. The company was having problems one after another. If this continued, the company would soon go bankrupt and be liquidated. After a sleepless night, he came up with a note. Zhao Kite, I'd like to ask you out to talk about your daughter. There's nothing to talk about, and they don't want to recognize you as their father. Zhao Kite said indifferently, preparing to hang up the phone. If you give me $7 billion now, I'll legally sever the father-daughter relationship with them. How about that? Shinting spoke out his bargaining chips. Zhao Kite did want her daughter to make a clean break with Shinting, the scum, or else it wouldn't be too easy to deal with the entanglement in the future. When Shinting saw that Zhao Kite didn't hang up, he knew that his leverage was valid. Come to XX Lodge, I'll be here waiting for you to pick up the legal papers. Yes, you better do what you say. Zhao Kite hung up the phone after saying that. There was no way she could forget her experience in the hotel and summoned her bodyguards to accompany her. She thought for a moment, but still walked up to the second floor and knocked on the door of the room where Xia Yang was. Xia Yang was watching his classmates inside the class group discussing about this event. They were obviously looking forward to it, and some of the infrequently bubbling students had come out. Hearing a knock on the door, he rushed to open it. What could Auntie want with me now? He wondered inwardly. When Xia Yang opened the door, Zhao Kite explained the purpose of his visit. Xiao Yang, can you accompany me to XX Villa? I'm going to talk to that scum about something. Xia Yang was also worried that the last experience at the hotel would be replayed after hearing Zhao Kite's words, so he also traveled along with him. Chapter 59, Dressing of Wounds. The two vehicles set off one after the other, the van in front with an unknown number of bodyguards inside. It was no surprise how many people got out of the van. Xia Yang, Zhao Kite, and the lawyer rode in the back in the business car. Bright headlights illuminated the darkened road toward the XX Lodge. The XX Villa was one of the projects of Shinting's real estate company, and it was arranged inside and out, just waiting for Zhao Kite to arrive. He believed that his company had become what it was now, all because of Zhao Kite. Tonight he was bound to achieve his goal, even if it was by any means necessary. The entire lodge was lit up as Zhao Kite's two cars pulled in. Shinting even personally helped Zhao Kite drive the door for her after seeing her arrive, and bodyguard after bodyguard came down from the van. Zhao Kite didn't even want to get out of the car and directly took out a bank card. Where are the papers you signed? Bring it. Inside, there are some terms I haven't finalized yet, I need you to take a look. Shinting was very different from when he was in the hotel, acting like a gentleman. He also tried to pull Zhao Kite's hand, and Xia Yang directly clamped down on that hand. Pain, pain, pain. Shinting could hear the sound his bones made. Roll. Xia Yang shouted, then flung Shinting towards the car and rolled on the ground in a sorry state. Zhao Kite's face contained anger and he directly stepped on Shinting. He doesn't think he's lost his memory, does he? Oh. Scum is scum. Don't step on it. Go in first and get the agreement. Shinting clutched his head, his extravagant handmade suit stained with dust. Getting hit by a thin heel just hurts too much. Zhao Kite let him go for the sake of his daughter's future peace of mind and headed inside the hall. A hint of sinister color flashed in Shinting's eyes as he climbed to his feet. You wait. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath and followed suit. Shinting snapped his fingers, and roses rained down inside the hall, along with sensational music. Then he came to Zhao Kite and knelt down on one knee with tears in his eyes, acting as if it was real. Zhao Kite, it's all because that seduced me, I've changed now, just give me a chance, okay? Zhao Kite, however, was unmoved. Without the support of the Zhao family, this scum has started to play the emotional card for the sake of the company. Still want to give him a chance? How is that possible? Ha! If you keep inking, I'll immediately put your company out of business. When Shenting heard what Zhao Kite said, he concluded even more in his heart that the culprit for his company's struggles was Zhao Kite. His fists clenched quietly, veins emerging from his arms. I'll have you on your knees begging me in a minute. After the emotional card route didn't work, he pulled out the signed agreement. Zhao Kite handed over the bank card to the lawyer to check and then dumped it on the desktop. With their purpose accomplished, Zhao Kite and Xia Yang got up and walked away. After Shenting put the bank card in his pocket, the corners of his mouth lifted up in a weird smile, and his face became distorted. You guys still want to leave? A group of people with weapons scurried out from the shadows, outnumbering the bodyguards that Zhao Kite had brought with him. All stay obediently. Zhao Kite, how much do you think Master Zhao will pay to ransom you? Ha ha ha. Shenting was arrogant to the extreme, his sinister face exposed. The bodyguards tried to rush to Zhao Kite's side to protect her, and Shenting's men immediately attacked the bodyguards. There was a big melee between the two groups of people in the mountain villa, and the sound was incredibly noisy. But this is Shenting's place, no one will come tonight. The rest of the group, except for the one fighting the bouncer, rushed towards them. Zhao Kite was frightened by these outlaws. But what she regretted the most right now was bringing Xia Yang. I shouldn't have called you. Auntie, don't worry, facing this kind of miscellaneous soldiers I can handle them single-handedly. Xia Yang's aura was high and his body was like a sword. It was very different from his usual appearance. He's coy when it comes to relationships and beautiful women, afraid of too many peach blossoms. But if it's an enemy, it's not worth talking about at all. A brightly shining knife Zhao Kite slashed. These outlaws have already killed their eyes, and they don't care about Shenting's order. Zhao Kite, who hadn't experienced this kind of life and death moment, couldn't even move his body. The second the knife was about to cut, Xia Yang pushed her away and the knife cut through the space separating them. Xia Yang started with a high kick, kicking the knife off. Twisted up a table and threw it. His parents were good fighters, and so was he. The four outlaws who were hit by the table immediately fell to the ground. The man was ridiculously strong. The outlaws felt as if they had been hit by a small car. More outlaws surged up behind them, but none of the knives in their hands could cut Xia Yang. Xia Yang was like a swimming dragon out of the sea, and wherever he went, there were screams and wails. As more and more people lay on the ground, even the outlaws felt fear. This guy, he's not human. Xia Yang slowly walked towards the nearest outlaw. The outlaw's hands trembled, and he couldn't hold his knife steady. For the first time he felt fear. A voice in his head told him to run. As Xia Yang approached step by step, his heart's defenses crumbled away, and he fled on his hands and knees as soon as the knife was thrown to the ground. Panic spread through the group, no one wanted to face Xia Yang's attack, and the group of outlaws began to all flee. The bodyguards are professionally trained and have the ability to work as a team and are not seriously injured. Shenting ran away at some point. Auntie, you can open your eyes now. Zhao Kite's long eyelashes trembled slightly as she opened her eyes. It's a shame we let Shenting get away. Even if I have to dig up the ground, I will find him. Zhao Kite's silver teeth clenched. The experience of the knife slashing down just now still had her heart palpitating. Go back first. She frowned, having just broken her foot between dodges. Aha! Chapter 60 Games and Girlfriends. The driver was driving very fast, perhaps in fear that the outlaws might make a comeback. Zhao Kite had just come back from the dead, and when she closed her eyes, she would think of the image of the knife that had just slashed at her. A few drinks in the hall to calm down before going back to his room to sleep. The time was not yet 9 o'clock, and Shen Yanran did not come back from the company. But Mu Shixian could no longer resist sending a message to Xia Yang. Xia Yang, when is convenient for you to pick up your clothes? Xia Yang received the message and thought about it. He still had to go to a class activity tomorrow, and it might be 2 or 3 days once he was gone. I'll see you in 4 days on that roof where we hid from the rain. Aha! Then Xia Yang saw the opposite side constantly typing and then deleting. What? In the end, Mu Shixian still sent with Xia Yang at around 8 p.m. Good night. After a while, Xia Yang also gave her a good night back. She looked at the message and smiled happily. Mu Shixian really wanted to chat with Xia Yang, liking someone was overwhelming. Xia Yang looked at the class group, which was chatting furiously. It seemed like everyone in the class was preparing a variety of items and some shared suggestions. He really couldn't insert half a sentence because the stuff Ling Xuanyue had prepared for him. Xia Yang went online after a long time to play a handful of previously installed games. Ever since Shen Yanran came back, his life had changed. There was no rhythm to it. Picked the best fielding hero, but found the operation stiff. It's okay though, the segment dropped after one update after a long time of not playing the game. In this kind of segment for Xia Yang is fried fish. No need to operate, use your consciousness to crush the opposite side. He knows exactly when and where the opposite fielder appears, so he can just go directly to counter squat. The opposite side was caught in disbelief. Wherever you go, the opposite side follows you. Is your perspective on? Dude, turn it off, it's no fun. Xia Yang returned, thanks for the compliment. The highest level of playing the game is when your opponent thinks you're open, but you're not. You're just hanging. Teammates hit 666 as they watched the ever-flickering game broadcast. Gaga messy kill. Xia Yang, who was fully engaged in the game, didn't realize that his girlfriend was quietly approaching from behind. It also has something to do with the wool carpet that is laid on the floor. Shen Yanran wrapped her arms around Xia Yang's waist and lay on his back. The fatigue from the day's work disappeared without a trace. Yan, you're back? Xia Yang put down the cell phone in his hand. The opposite side's fielder happened to find Xia Yang inside the bushes at this time and easily got 1,000 bounty. Then typed quickly with both hands, "That's it?" Xia Yang was too lazy to pay attention to him. His girlfriend was back. Why play games? Honey, you keep playing the game, don't mind me. Shen Yanran put her head on her shoulder and greedily sniffed the scent of her body. When she was online, she saw netizens saying that boyfriends should never bother their hands when they play games. You can bother him when the game isn't on, but the nature of the game is different once it starts. Such an understanding girlfriend, times great. After hearing Shen Yanran say that, Xia Yang picked up his cell phone once again and typed, "Just now my girlfriend came back, I don't have time to pay attention to you." The words typed by Xia Yang appeared on the channel, and the remaining 9 people were sour. You're so skilled and have a girlfriend. Woohoo envy. Damn you. Dude, you're disrespecting the 9 of us by playing a game and thinking about your girlfriend. It's disrespectful to the game. You can't have both the fish and the bear's paw. Brothers believe that my woman will only affect the speed of your scoring. Listen to my advice to break up quickly. Xia Yang felt like his teammates had all turned into enemies. Shen Yanyan, who was lying on Xia Yang's shoulder, guffawed at the sight of these chats. Can't have your bear and your fish? That won't do. I want all of Shen Yanran's boyfriends. She went around from behind Xia Yang to in front of him. With a wiggle of her legs, her heels casually dropped to the floor and then she got into bed. Honey, I'm going to let you have all the fun now. So Xia Yang enjoyed the beauty in his arms while playing the game. The mesmerizing scent of his body distracted him. Xia Yang's maneuvering became more and more clumsy, and that sense of controlling the whole situation was about to dissipate. Honey, you can't lose by concentrating on the game. Chapter 61, A New Beginning. Snow was falling outside the villa, and the new year would soon be upon us. Xia Yang and Zhao Kite, Shen Yanran, and Shen Lily were busy inside the kitchen. The alien planet also had the habit of celebrating the new year, similar to the blue planet. In order to avoid a situation where there are too many dishes to finish, the 4 of them will each make a dish to serve to make up tonight's New Year's Eve dinner. It saves and adds to the atmosphere. Xia Yang made the braised beef that Shen Yanyan liked to eat, Shen Yanyan made the sweet and sour pork that Xia Yang liked to eat, and Shen Lily got steamed pork ribs. Zhao Kite, on the other hand, was stewing ugway chicken soup and instructing her 2 daughters in cooking while she was stewing. Soon 4 courses were neatly laid out on the table, wafting their aroma. Come, drink the soup first. Zhao Kite served a bowl of soup to both Xia Yang and her daughters. Auntie's soup is awesome. Xia Yang quickly finished the bowl. The soup was fresh and rich. It's good that Xiao Yang likes it. Do you want another bowl? Zhao Kite smiled. People who cook certainly like to hear someone praise their cooking skills. The sisters had gotten used to watching their mother's meaty favoritism towards Xia Yang. Oh, my God. Better serve your own soup. Honey, come and try the sweet and sour pork ribs I made for you. Shen Yanyan picked up a piece of the good-looking sweet and sour pork and sent it to Xia Yang's bowl. She just tried to make her own sweet and sour pork okay before she dared to clip it to Xia Yang. If it was very difficult to eat, then wouldn't it ruin her impression in Xia Yang's mind? Brother Xia Yang, you try mine too. Shen Lily followed suit and also chucked a piece of steamed pork ribs into Xia Yang's bowl. Is it good? The sisters asked in unison. Nice. How hard can it be to eat with Zhao Kite as your guide? So are sweet and sour pork ribs good, or steamed pork ribs? Shen Lily threw out a deadly question. Which one to choose? Xia Yang will be in danger. Just as delicious. Xia Yang did not offend either side, but Shen Yanran also wanted to know the answer to this question. Honey, you can only pick the one that tastes the best. The sisters were expecting him to give judgment. It's hard for Zhang to do that. Pick one of these two and the other one will be sad. How can he spare it? There it is. The black chicken soup is the best. Xia Yang replied. Zhao Kite's heart was joyful after hearing his answer and took the initiative to help him out. Alright, you guys don't give Xia Yang a hard time anymore, hurry up and eat. Zhao Kite gave the word, and the sisters could only stop. Xia Yang first gave Zhao Kite the braised beef he had made, and then gave it to the sisters, taking care of all of them. In the end, the stir-fried beef he made was eaten by Shen Yanran. Shen Lily couldn't even snatch it from her if she wanted to. It was something that Xia Yang had made especially for her and belonged to the privilege of a girlfriend. After dinner, the sky also darkened and beautiful fireworks began to bloom in the sky, very colorful and very nice. The four of them were waiting for the new year to arrive, and as the hour hand went past 0, Zhao Kite took out the gifts for her daughters. The transfer of shares of the Chiu group. Zhao Kite loves her daughter equally and gives the same shares. Shen Yanran and Shen Lily didn't care who had more or less, and directly accepted this New Year's gift. Thanks, Mom. Thanks, Mom. Xia Yang also envied the sisters for being able to receive a gift from their mom, who hadn't returned from saving the world for so long. Xiao Yang, I've prepared a gift for you as well. Come with me. Zhao Kite walked to Xia Yang and said. Auntie, do I get a present too? Sure, you'll love it. Hearing Zhao Kite say this, Xia Yang had some expectations. Then he followed Zhao Kite to fetch the gifts. Shen Yanran and Shen Lily looked at each other and threw down the share transfer agreement and hurriedly rushed to follow. They wanted to see what kind of gift their mom had prepared for Xia Yang. Come to the garage, it's a limited edition sports car. Yang, do you like it? Thanks, Auntie. Chapter 62 The Lonely Chu Qiu Shui. Back to the plot of Chapter 60. Xia Yang forced himself to focus all his attention on the game, when his teammates ordered a surrender. What's the big downwind point of surrender? But my girlfriend said she can't lose. Xia Yang, brothers don't order. The four teammates developed a rebellious mindset. You tell me not to order it, I'm going to order it. As his teammates swiped up the votes on the voting screen, Xia Yang's opposing votes seemed so powerless. Go play with your girlfriend. One player with fast hands typed this acid-filled sentence on the public screen before the game ended. As for that? Didn't you lose too? It's almost as if the pros are the enemies. The opposite side of the instant defeat refers to how loud the laughter. Ugh, these teammates are hopeless. The sound of the game failing came out from inside the cell phone, and Shen Yanran looked up with a slight smile when she heard it. Honey, how did you lose? Can't help it, my teammates are jealous that I have a girlfriend like you. A large part of the reason Xia Yang lost was because of her, and losing was what Yin Yan wanted to end up with. No excuses. As a punishment for your loss. I'm in charge tonight. Shen Yanran looked at her boyfriend with her autumn waves flowing. How could Xia Yang not know what Shen Yanran was thinking? Since she wanted to dominate the relationship between the two, then Xia Yang would fulfill her. One's girlfriend can't afford to turn over a new leaf anyway. No problem, does my beautiful and moving girlfriend have anything to order me now? Xia Yang was very cooperative. It's all about the mood between lovers. That's what makes it fun. Honey, first help me change my clothes, then carry me to the shower. Shen Yanran uttered her first command of the night. As you wish. After Xia Yang helped his girlfriend take off her old jacket, he carried her into the bathroom. Stop it. Honey, I'm in charge now. Xia Yang fell silent, leaving only the sound of Shen Yanran's pleased light laughter. After 11 o'clock, Xia Yang looked at his girlfriend, who was lying in his arms with a tired look, and started the coaxing to sleep mode. Hurry up and go to sleep. Xia Yang's tone was as soft as a feather. Good night kiss. Shen Yanran was clearly just as tired as she was, but she still insisted that Xia Yang give her a kiss. Lips touching. Satisfied, she hugged Xia Yang and fell asleep. In fact, Xia Yang wanted to talk to Shen Yanran about what happened today and was afraid that she wouldn't be able to sleep after hearing about it. It's better to talk about it tomorrow. Huma, I hope you're not too upset. Xia Yang then also hugged his girlfriend and went into dreamland. Lin Yashin rushed back from the company. It was hard to have a little free time. She wanted to meet Xia Yang. She hadn't seen him for many days. As soon as the car stopped, she couldn't wait to pull open the door, her warm white legs in high heels stepping down. The assistant sighed helplessly at the sight of his own president. Love really changes a lot of things. When is the president of the company not majestic and dignified, the appearance of a tent? Now where is a bit of the usual temperament? Even if she told the company's employees, they wouldn't believe her, right? Whatever, off duty. Go ask your boyfriend for a hug yourself. The assistant also drove home. Lin Yashin adjusted the expression on her face, then knocked on the door of Xia Yang's house. The current Xia Yang was at his girlfriend's house, so naturally there was no one to open the door for Lin Yashin. Is Xia Yang staying at school today? Lin Yashin was very lost and couldn't see Xia Yang come to open the door for himself and then call out his sister Lin. She could be going on a business trip tomorrow. He had given Lin Yashin the key when she helped Xia Yang cook in the past, and Xia Yang hadn't taken it back later. She took out that key and unlocked the door to her room, going inside and casually closing the door and turning on the light inside the room. Lin Yashin slept on Xia Yang's bed, smelling the familiar scent, murmuring, "Xiao Yang, sister misses you so much." It was 11 o'clock and Lang Frost Moon still hadn't gone to bed. Normally she rested at 10. The room was full of things, all of which she had gone to the shopping center at lunchtime to buy for a class event. Lun Fengyue was checking what else she hadn't bought, then packed the things neatly and placed them inside the corner of the room. Knock, knock. A knock came from outside the door. "Mom, come in." Leng Jia was busy and often not at home, and now there were only mother and daughter in the house. Xiao Shuwei was wearing looser pajamas, even so she couldn't hide her. Lun Fenyue's heart sank when she thought about these issues that she usually ignored. "Mom, I'll stay home with you tomorrow." She called out to her mother, who was about to leave. Xiao Shuwei sniffed and knew that this was her daughter feeling sorry for herself. "Your father will be back tomorrow, go play in peace." She stroked her daughter's waist-length silk and said. In fact, Lang Jia is not available tomorrow, in order for her daughter to be able to go and play with peace of mind. She told a lie. Lang Fengyue knew exactly what was going on in her mind as a mother, but her daughter was looking forward to tomorrow's class activities. Daughters will definitely stay home with them as long as they ask. It's better to let your daughter go to class, maybe things will turn around and get used to this loneliness yourself. Lang Fengyue didn't expect her mother to lie to her and thought that her father would really come back tomorrow, so she was relieved. She still wanted to hug her mom though. Long Frost Moon is this type of cold outside and hot inside. She slowly hugged her mom. Xu Qiushui also hugged his daughter. After a while the mother and daughter separated. "Well, mommy's going back to bed, and you're going to bed early too. Good night, Mom." Chapter 63, Preparing for Departure. The next morning, Zhao Kite woke up and made a flurry of phone calls out to report and round up Shinting's real estate company. After Shinting's plan to kidnap Zhao Kite failed last night, he hid inside the house that wasn't in his name, and the female secretary was here. He took all his anger out on the female secretary and tortured her. Finally Shinting sat on the ground in despair. It's all over. Xia Yang hugged Shen ran outside the hall. Sometimes silent companionship is better than anything. After a while Shen ran finally stopped being silent. "Xia Yang, I want to eat egg noodles." "Okay, I'll make it for you right away. You wait in the hall." Xia Yang pulled out a chair and told Shen Yanran to sit down. Unexpectedly, she shook her head no. "You teach me how to cook egg noodles and I'll make you breakfast later." Xia Yang was touched inside after hearing what his girlfriend said and lowered his head to kiss his girlfriend's red lips. The passionate kiss took her mind off the distressing stuff for a while. Next Xia Yang in the kitchen hand in hand to teach his girlfriend to do egg noodles. The process is very simple. The water boils and add oil into it, then put the noodles, then add eggs and a little salt. There wasn't the slightest difficulty. Shen Yanran learned it as soon as she could. Zhao Kite also walked out from inside the room after handling the orders. Yan, I'm going to a class activity to go camping today. I might be gone for a couple days." Xia Yang said. 2 or 3 days. A little too long. If Shen Yanran weren't for the fact that she still had to take over Zhao, she would have to stick with Xia Yang from morning to night. 3 days was a short period of time, but not being able to see Xia Yang this time would become very long. She was also afraid that he would get angry with herself if she didn't let Xia Yang go to the class activities. Okay, honey, remember to think of me. What else could Xin Yanran do? Is it hard to tie up Xia Yang with chains to keep him away? Mom's still here. 3 days went by quickly. Xiao Yang, you have to pay more attention to safety outside. Zhao Kite's words were filled with concern. Well, I'll be careful. After dinner, Xin Yanran helped Xia Yang pack up his clothes, even his underwear was neatly folded. Then drove Xia Yang to school. Zhao Kite watched Xia Yang leave from the gate. After Xin Yanran sent Xia Yang to the entrance of the school, the class had almost finished assembling at the entrance. She was seeing the last person she wanted to see. Cold frost moon. Doesn't that mean they'll be camping together for the next 3 days? Absolutely not. But Xia Yang had already taken out his luggage from the trunk, and it was too late to stop it. Honey, come here. If you don't want to go into the basement, stay away from Long Frost Moon. Xin Yanran smiled and uttered these threatening words. Xia Yang's cold sweat also broke out. Chapter 64, The Silent Xia Yang. Long Xuanyu had long been waiting for Xia Yang at the school entrance. Next to her were 2 rather large boxes filled with supplies needed for camping. The squad leader in charge of organizing the event had rented a van and a bus, and the supplies would be placed on top of the van. A few of her male classmates volunteered to help her carry her luggage, but she politely declined. When Xia Yang arrived, he carried a large box in one hand and moved it onto the van. After the luggage was loaded, Xia Yang's class got on the bus, and there were also some who didn't come, totaling 34 people. Long Xuanyue and Xia Yang got on the bus late, and the students who got on the bus first consciously sat at the back, so they got the front seats instead. She wrinkled her nose. There was an odor on this bus. 4 bells later. Xia Yang slowly realized that Long Xuanyu was a bit off. Her face was pale and still closed her beautiful eyes and pursed her red lips. Frost Moon, are you seasick? Lang Fengyue opened her eyes and nodded. She didn't even want to say anything. This morning she had breakfast before she set off. The road wasn't so smooth now, plus the smell in the car was a bit unpleasant. Her stomach turned over and she held on by sheer will. And it had been so long since she'd been on a bus with a bad odor that she'd forgotten about the whole motion sickness pill thing. Gradually, some other students started to get carsick as well. The squad leader inwardly felt a little remorseful that he shouldn't have rented a low-cost bus just to save that little bit of squad money, and now the camping trip hadn't even started yet. People just start to hold up. But now that we're 2/3 of the way there, it's a longer ride even if we turn back. I'll go ask the class if they have any motion sickness pills. Wait a moment. Xia Yang said with some concern, then got up. You hurry back. Lang Xuanyue tugged at Xia Yang's sleeve. Well, I'll do it as soon as possible. Xia Yang patted Long Xuanyu's jade hand as a sign of comfort. Any student who has ever gotten carsick knows how uncomfortable the experience can be, and how every second feels like years. Class, do you have any motion sickness pills? Classmates? Xia Yang asked all the way inside the rocking carriages. The students either had brought motion sickness pills but not much, or they had already distributed them. Just when he thought there were no motion sickness pills, an introverted girl took them out of her bag and gave them to him. Thank you, classmate. Xia Yang thanked her sincerely. She quickly waved her hand and said you are welcome. He did not dare to delay and quickly returned to his position. Long Frost Moon's situation blushed even more unpleasantly. I've borrowed the motion sickness medicine from my classmates, take it quickly. Xia Yang opened a bottle of mineral water, then took the motion sickness medicine out of the package and put it inside his palm. Lang Fengyue sniffed and opened her eyes, picking up the pill and taking it. Perhaps it was a psychological effect. She immediately felt much better. Can I lean on your shoulder? You can lean if you want to, if it makes you feel better. Lang Fengyue was so uncomfortable he looked in his heart and felt bad. After receiving Xia Yang's permission, Lang Xuanyu leaned her head on her favorite person's shoulder. The fresh scent of Xia Yang's body swam into Lang Frost Moon's nostrils, driving away the unpleasant odor. The nausea landed within a manageable range. Lang Xuanyu felt that this trip was not in vain. Last time when she was sick she did not dare to lean on Xia Yang's shoulder. This time she finally got what she wanted. The difficult journey was nothing because of Xia Yang's company. Just like that, cold frost moon held out until she reached her destination. The car rental was crap, but it was a nice place to camp. The view is very beautiful. After getting off the bus, Lang Xuanyue's face was still pale, and most of her classmates weren't much better. Xia Yang helped her find a rock that could be used as a sitting bench and picked up leaves to clean it up. Frost Moon, sit here for a moment, I'll get the luggage down and the tent set up. Looking at Lang Frosty Moon's appearance, she should have rarely done this kind of long-distance bus with unpleasant odor, and her motion sickness was very serious. She still needs a good night's sleep to recover. Otherwise you can't even eat, let alone play. I'm fine. She staggered to her feet to go with Zhang to carry things and set up the tent. She wanted to do something with Zhang. Recently these days she saw Xia Yang less and less time. Nighttime she had many times dreamed of Xia Yang merged into the sea of people disappeared. Every time this time she would call out Xia Yang's name and then wake up. Coming to this class activity was also because she was just able to see Xia Yang. No way. I'm going to get angry if you don't listen. Xia Yang knew that this childhood friend of his could become very persistent at times, and he wouldn't be able to quell her if he didn't put on a resolutely impermissible attitude. He reached out and held Lang Shuanyue's fragrant shoulders to make her sit down. Then went to move things. This trick really worked. Lang Shuanyue wanted to say something, but she obediently sat down on the stone. Her gaze stayed on Xia Yang, who was carrying the luggage, without leaving for a moment. Xia Yang chose a good flat spot to put his luggage, and then it was time to set up the tent. He started by unfolding the inner tent, setting up the tent poles and hitting the tent ground pegs. The steps are firm and quick. The students hadn't even gotten over their motion sickness when Xia Yang set up the tent. It was almost ready when it was laid inside with first an insulated mat and then a layer of blankets. Hang a light in the center if you have a light source. He opened the 2 big boxes of Cold Frost Moon and took out the quilts, ready to let Cold Frost Moon take a rest. When everything was set up, he met Lang Frost Moon's gaze and walked over. Go inside the tent and sleep for a while, or else you won't even have the appetite to eat strawberries later. Xia Yang still maintained a non-negotiable tone. This said so that he could completely pin down Lang Shuangyu, this ice beauty. Aha! Lang Shuangyu did not mind Xia Yang's unusual tone at all, because she knew that hidden underneath this tone was his concern for herself. Xia Yang, who was carrying the luggage and struggling to hit the tent all by himself, was sweating slightly on his forehead. Cold Frost Moon walked over and used her own sleeve to help him wipe away the beads of sweat. It was only Xia Yang who could make Lang Shuanyue do this. No need to act tough, I'll just listen to you. Those male students who were seasick had an even harder time seeing this scene. They never dreamed that Lang Shuangyu would have such a gentle side. Envy and jealousy. Xia Yang's tone immediately resumed as it normally would, and he didn't want to act like Mr. Bully, constantly speaking to others in a commanding tone. After all, everyone is free. Well, as long as you're not stubborn, I won't talk to you in that tone. Go inside and rest, we'll barbecue together when you're rested, and at night I've heard that you can still see a lot of stars in the sky here. I'll listen to you from now on. Lang Shuangyu looked at Xia Yang and uttered these words. In reality, Lang Frost Moon was no different from saying this than confessing. Xia Yang heard but didn't say anything, silently lifted the quilt and signaled Lang Shuangyu to lie down, helped her cover up and then left. Xia Yang sighed after walking out of the tent outside, then went to claim the one that belonged to him. Lang Shuangyu inside the tent also sighed slightly, closed her eyes to rest, and began to miss the fresh scent of Xia Yang's body. How I would love to snuggle up to him like that one more time. Chapter 65. The day Xia Yang wasn't home. Once the first tent was up, the students began to move in as well. When Xia Yang walked over to the class president who was distributing the tents, his first words were, "Classmate Xia Yang, is there anything else you want?" "I've come to claim the tent," Xia Yang explained. The worried squad leader was instantly energized when he talked about this. He arranged the work to the vice squad leader and then put his arm around Xia Yang's shoulder and walked to the side. Xia Yang was a bit puzzled. What was this for? "Classmate Xia Yang, haven't you noticed that tent is very big?" For the sake of comparison, the class president also pointed to the single-person tent that was being distributed not far away. It was only when he said this that Xia Yang remembered that the tent he had just pitched was indeed very large. Zhang thought that every tent was of this size. Although it is said that you and Goddess Lang are in a fiancé relationship, a bright moon in the sky like Goddess Lang must be very conservative. Have you ever kissed Goddess Lang? No. Xia Yang answered truthfully. He probably knew what the class president meant. That's right. The squad leader slapped his thigh in excitement. It was just as he had guessed. When I bought the tent, I purposely bought a big tent. Even if Goddess Lang, how high and cold 3 days you still cannot take her? I can see that Goddess Lang also likes you. Men take the initiative a little bit, things will fall into place. There's no need to thank me, just don't forget to treat me to a meal after you've hugged a beautiful woman back. The class president felt deeply that he had done another good thing. Xiaoyan looked at the smug class president a bit speechless. I really thank you. In fact, the entire class was kowtowing to the CP pair of Xiaoyang and Lang Shuangyu, who seemed like they were born to be a pair, and both of their face values were sky high. The name contains the sun and the moon. Fiancé and fiancé again. Please get married in place right away, okay? Thanks. Xiaoyang couldn't bear to dampen the class president's enthusiasm, even though it was said to be a bad thing with good intentions. You cheer up, I have to go hand out tents to my classmates. Now he could only go live inside that oversized tent with Lang Xuanyue. When he went back, Xiaoyang saw the female student who gave him the motion sickness medicine was struggling to put up a tent. He rushed forward to help. Large, strong hands took the tent poles from behind that female student, then set the tent up and nailed on the tent pegs. Then move all her stuff next to the tent. Thank you. The introverted girl didn't dare to look directly at Xiaoyang at all, and said thanks with a red face. You just gave me motion sickness medicine, it's only right that I help you set up your tent, no thanks. I'll go back first, bye. Bye. That female classmate finally gathered the courage to meet Xiaoyang's eyes. Xiaoyang waved his hand and headed towards the big tent, not knowing if Lang Xuanyue was asleep. The relationship between the two of them is not the same as before. Lang Xuanyue likes him, and even said to him, from now on we'll listen to you, this kind of promise. He can only be silent or run away. Ugh, love is so annoying sometimes. He uncovered the tent door and Lang Frost Moon opened her eyes to look at him when she heard the commotion. Still not sleeping? Xiaoyang asked. A little dizzy. Even if Lang Frost Moon was now lying on the blanket, she still had the feeling of spinning. I'll press it for you, maybe it'll be easier. Aha! Lang Xuanyue answered softly. Xiaoyang came to sit next to her and used the thumbs of both hands to massage an acupoint that could relieve dizziness and headache. Lang Fengyue closed her eyes. With Xiaoyang there, she soon fell asleep peacefully. Xiaoyang slowly loosened the two thumbs of the massage and glanced at his beautiful childhood friend, who was already asleep. The 6 o'clock that Lang Fengyue slept through this sleep, the other students had started barbecuing, and the aroma of barbecue wafted inside the campground. While Xiaoyang had been guarding Lang Xuanyu's side, during which time he heard her call out her name. And said to tell myself not to go. Is your head still dizzy? Xiaoyang asked. Much better. In that case, let's start the barbecue. The classmates are eating up. Xiaoyang stood up. Lang Xuanyue also lifted the quilt. The students' eyes contained deep meaning when they saw the two men come out from inside the tent. The two men divided up the labor and worked well together. One was responsible for organizing the ingredients and the other for organizing the grill to burn the charcoal red hot. The ingredients are brushed with oil and then placed on an iron grill to make a zippy sound. When it's almost cooked, turn it over and sprinkle a little bit of barbecue specialties on it and the aroma will come out. What do you want to eat? Xiaoyang asked Lang Frost Moon. I like to eat anything you bake. How did Lang Frost Moon have a cold face then say such provocative words out of her mouth? It's true that sincerity is the biggest must-have. Xiaoyang grilled some chicken wings, chicken claws, corn and leeks. That's when the squad leader ran over with a large skewer of barbecue and greeted the two men. Hello Lang. Xiaoyang, I'll leave these treasures to you. They asked for it and I couldn't even give it to them, it's much better than leeks. Take it, and cheer up tonight. Xiaoyang, who was grilling a barbecue, had a large handful of barbecue stuffed into his hand, and he looked at it. Good man. What are these? Lang Xuanyue usually didn't have the chance to eat barbecue, so she naturally couldn't recognize this kind of thing. Ahem, something very hard to eat. Frost Moon, you'd better wait until the leeks and chicken wings are baked before you eat them, okay? Cold Frost Moon nodded, she was just asking. Xiaoyang, who had passed the test, put the large handful of barbecue on a plate far away from Lang Xuanyue, fearing that she would use it to eat it. It's not a big deal to eat it, but I'm afraid she'll know what this baby is called. After a while, even the corn was almost ready. He put it on a plate and brought it to Lang Fengyue. Just heat up the barbecue you just got from the squad leader yourself, you can't just throw it away. It's a waste of food and a waste of a piece of someone else's mind. Add a little more pepper. Lang Fengyue took a small bite of the corn. It was a little hot, she blew on it and the oil-stained red lips were slightly reflective, and there was finally a hint of fireworks on her body. The class was sensible enough not to bother them. Inside the villa. Lily disobeyed her mother's order to go home. She really wanted to see Xia Yang too much. Brother Xia Yang. When he went to his sister's room, he found that there was no sign of Xia Yang in it, and his sister, who had to go to work, came back instead. Sister, where's brother Xia Yang? Yanran said feebly, went to a class activity, won't be back until 3 days later. Ah. Lily immediately made a call to Xia Yang to verify her sister's words. She also bought clothes similar to a witch's costume just to please Xia Yang. Only to come back happy only to go and pounce. The atmosphere at the table at dinner was dismal. When Xia Yang isn't home, meals are tasteless. Honey, come back soon. Chapter 66. What? 3. Camping is always a campfire. The boys in the class went to the neighborhood to gather dead branches for a bonfire, and the class sat around that bonfire. On weekdays the class disperses after class, and there is a little less opportunity for boys and girls to interact, but now the opportunity has come. The hunters will take the initiative. Not far from Xia Yan was staged such a scene. Can I sit here, please? A boy asks the girl he has a crush on. Could be. Both men's faces were reddened by the campfire. Xia Yang's side had finally eliminated the strategic materials that the squad leader had kindly sent over, and he was all a bit stuffed. It looks like I won't be able to sleep tonight. Cold Frost Moon was also full, and there were some leftover chicken claws and wings. He gritted his teeth and picked it up and ate it all. Lang Fengwu had picked up a tissue and carefully wiped the corners of his mouth. There was a low cry from the dark eaters. Wow, goddess cold is so sweet. I see a good chance things will work out tonight. The squad leader spoke up, confidence stemming from the tonic that had been sent over. He had watched Xia Yang eat them all, not a single one was wasted. The nights are bound to be spent tossing and turning and not being able to sleep, with the bear burning in his heart. Class president, when do you think Xia Yang and Lang will get married? The melon-eating classmate asked. How about graduation? Someone snaps. Idiot. You can get extra credit for a marriage license. The boy on the right raised his eyes, and it was obvious he cared about credits. That's when the squad leader spoke up, don't have to wait too long, they'll be married in less than 4 months. How do you know? I just know. The class president, to make sure that what he said was true, pulled all 16 male students here except Xia Yang into the group. What did the squad leader have to tell us? Class president, tonight, if Xia Yang borrows a balloon from you, say no through and through. There was silence inside the group. It wouldn't be good to get someone killed, would it? Class president, lend it to Xia Yang, don't you guys need to use it tonight? Or just one at a time? You're not going to? No way? I didn't realize you guys were gently out of your depth. Alas. The group instantly exploded inside. I'm known as the best man of the night. I'm his brother's best friend. Good day, brother. Here's 11 a night. That number is getting bigger and bigger. It turns out that the group is full of long-lost half-brothers. When the squad leader sees them like this, he knows his plan has worked, and there will be no balloons to borrow from Xia Yang tonight. Extinction. Men are always damn good at something. The oblivious Xia Yang wanted to stop Lang Shangyue from wiping her mouth, but she accidentally held her smooth little hand. He hastily retracted his hand. Let's go over to the campfire, it's cold at night. Good. Although Xia Yang did not respond to her, Lang Shuangyu still fulfilled her promise again. Listen to him. A huge bonfire dispelled the chill of the night and the students sat in a circle. The squad leader took a head count and checked to see if everyone was in order. Students, camping in the wilderness requires someone to keep watch. Which student would like to keep watch for the second half of the night? Me. Xia Yang immediately raised his hand, while a trace of gloom crossed Long Frost Moon's eyes. The squad leader ignored him. Ordered a guy who doesn't have a girlfriend. Hi, tonight you keep watch for the second half of the night. How about I introduce you to a girl when we get back? Guaranteed to carry out orders. No problems at all. Xiao Hai got up on the spot and swore in assurance. Great. Xia Yang could only lower his slightly embarrassed hand. The squad leader came over and tapped him on the shoulder. Mr. Xia Yang, you're responsible for sleeping in peace. The students all laughed, and even Lang Shuangyu's cold and clear face was colored with a slight red. Right. You fiancés and fiancées just sleep well and don't forget to send us invitations when you get married. First things first, The portion money will only come with 200. The class is completely unaware of the fact that behind Xiaoyang there are several harmless sickly girls watching, and if he dares to make a mistake, he will directly say bye-bye to this wonderful world outside. It's sometimes bad to start a fight blindly. After arranging the tasks for the vigil, it was time for the activities to begin, and each person was required to take a slip of paper from inside the box and do whatever was drawn. Thrilling and exciting. These are the activities that you set up with your classmates before you left, and the notes inside were put in by your classmates. They don't dare to write very hard, in case they draw it themselves that would be lifting a stone to hit their own feet. Mr. Xiaoyang smoked first. The class president stopped the first boy to come up and gave him a frantic wink. The student stepped back with a knowing smile. The first person to smoke it is definitely screwed. Okay. Xiaoyang reached in and picked up a random note. What's written on it? Lung Xuanyu was very close to Xiaoyang, trying to see clearly what was written on it. How many kids do you want in the future? She read it out and then felt her face start to burn. If Xiaoyang wants a child, I'll give him 2 at most. Damn it! Who wrote this? Xiaoyang was speechless. What kind of question was this? Just have the person who draws it go up and sing a song when he puts the note in. I was really too kind. If I'm given another chance, I'll let the person who wrote the note know what cruelty means. It's Lung's turn, the class president said. She reached her flamboyant hand in and took one, opening it. When are you going to marry someone you like? This time it was Xiaoyang who was curious about what Lung Xuanyu had gotten, and Lung Xuanyu directly handed him the note. Or silence. What could he do but be silent? It was no longer possible for Cold Frost Moon to be with him in this situation. Being liked by a sickly girl and trying to run away? Still too young to have died, it seems. Xiaoyang also knew that he and Lung Xuanyu drew this kind of note because someone was at fault. He was the first to draw a slip of paper, and certainly the first to stand up and speak. Mr. Xiaoyang, please answer the question on your note about how many children you want. Class, eat melon. Xiaoyang's fists clenched. The note was still in his hand and he knew what was written on it. 1 is enough. Xiaoyang replied helplessly. The squad leader, however, exclaimed, What? 3. It's so tempting to beat the out of this asshole. The students turned their derisive gazes towards Lung Frost Moon, her earlobes slightly red. Let's wish Xiaoyang's classmates and their favorite people an early child. The atmosphere exploded straight away and the students applauded vigorously. The female student sitting next to Lung Xuanyu quietly glanced at Xiaoyang then said to her, Lung student, it's really hard for you. Lung Fengyue's face blushed with shame. Xia must be pretty fierce to actually want 3, he. That woman, please stop your nonsense. Chapter 67. Soon it was Cold Frost Moon's turn again to answer the questions on the note. May I ask when student Lang will marry his favorite person? Once this question came out, the student's positivity came to another climax. Lung Xuanyu didn't retreat in the face of her classmates' gazes and looked at Xiaoyang and said, as long as he's willing we can go back and get a license. Lung Fengyue spoke such blunt words that surprised her classmates. Then the students gave her another round of applause for her courage. Everyone at this moment knows that Lung Xuanyu loves Xiaoyang so deeply. It was at this point that the class president felt that what he was doing was redundant. Xiaoyang even lied to me that he didn't even kiss on the mouth. Humph. No one would believe that. I sent him so many doilies and then forbade my classmates to lend him balloons, and he lied to me and said he hadn't even kissed me on the mouth. That evens it out. Near the end of the event, the female life committee member of the class approached Cold Frost Moon and asked her to come with her. Mr. Huang, what can I do for you? The life member blushed and took out a pill from inside her bag. Student Lang, I just saw the class president give a big handful of that. The life member stammered. Question mark. It's that. The life member looked around and realized that no nearby students had come over and whispered the truth. Lung Xuanyu finally understood why Xiaoyang didn't want her to eat those barbecues, so it was that kind of thing. I'm glad I didn't eat it. She hadn't eaten just now though, not when she was back inside her tent at night. Boys eat that kind of stuff. Xiaoyang students ate so much at once, at night. It's better for us girls to get married before getting pregnant. The life committee member put the pill in her hand inside Lung Xuanyu's palm. Boys sometimes won't listen even if you say so, take this for insurance. Looks like an experienced life member then. I'll go first, bye. The life member turned and left. Cold Frost Moon took the life member's kind words in. Slightly flushed cheeks that dwarfed even the bright moon in the sky, she hoped to use them tonight. To prepare herself for the on-fire summer sun, she opened her phone and searched the internet. All sorts of knowledge began to impact Lung Frost Moon's mind, and in the end she was still defeated and hastily closed the webpage. How could there be so much more than she could imagine? Alas, the fairy in the sky has finally fallen to earth. After the event, Lung Xuanyu and Xia Yang didn't go back inside the tent right away because the night sky here was shining with stars and it was very pretty. Xia Yang lay on the lawn looking at the stars and missing his mom and dad. Where the hell did they go? And Lung Xuanyu was sitting with her hands on her knees next to her. She hadn't seen a starry sky like this in a long time either. The style of the night outside, the cold, Xia Yang's strong body even feel a little warm, is afraid of Cold Frost Moon catch cold. Go back, it's warmer inside the tent. Xia Yang. After I go back in time, I'll snatch you back. Lung Xuanyu said as she looked at his back while clenching her hands together. She must get back what is hers. Xia Yang stopped his pace. His request for Lung Xuanyu to return to the past was focused on the whereabouts of his mom and dad, and he completely did not think that there was this kind of maneuverability. If it was more than 3 years ago that Lung Xuanyu confessed to himself, there was really no certainty that he himself could refuse. The face of the childhood friend in front of him was so determined that he could not be persuaded. Headache. The next hope is all going to rest on Yan Yan, hoping that she can fight over the Lung Xuanyu who has traveled back in time. The two returned to the tent, and the squad leader in charge of the first half of the night's watch duty even scowled at Xia Yang. Unfortunately, right now he was half in the mood. Lung Fengyu had only brought over a large, thick quilt, enough to cover 2 people. Originally her plan was for the two to each have their own tents, but without a quilt Xia Yang still had to come over and sleep with herself. This was the first time Lung Frost Moon had ever counted on someone else. I didn't expect the melon-eating crowd to directly give their unmarried couple a whole big tent. This is great, sharing the same bed is something that can't escape. Lung Fengyu took off her clothes, leaving Xia Yang with a backside as beautiful as jade. Then she changed into a semi-passable silk nightgown. At home she wore those loose pajamas just like Chu Tsushui. Extremely conservative. Lung Fengyu wanted to wear it for Xia Yang to see, and even wanted to get his compliments. It has been true since the beginning of time that a woman is a woman's best friend. The light in the center of the tent shone down, and Lung Frost Moon's snow-like skin was too dazzling. The spring color underneath the semi-transparent silk pajamas was hidden. The hair that was draped down even more appeared to give Lung Frost Moon a unique beauty. Xia Yang was going off to hurry up and go to sleep. After eating so many good things at dinner, it was the time when the blood was rising. If the person in front of him was Shen Yanran, he would have pounced on her long ago. Big quilt to cover up and go to sleep. If you don't sleep, you won't be able to save your little life. Lung Fengyu also covered her perfect petite body with the quilt. The person she liked was sleeping next to her, and she could see Xia Yang's side face when she turned around. How nice. Good night. Good night. The two just fell asleep. It's a whole different world than what the students thought. Midnight. Lung Xuanyu automatically leaned into Xia Yang's arms in her sleep, and in no time she was woken up by the heat. I woke up and saw that his forehead was sweating and his face was red. His mouth was still shouting Shen Yanran. She remembered what the life member had told her. Boys who eat those things will. Lung Xuanyu knew that Xia Yang was already overcompensating at the moment. It was not surprising that eating that stuff all the way to satiety would be like this. Now dreaming about girlfriends. It has to be cooled down for that to happen. She dampened a towel with cold water and placed it on Xia Yang's forehead. Chapter 68. Two Women Talking. When Xia Yang woke up in the morning, he realized that he had a warm and soft person in his arms wrapped around his waist. At home when Shen Yanran are so holding him to sleep, last night dreaming of Shen Yanran, Xia Yang thought he was now lying inside the villa. Then strong arms wrapped around the soft waist subconsciously hard into his arms. The still sleeping Lung Frost Moon let out a wooing sound after she slumped into the man's broad chest, her bright eyes slowly opening as she leaned in closer. She didn't know why Xia Yang would take the initiative to embrace her, but it didn't matter, it was exactly what she wanted. Xia Yang heard this voice is not right, not Shen Yan, that siren's voice. Looking down, she met eyes with Lung Frost Moon, who was lying in her arms. The beauty of the beautiful person in her arms is stirring, heavenly fairy-like appearance, the scarlet of desire. The most important thing is that Xia Yang knows that she will not reject herself. The two didn't speak for a while. After a long time, Xia Yang loosened his hand from Lung Shanhua's beautifully moist waist. Sorry, I thought I was at home. Xia Yang moved a distance away from Lang Frost Moon, but he was covered in Lang Frost Moon's fragrance. It's okay. Lang Fengyue lightly tugged on the slipping nightgown to cover her fragrant shoulders back up. Is this how Xin Yanran sleeps when he's at home? It's still early, you can sleep in, I'll prepare breakfast. What do you want to eat? There's bread and porridge and fruit. Xia Yang looked at the time on his cell phone, it was only 6:30. If he hadn't hugged Lung Xuanyu tightly, she could have slept even longer. I got up in the middle of the night last night and worked for a long time and didn't sleep very well. Have some porridge. She didn't want bread. You sleep for a while, I'll call you when the porridge is ready. Xia Yang left the quilt. Aha! Lang Frosty Moon moved to the spot where Xia Yang had just laid down, it was very warm. Lifting the tent door, a handful of students got up for a breath of fresh air. Xia Yang greeted them and then went to the box and took out a pot, poured in the pure water that the truck had brought in and started cooking porridge. Flames jumped under the bottom of the pot and the pot grew hot. A female student came and sat down next to him. There was both a fire to keep him warm and a handsome man. It's not against the law to not get a look around, is it? Xia Yang students are just hardworking, we all eat bagged bread to cope. It's better to have a little hot porridge in the morning. The wood beneath the bottom of the pot emitted a subtle burning raw, and the water above it began to boil. Xia Yang hurriedly removed some of the fire, the porridge should be slowly boiled to be good. When the porridge was ready, he had wanted to tell Lang Frost Moon to get up and have breakfast, but after entering the tent he realized that Lang Frost Moon had not woken up yet. Only the porridge could be covered and there was some carbon insulation underneath. As the time passed, the students got up. The camp was buzzing with activity. The boys were all whispering when they saw that Lung Xuanyu didn't get up. One guy got his ear twisted on the spot by his girlfriend. Zhang Wu. Why are you so nosy? The boys' discussion stopped at once. This kid didn't feed his girlfriend last night, did he? He's got a temper like that? Slipped away, can't afford to mess with it. Then Zhang Wu was isolated, and the discussion about what time Xia Yang and Lang Frosty Moon slept last night shifted from offline to online. It was almost 10 o'clock when Lang Frost Moon finally woke up. Didn't sleep well last night? Xia Yang asked curiously. Both of them went to sleep at the same time and slept early. How long did he sleep? Until 6 o'clock, feeling refreshed. Lung Xuanyu, even if she was a little sleepy, she didn't sleep until 10 o'clock. Her eyes flickered and her stunning face was colored red. I have a habit of recognizing the bed and sleeping a little late. Oh, so that's how it is. Xia Yang went out and brought a bowl of still warm congee. Drink, but drink too much, it's going to be lunchtime later. Aha! Xia Yang went inside his luggage and found a toothbrush, toothpaste and a cup, and Lang Frosty Moon went outside to wash up after changing her clothes. After returning, Xia Yang reached out and touched Lung Xuanyu's forehead. Frost Moon, did you catch a cold and have a fever last night? Today's face is all red. You snatched Lung Frost Moon's quilt to cover yourself last night? Xia Yang remembered that he hadn't grabbed Xin Yanran's quilt when he was in the villa. It's normal to blush a little from too much sleep, she said with forced composure. She then picked up the porridge with her red lips and drank it one bite at a time with a spoon. At that moment the voice of the life member came from outside the tent. Mr. Xia Yang, Mr. Lang, can I go in? Xia Yang went and pulled open the tent door to invite the life member in, knowing that he was here to see Lung Shanhua. Come in. Thanks. The life member walked in cautiously while sniffing the air for any strange smells. And Zhang left with a sense of humor. It was a bit inappropriate for a guy to be here when two girls were talking. What if they were going to talk about some unspeakable bosom talk? It was only after Xia Yang left that the life member was less formal. Lang, did you take the medicine I gave you last night? Not yet. Lung Fengyue took out the tablet from inside her pocket. You're not thinking of getting pregnant with Xia Yang's child, are you? The life committee member was anxious at hearing this. She looked at the trash can inside the tent, which contained only a small ball of paper towels. I have to say that this life committee is really in charge of life. Even talking about this kind of topic with the same-sex Cold Frost Moon was a bit shy. No, he last night. Cold Frost Moon couldn't continue in the middle of her sentence. The life member relies on her experience to restore and brainstorm what really happened last night. Thence came to the conclusion that Xia Yang's classmates had a lot of self-control. I know. In that case, I'm relieved. The life member patted her towering capital. Mr. Huang, this piece of medicine is returned to you. Thank you. Lang Fengyue intended to return the medicine to its original owner. Last night she all but changed her traditional style for Xia Yang and put on her silk pajamas, neither of which happened as expected. There's no point in staying with her. The camping trip is in 2 days, keep them. The self-sacrificing life member refused to take the pills. Chapter 69, Attack. In fact, she came over with a mission this time. The female students wanted to invite Leng Xuanyu to go over with them for a chat through the life committee. Ask her about the marriage contract between her and Xia Yang. It must have been a beautiful love story of childhood sweethearts and 2 young children. Then ask Leng Xuanyu how exactly she takes care of herself. Every time Leng Xuanyu passes by them in class, that glowing skin makes them envy them fiercely. The female students are determined to ask how exactly Leng Xuanyu takes care of herself and what skincare products she uses to do so. Cold Frost Moon agreed after a little thought in the face of the life committee member's request. Xia Yang, I'm going to go chat with the other students for a while. Leng Xuanyu said to Xia Yang. Go on, I'll call you when it's time to eat. What do you want for lunch? Green vegetable soup. To the life member next to me, this is the wife getting ready to go out? Say hello to your husband, and your husband says I'll be at home cooking and waiting for you to come back for dinner. It was so sweet to her. Woohoo! If she had such a handsome and considerate fiancé, she would want to have children for him. The girl sat around on top of a patch of grass, and Cold Frost Moon gave her the seat when she arrived. Student Lang, come sit here. Lang Frosty Moon proved to be attractive not only to males, but also to girls. As soon as she sat down, all eyes were on her. Gosh! Even sitting down is so graceful. Student Lang, what skincare products do you usually use to take care of your skin? There were already female students who couldn't resist asking this question eagerly. No matter how expensive it was, she was going to buy it. Who knew that Leng Xuanyu gently shook her head and said, I usually don't use any skincare products. Not even body lotion? The female student incredulously followed up, what about perfume? I could smell that light scent on you when you sat down. I'm not wearing any perfume either. Leng Xuanyu denied again. The woman's face looked ashen. No way. How could God be so biased? Humph, I've told you not to ask Lang classmates lest you hit yourself, but you don't believe me. Another female classmate said triumphantly. Maybe Lang and Xia were a divine couple in heaven in their past lives and were relegated to the earth. Then she turned to Lang Frost Moon and scanned her from head to toe. Now the female student who asked to speak didn't care about superficial issues like what cosmetics Leng Xuanyu used. She only wanted to know Leng Xuanyu's detailed data on her figure, such as her circumference. It only makes sense to ask such questions. Hey, Leng student. What's your circumference? Leng Xuanyu didn't know how to answer, she hadn't measured her circumference. How can you ask such a question? At this time another female student stood out with a serious face and refuted. All she cared about was what really happened last night. Is Xia Yang fierce or not? However, there were still a lot of female classmates who wanted to know Lang Frost Moon's triple data, waiting with bated breath for her to open her mouth. I didn't measure it. Lang Fengyue wanted to go back. She was considering whether or not to send a text message to call Xia Yang to come over and help her out. It's okay, I can help you measure it manually. The female student who had asked Lang Frost Moon about her circumference had a demented girl's smile on her face as she prepared to find out. Once again, the life committee member stepped up to the plate to keep this female pervert from getting her hands on her. No wonder she had just been so aggressive in getting herself to invite Ling over. Said he was attending a secret meeting between the girls. Ugh. Student Lang, hurry up. The life committee member was red-faced as she took Leng Xuanyu's hand and left the place. Xia Yang watched the two who had just left not long ago go and return. Chatting so fast? I guess I can't talk to my classmates, Frost Moon has such a cold temperament. Mr. Xia Yang, I'll return Mr. Lang to you now. The life committee member ran out of breath. Xia Yang looked at Leng Xuanyue and asked, did something happen? Nothing, a little accident happened during the chat. Leng Fengyue also encountered this kind of thing for the first time, just now. Even if the life committee member didn't help her to block it, that female classmate wouldn't have gotten her hands on it. Unless that person is Xia Yang. What accident? The life committee member pulling her back in such a hurry made Xia Yang a little worried and wanted to ask what had happened. Then the life committee member gasped and spent a good deal of effort before explaining clearly to Xia Yang what had happened. Xia Yang sighed that there really were all kinds of people in this world. Frostmoon, from now on you'll stay by my side and tell me if you want to go anywhere. Aha! Long Xuanyu nodded. She also wanted to be with Xia Yang all the time, even if it was just to laze around together. It would be excellent. The life member placed Long Xuanyu's jade hand in Xia Yang's big hand. Mr. Xia Yang, I'll go back first. The life committee member kills to go back and settle the score with the female classmate just now. It was so hard for her to make friends with Ling Frostmoon, and it was almost over. Long Xuanyu took the initiative to withdraw her jade hand, making it less difficult for Xia Yang. I'll go wash the greens. She pulled her hair back from her ears and took out the greens from inside the grocery bag to wash them. When they were young, Xia Yang and Lang Xuanyu's parents had taught them to cook and raised them to be hard-working children. This will surely lead to a harmonious life after marriage. Unfortunately, things didn't turn out at all like they thought they would. The life committee killed the girls' camp and then huffed and puffed to settle the score with the girl who had just been there. Siri. What were you just committing? I'm just trying to get my hands dirty. Seely said with a big grin. In fact, she wasn't a pervert, she just wanted to compete with Lang Frostmoon to see who had more capital. Mr. Xia Yang already knows about this, you wait for him to come over and settle the score with you. Seely was completely flustered and at a loss for words when she heard this. Her roommate teased, what? Our fearless Seely is still afraid of being known by her male god for her unknown side? No? Oh, everyone let out a meaningful sound in unison after being outed by their roommate. Sayuri's housemate wasn't about to let her off the hook just yet, and followed up with a question. What are you going to do when Xia Yang's classmates come over to you later? Why don't we make it a trick, you tell him that as long as you forgive me do whatever you want. Maybe Xia Yang's classmates will do something strange to you, and you've accomplished your goal, haven't you? The female classmates nodded cooperatively. She's right, guys like your wheat-skinned, powerfully built type, go for it. In the end, Seely couldn't stand it and ran straight back inside the tent as an ostrich. All this day she was worried that Xia Yang would come to her and worried that Xia Yang would not come to her. Chapter 70, Homecoming. An uneventful and cozy day passed quickly. Lang Fengyue fell back to the days when Shen Yanyan had not returned to China, and Xia Yan was right next to her within reach. At night when she slept, Lun Shanyu still changed into that translucent silk nightgown. Xia Yang still chose to restrain her desire. After an hour, Xia Yang, who had gotten up at 6 o'clock or so to cook breakfast, fell asleep, while Long Shanyu, who had rested until almost 10 o'clock, was still awake. She turned around to lie face to face with Xia Yang. The incredibly handsome face came into view and she couldn't help but run her hands over it. From the high nose to the thin lips. Xia Yang, I like you. I'll make you mine when I go back in time. It's over, Cold Frost Moon is starting to smell like sick boy that way too. Xia Yang, who was still asleep, felt something on his lips and subconsciously stuck out his tongue to lick it. Long Xuanyu's jade fingers turned bright. Her absolutely beautiful face became blushing. In the silence of the late night, the inner feelings were seduced by Xia Yang's. It's going to be now. She pulled a few strands of green silk behind her ear and slowly leaned down. The red lips slowly approached Xia Yang's thin lips. Lang Fengyue felt the softness coming from between her lips, then closed her eyes. Though it was such a basic kiss that left her inwardly overwhelmed and drained. Almost she couldn't hold on and fell on Xia Yang's broad chest. The iceberg turned into warm spring water because of the summer sun, trying to wrap him up. It was a kiss she had waited years for. For a long time, the lips parted. How I wish you would kiss me of your own accord, fiancé. Cold Frost Moon blossomed into a beauty that made everything lose its color. Luckily Xia Yang didn't wake up, he wouldn't necessarily be able to hold it in the face of a childhood friend in this state. After a deep kiss she took the initiative to hug Xia Yang and fell asleep contentedly. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Xia Yang woke up to see Lang Shanyu in her arms, still holding her waist tightly. Silk pajamas are slightly messy. Holy and beautiful. At this time it started to rain outside the tent. The sound of raindrops hitting the top of the tent soothed Xia Yang's restless heart. This rain couldn't have come at a better time. Xia Yang then slept through the sound of the rain and the soft touch. Lang Fengyue was woken up by the sound of the rain, but Xia Yang's warm embrace made her unable to get up. At 8 o'clock she estimated that Xia Yang was about to wake up, and got up to find the white dress she had specially brought with her, which was very much lined with a cold temperament. She wanted to let Xia Yang see her beautiful side. Waking up, Xiaoyang opened his eyes to see Lang Xuanyue, who was like a mysterious girl from the 9 heavens, and froze for a while. "It's raining today, so you can sleep a little longer," Lang Xuanyu said to Xiaoyang in a gentle tone, as if she was a wife. "I slept about as well as I could." He reached for his cell phone to distract himself. There was a discussion in the group about the rain, and the squad leader checked the weather forecast and said it was going to rain until tomorrow night. Well, there's no point in them staying here then. Many students offered to go back, and with a majority of those who wanted to go back after the vote, the event had to end early. Lung Fengyue didn't want to go back. It was raining outside. She would be able to spend the whole day alone with Xiaoyang inside the tent. Chapter 71: Revenge of the Beautiful Secretary. When the rain was lighter, everyone came out with umbrellas to pack up and then take down their tents. Lang Xuanyue helped Xiaoyang, who was packing up his things, with his umbrella. "Should I call you a separate car?" Xiaoyang said to Lang Xuanyue after he finished packing his luggage. "No, I can live with it." Taking a separate car to go back that way wouldn't be able to lean on Xiaoyang's shoulder. But Xiaoyang still insisted on finding a sedan for Lang Xuanyue. The camping place was a bit remote and no one took orders. After getting on the bus, Xiaoyang helped the girl who pitched the tent to send the motion sickness medicine. Lang Xuanyue soon couldn't resist and logically leaned her head on Xiaoyang's shoulder. After a few hours of driving, back in front of the university, the students went back to their own homes and their own mothers. Xiaoyang looked at the pale Lang Xuanyue directly in front of the university and took a cab to send her home. Swipe your face to enter the Tongtian Pavilion to Lang Xuanyue's house. "Hello Auntie Chu, Frost Moon got carsick, I'll send her back." "Mom." A trace of heartache flashed in the bottom of Chu Shui's eyes when she saw her pale-faced daughter. "Xiaoyang, you help Frost Moon up to rest properly." "Leave it to me, Auntie." After Xiaoyang helped Lang Xuanyue to her room, he fed her hot water to warm her stomach and then covered her with a quilt. "Frost Moon, you rest well. I'll leave first." With Chu Shui at home to look after Lang Xuanyu, Xiaoyang was very relieved and left the Tongtian Pavilion. After Xiaoyang left, Chu Shui began to ask about her daughter. "How is the relationship between you and Yang going?" She wondered if the turnaround had come after this trip. "Mom, Xiaoyang will be your son-in-law." Lang Fengyue didn't tell her mother about the fact that she had psychic abilities. She was afraid that her mother would disapprove of her going back to the past because of the danger. Xiaoyang didn't tell Xinyanran that he was back, wanting to give her a surprise. The lady at the front desk recognized Xiaoyang at a glance and walked out to help him press the elevator reserved for the president. Xiaoyang did not find his girlfriend after taking the elevator to the president's office on the top floor. Instead, I saw the beautiful secretary from last time. Today she was wearing shiny black and glossy stockings that framed the shape of her long legs perfectly, and the requisite secretary's ladies' suit and wrap-around skirt plus high heels. A little light makeup on a pretty face makes it even more beautiful. She is aptly described as an urbanite. Fits the image of a secretary in people's minds. There was also no doubt about her business ability, otherwise she wouldn't have been favored by Xinyanran. What a beautiful and capable secretary. The last time this beautiful secretary merely couldn't help but look at herself for a moment, Xinyanran was so jealous that she swore possession of herself in front of her. And tell her to watch the door. "May I ask where your president is?" Xiaoyang said to Tang Yun, who was busy organizing information. Tang Yun turned around after hearing Xiaoyang's voice. Sure enough, it's him. President Xi went to a meeting and will be back in 15 minutes. Tang Yun last time went out of her way to give up her job to look at Xiaoyang in front of Xinyanran. This time Xinyanran wasn't in the office and she couldn't restrain herself at all. Shouye looked at Xiaoyang without even blinking. She then remembered the scene where Xinyanran kissed Xiaoyang passionately in front of her. The strange feeling of humiliation welled up from within. The president knew that she had fallen in love at first sight with the man in front of her, but she resorted to the worst possible means to tell herself. This man, he's already mine. Don't even think about it. She so wanted to get back at her boss. This obsession governed her next actions. Hello, my name is Tang Yun. She took 2 steps forward to Xiaoyang, acting respectfully. Yesterday, Lu Sun came to the entrance of Zhao Group to show his love to the president. Tang Yun stopped mid-sentence. Xiaoyang's originally good mood immediately turned bad after hearing this news. It seems like you have to come every day to pick up your girlfriend from work. He's overthinking it. Only Sicko likes other people, don't like Sicko is totally asking for it. The president threw the roses he sent him into the trash on the spot and sternly told him to leave himself alone. She gritted her teeth and put her inner plan into action. I'll call you the next time someone makes a pass at the president, but I have a request. What request? Xia Yan thought that the secretary in front of him wanted a salary increase. Can you kiss me? Her face was flushed as she said this, half shy and half expectant inside. It is true that Tang Yun was so bold to seduce Xia Yang in order to take revenge on Shen Yanran, but don't forget that she originally liked Xia Yang. The president she wouldn't know. Tang Yun didn't even know why she added that sentence. Originally, according to the plan, is with Xia Yang kiss immediately after leaving and then tell Shen Yanran so that the revenge is considered successful. If I can kiss him, even if I don't get revenge, it's also possible. Xia Yang straightened up inwardly. It's over. Last time Yan Yan irritated her secretary badly. Actually wanted to kiss herself. Secretary Tang, do you have a boyfriend? He tried to get the urban beauty in front of him back to her normal state. I don't have a boyfriend in my first kiss and first time are still there. Tang Yan explained in a low voice. Is it okay not to kiss? Xia Yang tentatively politely refused, lest he irritate her. Tang Yan's face became redder when she heard Xia Yang's words. I didn't realize he's the big bad wolf. Kissing doesn't satisfy him, he wants to go further. Tang Yan didn't speak anymore, and Xia Yang didn't speak again. He prayed for Shen Yanran to come back quickly. What is it with these 15 minutes being so long? After a few minutes of mental struggle, Tang Yan finally gave in to her heart. Giving your first time to someone you like doesn't seem so bad. Give me the cell phone for a second. She sat down next to Xia Yang after making up her mind. Xia Yang handed her his cell phone. As long as she didn't kiss her, not to mention asking for a cell phone, it was fine to give it to her. Tang Yan deposited her phone number among Xia Yang's cell phone, then added a note to cover it. Badass, call me back when the president isn't available. Tang Yan shyly admonished and returned the cell phone to Xia Yang. What? How did I become a bad guy? If Huma hears me, I'm dead. Shoo. Tang Yan covered Xia Yang's mouth with her skillful hand. The president will be back soon. Let's just act like nothing happened. But Xia Yang's muffled mouth let out a muffled voice. It's not worth it. Obviously nothing happened. Don't play with my little life. My day. It's inconvenient. You can call me back in a couple days. When Tang Yan watched movies, she hadn't seen many office romances. The big deal is that you go back and study up on how to talk about office love. What a shame. Things were going far beyond her imagination. Chapter 72, Shen Lily knows Xia Yang is back. Xia Yang was still blurring his defense. Tang Yan misunderstood him, thinking that Xia Yang couldn't help but ask her to pay a little interest in advance. Wait, the president will be back soon. If you don't perform well, you'll be suspected by her. What was said came to pass, and the sound of high heels rang out outside. Tang Yan hastily retracted the small hand that covered Xia Yang, and her long legs took a few steps back to distance herself from Xia Yang, pretending to be reading the information. Avoid being suspicious of your boss. Xia Yang helplessly glanced at Tang Yan before getting up to greet his girlfriend. 2 days without seeing, he wanted to die, that demon. Shen Yanran's state in the past 2 days was not considered very good. Somehow, a violent sense of crisis coiled in her heart and lingered. I don't want to eat, I can't sleep. When she remembered that Xia Yang had gone to the class activity with Lang Xuanyu, she was even more worried. If Xia Yang did not come back today, Shen Yanran was planning to drive to him. Huma. Honey, why are you back? The saddened Shen Yanyan was overjoyed to see her boyfriend and didn't care if she was in the company or not. She directly jumped into his arms. Hands wrapped around Xia Yang's neck to kiss first before saying anything. Passion is like fire. She was going to let out all the thoughts, all the angst she had been feeling for the past 2 days. Xia Yang was a bit overwhelmed by Shen Yanran's enthusiasm. Who? After a long time, Shen Yanran let go of Xia Yang, her jade arm from the neck down to the waist to hold him tightly. This feeling of holding in the arms made her feel very secure. Honey, I missed you so much. A woman who can be described as a redhead hugs you and then says this in a tone of voice that is incredibly coquettish. Can't even top it, okay? I miss you too. Xia Yang's breathing began to thicken. Haven't done anything you shouldn't have in the last few days, have you? No. Xia Yang did not hesitate to say the answer Shen Yanran wanted. I'll check it out, and if my darling lies to me I'll be punished. Cold sweat seeped out of Xia Yang's back. He was immensely grateful that he had gone to bed early and woke up early in his tent, and was still able to sleep peacefully in the face of the stunning plum he shared his bed with. Even dreaming about his girlfriend. He kept what mattered most by his tenacity. Xin Yanran pulled Xia Yang's hand into the office, and Tang Yan lowered her head to organize the information after saying hello to the president to her. She was very satisfied with Tang Yan's performance, and didn't have her eyes always peeking towards Xia Yang like last time. Tang Yun, put the information in your hands for now. Go stand guard at the door and don't let anyone in. Yes. Tang Yun put down the information in her hand and obediently went out, then closed the door. There was no one else inside the office, and Xin Yanran was planning to continue that passionate kiss she had just had outside. Who expected Xia Yang to slightly tilt her head to the side, letting her red lips fall on her face. Yan, let's go home. Xia Yang wanted to take a shower. He was covered in some of the smell of the bus. What's the matter? Doesn't honey like being here? I'd like to take a shower. Why go home when I can wash inside my restroom? It's not possible that honey is stalling, is it? The internet said that couples were all on fire after a small goodbye, but Xia Yan proposed to take a bath when the atmosphere was so cordial. Could this not make Xin Yanran suspicious? No. I'm covered in the unpleasant odor from the bus, afraid that you'll hate it. Xia Yang explained to his girlfriend, who was emitting a dangerous odor. Smell it if you don't believe me. How could I dislike my darling? Xin Yan, who had entered a sickly state, pushed Xia Yang into a chair. Let's have a good checkup now, and you'd better not move, dear. At this time, the Minister of the Finance came and was stopped by Tang Yun just as he exited. Did the president take a lunch break? Tang Yun said with a twinkle in her eyes. The president is putting on a mask. I'll let you know when she's free. The Minister of Finance was nonplussed when he heard it. The president is so beautiful and still needs to put on a mask? Do you still let us live? People come in happy and leave downcast, and she's going to put on a mask when she gets back. In the office. Now you believe it, right? Xia Yang unbuttoned the top button of his collar to dissipate the heat, and the goblin ate him dry. After checking, Xin Yanran also dispelled that thought in her mind. But Xia Yang's fate still couldn't be changed. It was the same to go back inside the basement. I don't know what the reason is. Xia Yang obviously came back, but the sense of crisis in Xin Yanyan's heart became more and more intense. Had to put honey in the basement. But would mom approve of what she was doing? Probably not. She decided she needed to talk to her mom about this. Drip drip drip. Xin Yanran's personal phone rang. She got up and saw that it was Lily Shen calling. It must have come to ask her if Xia Yang had come back yet. If you don't answer it, with that ghostly girl must have guessed that Xia Yang has returned. So Xin Yanran picked up the phone. Lily, what's up? Xin Lily was currently on the phone in Abby's office, and Mu Shixian was next to her. The first thing Xin Yanyan said she realized was wrong. There was a hint of winks inside her tone. She already knows the truth. Is brother Xia Yang back? She pretended not to know. No. Didn't I tell you he was going for 3 days? Oh, Xin Lily was really a little drama queen, knowing that Xia Yang had come back and still managed to hold back her excitement, pretending to be very lost. Be sure to tell me when brother Xia Yang returns. Got it, that's enough for now, I have work to do. Bye. Xin Yanran hung up the phone and sort of muddled through. Is your brother back? Abney asked. Mu Shixian was also waiting for her best friend to speak. My brother is inside my sister's company. After Xin Lily and Mu Shixian left, Abney sat on a chair with her 2 super long legs folded together. Shouldn't have let him off the hook last time. The corners of her mouth quirked up in a meaningful smile. Next time I meet you wherever you are, I won't let you get away with it. Mu Shixian remembered that there were still 2 days left before Xia Yang agreed with her to pick up the clothes, and the novel she had handwritten had already been made into a printed version, just waiting to be handed over to him along with the clothes. Chapter 73, Understanding All That Is Understood. Xin Yanran hung up her sister's phone and then softly said to Xia Yang, after the checkup, dear, let's go to the lounge, okay? Xia Yang also didn't expect his girlfriend to covet him so much after he had only left for 2 days. Come on. If Xin Lily had been pampered, he would have been able to barely hold on, but now the one who was pampered was Xin Yanyan, the ultimate beauty that had turned the world upside down. Bones are crisping up. She also took the initiative to sit in Xia Yang's arms, her hands wrapped around his neck, and her autumn eyes were full of love. There's also a shower room inside the lounge if you want to take a shower, dear. Yan, are things inside the company finished? Xia Yang's voice was slightly hoarse, a sign of fire. Nothing is as important as darling. Shen Yanran urged shyly. Since the matter inside the company had been dealt with, Xia Yang picked up Shen Yanran and walked quickly towards the lounge. Shen Yanyan changed out of the formal attire on her body and wrapped her tall and wonderful devilish body with a bath towel. Honey, let me rub your back. Tang Yin was standing outside on guard for a few bells, and her beautiful legs in high heels were feeling the pain. Except for the Minister of Finance who had come to Shen Yanran, not many subordinates had come. She glanced at her wrist watch. It's been over 3 hours, and that bad guy is so slow. Tang Yun, the light imperial sister, complained with a red face. The last time she looked at the door but had something to do, time passed without her realizing it. She was a little worried that when Xia Yang called her, she would be able to talk to that bad guy for as long as the president did. Should. Can't. The answer to this was obvious, and she began to panic. Take out your cell phone and ask your BFF who already has a boyfriend for chatting tips. BFF, 3 bells? Then a series of exclamation points were sent across the room. Tang Yun, you tell me. The best friend was silent for a long time without sending a message. Still? BFF, I don't want to talk to you. Tang Yun, come on, say it. First of all, things like chatting, even if you like him a lot, you can't get right to the point at first. Start with "It's a beautiful day, have you eaten yet?" That kind of talk is polite. Then at the end of the day when it feels like the mood is about right, you're getting right to the point and saying you like him. And just dress nicely so you can add personal charm and be more attractive to him. Black silk is recommended. Nice clothes? My best friend stopped talking and sent a bunch of shopping links. Tang Yun opened them one by one and then placed a purchase order. What a bargain for that bad guy. Cheap for who? Shen Yanran opened the door to her office after helping Xia Yang take a shower and saw her secretary pounding on her cell phone outside the door and muttering to herself. Nope. Nothing. Tang Yun panicked and hid her cell phone behind her. Shen Yanran estimated that she was chatting with her boyfriend, also did not continue to pursue the question. After all, it is someone else's privacy. Has anyone come to see me? The Minister of Finance came to see you. She turned to Xia Yang and said, Honey, you sit in the office, I'll make a trip to the finance department, sign the papers and we'll go home. When Tang Yin saw Shen Yanyan and Xia Yang being so intimate, she felt a little hard in her heart and lowered her gaze. I'll accompany you, saving you from having to come up after signing. Xia Yang didn't want his girlfriend to run up and down again. That's fine, just think of it as you, the future chairman of the board, making the rounds of the finance department. The two took the special elevator to the finance department. The head of the finance department couldn't help but ask, President, is this your boyfriend? Well, he's the future chairman of the Zhao Group. Hello, Mr. Xia. You're welcome, I'm just Yin Yan's boyfriend now, not some chairman. Shen Yanran, however, laughed, it will be later. Although it was also the first time for the Minister of Finance to see a man as handsome as Xia Yang, she wasn't as brave as Tang Yun, who dared to not want to work and stared directly at Xia Yang. At most, he sneaked a look while Shen Yanran was signing. After Shen Yanran and Xia Yang left, the Minister of Finance messaged with a few executives who had better relationships. The president actually has a boyfriend, super invincibly handsome. Zhao's group headquarters were all female employees, and those few executives were naturally female as well. Originally, the president having a boyfriend was very curious to them, and the super invincibly handsome one at the back even completely aroused their curiosity. They are all rich and beautiful, and ordinary men can't even get into their eyes. Got a picture? Send one to the sisters. This one really didn't, just now her heart was pounding, her mind was completely on Xia Yang, where could she think of anything else? Right. There's no surveillance in the president's office, but she has surveillance in this office. No. She's not lying, the photos aren't there, there's a video. There was a lot of grumbling inside the group, and they didn't realize that someone was going to get a solo meal. Take it back and read it slowly at night. Shen Lily rushed home after her afternoon class. When she returned to the villa, Xia Yang and Shen Yanran had not yet returned. Only Zhao Kite was at home. Mom! Lily Shen walked through the door of Iris Zhao's room. Lily, why are you back? Zhao Kite had a beauty sleep and was woken up by her returning daughter. Come back to see brother Xia Yang. Shen Lily said rightfully. Xiao Yang, he's back from a class activity? Yeah, I guess brother Xia Yang will return in a while. I have to say that Shen Lily's brain was really good, even guessing this. After hearing that Xia Yang was coming back, Zhao Kite got off the bed and prepared to go to the kitchen to make some of his favorite food. Mom, I want steamed sea bass. Shen Lily hadn't been in the mood to eat for the past few days, and now that Xia Yang was back, she was in a better mood. Lose weight or whatever and step aside for a while, you'll have the strength to do things when you're full. Good. Zhao Kite said dotingly. Chapter 74, The Personal Maid. When Shen Yanran and Xia Yang drove back to the villa from the company, just as they stepped into the doorway, Shen Lily ran over and jumped into Xia Yang's arms and hugged her tightly. Brother Xia Yang, I miss you so much. Xia Yang touched her head and laughed. I've only been away for 2 days, as much as that? Okay, quickly loosen up, I can't even walk. It's true that 2 days is not long for a normal person, but Shen Lily is a sickly girl. 1 day is like 3 years. Well, I don't care, let me hold you a little longer. Shen Lily rubbed against Xia Yang's clothes and her speech was not clear. It's the scent of brother Xia Yang. She tilted her head up her innocent and pretty face with a touch of seriousness. Brother Xia Yang, next time you go out, take me with you, I can help you organize your clothes, order food, and organize your quilt. Since we can't lock him up, we can just follow him wherever he goes. Personal maid, don't you want to consider it, brother Xia Yang? I'll definitely bring you along next time I go to outer space, let go first, you sticky kitten. How could Xia Yang take Shen Lily with him when he went out? She has her own things to do. No release. Shen Yan ran next to her, couldn't stand to look at it, it was almost enough. Lily Shun. She looked at her sister with her arms across her chest. Shen Lily reluctantly came out of Xia Yang's arms due to her sister's pressure. Xia Yang, Shen Yan ran, and Shen Lily walked inside the kitchen, where Zhao Kite was busy. What kind of food does Xiao Yang want to eat? Auntie will make it for you. Zhao Kite said in a gentle tone. Xia Yang didn't say what he wanted to eat, he didn't want Zhao Kite to make an extra dish on purpose. I like whatever Auntie cooks. Zhao Kite's face blossomed into a smile after hearing Xia Yang's words for a long time. Xiao Yang, you go sit outside first, the food will be ready soon. He also wanted to help with the cooking, only to be rejected by Zhao Kite. Well, it's another day of being forced to sit and wait for food. Shen Yanran was instead left in the kitchen by Zhao Kite, saying that he wanted to teach her the art of cooking and be a good wife who could go up to the hall and come down to the kitchen after they got married. She also wanted to cook for Xia Yang, so she listened to her mom. Xia Yang sat at the hall table and looked at the back of Zhao Kite and Shen Yanran. Shen Lily of course would not let go of the opportunity to be alone with him and followed to sit next to him. Brother Xia Yang, I'm so sleepy, Shen Lily pretended to yawn. It's almost time to eat, hold on a little longer. Xia Yang saw that the dishes inside the kitchen were almost ready. In that case, I'll rest on my brother's lap for a while. After saying that, she laid down. Lily, get up. Shen Lily suddenly smiled slightly, and Xia Yang's heart had a bad feeling. Don't be ridiculous. Brother Xia Yang, be quiet. It was good that Shen Lily finished resting before Zhao Kite came out and didn't interfere with the meal. Shen Yanran brought the dishes to the table, and Zhao Kite took her seat after taking off the apron she was wearing. The atmosphere at this moment was worlds apart from when Xia Yang wasn't there. Xia Yang didn't even need to clip the food, Zhao Kite finished clipping, and it was Shen Yanran's turn, and Shen Lily didn't even get a chance to eat. Enough is enough. Auntie, I'm already full. Xia Yang dissuaded him repeatedly. There's still a bowl of soup inside the kitchen, Auntie will bring it out for you. Zhao Kite elegantly got up and went inside the kitchen to bring out the soup. Xia Yang couldn't be more familiar with this thing. Drink. There was no way he could refuse Zhao Kite's request, so he picked up the bowl and muffled it in one gulp. The mouth is bitter and astringent, and the medicine is bitter. Zhao Kite complimented him on being a good boy just like last time. Chapter 75, The Determined Zhao Kite. After dinner, Xia Yang couldn't even wash the dishes if he wanted to. That's family status. He was just about to clean up the bowl when Zhao Kite gently picked it up. Xiao Yang, just leave it to Auntie. The task of clearing the table was taken up by Shen Yanran. Shen Lily and Xia Yang don't have to do anything. After Shen Yanran cleaned up the dining table, she came inside the kitchen. Zhao Kite thought that it was her youngest daughter who came. After all, when Xiao Yang came back, her eldest daughter didn't have the time to look for herself. Lily, what's the matter with mommy? She asked as her jade hands wiped the plate. Mom, I want to discuss this with you. Shen Yanran picked up the dishes in the sink and washed them, and it was only then that Zhao Kite reacted that it was her eldest daughter. There weren't many dishes to wash, and the two of them were done quickly. Huma, did something happen on the company? No, let's go back to the room and talk about it. Shen Yanran helped her mom take off her apron and return inside Zhao Kite's room on her mom's hand intimately. Zhao Kite guessed that his daughter must have something to ask for, but he couldn't guess what it was, so he could only wait for his daughter to speak. Shen Lily, who was sitting in the hall, was delighted to see her sister and mother enter the room for some reason. They looked as if they had something to discuss and would not be able to come out for a while. And Xia Yang had returned to Shen Yanran's room. After 2 days of pitching a tent, he kind of missed such a soft big bed inside the room. It's so big and soft. He squinted a little on the bed, waiting for his girlfriend to finish the dishes. The door to the room was quietly opened and Shen Lily tiptoed in, seeing Xia Yang resting with his eyes closed. Brother Xia Yang, do you need a massage? She came to Xia Yang's ear, who had closed his eyes, and said softly, also blowing a breath. As soon as Xia Yang opened his eyes, he saw Shen Lily's naturally beautiful face. Maybe pure or desire. Where's your sister? Something wasn't right. How could Yuma let Lily in at this time? Sister and mom seemed to be discussing something. Lord Xia Yang, do you need a personal maid to give you a massage? A pair of soft and boneless small hands climbed onto Xia Yang's shoulders and started massaging them without his consent. Yeah, right here, use some force. The massage had begun. Xia Yang's refusal would not help, it would be better to enjoy the pleasure. 2 days ago, when he shared a bed with Lang Xuanyu inside the big tent, his body was all tight. A massage would be good. Did sister massage brother Xia Yan? Shen Lily took off her little black leather shoes and climbed onto the bed, her long legs wrapped in white silk hidden under her plaid skirt. Massage Xia Yang with a kneeling sit and give him a knee pillow. There is. After Shen Lily reminded him, he remembered that his girlfriend had bought a maid uniform. Later, he would ask his girlfriend to wear it to rely on treating herself. So is sister's comfortable, or is mine more comfortable? The small, soft, boneless hand pressed with moderate strength on the shoulder. Experienced Xia Yang knows how to answer this kind of question. If it is more comfortable to answer Shen Yanran, Shen Lily will definitely give herself a little bit of a whole mess out. If it was more comfortable for Shen Lily to have a massage, what if her girlfriend was outside the door right now? That's why it's best to rain on the parade. It's all very comfortable. Master of End Water Xia Yang. Shen Lily, however, was not satisfied with this answer. What do you mean all very comfortable? Obviously, I have to be more powerful than my sister, right? She was going to make a good effort to show Xia Yang her value as a personal maid and give him a comfortable full-body massage. That way the next time brother Xia Yang goes out, he'll think, take Lily, the capable personal maid, with you. After having this beautiful vision, Shen Lily's small hands were not just limited to massaging Xia Yang's shoulders. Xia Yang, who closed his eyes to enjoy Shen Lily's service, was oblivious to the fact that danger had already arrived. Zhao Kite looked at her daughter, who was holding her arm, and asked, what is there to tell mom? You can just make your own decisions on the company side, mom trusts you. No. Shen Yanran took a deep breath before revealing her true purpose to Zhao Kite. Mom, I want to keep Xia Yang by my side. Zhao Kite immediately understood what her daughter meant. She was trying to keep the boy Xiao Yang inside the basement like last time. The favorite smile on her 1,000 beautiful faces disappeared. Didn't mom tell you you couldn't do that? But I always have a feeling inside my heart that Xia Yang he will leave me, and I can't control myself. A sickly girl is a sickly girl, her intuition is really powerful. Cold Frost Moon is ironically going back to the past after this camping trip. Even if she did lock Xia Yang into the basement, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to resist Long Frost Moon, who took the initiative to attack after crossing back. This kind of stuff is almost insurmountable. As long as Long Xuanyue took the initiative, Xia Yang was powerless to fight back. No way. As long as I'm here for a day, I won't allow you to lock little Young up. Zhao Kite rarely spoke to her daughter in this tone. But this time my daughter was so wrong. Xia Yang would have been thrilled if he had heard Zhao Kite help him so much. Auntie, you are right. Very right. Mom. Shen Yanran was still fighting. This matter is not negotiable. Zhao Kite was also tough, unlike the usual time when he was responsive to requests. How can a man be kept in chains for a lifetime? The strongest chain in the world is love. As long as you carefully design a series of things to make the other person die in love with you, when the time comes you drive him away, he will give up his dignity to beg you not to give him up. I told you this last time, why don't you understand this? If you keep Xiaoyang locked up, he'll find a chance to escape one day. You'll really lose him then. The mom in the room was speaking to her daughter in a serious manner, perhaps teaching would be a better word. What Zhao Kite said is not wrong. What is locked up, our inferior means, the top of the sickly girl is through a series of events to make the favored people die in love with their own. When that happens, you won't even have to worry every day about some vixen snatching someone up. This is the ultimate meaning of sickly petite to lock his heart. But now Shen Yanran couldn't listen to her mother's words, and the sense of crisis that surfaced in her heart was like a rolling flood that was on the verge of destroying her sanity. If it wasn't for Zhao Kite being here, Xia Yang would have lost his freedom just as he entered the door. How could he sit at the table and eat casually like he did tonight? He could only eat what Shen Yanran fed him with her mouth. Mom, I'm begging you. You hurry back, Xiao Yang is probably still waiting for you, this matter should not even be mentioned or thought about again in the future. Zhao Kite didn't want to talk to her daughter anymore. She wasn't going to let Xia Yan live in the dark. Chapter 76, Two Colors. She had anticipated her mom's determined attitude. She was going to accomplish her goal today no matter what. Mom! Shen Yanran was still continuing to communicate with Zhao Kite. Upstairs. Brother Xia Yang, you can massage me too. Shen Lily begged with a red face. Shen Lily was so dedicated to serving herself, so of course Xia Yang would let her enjoy being served. Okay, don't stop with your hands. He said, raising the bony hand. Xia Yang's massage technique made Shen Lily very comfortable, and for a while the movements of her hands stopped. Lily, why are you slacking off? Got it. I'll work on it. Shen Lily's soft, boneless little hands moved with difficulty to continue her work. Not long after that Shen Lily completely gave up, she really wasn't trying to be lazy. Xia Yan looked at Shen Lily who was like a puddle of mud and teased, you're really remiss as a personal maid. With a reddened face, Shen Lily buried her head inside the quilt. What a shame. My hands are sweating from massaging you, Lily, get a tissue. I'll help master get clean. Shen Lily poked her head out from inside the quilt and grabbed Xia Yang's hand. At 10 p.m., Shen Yanran finally came out from inside Zhao Kite's room. She smiled sweetly on her sexy, flirtatious features. Xia Yang, Mom has agreed to my request. Shen Yanran didn't rush upstairs, but went to the basement. The two talked for a long time, and Zhao Kite finally compromised. Ugh. Tonight was a sleepless night for Zhao Kite. After Shen Yanyan finished organizing the basement, she couldn't wait to lock Xia Yang in. Under the pressure of the great crisis, Shen Yanran's degree of sickly petite deepened minute by minute, originally just a mildly sickly petite, now she estimated that she had surpassed her sister. Her long and graceful black silk legs lightly lifted and stepped onto the stairs. The sound of high heels colliding with the steps was the countdown to Xia Yang's freedom. Honey, I'm coming. As long as you're tied up, Lung Xuan Yue won't be able to get her hands on you. Shen Lily had long ago returned to her room to sleep inside a bell contentedly, and when Shen Yanyan came in, Xia Yang was looking at the electronic version of the courseware. Just now he went down to look for Shen Yanran, it wouldn't take so long to wash a bowl, would it? As it turned out that there was no one inside the hall and the door to Zhao Kite's room was closed tightly, Xia Yang did not disturb the mother and daughter's conversation. Huma, you're back. He put down his cell phone. My dear, I've kept you waiting. Shen Yanran had a smile on her lips, and she looked in a very good mood. She was just about to throw herself into Xia Yang's chest to lie down on it and listen to his heartbeat, but she found a white silk on the ground. Shen Yanran bent down to pick it up. Lily was just here? Well, she came to give me a massage. This stocking was taken off by Shen Lily halfway through the massage, and Xia Yang stopped her from taking off the other one. I didn't realize that she had forgotten to take it with her then. Xia Yang stared at the white stockings and remembered her I understand smile when he stopped Shen Lily from taking off her stockings. Shen Yanran saw Xia Yang staring at this thing, not knowing what he was thinking. The last time I asked him myself, he replied that he was into black. It didn't matter though, he was able to fulfill all of his hobbies himself. Only Shen Yanran sat on the edge of the bed and said to Xia Yang, honey, can you help me take off my shoes? This wasn't a thing to Xia Yang at all, it was the next time for the good show to start. Shen Yanran removed the black silk on her right leg in front of Xia Yang, then slowly put on the white stockings. Her sister's white silk was a little tight for her. So there was the famous scene of white silk XX. Right white, left black. Shin Yanran looked at her boyfriend, who couldn't move his eyes, gently folded his left leg on top of his right leg. The lotus feet also gently swayed, full of infinite temptation. Xia Yang felt a little dry mouth, just came back to focus on the massage, did not drink water. Honey, what are you waiting for? Shin Yanran smiled charmingly, as if she was inviting Xia Yang to share a dance. Xia Yang had no qualms about pouncing Shin Yan onto the soft big bed, and the two kissed as if they were mesmerized. When Xia Yang woke up, he saw how the ceiling was a bit off. A hand lifted and the sound of chains rang out. No way! He was confused. He hadn't even upset his girlfriend lately, and last night she had complimented him. Xia Yang thought over all the things he had done recently, and there was really no Shin Yan's anger among his impressions. What's going on here? He still couldn't figure it out, but he wasn't exactly panicking. After all, his amulet, Zhao Kite, was still inside the villa. Xia Yang believed that Auntie would definitely rescue herself from inside the basement like last time. At this moment, inside the hall, Zhao Kite, Shin Lily and Shin Yanran were eating breakfast. Only Xia Yang is missing. Zhao Kite hadn't said a word during the entire breakfast. Shin Lily's excitement was barely concealed. Early in the morning, Shin Yanran went to Shin Lily's room and lifted up her quilt, then took out that white silk and started to ask questions. Poor Shin Lily was cleaned up sparingly, but when she heard her sister say that Xia Yang had gone into the basement again, the spanking she had just received was nothing. He even hugged and kissed Shin Yanran. I love you, sis. Don't be so mushy. Her excited kiss was disliked by Shin Yanran. What about Mom's side? She quickly thought again about how her mom couldn't possibly sit back and do nothing. You don't have to worry about that. Zhao Kite's reaction during breakfast was beyond Shin Lily's expectations. Mom hadn't mentioned Zhang, and she couldn't have been that stupid to bring him up. Though I don't know what tactics my sister used to be able to get my mom to turn a blind eye to this, it doesn't matter. One's dreams have been realized once again. Zhao Kite just ate a small bowl of porridge and lost her appetite, and didn't talk to her daughters directly back inside her room. Did he or she do something wrong? I shouldn't have agreed to my daughter's request. Little young. After thinking about it all night last night, she felt deeply that she had made the wrong decision. She also didn't dare to go to the basement to face Xia Yang. Without her nod, it would have been impossible for Xia Yang to live in the basement. Right now Zhao Kite's heart was like a ball of unorganized wool. It's messy. If she knew that Xia Yang was waiting for her to come to her rescue, I'm afraid that Zhao Kite would have asked her daughter for the key to get Xia Yang out on the spot. Chapter 77, Worry. Lily, go see if the deer is awake. Shin Yanran also knew that it was not good for her to lock up Xia Yang for no reason. The first time was when he saw Ling Frostmoon beside him, and there was still a reason to be jealous. The second time was when Xia Yang put his life on the line to save Ling Shangyue, and it could be justified to punish him. But this time? There was no reason for it. Last night he himself was bragging about how great Honey was, and then he locked him in because of a crisis. Shin Yanran is afraid that Xia Yang is angry, she loves too much. Xia Yang ignoring her was the greatest punishment. Okay. Shin Lily had long wanted to go inside the basement to take a look at the locked-up brother Xia Yang. It was the most beautiful picture in the world. Halfway there she turned back and forgot to bring breakfast for brother Xia Yang. Zhang in the basement was a bit bored. Brother Xia Yang, you're awake. Shin Lily was carrying a bowl of porridge with a pure and sweet smile on her face. He remembered that the last time he lived in the basement it was also Shin Lily who was the first to visit him and brought breakfast. He even called his aunt to come and rescue himself. Thinking about it this way, Lily was simply fine except for the occasional jealous mess. Where is your sister? Xia Yang hadn't yet realized the seriousness of the problem and was now completely unnerved. Shin Lily thought for a moment and decided that she should still give her sister a favor. After all, she had locked up brother Xia Yang again. What a great sister I have. Sister will be here later, eat breakfast first. Shin Lily threw away the spoon in her bowl. Lily, what are you throwing away the spoon for? Xia Yang wondered. Don't worry, I'll use my methods to make brother Xia Yang eat a loving breakfast. She took a small sip of the lukewarm porridge when she finished speaking. No. But it was not up to Xia Yang. Why does sick girl like to keep her sweetheart locked up? Because then she can fully show him how much she loves him. He could only accept it. Xia Yang was dead set on not accepting the way sick girl was feeding him. He was going to take back what he had just said, and Shin Lily wasn't all that nice. She struggled to ferry the porridge in her mouth over to Xiaoyang, both of them panting. "Brother Xiaoyang, you're not being good at all now?" Shenlili exuded a sickly look in the face of the tied-up Xiaoyang. "I'll drink it myself." Unfortunately, the tied Xiaoyang was completely powerless to resist, and Shenlili knew his weaknesses like the back of her hand. No matter how tough Xiaoyang was, he could only obediently drink kanji. He was finally able to catch his breath after the porridge was finished. Lilishan had a retrospective look on her face. "Has Lily had enough fun? Go call your sister in." Xiaoyang said, "The first day of being tied up was so hard." Lilishan put the bowl aside and licked her fragrant tongue across her rosy lips. "I didn't say I've had enough fun, Brother Xiaoyang, please have fun with me next." "I don't want to play with you, I want to see your sister." Soon Xiaoyang's voice was not so firm. Shenyanran waited outside in the hall for a long time before Lilishan, who was poking around, came out. "How's it going?" Brother Xiaoyang thought that Mom would save him this time, so he didn't get angry. Shen Lili said. "Honey." She came in and undid the white cloth that was covering Zhayang's eyes. "Yan, you took advantage of Auntie's absence to lock me up?" Xiaoyang asked. This was the only possibility he could think of. In that case, one would only have to stay inside the basement for 2 days. "Well, Mommy went somewhere else." She kissed Xiaoyang's thin lips. "Honey, don't be angry, okay? I always felt in my heart that I would lose you, that's why I locked you up." The abrasive siren didn't ooze amazing charisma all over her body like she used to, but instead gave off a feeling of needing to be pampered. Yuma loosened the chains a little. Shenyanran thought that Xiaoyang was being strangled and hurt, and hurriedly adjusted the length of the chains. He backhanded his uneasy girlfriend with a big hug. "Feeling a little safe yet?" Shenyanran was touched by Xiaoyang's gesture and her eyes were red. The two hugged each other tightly. "As promised, I'll only lock you up for 2 days, as a girlfriend's privilege." In fact, just now when Shenyanran was moved the idea wavered, but the growing sense of crisis was constantly reminding her. "Can't let Xiaoyang out." She didn't say anything, she had to wait until the sense of crisis disappeared before letting him out, before that Shenyanran wouldn't let him take a step out of here no matter what. Shenyanran is not going to go to work today, and is going to stay by Xiaoyang's side all the time. At lunchtime, Zhao Kite asked Shenyanran how Xiaoyang's situation was. Shenyanran said something quite nice. Lunch was so haphazard. Shenyanran brought Xiaoyang his favorite sweet and sour pork ribs and fed them to him. She didn't expect Xiaoyang to be able to determine that Zhao Kite was inside the villa after just one bite of sweet and sour pork. This flavor. Isn't it Auntie's cooking? Auntie at home? Then why didn't she come to my rescue? Or did the girlfriend fool the aunt in some way? The more he thought about it, the more he realized it wasn't simple. "Honey, why don't you eat?" Shenyanran used her chopsticks to clip the ribs to his mouth. "Yan, tell me honestly, is Auntie at home now?" He grabbed Shenyanran's jade arm with both hands. After Shenyanran froze for a moment, she put down her chopsticks and said, "Yes." "How long are you going to keep me locked up? 10 days, or half a month?" Without the amulet, Xiaoyang was a bit agitated. He might be locked up until when? "Honey, I'll let you out after the sense of crisis in my heart disappears, okay?" Shenyanran's hurriedly comforted, her most feared situation had still happened. Xiaoyang saw that the basement door was still open, and Shenyanran was careless. He yelled in the direction of the door, "Auntie!" Shenyanran hurriedly went to close the door. Outside, Zhao Kite vaguely heard Xiaoyang's voice, and his heart clenched. "Lily, do you hear something?" she asked her youngest daughter. "No, Mom, you didn't sleep well last night, did you? Hurry up and go catch up on some sleep." Shen Lily also heard it, but pretended not to hear it. She was on Shenyanran's side. If it was about who inside this villa wanted to lock Xiaoyang up the most, it was none other than her. So how could she possibly let her mom go and get Xiaoyang out? Zhao Kite looked in the direction of the basement, filled with worry. She wanted to go take a look, and just as she got up, Shen Lily said, "Sister is making out with Xiaoyang right now, so Mom should just sit here with me. I'll go over it for Mom later." Zhao Kite was indeed successfully stopped in her tracks by her daughter's words. Chapter 78, Tang Yun is afraid to answer the phone. Because of the presence of Zhao Kite, Xiaoyang relaxed his vigilance, and now he realized that it was too late to run to his girlfriend who had a red light flashing in her eyes. The chains rattled from his struggle. "Yuma, hurry up and let go of me." Shen Yan repeated her trick of taking out the bottle of small spray and spraying it at Xia Yang, and his consciousness began to blur. You're in deep this time. Shen Yan used her own body to support the fainting Xia Yang, then slowly laid him flat on the bed, leaning down for a gentle kiss. I'm sorry, honey. I didn't want it to be like this. She just kept sitting on the edge of Xia Yang's bed, gazing at him. Xia Yang woke up with a dizzy head. His brows were furrowed. A pair of delicate hands landed on his temples to help gently massage him. No need for you to press. Xia Yang turned his head to the other side with a stern face. This was the only move he could make right now. Shen Yan did not speak. No matter how much Xia Yang twisted her head, she did not give up. Goo. While Xia Yang was trying to fight it off, his stomach rumbled. He was fed a bowl of porridge by Shen Lily in the morning, and only at noon did he eat a piece of ribs before he was passed out. Wake-up time is now 6 p.m. It's also human nature to be hungry. Honey, I'll go get you some rice. Shen Yan got up from the edge of the bed with a hint of despondency in her eyes. The last thing she wanted to see happened. I won't eat. The hunger strike was his means of resistance. Shen Yan smiled somewhat reluctantly and said, meals should always be eaten, lest you starve your stomach. The inside of the basement became silent after she opened the door and went out. Ugh, Yuma. How did you get to be like this? Someone always asks Xia Yang why he doesn't run away even though he knows his girlfriend is a sickly girl, but he's been waiting for Shen Yan for 3 years. And until yesterday, Shen Yan's level of sickly petulance was within a manageable range. It wasn't the kind of state that wanted to lock Xia Yang up all the time. Rather, the sickly Jiao switch would only be triggered when Xia Yang got very close to Lung Xuangyu. Usually an obedient siren, the etiolated kind. It didn't take long for Shen Yan to come in with colorful and fragrant dishes, all of which were dishes that Xia Yang liked to eat. Honey, eat. Shen Yan held the dish with chopsticks in one hand and placed one hand underneath the dish to prevent the juice from dripping onto the bedsheets. It's similar to the ancient consorts of the Blue Star who served the emperor. Xia Yang was completely indifferent. Yuma, I don't like the way you look right now, just let me out. The scene is at an impasse. At this time, Shen Lily came in through the door. Sister, leave it to me, I'll make sure brother Xia Yang eats properly. The helpless Shen Yan could only hand over the meal in her hand to her sister and walk out. Shen Lily saw her sister walk away after her eyes gazed up and down scanning the tied-up Xia Yang. Brother Xia Yang, where will you get the strength to run without eating? When he heard that, he thought that Shen Lily was going to save him out like last time. Lily, quickly go get Auntie over. Xia Yang still thought that Zhao Kite was just tricked by Shen Yan in some way until now. Otherwise there's no reason not to get yourself out. There's no rush, brother Xia Yang will eat his fill first. Where could Shen Lily feed Xia Yang in a normal way? There would be no need to tie him up if she fed Xia Yang in a normal way. She kissed Xia Yang's lips, prying open her teeth. No spitting out the meat, eat it properly. If you spit it out, I'm leaving. Shen Lily smiled smugly, all the while looking at the extremely struggling Xia Yang. Xia Yang eventually swallowed the pork ribs. Shen Lily's heart was satisfied when she saw this. I want water. Xia Yang's hadn't had any water all day, and now she was a little dry from eating. Yes. Shen Lily picked up a glass of water and took a sip herself before kissing Xia Yang again. He gave up after a few struggles. He still had to rely on Shen Lily to get out. Brother Xia Yang, you're so good. People can't help but reward you. Pink love hearts appeared in Lily Shen's eyes. Sickly petite. This kind of Xia Yang was Shen Lily's favorite look, like a mannequin that she manipulated with abandon. After feeding brother Xia Yang so much, I'm also hungry. Let me eat my noon meal well next. Shen Lily began to savor her favorite food, taking small bites and occasionally looking at Xia Yang. Xia Yang couldn't help but wonder? Was Shen Lily really here to save herself from getting out? But he could only trust Lily Shen now. After 20 minutes, Shen Lily was finally full. Lily, can we call Auntie over? Xia Yang said. Shen Lily first wiped her lips clean with a tissue and said nonchalantly, Brother Xia Yang, close your eyes first. What for? Just close your eyes. Xia Yang could only obey obediently as Shen Lily blindfolded him. Lily, what are you doing? Brother Xia Yang, I can't help you this time, you'll have to go beg your sister for it. Shen Lily gave a nod at the back of Xia Yang's head. Perfect. I can't help it, I have to untie the ribbon too. Bye bye. Lily. Shun Lily ignored Xia Yang's call and left. Huh? Where's sis? She looked left and right, not spotting her sister. Shen Yanran received a call from her secretary after coming out of the basement, saying that there was a very important meeting waiting for her inside the company. She thought for a moment and told her secretary, "Come pick me up." Honey's anger won't go away for a while, so go to the office and come back and make it up to him. Soon Tang Yin drove her car to the entrance of the villa. She looked at the inside of the villa from the corner of her eye, did not find Xia Yang's figure. Her heart was a little lost. The executives were waiting for Shen Yanran after arriving at the company. The meeting was held until 8 o'clock in the evening, and Shen Yanran let Tang Yin send herself back. At this time, Tang Yin's cell phone rang, and the paper in her hand was a little unsteady. It couldn't have been that bad guy who called me, could it? The more she thought about it, the more likely it was that the president wasn't home right now, and he hadn't seen that the president had left with himself. Just the perfect opportunity to steal a bite of yourself, even though you say you're not feeling well right now. Shen Yanran thought the secretary was afraid to answer the phone because of herself. Answer it, it's probably a call from someone in the family this late. Tang Yin put her hand inside her own pocket and turned her cell phone off directly. She didn't dare to answer the phone call from that bad guy in front of Shen Yanran. Chapter 79, Shen Yanran who fell and fled. I'd better send the president home first. Tang Yin sheepishly walked a little faster after turning off her cell phone and walked in front of Shen Yanran. It's logical for a secretary to go half a step slower than the leader. Shen Yanran couldn't care less. Her mind was now on how to make Xia Yang dissipate her anger, and she didn't notice Tang Yin's abnormality. After Tang Yin sent Shen Yanran back to the entrance of the villa, she secretly glanced inside again. The bad guy didn't come out to greet the president. He's not home now? Or had he already opened a hotel and was waiting outside? The more she thought about it, the more anxious she felt for Xia Yang. If that bad guy got a room outside now, it would definitely be noticed by the president as unusual. After Shen Yanran got off the car, Tang Yin hurriedly drove the car to a safe place to stop and opened his cell phone. It only took 10 seconds to turn on the machine, but she felt extraordinarily long. Come on. Come on. The phone finally turned on and the caller ID wasn't what it was supposed to be. The caller was Tang Yin's mom. This is good. The feeling of being at risk resurfaced in her mind. If that bad guy hadn't called me, the president wouldn't have noticed anything unusual. Distinctly a thing to be happy about. No matter how much Tang Yin consoled herself, she could not hide the truth that she wanted to receive a call from Xia Yang. The pretty makeup looks dull at this point. Hello, Mom. Tang Yin called back her mom's phone number, knowing that her mom was at home all day worrying about her marriage. If I don't bring home a boyfriend again this year, I may have to be set up on a blind date. Oh daughter, have you eaten yet? Eat? Workers outside are reported to be happy, even if she just got off work. Her parents asked to say they ate, so that they wouldn't worry. Have you found a boyfriend in the company recently? The son of your Auntie Wang's family is quite good. Why don't I ask Auntie Wang to give you her son's contact information? Have a nice chat between you youngsters? He has a suite inside the city and a car too. Here we go again. Auntie Zhang, Auntie Wang's son. She can't get enough of her parents' love in this area. Why don't we just push that bad guy out as a shield? Mom, I've actually found a boyfriend. Really? Aha! So bring the lad home to Mom next month? How impatient the tone on the other end of the phone was. No, he's busy. I'll take a vacation in June and bring him with me on my trip home, okay? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, as if he thought it was too long to get to June. Tang Yun added, we're both pretty busy. Eventually the caller agreed. Daughter, Auntie Zhang is holding grandchildren. Mom has only you as a daughter. You also need to let Mom hold grandchildren in a hurry. I just barely managed to cope with the urge to find a boyfriend, and now I'm urging for grandchildren. Mom, he called, so I'm going to stop talking to you for a while. Okay, you guys talk first. Mom's hanging up. Remember to bring it back in June for Mom to see, and hurry up with the grandson. Tang Yun pressed hang up and the inside of the car went quiet. That bad guy craves my body. It's only right that I drag him home to go through the motions. He wouldn't want to take any responsibility at all, would he? Tang Yun opened her cell phone's address book and found Xia Yang's phone number. If only he had actually called me. Shen Yanran took a shower after returning home before heading inside the basement. She untied Xia Yang's blindfolded eyes, and her veiled hand gently stroked Xia Yang's face. Xia Yang, who had fallen asleep, woke up and saw that it was Shen Yanran. Immediately turned his face away. "Honey, I'm home." Xia Yang ignored her, obviously angry. "Don't you do that, say something, will you?" Shen Yanran in her black lace pajamas was incomparably seductive, but he didn't even look at her. The tip of his nose filled with a mesmerizing aroma that pounded at his sanity. He was using silence to speak of his dissatisfaction with Shen Yanran. Shen Yanran hugged him, and he remained unmoved in the face of the soft touch. Even Shen Yanran's kiss was rejected. Xia Yan clenched his teeth tightly to prevent her from succeeding. Thinking of the past days when Xia Yang was defenseless against his kisses, he turned into the present one. Shen Yanran's heart began to waver as well. One probably really shouldn't have trapped honey. She forced herself not to think about this aspect, and it was imperative that this anger in Xia Yang's heart be dispersed. As for how to make Xia Yang happy, she already had an answer. Although Xia Yang's will was strong, Shen Yanran, the red-faced scourge, understood Xia Yang's weaknesses very thoroughly. With just a swipe of his fingertips, Xia Yang couldn't sit back and watch her. "Honey, this is for you." Soon, Xia Yang's breathing thickened. Shen Yanran, the demonic spirit in the guise of a beautiful snake, destroyed Xia Yang's sanity and immersed him in a gentle land, unable to extricate himself. When the inside of the room returned to silence, only then did Xia Yang shed his words. Knowing what he knew about his girlfriend now, the chances of success in making a request were very high. "Yuma, put me out." He was stupidly ready to make his next move, but he was having trouble moving. The current Shen Yanran did have a more relaxed mind and body, and that sense of crisis faded quite a bit. She saw that Xia Yang was still trying to convince herself and hurriedly got up from his arms. An angry Xia Yang was so scary that she was planning to go back to her room to sleep tonight. Xia Yang seized the opportunity to retreat. "It's okay if you don't release me, sleep here tonight, no going back to your room. Either way, take your pick." Shen Yanran was torn after hearing Xia Yang say this. If she didn't go back inside the room tonight, she would definitely not be able to walk tomorrow. "Let go, dear. And no, that crisis is still there." Xia Yang gave a compromise. "I'll stay here for a week, how about you release me after a week? But there's a catch, you can't do this to me anymore or we'll break up." Shen Yanran's heart trembled when she heard the word breakup come out of Xia Yang's mouth. Breaking up, that's what she's most afraid of happening. If this was Shen Lily, there was no way she would say anything to let Xia Yang out. Break up? You have to be out to break up, too. But Shen Yanran loves Xia Yang too deeply. She not only wants Xia Yang's body, but also his heart. "Good night, dear," she said, and picked up her pajamas on the floor and fled the basement in a panic, afraid that Xia Yang would call out to her. Xia Yang sighed. It seemed that going out on his own would take a lot of energy and effort. Tonight's plan failed. Mu Shixian isn't asleep yet. She took Xia Yang's jacket and hugged it in her arms. Even though the scent of the owner of the clothes had already been covered by the aroma of the laundry detergent, hugging Xia Yang's jacket was able to make her sleep a little more peacefully with her. She thought about it and got up to put the jacket on herself. The large coat couldn't cover her luscious figure. This feeling, as if Xia Yang is hugging me. Mu Shixian zipped up her jacket. Chapter 80, Tests Between Girlfriends. Mu Shixian woke up at around 6 in the morning because she was thinking about her appointment with Xia Yang. She opened her chat with Xia Yang, and there was only a short chat on it. A few words, but they made her read them over and over again. In the end, Mu Shixian couldn't help but take out that picture of Xia Yang and admire it. Soon there was a blush of shame on her elegant and stunning face. By 8 o'clock in the morning, she sent over a message to Xia Yang with a nervous heart. "Good morning." Mu Shixian kept looking at the chat interface after sending the text message over. Looking forward to his message. Waiting and waiting, there was never a message from the other side. At first, Mu Shixian thought it was because Xia Yang didn't get up. But as time passed, it was 10 o'clock. She couldn't help but send another message to Xia Yang. "Are you free this afternoon? Please come to the appointed place to pick up your clothes if you can." Xia Yang was all locked up in the basement, so it was naturally impossible to reply to her. His cell phone was placed on a table in the basement, and the sudden bright screen caught Shen Lily's attention. She picked up her locked phone to see that it showed a message. Who is it? Cold Frost Moon? Or someone else? "Brother Xia Yang, what's the password for your cell phone?" Xia Yang glanced at her, not intending to speak. Just based on Shen Lily's treacherous behavior yesterday, she still wants to ask for her password? And the browser history inside the phone is still there. Even if he dies, he can't give the password to Lily Shen. It doesn't matter if I don't say it, when I open my phone I'll see what's inside brother Xia Yang's browser history. In addition to the password there are fingerprints to unlock. Shen Lily took the bright screen cell phone and approached Xia Yang, who couldn't escape, step by step. His fists clenched just to keep Lily Shen from opening the phone with her own fingerprints. This cannot be difficult to defeat her, only to see Shen Lily to Xia Yang's armpit scratch a few tightly clenched hand has no strength. She quickly placed Xia Yang's thumb on the fingerprint recognition part of the phone, but it showed that the unlocking failed because of sweat. The screen lock finally unlocked after Shen Lily helped Xia Yang clean his fingers. Xia Yang's face was gray. One's own treasures are going to be exposed. Lily Shen was not going to simply let herself off the hook easily. It's worse than being trapped inside a basement. Lily, Xia Yang bitterly spoke, can you not open my search history? Brother Xia Yang, don't you think it's too late to say such things? And it's only good for you if I read it, isn't it? Xia Yang thought about it for a while, and well, it was really such a thing. Shen Lily clicked on the message, and the one who sent it surprised her to the core. She originally thought it was Lung Xuangyu and planned to send Lung Xuangyu an intimate photo of her sister and Xia Yang over to piss her off. I didn't realize that the one who sent the message was my best friend. The avatar and name were more than familiar to her. Just to make sure she really wasn't mistaken, she even pulled out her own cell phone to look at the ID. Touché. The personality signature under the ID also put her in a bad mood. Who sent the text message? Xia Yang asked. Brother Xia Yang, how do you know Xian? She said with a smile, bad thoughts popping up inside her head. For example, Xia Yang is cheating on his sister behind her back. It's time to give brother Xia Yang a little punishment. And Mu Xian, I treat you as my best friend and you want to steal my house? Lily knows her? That makes sense, no wonder she knows my name. Then Xia Yang told Shen Lily all about what happened. Brother Xia Yang, are you sure that's all? That's all. Lily, are you suspecting something fishy between me and her? Xia Yang also saw that Shen Lily was prying and confirming his relationship with Mu Xian. Who knows if brother will pick flowers outside behind sister's back. Mu Xian is so pretty again. Lily, don't make jokes like that, I'll be damned if your sister hears you. If brother Xia Yang really has a relationship with Mu Xian, I won't need my sister to do anything, I'll punish my brother properly. Shen Lily's current state was completely different from her usual self. Chills down the back. I'll go help brother Xia Yang retrieve his jacket first. But she quickly regained her innocent and sweet appearance. Go go go. Xia Yang and Mu Xian had only sheltered from the rain under the eaves of the house, and went home after it finished raining, and there was no story, so of course they weren't afraid. After Xia Yang told Shen Lily the address, she took Xia Yang's cell phone and set off to pick up the clothes. After receiving the message from Xia Yang, Mu Xian took off the man's jacket that she had been wearing all night, which was still stained with Mu Xian's body odor. It's light and smells good. Go inside the closet and find a dress similar to the hanbok. The gentle temperament of her body is more than suitable to wear this kind of clothing. Luckily, Mu's mom wasn't home today, otherwise she would have seen her daughter dressed up with such beauty. Be sure to follow quietly to find out what's going on. After looking in the mirror a few times, Mu Xian took out the printed novel and folded jacket from inside the drawer and went out. She had to get to the place where she had taken shelter from the rain that day before Shen Lily, and Mu Xian stood there quietly attracting the attention of many passersby. Many of them accosted her and were politely declined. Shen Lily was unfamiliar with this part of the road and drove around in circles to get here. Sure Xian. Shen Lily walked over to greet her. Lily, why are you? Mu Xian was a bit puzzled, and immediately figured out that it was Xia Yang who had called her to get the clothes. A flicker of imperceptible loss flashed under her eyes. Is he rejecting me? Unrequited love and crushes were inherently prone to overthinking, and Mu Xian was no exception. Her love is buried deep in her heart, unknown and sought after. Brother Xia Yang had something to do today, so he asked me to come get my jacket. Shen Lily looked at her best friend's beautifully coiffed hair and exquisite dress. It's really suspicious. It's already washed, Lily, you return it for me. Natsu. Him. Mu Xian temporarily changed her words. Okay. Shen Lily smiled and took the neatly folded jacket, then asked, hand-washed? The clothes were stained with some sludge, so I was worried that the washing machine wouldn't clean them, so I hand-washed them. Mu Shixian said with a normal face. It really seems to be that way. A pair of good girlfriends are trying it out in plain sight. Shen Lily couldn't see anything unusual about her BFF for the time being, she had to find out today. So Shen Lily dragged her best friend to go shopping. She deliberately said a lot of things about Xia Yang in order to test whether Mu Shixian really liked him. Mu Shixian didn't act very interested, but she wasn't uninterested either. Lily Shen couldn't come up with a reason even after her sidebar. Then she let it go, so what if Shixian liked Brother Xia Yang? Brother Xia Yang didn't have a chance to see her anyway. Chapter 81, The Regretful Zhao Kite. In the next few days, no matter how Xia Yang tossed and turned, Shen Yanran did not promise to let him out. Hearing the sound of the door opening and the sound of high heel shoes treading on the ground, the blindfolded Xia Yang knew that it was Shen Yanran coming back from work. Honey, did you miss me? Shen Yanran's fingertips traced over Xia Yang's perfect face, her eyes full of love. It was followed by a hot, petite body pressed up against it, the aroma lingering. It doesn't matter if you don't talk, I miss you, a lot. During these few days, Shen Yanran would change her ways to please him every day, just for Xia Yang to be a little happier. She untied the cloth that blindfolded Xia Yang's eyes. Yuma, when exactly are you going to let me out? Don't think you can fool me like that. Oh? Is that so? Shen Yanran said with a smile. Xia Yang had already prepared his mind for the day, no matter what kind of tactics this goblin had exerted, he wouldn't sink as low as he did last night. How about I let you go next if my dear doesn't budge? Come on. Xia Yang said through gritted teeth. In fact, he was also a bit short of breath. After all, it wasn't the first time Shen Yanran had said such things to him. If it fails, honey will have to be locked up by me for 10 more days. She came to Xia Yang's and said, cheer up. Shen Yanran knew her killing power over men, and she also knew how she could gain Xia Yang's heart. There is nothing that makes a man feel better than conquering a woman completely. One only needed to submit to Xia Yang and present his unknown side to him. Here we go. Don't half-ass it, dear. Shen Yanran's every move was charming to the extreme, and her red lips slightly opened and closed as she spoke, tantalizing words coming out from them. The battle between the two began. A bell later, Xia Yang hung his head. Shen Yanran won again once more, and the goblin's power was getting more and more refined. Xia Yang couldn't win against her in this kind of one-time definite match. Her stunning face full of winks had a smiling look on it. Honey, you lost again. But don't be sad, you're in charge tonight, and I'll do whatever you want except let me let you out. First floor. Zhao Kite's room was lit with an orange light. The soft queen-sized bed with its thin quilt outlined mesmerizing curves. She lay on her side, her long eyelashes fluttering delicately. She was having a dream. Auntie, come and save me. Xia Yan was begging her to come and save herself. Zhao Kite had the key in his hand but couldn't move for some reason. At this time Shen Yanran appeared and tugged on the chain and laughed, honey, don't you know that Mom and I are on the same side? There's no one inside this villa who can save you, be good and accept your fate. Stay in this basement for the rest of your life. Xia Yang's face after hearing what Shen Yanran said, confusion, disbelief flashed one by one. Auntie, Yan, she's lying to me, right? Xia Yang fought to crawl over to Zhao Kite, the chains that bound him constantly rattling because of his struggles. Xia Yang was so close to touching her. Auntie, say something. Auntie. Zhao Kite tried to take the key to unlock the door, but it was still the same, she namely couldn't speak or move. He could only watch Xia Yang being pulled back by Shen Yanran. Auntie. I hate you. Xia Yang's last heartbreaking sentence woke her up from inside her dream. Zhao Kite woke up from her dream, her white forehead covered with fine beads of sweat. Yang. She lifted the covers and got out of bed rushing to the basement. It was 4 a.m. at this point. But she didn't want to wait a moment, she needed to get Xia Yang out now. Because if she hadn't nodded her head, Xia Yang wouldn't have been imprisoned. It was for this reason that she had had a torrid few days. I can't eat, I can't sleep. He wanted to go to the basement to see how Xia Yang was doing but didn't dare to go. When she came to the basement, Xia Yang and Shen Yanran had just gone to bed not long ago. A look of heartache appeared on Zhao Kite's face after seeing the 4 chains that bound Xia Yang. She gently pushed Xia Yang, and the sleeping Xia Yang did not wake up. His daughter was also sleeping soundly in Xia Yang's arms. Zhao Kite can only sit here until dawn. Young. In a daze, Xia Yang seemed to hear someone calling him. And the voice was familiar. Auntie. Is Auntie finally back? His whole being was completely awake. Honey, don't move. Shen Yanran was very tired last night, and now she just wanted to rest for a while. She automatically blocked out Zhao Kite's voice. Auntie, tell Yuma to let me out. Honey, it looks like it's calling out for Auntie? Did Mom come too? Shen Yanran couldn't sleep even when she opened her eyes. Xia Yang, Auntie has made you suffer. Yen, hurry and get the key out. Zhao Kite ordered her daughter to do something for the first time, and her tone was tough. But, Mom, didn't we agree? Shen Yanran was anxious, that sense of crisis was getting stronger and stronger. She didn't want to let Xia Yang out at all. Bring it! Zhao Kite's face was austere, and Shen Yanran could no longer say half a word. Dutifully, he took out the key and gave it to Zhao Kite. After losing the chains, Xia Yang's entire body was much more relaxed. Zhao Kite looked at the bright smile on Xia Yang's face, gripped up heart also relaxed. That dream just now was too real, and Xia Yang's final grimace shouting at her was something she would never forget in her life. Xia Yang, forgive Auntie, okay? Zhao Kite then admitted her fault to Xia Yang and also took the blame on herself even though it was not her fault. The purpose is to hope that Xia Yang will not break up with his daughter. Xia Yang was imprisoned for about 4 days this time. Forgiving Auntie is fine, forgiving Shen Yanran is not. She had to change this problem Xia Yang in order to go on with her, otherwise after the marriage she would really become completely Shen Yanran's private property. Auntie, I want to go home and stay inside. Zhao Kite sighed helplessly after hearing these words from Xia Yang. Is it true that Xiao Yang is going to break up with his daughter? She wanted to say something. Honey, don't leave me, okay? It's all my fault. After Shen Yanran heard Xia Yang say that he wanted to go home to live, she tightly grabbed his arm. Chapter 82, Love Makes You Humble. Yuma, if you can't change this, we'll break up. With a tug of his arm, Xia Yang broke free of Shen Yanran's hand and headed for the room upstairs. He's going to pack up and get out of here. What are you waiting for? Why don't you hurry up and follow them? Zhao Kite hurriedly reminded her daughter. Shen Yanran didn't even wear shoes, her feet stepped on the carpet and went up to the second floor. Xia Yang didn't have much, just a few sets of clothes. Shen Yanran had prepared a closet of clothes for him that he didn't even get to wear. Honey, let me help you. She took a few sets of clothes from inside the closet and folded them in Xia Yang's bag. The whole thing was a bit humble, nothing like the radiant, regal and charming red strapless gown she'd just returned from the airport in. Xia Yang is also a little heartbroken to see this kind of Shen Yanran, but he is bound to go. Shen Yanran wanted to head outside with her duffel bag, she wanted to see Xia Yang off. You go change your clothes first. Xia Yang said. Right now Shen Yanran was still wearing that sexy black lace nightgown. Honey, wait for me, soon. Shen Yanran was worried that Xia Yang did not even give him a chance to send him, directly stripped off his pajamas and threw them on the bed, taking out a set of usual workwear OL clothes. Ever since the last time Xia Yang forbade Shen Yanran from wearing black silk to work, she had been wearing long pants to the office. Only Xia Yang could appreciate Shen Yanran in black silk. She couldn't even tie up her long hair before she took the luggage in Xia Yang's hands and forced a smile. Come on, honey. Zhao Kite was upstairs watching the two men enter the garage, their shapely backs were filled with a sense of despondency, and she couldn't help but sigh. The mood is dreary. If he hadn't promised his daughter in the first place, things wouldn't have turned out the way they did. Shen Yanran came to the garage and chose the car closest to the entrance. Just as she was about to sit in the driver's seat, Xia Yang stopped him. I'll drive. The chances of driving dangerously go up for people in a bad mood. Honey, it's better if I do it. Xia Yang sat directly inside the driver's seat, and Shen Yanran had to sit in the passenger seat. The atmosphere in the car was somber all the way. Shen Yanran knew that if she didn't change her habit of locking Xia Yang up, she would really have no future with him. It will be other women who will accompany him then. For example, Cold Frost Moon. When she thought of Lang Xuanyue taking her place after Xia Yang broke up with her, Shen Yanran's prime hand tightened. There was no way she could accept that ending. Since my darling didn't break up with himself the first time, it proves that he still has me in his heart right now. The big deal is wooing your darling all over again in the first place. The villa wasn't too far from Xia Yang's house, and it was soon there. Xia Yang picked up his luggage and closed the trunk.
After hesitating for a moment or admonishing the emotionally unstable Shin Yanran. Drive slower. I will. Shin Yanran habitually wanted to have a farewell kiss with Xia Yang, but this time was different. Even if I say so, my darling won't say yes. After Xia Yang finished speaking, he turned around and left, and Shin Yanran watched him go in before leaving. Lily Shin got up at 8 o'clock and stretched. After washing up, she couldn't wait to head down to the basement. It's time to feed Brother Zhang breakfast again. She blinked as she pushed open the basement door, looking at the empty room and the 4 undone chains. Where are the people? It must be that sister was convinced by Brother Xia Yang again. Sister is really bad too, she didn't last long. Unfortunately, the grandmother who adopted her later died, and the large conglomerate fell to her. Otherwise, right now Xia Yang would probably be, "Sister, I'm hungry. Sister, help me put on my clothes. Sister." At this time Lin Yashin would come over to fulfill his request with a pampered face. If Xia Yang said one more thing about her favorite sister, she couldn't guarantee that she could still maintain her image as a sensible big sister. Is Sister Lin free tonight? Yes, Brother Xia Yang, wait for me inside the house properly. Good. That's all for now then, sis has some things to take care of, bye. Bye. Xia Yang had the feeling that he hadn't grown up yet every time he talked to Lin Yashin on the phone. Because the other person's tone was full of favor inside. Lin Yashin's assistant knew at a glance who was calling, and only when he called would her own presidential goddess who had traversed the business world reveal such a gentle expression. In the past, the young handsome man who pursued the president did not have this treatment at all. Okay, this project is going to be postponed. Buy a plane ticket home. As expected, Lin Yashin instructed her to book 2 tickets back. Xia Yang flipped through his cell phone's communication records and found that Lung Xuanyu had also sent quite a few text messages over. Shin Yanran replied for him. Leng Frosty Moon seemed to notice that the person on the other side of the screen was not Xia Yang, but Shin Yanran, and there was nothing to send a text message over behind her. She also couldn't guess that Shin Yanran would actually lock up Xia Yang. How can she let it go? Xia Yang looked up and the family portrait inside the living room came into view. He took it off and held it in his hand for a while. Dad, Mom. Why don't you guys come back? Chapter 83 Requests. Xia Yang is talking about his parents in front of others are talking very easily, but the thoughts in his heart are increasing with each passing day. And what made it even more difficult for him was what Leng Xuanyu said during the camping trip, which put him in a dilemma. Leng Xuanyu, go back, not only will there be unknown dangers, will also change the trajectory of their own life. Do not go back, they will not be able to know where mom and dad actually went. Go with the flow. He hung up the family portrait and went out to buy groceries for dinner. Tong Tian Gu. Leng Frost Moon unlocked the door to her room, and silver streams of light gradually wrapped around her fragrant body. It ended up coming up a little short. It will have to wait until tomorrow. A defeated cold Frost Moon murmured to herself. She hadn't been able to see Xia Yang for the last few days, and even though there was a reply to the message she sent over, she could tell at a glance that it was Shin Yanran replying to her. She very desperately wanted to go back in time, back to that time when Xia Yang had not yet known Shin Yanran. Reclaiming the love of your life. Xia Yang strolled around the market and bought a lot of ingredients to fill up the refrigerator. Next, just wait for Lin Yashin to come back. Leng Fengyue still tried to make a call to Xia Yang. She had thought that it would be hung up by Shin Yanran, but she did not expect to connect. Daydreams ring in my ears. Frost Moon. Xia Yang said. Xia Yang, remember what I told you on the camping trip? Remember. Xia Yang knew what this phone call meant. Something about himself was about to be rewritten. Lung Xuanyu calling over was nothing more than informing him, I'm going back in time to snatch you back. If she dissuaded Lung Xuanyu from going back now, she wouldn't listen to herself. Xia Yang could only tell said Lung Xuanyu that she should pay attention to safety. The two didn't talk for too long, and after Xia Yang disconnected the call, he quietly lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling. Maybe the next moment itself will change immediately. His girlfriend was not Shin Yanran, but Lung Xuanyu. There was a knock on the door in the evening. Xia Yang thought it was Lin Yashin coming back and opened the door only to find that it was Shin Yanran. Honey, have you eaten yet? She was carrying a thermos of cutlery in her hand. Not yet. I made you dinner, eat it while it's hot. Shin Yanran shoved the cutlery into Xia Yang's hands. She knew she had to take her time, so she didn't plan on asking to stay, which would only make Zhang more annoyed with herself.
You don't need to bring me dinner in the future, it's quite tiring to commute and cook. Xia Yang also didn't refuse Shen Yanran's delivery of dinner. It's worth it to be even more tired for my dear, I'll leave first, my dear, eat slowly. Shen Yanran said, then turned around with the intention of going back. When she was just coming down the hallway, she met Lin Yashin, who was coming up. Shen Yanran was not moving and sizing up the gentle and graceful Lin Yashin, while Lin Yashin was also looking at the charming Shen Yanran. The two rubbed shoulders. Lily Shen, who had been ordered to wait in the car when she arrived downstairs, asked, "Has brother Xia Yang forgiven sister?" "Not yet, I'll try to earn his forgiveness." Lily Shen gave an oh-so-subtle cry. "It doesn't matter, after brother Xia Yang breaks up with his sister he can be her girlfriend. Isn't it all the same?" She was still a little excited to think about it. If Shen Yanran knew what her sister was thinking, she would be so angry that she would vomit blood. Xia Yang had just put away his dinner before he had a chance to open it, when the knock on the door sounded again. This time it wasn't as bad as he thought, it was Sister Lin, who he hadn't seen in a long time. "Brother Xia Yang, let sister hug you." Lin Yashin directly gave Xia Yang a beautiful hug, and he felt like suffocating. Very fragrant. "Don't move." A hint of redness flashed across Lin Yashin's gentle face. "Let sister give you a good hug." It took a long time for Lin Yashin to let go of Xia Yang, and he let out a big breath. Turns out murder weapons can really kill people. "Why are you afraid to look at your sister?" "Shy." "No." The reason Xia Yang didn't dare to look at Lin Yashin was because her Milan-colored sweater was wrinkled by herself. "These days sister is busy, as compensation brother Xia Yang can make a request to me." She slowly arranges her sweater. "What kind of request sister will help you fulfill? What kind of requests are okay?" Because of Shen Yanran, it was easy for Xia Yang to think about it now. Thinking about it? Lin Yashin took Xia Yang's hand and walked towards the inside of the house, her arm completely sinking into the softness. "No." Lin Yashin's beautiful eyes looked at Xia Yang's well-defined side face, wanting so much to just kiss over. "Then let's eat first and tell my sister later in the evening." Lin Yashin let go of Xia Yang's arm and opened the refrigerator door. Taking out the ingredients, he intended to make a few of Xia Yang's favorite dishes. Of course, the wine she was not likely to forget. Without wine, how could Xia Yang say favorite sister? Xia Yang's words seemed to echo in her ears, and her delicate earlobes turned scarlet. She quietly glanced at Xia Yang. "My favorite is brother Zhang too." After the meal was ready, Xia Yang refused the offer to drink. He was all drunk 3 times, twice in Lin Yashin's house, and once just inside the villa. It's hard to wake up every time. Taste if sister's craftsmanship has regressed. Lin Yashin clamped the bean curd and brought it to Xia Yang's mouth. Xia Yang hesitated for a moment or accepted the feeding. "Sister Lin always treats me like a child." A pleasant dinner ended, Lin Yashin looked at Xia Yang in front of her with some distress. Suddenly she had a flash of insight. "Brother Xia Yang, sister will go back to take a bath first." "Well, take your time, Sister Lin." After she left, Xia Yang also went to take a shower and then read for a while. When I was about to rest, Lin Yashin came over and knocked on the door, saying that the line was broken. "To sleep over here for the night. Then my sister will sleep in my room and I'll take the other guest room." Xia Yang readily gave up his room. But he hadn't been sleeping in the guest room for long when he felt a warm, soft, hot, delicate body burrow under his covers. Who else but Sister Lin? "Sister Lin, why did you come over?" Xia Yang moved to the side. "I want brother Xia Yang to accompany me to feel at ease." The warm petite body pressed up again. "We used to sleep like this, didn't we?" "But could it be that brother Xia Yang will have any bad thoughts about sister?" Lin Yashin directly hugged Xia Yang from behind, her bare chin resting against his shoulder. All right, get some sleep. I'd better hit the floor." Xia Yang directly broke away from the tenderness and took out 2 quilts inside the room's cabinet. "Sleeping with my sister, I can't sleep at all." Before, he was not aware that his sister was so beautiful and attractive. He's not that boy who doesn't know anything anymore, he's a man now. Sleeping next to such a superb beauty was torture, and the blood inside his veins was like gasoline. "Sister, sleep in peace, I will always be by your side." His face, which had finished red, could not be seen in the darkness. "Thank you, brother Xia Yang." Xia Yang was finally better after the separation. But how could Lin Yashin give up so easily? In the late night when Xia Yang fell asleep, the fragrant, soft and delicate body once again came to Xia Yang's comforter inside close to him. Brother Xia Yang, only by holding you like this can sister fall asleep. Chapter 84, Back to the Past. In the dead of night, a blurry silhouette appeared, the very same person who had given Ling Frost Moon the right to go back in time. The silhouette gradually revealed its true form, a woman whose beauty crowned the ancient world. Not a single flaw could be found in her body. She seemed like an earthly god. After a sultry sigh, she condescended to bend down and caress Xia Yang's cheek. Time is running out. After dawn, Xia Yang felt soft to the core behind him. His hand went behind him, softly. Lin Yashin's delicate body trembled. Xia Yang, my brother is so active early in the morning, did he pretend to be asleep on purpose last night? A red cloud rose over her face at the thought. Xia Yang hurriedly withdrew his hand. Sister Lin, why did you come down? Lin Yashin's jade arms hugged Xia Yang from behind. Brother Xia Yang, do you like your sister? Linya Xin decided to take this opportunity to say what was on her mind. After last night, she could no longer stand being with Xia Yang as a sister and brother. She wants to be Xia Yang's girlfriend, wife. Not a sister. She was also certain that she would be able to confess her love. After all, she had been trying for so many years. Xia Yang could hear that Lin Yashin was not talking about the kind of fondness between siblings, but between a man and a woman. Sister Lin, let go of me first. The sudden confession confused him. Just promise your sister, okay? Sister will spoil you for the rest of your life and not let you suffer half a bit. And then we'll have a bunch of kids and live happily ever after. Lin Yashin's face lifted into a happy smile at the mere thought of an image like that. She was worried that Xia Yang would be afraid that she wouldn't care for him after having a child, so she continued, of course, after having a child I will also spoil brother Xia Yang as always. With Lin Yashin's description, images had begun to form inside Xia Yang's mind. After marrying herself, Sister Lin, whose wife's attributes are full, changed her name from Xia Yang's brother to husband. Married and obedient to herself, the perfect wife and mother. Even if she herself hugged her willow waist from behind while she was putting on her apron and cooking, she would only say softly, honey, I still have to cook. All he had to do was to stick to her ear and say a few words of love, and Sister Lin would surely agree to everything he asked for, and she had nothing but tolerance and pampering for his behavior. The big deal was to tell her, Sister Lin, please. She would then say with a doting face and in a slightly helpless tone, you. Just as Xia Yang was extremely troubled, Long Xuanyue in the Tongtian pavilion also woke up. The first one is to mobilize the alien energy. The silver glow stopped flickering this time, wrapping around her body as easily as flowing water. This time, she succeeded. That mysterious woman appeared inside Ling Frost Moon's room looking at Ling Frost Moon. Only the consciousness goes back in time? It might be better to let them all go back. Lung Fengyue felt like she had been inside the lighted space for a long time, and then again, it felt like only a second had passed. Her beautiful eyes snapped open and she sat up from the bed. The quilt that covers it is completely different from the one that was just there, and the layout of the room has changed a bit. She looked to the cell phone on the table, the one she had used for 3 years. When you open it, it clearly shows 3 years backward in time. That means she's 19 this year. What was happening in front of me was so fantastic. I managed to travel back 3 years. The regret that had suppressed Lung Xuanyue for 3 years dissipated at this moment, and now Xia Yang was not yet Xin Yanran's boyfriend. Himself, finally a chance to make amends. Tears blurred her eyes. She had spent these 3 years in remorse, and now she didn't want to wait a second, to go to Xia Yang's side right away and tell him that she liked him. According to the days, Xin Yanran would have transferred to the school this morning. It's important to hold on tight. Lang Fengyue changed out of the pajamas she was wearing and opened the somewhat unfamiliar closet. Choosing an elegant white dress, she then coiled her hair up to wear a jade hairpin. The whole person is noble and cool, and is a great admirer of the country. It was only 7 o'clock in the morning. Xu Qiushui was cooking breakfast outside the kitchen, and Lang Jia had just finished washing up. Daughter, why are you so beautifully dressed today? Are you going on a date with Xiao Yong? Xu Qiushui paused the work in her hands and glanced at Lang Jia. Both eyes contained the same implication. Could it be that these two kids were starting to fall in love? Well, Mom, I'll go first. Both of them were a bit incredulous to see Long Frost Moon admit it so easily. My daughter seems different today. A smile appeared on Xu Qiushui's face. This was exactly the result that the two families wanted. It's not too late to eat breakfast before going to find Xiao Yang, it's still early. No mom, I can't wait now. As a father, Lang Jia's heart was both happy and depressed. Daughter is in love. I'll have the driver take you. He spoke. Thanks, Dad. Chapter 85. Lang Xuanyu quickly arrived at Xia Yang's house. Knocking on the door, not long after Xia Yang's mom Ningwei came out to open the door, and after seeing that it was Lung Frosty Moon, she said cordially, "Little Frost, come on in." "Good morning, Auntie." "That kid Xiaoyang hasn't gotten up yet, Auntie will go and get her up for you, you sit down for a while." "Auntie Ning, let me go." Lang Xuanyue was so eager to see Xia Yang that she acted a bit out of line with Ningwei's usual impression of her. But this was nothing, when Lang Xuanyu had a fever. Chu Qiushui had also given them the opportunity to be alone inside the room. Ningwei agreed to her future daughter-in-law's request, and she wanted to reach out and caress Lang Frost Moon, but she withdrew her hand. "Okay, Auntie will prepare breakfast for you first." Frosty came over early in the morning and dressed so beautifully, so it looks like the two kids are starting to fall in love. "I'll ask my husband to talk to my son about it later, so that he can take the initiative in the relationship. Otherwise Frosty's cold nature has a lot to say that can't be said, and it's not good if there are misunderstandings." In Ningwei's eyes, Lang Xuanyue was good except for her cold nature, but she liked her a lot. Lang Xuanyu gently opened the door to her room. Xia Yang was sleeping. She walked over, and the half-asleep Xia Yang opened his eyes when he sensed someone approaching. Finding her childhood friend, who was like a fairy on the moon, sitting on the edge of the bed gazing fondly at her. Xia Yang looked out of his mind, and after he came back to his senses he got up. "Did you make a noise?" Lung Frost Moon, who had traveled back, was not cold at all to Xia Yang, and spoke in a tone that was as gentle as it could be. "No, would have been almost awake." "Frost Moon, what's the matter with coming over to me so early in the morning?" Xia Yang subconsciously wanted to lift the covers and get out of bed, but he had only one piece of equipment on him right now. Lung Fengyue did not answer and got up to pick a set of clothes for Xia Yang from inside the closet to take to Xia Yang. Then turned to him and told him to get dressed. A plan formed in her mind. "Little Yang, Little Frost, come out for breakfast." Ningwei's voice came from outside. Xia Yang started eating breakfast after washing up. Lung Xuanyu asked, "Auntie, I heard Dad say that Xia Yang is my fiancé, right?" Knowingly, just to let Xia Yang know that she was his fiancé. "Right, since you're all in love, I won't hide it anymore." Ningwei laughed. Cough. Xia Yang coughed after hearing this news. "Eat slowly." Lun Xuanyu's white jade-like hand gently patted Xia Yang's back. Sitting across the table, Ningwei once again sighed that she hadn't looked at the wrong person. Frost really is the kind of kid who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. Xia Yang, on the other hand, was confused. When did he fall in love with Lung Xuanyu? Mom got the wrong idea, didn't she? No wonder Frost Moon came over early this morning. I'm afraid she's here to break this engagement. Xia Yang's mind flew into thought. "Mom, why haven't I heard you guys mention this?" Xia Yang asked. "We were afraid that you and Frost would turn against each other because of this engagement, but you're both in love now, and it hasn't been in vain for both of our families." "I'm not in a relationship with Frost Moon." Xia Yang hurriedly explained clearly. He didn't know how his mom could think he was in a relationship with Lung Frost Moon. A few of his own attempts were stone cold, and Lang Frost Moon was always as calm as water. In the past, Lang Xuanyue, who loved Xia Yang without knowing it, did not understand how important Xia Yang was to her until Shen Yanran appeared. But it's already too late. Ningwei's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing her son's words, and it also occurred to her that Lung Xuanyu might come to break off. Lun Fengyue clasped his hand slightly harder again. Xia Yang's heart of the hand came from a good sheep fat-like touch, like warm jade. His fingers slowly contracted with Lang Xuanyu 10 fingers interlocked. This time she must hold on to Xia Yang firmly. After getting on the subway, Lung Xuanyu leaned her head on Xia Yang's shoulder, the same as when she went camping. The current Xia Yang was not Shen Yanran's boyfriend, but her fiancé. The same style of school uniform has become a couple's uniform in their case instead. The people on the wagon exclaimed how good it was to be young. "Tomorrow is the weekend, do you have any plans?" Lang Xuanyue asked. When Xia Yang heard this, this was the rhythm of a date. Maybe even kiss with Frost Moon if the atmosphere is good. How about we go shopping?" Xia Yang tentatively asked. "Well, if you don't want to go out I can play games at home with you too," she said sweetly. Xia Yang had an inexplicable sense of familiarity when Lang Xuanyu said this. Seems like someone told him this type of thing. The feeling is as inscrutable as the wind. Who the hell is it? In fact, Long Frost Moon wished to accompany Xia Yang to play games at home. That way, he could just push him down without giving Xin Yanran any hint of a chance. Xin Yanran woke up and wanted to make a call to Xia Yang, but she realized that something was different in her room. The time shown on the top of the cell phone turned out to be the day he had changed schools 3 years ago. It took her a long time to get over the shock. What's going on? She was about to wonder if she'd been dreaming for 3 years? But countless deep memories told her that these 3 years were definitely not a dream. Xin Yanran hurriedly went to Shun Lily's room. Sister, wake up. Well, sister told me to sleep a little longer, only brother Xia Yang can wake me up, even if mom comes I'll sleep a few more minutes. Shin Lily knew that the current situation Xia Yang brother would not be able to come back for a while. Look at what time it is. Xin Yanran directly lifted her sister's quilt. It's not just after 7. It's the year XXX. What are you talking about, sister? Shin Lily finally couldn't take it anymore and opened her eyes to realize that her room was a little different as well. Even the cell phones are different. She opened her cell phone to see that the time had indeed gone back 3 years. The two sisters looked at each other. Sister, when did you meet brother Xia Yang? Today. It's so fishy that we went back to before we even knew brother Xia Yang when your relationship with him was in jeopardy, sister. Sister, no matter what, we must take down brother Xia Yang again. The whole incident, 2 events with connections were found by Lily Shun. She rushed back to change out of her pajamas, put on the uniform that she kept on her desktop, and headed for school. Xia Yang and Lang Xuanyue, 2 people together into the classroom. Students do not feel strange, childhood sweethearts, well, very normal. As the bell rang, Lang Xuanyue's gaze went to the door. Xin Yanran is coming. As expected, when the teacher of the class just walked in, the homeroom teacher also followed closely behind and brought Xin Yanran with her. She sparked off from the boys in the class as soon as she appeared. It's beautiful. And Xin Yanran locked onto Xia Yang with a single glance. Students, we have a new student in our class, so give a big round of applause. The boys applauded very loudly. Hello classmates, my name is Xin Yanran. The applause rang out again, for no other reason than Xin Yanran was so beautiful and the boys in the class were excited. Yuma-san, pick yourself an empty seat and sit down. Okay, teacher. Those long, slender legs walked around, and the boys with empty seats next to them prayed, new students come here. Their wishes were doomed to fail. Even when Xin Yanyan met Xia Yang for the first time, she chose the empty seat to the right of Xia Yang. The new student sat on Natsuyo's side. Damn it! Can you do whatever you want just because you're handsome? He's got a cold goddess. The girls were inexplicably happy to see the boys in pain. Xia Yang student, hello. Xin Yanran almost called Xia Yang dear in class. It wasn't impossible, she was just afraid that it would scare him. How did you know my name? Xia Yang was a bit curious. This new student who was beautiful as hell had been looking at him since he came in. And also knew his name. Of course I know, I turned it around just for you. Xia Yang, the teacher has started lecturing. Lang Xuanyue reminded. The 2 women's eyes met. Xia Yang was in the shura and didn't know it. After class, Xin immediately had a few bold boys lean over to try to chat with Xin Yanran. All of which she refused one by one. Classmate Xia Yang, can you take me to the cafeteria? Xin Yanran said to him with a smile on her face. Such a scourge smiled 1,000 times that the boys peeking at her next to her lost their minds. Good, we also happen to be going to the cafeteria. Xia Yang agreed naturally. What's wrong with you? I agreed to her without thinking? Lang Xuanyue spoke up, Xia Yang and I have to go to the supermarket first, it would be better for this student to find someone else. But Xia Yang-san has already promised me, right? Her seductive autumn eyes were full of triumph. Xia Yang hurriedly stepped forward to calm the 2 tit for tat. Okay, stop it, let's go. It's still Xia Yang's classmate who's the best. Lang Xuanyue was chilled to the bone when she heard those words. The attentive Xia Yang noticed Lang Xuanyue's unhappiness and quietly pulled up her hand. At once all the unhappiness in her heart vanished. Xin Yanran, who was following behind, saw the 2 holding hands and felt deeply bad. After telling Xia Yang to take herself to the cafeteria, this thing she knew that Lang Xuanyue was also crossing back, and she didn't have so much hostility towards herself when they met for the first time. Chapter 87, Xin Yanran knows Xia Yang's hobby. On the way, Xin Yanran quietly took Xia Yang's arm. The beauty of it is that the road is crowded and you are afraid of getting separated. Lung Xuanyue stopped and said to her in an unkind tone, "Loosen up. Aren't you straddling it too? I'll let go if you let go." Shen Yanran didn't care that Lang Frostmoon was already angry and wrapped Xia Yang's arm around him even harder so that he could feel who was better. Each of the two have their own unique characteristics. Shen Yanyan is a stunning beauty that makes people lose their minds and souls. And Lang Xuanyue, as her name suggests, is like the bright moon in the sky, holy and noble, and a country in love with the city. Don't talk about holding an arm, what haven't I done with my darling? Shen Yanran stopped pretending, no longer a mouthful of Xia Yang classmates, but called her darling directly. Xia Yang? Cold Frost Moon had only guessed it first, and now these words directly confirmed her suspicions. Why is Shen Yanran back too? I won't let you steal Xia Yang again. Then we'll see who is more capable of pleasing the darling. Shen Yanran's beautiful eyes were as if they had a pool of spring water, sparkling with water. She didn't believe that Lang Xuanyue could fulfill any of Xia Yang's demands like she did. An iceberg type of woman like her must behave like a log in bed. It's just going to be suffered in silence and then dressed, with no fun whatsoever. Even if Xia Yang dated her, he would get tired of it over time. What are you guys talking about? Although Xia Yang was surrounded by two diametrically opposed stunning colors, his mood was bad, and he couldn't even understand a bit of what they were saying. Lung Xuanyue stopped talking about this issue after she heard Xia Yang ask the question. She was afraid that Xia Yang knew too much. Honey, let's say you like. Shen Yanran pressed into Xia Yang's ear and said a few words that. Don't say it. He hurriedly covered Shen Yanran's small mouth, being heard he was going to lose his reputation and pack his bags overnight to live in a different city. Okay, I'll listen honey, if you don't tell me, it's a secret only I know. Unlike someone who doesn't know anything. Lung Frostmoon wanted to retort, but she really wasn't qualified to say anything in that regard. At best in the future, she leaned on Xia Yang's shoulder and stole a kiss while he was sleeping, and then there was that time. What Xia Yang liked in that area, she didn't know. Stop. Shen Yanran obediently shut up. Yuma-san. How do you know about this thing? Isn't it normal for a girlfriend to know what her boyfriend likes? I also know. The cafeteria is here. Lang Xuanyue said, that chilling aura of rejection on her body even more pronounced. Someone's jealous, tisk. What do you want to eat, Xia Yang? I'll help you with your meal. Lang Xuanyue let go of Xia Yang's hand. I'll fight it. I'll help you. Long Frostmoon's tone brooked no refusal. She had just lost the battle and had to do something about it. Honey, just sit here and wait for me to get your food. Soon there were two meals placed in front of him, one typed by Lang Xuanyue and one typed by Shen Yanran. There was anticipation in their eyes. Is this the legendary Shura? Cold Frost Moon's portion was definitely to be eaten, otherwise she would definitely be sad. As for the Shen Yanran student who just arrived, her own fetishes. Bah, her hobbies are all known to her. It's impossible not to eat. In that case it's all of them. Xia Yang put 2 copies of the cooperation one, and see they are girls to give the rice is not too much he can finish. The surrounding people looked at Xia Yang with envious faces, not even realizing that he was now on a cultivation ground. Honey, I want to eat this. Shen Yanran pointed at a pill in Xia Yang's bowl and pouted in a soft tone. Clip away. I want you to clip me. Shen Yanran wanted to play some ambiguous trick of indirect kissing to quickly close the distance between herself and Xia Yang. I did not expect Lung Xuanyue to step in and directly clip the balls in Xia Yang's bowl to Shen Yanran, saving her from playing any tricks somewhere. To an outsider they look like they really love each other. Chapter 88 Lung Xuanyue offers a kiss. After Xia Yang finished eating, Lung Xuanyue took out a tissue and thoughtfully wiped his mouth. Then offered to take his hand. Shen Yanran wanted to hold onto Xia Yang's arm, however, this time he had prepared for it. Classmate Shen, there aren't many of them now. Xia Yang said. Honey, isn't that your favorite? Shen Yanyan came to his ear again to say some unseemly words, and gently blew a breath that made people itch. Then he was ready to take Xia Yang's hand again, but was avoided. It's almost time for class, so we'd better get back soon. He gripped Lang Xuanyue's jade hand tightly and walked quickly towards the classroom. Fearing that Shen Yanran, the demonic spirit, was slowly breaking his will. The corner of Lang Xuanyue's mouth lifted into a stunning smile. Aha! Shen Yanran could only comfort herself that she couldn't be in a hurry, she couldn't be in a hurry, today was only the first day of just getting to know each other. All three were distracted during class, but all three were of the "I can get a 100 because the paper is only 100" variety. They're all like the "I can get 100 points because I only got 100. What's more, two of them had traveled back in time, and that knowledge was just a piece of cake for them. After the afternoon class, Xinyanran said to Xiaoyang, "See you later, dear." She remembered that there was still an important matter at home that she had not dealt with, and she knew where Xiaoyang's home was, so excessive pestering might backfire and cause disgust. Bye. Xiaoyang responded out of politeness. Long Fengyue and Xiaoyan also left school and went home after packing up their books. As the two walked down the street, she couldn't help but hold Xiaoyang's hand. "When we were in the cafeteria, what did Xinyanyan say you liked?" The setting sun shone obliquely on her stunning face, glistening. "No." "What?" she said. "I like tofu." Xiaoyan couldn't figure out how Xinyanyan knew that she liked black silk and... "Don't lie to me, I know which side of the story she's talking about." Cold Frost Moon said seriously. Xiaoyang stammered and just refused to say anything. He was afraid that Lung Xuanyu would angrily denounce him as a hooligan after hearing what he said. Though today she's become very different. "Really? I'm your fiancé." "Well, it's actually..." Xiaoyang looked around and saw that there were no people around, so he came to Lung Frost Moon's ear to say what he liked. A blush rose in her cheeks as she listened. Xiaoyan looked at her with an apprehensive face after he finished speaking. "I know, let's go." Lung Xuanyu felt her cheeks burning when she remembered what Xiaoyang had just said. His own face must be red and finished by now. If Xinyanran can do it, I can do it too. When he passed by the milk tea store, Xiaoyang hurriedly bought a cup of milk tea to cool down his blushing fiancé. "Shouldn't have told her that myself. LOL, I guess it'll be a long time before I can post with Frost Moon." The pasting here merely referred to kissing, as for the rest Xiaoyan couldn't even think about it. Lung Frosty Moon's nature was really cold and clear, kissing was probably her limit. As for going further, she would have to wait until after she got married. Putting a beautiful girlfriend who can look at but not use would be torture for anyone else. If he could, Xiaoyan would want to kiss his fiancé right now. The temperature on Lung Xuanyue's face finally dropped after she took a sip of the iced milk tea. They were still a few minutes away from the subway station, and now that there was no one around, Xiaoyan was on a fool's errand. "Frost Moon. What's wrong?" "I want to kiss you." Xiaoyang said it in one breath, and he felt his face redden. "You close your eyes." Lung Xuanyue's tone also appeared to fluctuate a bit, and her flawless face flashed with a touch of shyness. "Oh. That's not right. I'm the one who wants to kiss Frost Moon, how come I'm the one who closes my eyes?" Xiaoyang was just about to open his eyes when a delicate, warm and soft sensation came from his lips. His mind went blank for an instant. Chapter 89, Why Don't We Just Cook the Rice? Although Lung Xuanyu's love for Xiaoyan was burning hot inside, her kissing skills stayed just above that level. Just as she was about to end this shallow kiss, Xiaoyan wrapped his arms around her willow waist, making it impossible for her to back up. Cold Frost Moon let out a low cry. Xiaoyan didn't want to miss this opportunity. He wanted the kind of panting kisses, passionate kisses. He easily pried open Lung Frost Moon's shell teeth. Instead of prying it open, it was Lung Frost Moon who took the initiative to cooperate. Xiaoyan, who had a wealth of theoretical experience, guided the raw Lung Frosty Moon, and she also closed her eyes and threw herself into this kiss between two lovers. Like a maniac. Until the kiss Lung Xuanyu body are unable to support can only rely on him when Xiaoyan ended this raw and committed kiss. And she's been reduced to a puddle. "Have a seat in the chair next to you." Xiaoyan directly picked up Lung Frost Moon, the fragrance tantalizing. "Frost Moon, why do you get better at kissing?" "I don't know." Lung Xuanyu buried her face in Xiaoyang's embrace, and she also smelled the aroma emanating from her body. From intense longing appeared in her heart. It clearly wasn't like this the last time we snuck a kiss inside the tent. The satisfaction in Xiaoyang's heart was instantly bursting, and the childhood friend who had been so cold and unimaginable in the past was lying shyly in his arms. It's as if the fairies in the sky are moving in love. After a while, Lung Xuanyue's slender legs under her white dress got a little better and had strength. "Let's go." She took Xiaoyang's hand. Perhaps it was lost and found, Lung Xuanyue was not willing to let go of the people around her for a moment. When Xinyanran returned home, both Xinlili and Zhao Kite were sitting on the sofa in the hall. Xinyanran left too quickly this morning and forgot to tell Zhao Kite about Xinting's cheating. She returned to the villa and looked around without seeing Shinting's figure. "Mom, I want to tell you something." Unexpectedly, Zhao Kite got up and took his daughter's hand and sat down. "I'm done with it." There was no sadness on Zhao Kite's infinitely flavorful face. "Yeah, oh, Mom is just like us. Grandpa came over in the morning to finish dealing with this. He couldn't even figure out how Mom knew about this thing he was cheating on her." After the two of them went through the divorce procedure, Master Zhao ordered people to beat him half to death, and it was only a matter of time before the company went bankrupt. "Sister, have you seen Brother Xiaoyang today?" Shen Lily asked anxiously. "See? Great. When was the last time you chased down Brother Xiaoyang?" Shen Lily didn't know that Lung Xuanyue had traveled back just like them, and thought that it was simply going back to the past. Xiaoyang would return inside the villa as time passed. Zhao Kite, however, saw her daughter's dilemma. "Did something happen?" "No, I'll go upstairs first." Zhao Kite looked at Shen Yanran, who went upstairs and sighed. If there hadn't been any accidents, her daughter wouldn't be in this state. The daughter she raised with her own hands and she still doesn't know? The thought of it brought her mood down. Is there a problem on Yang's side? Shen Lily also saw her sister's abnormality. But she didn't even put it in her eyes, guessing that something bad happened when she contacted Xia Yang's brother. "What's so hard about that? Why don't you just ask your sister to cook the rice?" "Mom, you don't have to worry. Brother Xia Yang can't run away with me. I know you're quirky. What do you want to eat tonight?" Zhao Kite's long, white fingers tapped Shen Lily's forehead. "Or steamed sea bass." "I'll go up and talk to my sister first." After Shen Lily finished speaking, she went upstairs to find Shen Yanran. "Sister?" Shen Lily saw Shen Yanran sitting by the bed after she pushed open the door. Shen Yanran was adding Xia Yang's friends, and his social account should still be unchanged. Did the raid on Brother Xia Yang not go well today? The sisters sat together beautifully. Shen Yanran put down her cell phone and said, "Lung Xuanyue is also back." "Well, that's a bit hard to do. If only Brother Xia Yang had traveled back as well." "Sister, you can't fight Lung Xuanyu, who has the right time, right place, right person. Why don't you find a chance to have a raw deal with Brother Xia Yang? He will definitely be responsible for you. If you can't, tie him up like last time." Raw rice. Shen Yanran considered for a moment. Currently there was indeed only this path to take. The relationship between Lang Xuanyue and Deer was already very close when they met today. At 6 o'clock Zhao Kite said she was ready to start dinner, and the three of them sat at the table in the hall and occasionally spoke a word or two. "It's hard to live without Brother Xia Yang," Shen Lily complained. "Quickly eat," Zhao Kite urged. On the days when Xia Yang was around, at least the house was a little more lively. Lin Yaxin's entire body was bad. Obviously all confessed, eyes open back to 3 years ago. "I haven't even heard if Brother Xiao Yang has answered yes or no." Before she could think about it, the phone rang. This was when she had just graduated from college and was busy learning how to take over the group, as her grandmother had wanted. "I wish I could see Brother Xia Yang right now." After Xia Yang and Lang Xuanyue got on the subway, his eyes kept looking at his fiancé's fragrant soft red lips. Lung Fengyue naturally understood what he was thinking in his mind, which was nothing more than wanting to wantonly plunder as she did just now. "We're at the station, get off." Lung Xuanyue softly reminded Xia Yang, her voice implied reluctance. The two men's homes are 3 stops apart. "I'll send you back." Xia Yang wanted to stay with Lung Xuanyue for a little longer. Lung Xuanyue also wanted to stay by Xia Yang's side for a while longer, so she stopped talking. A carriage full of people were eating dog food, but they were still happy to eat this kind of extreme value dog food. Lang Xuanyue and Xia Yang were no different from a couple in love, neither wanted to separate from the other. "Even if we see it tomorrow." Xia Yang swiped his face to enter the Tongtian pavilion. "Will send Lang Xuanyue to the door." The result was seen by Chu Qiushui, who looked at the two's interlocked hands, revealing a satisfied smile. "Hello, Auntie Chu. Come on in, Yang." "No. I'm going home after I send Frost Moon home. I'm going home too," Xia Yang said. "No need to be polite to your aunt. I'll just tell your mom later that you're having dinner over here. Come in, this will be your home from now on," Chu Qiushui said with a smile. Under Chu Qiushui's retention, Xia Yang still didn't go. "Frost Moon, you go upstairs to play with Xia Yang first, and come down for dinner when mom is ready." "Thanks, Mom," Lung Fengyue said with a red face. She knew that this was her mom's way of seeing that she didn't want to separate from Xia Yang and purposely kept him down for dinner. Xia Yang followed Lang Shangyue upstairs before arriving at her boudoir, which had the exact same aroma as her body odor. Chapter 90: Aromatic Aroma. The inside of the room was neat and cozy, and there were thick photo albums on the bedside that aroused Xia Yang's curiosity. "Frost Moon, can I take a look?" Xia Yang inquired. "There's nothing to see." Lang Shangyue held the photo album in her hand as if it was nothing, then turned on the TV inside the room. "It's good to watch TV." She wanted to put the photo album in her hand inside the cabinet, which was pretty much filled with pictures of her and Xia Yang together at events when they were in school, or single pictures of Xia Yang. Even a person of Lang Frost Moon's nature would be shy to be discovered looking at her favorite person's photo to sleep every day, let alone being discovered by the photo herself. "Look together." Xia Yang took her hand and made her fall into his arms with a slight effort. Xia Yang's breath wrapped around Lang Shangyue from all sides, and she also wanted to stay in this embrace. But the photo album in her hand hadn't been put away. So she gently pushed Xia Yang's broad and secure chest away, then walked to the closet to put the photo album in. Xia Yang thought that he had been rejected by Lang Frost Moon and helplessly touched his nose. Take your time, take your time. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry." Just as he was criticizing his ego, a fragrant breeze hit him. Lang Fengyue took the initiative to Xia snuggled into his arms after putting the photo album away. The loss in Xia Yang's heart was swept away. It doesn't matter what's on TV, it's a shame not to enjoy the moon in the sky. His entire body was now floating in the air. "Your heart is beating so fast," Cold Frost Moon said. Xia Yang grabbed Lang Shangyue's jade hand and played with it carefully. "Shangyue, this is all because of you." He couldn't restrain himself, he lowered his head and kissed the red lips, and the fairy in his arms didn't resist in the slightest, letting himself be taken. Xia Yang was all surprised that his kissing skills were able to guide Lang Frost Moon to be completely immersed. But this curiosity was immediately put aside by him. What time is it now that there is still time to think about this? That fragrance wafted out from inside Lang Shangyue's petite body. "Frost Moon, you smell good." Xia Yang let go of his moist red lips to come to Lang Frost Moon's white swan-like beautiful jade neck to inhale a breath of aroma. Exclaimed. In the end, Xia Yang still restrained his impulse and didn't eat hot tofu in one bite, but he let the unique fragrance of Lang Shangyue's body bloom to the extreme. Xia Yang took a tissue and wiped away the tiny beads of sweat on her forehead. It took a long time before Lang Frost Moon got up from Xia Yang's arms. "You go out for a while, I'll change my clothes." The blush had not yet faded from her stunningly beautiful face. "Kiss me," Xia Yang invited, and Lang Frost Moon obediently kissed his lips. The moment he closed the door to his room, a thought that was hard to catch flashed through Xia Yang's mind, like a flash of lightning in the darkness of the night passing by. It seems like a woman was changing her clothes in front of him. Who is it? When Xia Yang thought about it again, he realized that there was no such thing. Maybe I'm just so excited that I'm starting to brainstorm images of Frost Moon changing her clothes. Inside the room, Lang Shangyue shed her long skirt and changed her clothes. If it wasn't for the fact that she was about to eat later, she would have just given herself all to Xia Yang. That Shen Yanran would never have a chance to steal Xia Yang from. I'll do it. She took over the work in Xia Yang's hands, virtuous. Cooking only requires one person to hit the ground running, and more than one gets in the way. So he was idle. Xiao Yang, just go and sit there in the living room, dinner will be ready soon. Alas, some people are just born with a good life. Xia Yang's house. Xia Yang's father, Xia Yin, is back. Hubby. Ning Wei put down the dishes in her hands and greeted her. Xia Yin looked at the petite wife who welcomed him home first, looking around. Honey, where's the son? Xiao Shuwei just called and said to leave Xiao Yang at her place for dinner. In that case, wife, are we going to take that chance? Xia Yin closed the door and then picked up Ning Wei and ran inside the room. By the time they ate again, the food on the table was cold. Hubby, just now I wanted to tell you that Xiao Yang is in love with Xiao Frost. Son finally got the hang of it? Not bad. Xia Yin appreciated. His requirements for Xia Yang have done, the only thing is the feelings of this piece of their own son some would. And Ning Wei said it's only good, otherwise her son would be king of the sea. It's also true, whose child can have a book bag stuffed inside with candies and love letters from girls? Xia Yin said deeply. It's better to be born to a wife. It's a shame there's no time for that, or it would be nice to have another sister for my son. Ning Wei's original happy expression also slowly disappeared. Yeah, can't stay with my son much longer. This son is not at home. Time passes by exceptionally fast. Xia Yang has already finished dinner at Leng Xuanyue's home, and even came back to Leng Jie also pulled in to talk about it. The driver had now sent Xia Yang downstairs. Bye. Xia Yang got out of the car and waved to his fiancé in the car. Bye. Leng Xuanyue watched Xia Yang go up the stairs before she told the driver master to drive home. Xia Yang went upstairs and found the door of the house locked. That's strange. Isn't mom home? He rang the doorbell. Ning Wei, who heard the doorbell, knew that it was her son who had returned, so she quickly went to open the door. Yang. Mom, why did you lock the door? Xia Yang had just finished speaking when he saw his dad sitting inside the living room. Dad, you're back? Xia Yang told his son that he was opening a company, often have to go to other places to talk about cooperation. Son, come over and sit. Xia Yang beckoned, signaling Xia Yang to come over. I heard your mom say you're in love with Frosty? Aha! Xia Yang replied. Take this card and spend what you need to spend and save what you need to save in the future. Don't aggravate little Frost. Xia Yang pulled out a gold card from inside his pocket, which was somewhat dazzling under the light. Xia Yang was a bit in disbelief. His family didn't seem to be rich, right? But the gold card in front of me exuded a strong odor of money. Dad, have you gotten rich lately? Sort of. Ning Wei watched Xia Yin's performance from the sidelines and didn't poke at it. Anyway, when her son went to check the amount of this card, he would know the truth. Xia Yang, take it if your dad tells you to. Mom has another one here, I'll give it to you later. Ning Wei said as she prepared to take the dishes to the kitchen to heat them up. Mom, it's already 9 o'clock, haven't you guys eaten yet? Only then did Xia Yang notice the dishes on the table, none of which had been moved. It's not because you have a girlfriend and forgot about mom, you came back so late for dinner, look at the food is cold. Right, wife? Xia Yin made the first move. Don't listen to your father. Xia Yang believed it, took the dishes from his mom and warmed up all the dishes on the table. Even though he was already very full, he still accompanied Ningwei for a meal. Clean up and wash the dishes after the meal and tidy up. By the time he got back to his room, it was 10 o'clock. Open your phone to see a friend request on it and click yes. On the other side, Shen Yan hurriedly typed a message after seeing her friend request go through. During the daytime, Cold Frost Moon watched her darling very closely, and at night did not believe that she could still keep her side for a minute. This is the time for her to attack. Shen Yan, honey, thank you for taking me to the cafeteria today. Xia Yang knew at a glance at this address that it was the student Shen Yan who had just arrived today. So I decided to give you something you like in return. Then several photos were sent one after another, only to see the photos inside the sultry creature, wearing sexy pajamas, devil body exposed, spring light hidden. Those desirable smooth legs were being wrapped in black silk. It's a real bloodbath. She also sent a voiceover in a seductive tone, like it? Just listening to the flirtatious tone of voice can make you feel tingly. Xia Yang's fire was already high after coming back from Leng Xuanyue's house today, and now it was so good that his nose was slightly hot. Sure enough, she was telling the truth and knew exactly what she liked. Honey, want to think about making me your girlfriend? I already have someone I like, sorry. Xia Yang exited the chat interface after typing a reply in a panic. He needs a cold shower. It looks like we need to stay away from Shin when we go to school in the future. When Shen Yanran saw this sentence that Xia Yang had sent over, the hand holding the cell phone was unconsciously hard. Darling, I'll never let Cold Frost Moon take you away from me. After Xia Yang came out of the shower, there were a lot more messages on the chat software. Most of them were from Shen Yanran, and he didn't click on them to see them. And then there's the one from Cold Frost Moon, asking if he's ready for bed. Just got out of the shower and went to bed after blow drying my hair. Leng Xuanyue replied in seconds, well, rest early, good night. Xia Yang, see you in your dreams. These 3 words tugged at Long Fengyue's heartstrings, and happiness surged up inside her. She looked at those 3 words for a long time, and wanted to talk to Xia Yang about something, but she was afraid that it would affect his rest, so she could only stop. After putting down her cell phone, she slept peacefully. A faint happiness covered her stunning face. Maybe she really saw Xia Yang in her dream. Chapter 92, Parental Love. Xia Yang's parents' room. Xia Yang wrapped his arms around Ningwei and slept on the bed, using his hand to straighten his wife's messy hair. Time is running out, we should go. My son is in love now with Frost to keep him company. Ningwei in her arms was silent for a moment and said, let me spend another day with my son. She couldn't let go of Xia Yang. Good. Xia Yin agreed. Lang Fengyue did not think that because she was dating Xia Yang, thus causing Xia Yang's parents to leave at a different point in time. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Ningwei, who had already gotten up and made breakfast, gently walked into Xia Yang's room. Seeing her son sleeping soundly on the bed, she revealed a doting smile. Time flies, you've grown so big in a flash. Ningwei stood by the bedside and didn't wake up her son after a long time, and gently went out again. There was no need to go to school today, so Xia Yang slept until he woke up naturally. I opened my phone to find a message from my fiancé. Good morning. Sometimes happiness was so simple, and Xia Yang was in a good mood now. He was about to type a reply, but thought about the fact that their relationship was no longer as simple as childhood friends, but fiancé plus girlfriend. Wouldn't it be better to make a video call over there? The video was quickly picked up. Lang Fengyue was preparing for her afternoon date, trying on all the dresses inside her closet. I didn't expect Xia Yang to call halfway through the change. Between picking up and not picking up, she still chose to pick up. Good morning. Zhang said eagerly. I'll call you back later, okay? Lang Fengyue's eyes were a bit evasive, although Xia Yang couldn't see what she looked like without a skirt, but it always felt weird to call Xia Yang in this state. Busy? No, I'm changing clothes. Lang Shuangyue's shy appearance. Xia Yang was truly amazed once he looked at her. His eyes became fiery, and Lang Shuangyu turned her beautiful eyes to the side, not daring to meet her gaze, fearing that Xia Yang would make a request that would make her shy. Yesterday he was looking at himself with such fiery eyes, whispering words of love in his ear, and then he started to make it bad. I'll call you back later, for now. Xia Yang didn't even have time to speak before the video call was hung up by Lang Shuangyue, and the last moment of the video was framed. The slender jade neck and delicate collarbone were so beautiful. Long Frosty Moon didn't let Xia Yang wait for long and quickly made a video call over. She thought Xia Yang made this call over to tell her not to go shopping in the afternoon to play games at home. Xia Yang denied it repeatedly. It's not good to play any games to go on a date with his fiancé. I only called because I missed you after I woke up from my nap. Lang Shuangyue was again struck by Xia Yang's simple sentence, her beautiful to the extreme face flushed with red clouds. I also miss you. How about we go to the amusement park in the afternoon, then go shopping, and then go to a movie later in the day, Xia Yang suggested. Or should we replace the amusement park with an aquarium? Lang Shuangyue usually read books and raised flowers, and have not seen her go to the cinema, Xia Yang a little pinpointed. She thought for a moment and said, go to the amusement park. Lang Frost Moon had often seen depictions of couples riding the Ferris wheel in books, and she wanted to experience that feeling as well. Okay, see you at 1 p.m. Xia Yang was looking forward to this date, and after the call ended, he also started to choose a more handsome outfit. After washing up and going down to the first floor, Ningwei served a bowl of meat porridge to Xia Yang and realized that her son was dressed with care today. Going on a date with Little Frost today? Tomorrow Ningwei and Xia Yin were leaving, and they didn't say that they wanted Xia Yang to stay at home today to keep them company. As long as my son is happy. Well, what's wrong with mom? Xia Yang felt that his mom seemed a bit different from usual. Nothing, have fun and remember to buy some gifts for Frosty on your first date. Okay. Xia Yin, who was sitting on the sofa, said, son, eat before going on a date, so at least give your mom half a day. Mom, Dad, why are you guys talking weird? Of course I'm going to eat at home with you guys before going on a date. Xia Yang put down his chopsticks and looked between his parents. Count on your kid having a bit of conscience. Xia Yin laughed and scolded. Yes, this son of mine doesn't love mom at all. Xia Yang was all speechless. Ningwei tenderly touched the top of his head and said, ignore your father. Just spoil him. Mom, are you guys hiding something from me? Xia Yang asked seriously. Ningwei couldn't say anything and turned her gaze to Xia Yin. Your mom and I are going on our honeymoon and will be back when we have a sibling. He didn't think of a way to say it, and made up a random lie. Mom and Dad, how long are you going to be gone? At least a year. Xia Yin replied. Is it taking so long? Xia Yang turned his head to look at Ningwei. Xiao Yang, this is something that can't be helped. Ningwei looked at her son with a loving gaze. After today she might never see it again. This crisis was like a black hole. Okay, don't pamper your mom, things have been decided. Xia Yin knew that the more his son said, the harder it was in his wife's heart. So when do we go? It will be another month before we leave. Ningwei lied to Xia Yang for the first time. If she said she would leave tomorrow, her son's date with Frost would be cancelled today. She was afraid that this would affect her son's relationship with his future daughter-in-law. Xia Yang heard his parents say that they would leave in a month's time, but at least there was still a month left, wasn't there? When it was lunchtime, Xia Yang insisted on cooking and pushed Ningwei out of the kitchen. 3 courses and 1 soup. It was almost 12:30 when we finished eating. For a date, of course, you have to leave a little early. Mom, I'm going out. Be safe. Ningwei admonished. Got it, I'll be back early. After Xia Yang finished speaking, he went out the door and headed downstairs to the agreed-upon location. Ningwei watched from upstairs as he drifted away. Xia Yang walked over and took Ningwei into his arms and comforted her. If you can't see it, you can't see it, as long as your son is alive. Lang Jie's family will also help after we leave. Ningwei and Xia Yang also wanted to stay by Xia Yang's side, but they had things they had to do, for the sake of the world and for the sake of their son. Chapter 93. Xia Yang arrived at the agreed square 10 minutes early. People came and went on today's day off, but Long Xuanyue was the most noticeable presence in the crowd. Without applying powder is already the color of the country, the hem of the skirt slightly moving with the wind. The body exudes a coldness that rejects others. Those men who want to go up and talk to each other are afraid to take the first step and have an inferiority complex. Passers-by saw such a stunning beauty with her beautiful eyes looking into the distance, surprisingly seeming to be waiting for someone. It's not a boyfriend, is it? Xia Yang ran directly towards Lung Frostmoon. Frostmoon, how long have you been here? Just arrived. Lung Xuanyu took the initiative to hold Xia Yang's hand, and the male passers-by had their hearts broken. It's worse than killing them. The girls passing by were staring at Xia Yang. Let's go, there are too many people here, I'm a little uncomfortable. That's because Frostmoon is so beautiful today, just like a fairy in the sky. Xia Yang did not mince words in praising her. Although Lang Frostmoon didn't seem to have much of a reaction after hearing the praise, her red ears had already betrayed her. Xia Yang was even more lethal to girls, and there were so many of them taking sneak peeks at him along the way. It doesn't matter, you can't wear a mask on a date, right? Anyway, with Lang Xuanyue around they wouldn't dare to come up and strike up a conversation. After taking the subway to the amusement park, the two went forward to buy tickets. The ticket lady recommended a couple ticket package for him on his day off in a thoughtful manner, with a love heart in the center of the 2 tickets, which could be perfectly put together. You can play with any of the facilities in the park and get a pair of rings. That pair of rings cost no more than $10 at the most, glass masquerading as diamonds plus a smooth iron body. Let's pick this one. Long Frosty Moon's sharpened onion-like fingers gestured with a point. Okay. The ticket sales lady took the ticket to her while still sighing in her heart that these two were really well matched. 200 alien coins. Xia Yang took out his cash and prepared to pay, but he didn't expect Long Xuanyue to pay first. She took the ticket and the ring and distributed the ticket to Xia Yang before putting the ring in her bag. What to play? Xia Yang asked his fiancé in a gentle tone. I want to ride the Ferris wheel with you once. No problem. Xia Yang heard that he was going to ride the Ferris wheel, inwardly happy flowers. Yesterday he just tasted Lang Xuanyue's warm and soft lips. Today when he saw her he wanted to kiss, but the rest of the day is too many people, there is no opportunity. You can only play with those flawless jade hands while holding hands. Look at this huge, slow Ferris wheel that takes about 20 minutes to ride. 20 minutes was a little short though, and still more than enough for a kiss. While Xia Yang was playing his own little game in his mind, Long Xuanyu also had her own plans. As he passed the haunted house, he wondered if he wanted to take a trip to the haunted house after the Ferris wheel ride. Soon Xia Yang vetoed this idea. If he wanted to hug his girlfriend, he could just say it directly. Aside from yesterday, when time was short and he didn't let himself get away with it, Frostmoon didn't seem to have refused any of his sticker requests. Even when he made that kind of move himself inside the room he was just gripping the sheets, even his voice was suppressed. Lung Fengyue noticed his gaze toward the haunted house. Want to go to a haunted house? I can accompany you. It's just a look, wouldn't I be heartbroken if I scared you? Besides it's not like you won't give me a hug. Xia Yang said while wrapping his arms around Long Xuanyu's soft waist. Under the attack of Xia Yang's love words, Lang Xuanyue moved even closer to facilitate his embrace. Though she was a bit shy in crowds is all. When they arrived at the Ferris wheel the staff arranged for them to go up, and as the doors closed and slowly rose, they were cut off from the sea of people on the ground. City views can be enjoyed from the windows. Lang Frosty Moon was like the description inside the book, snuggling in the arms of her beloved, enjoying the scenery outside the window. It felt really good. I wish time would stop forever. Since you like it so much, let's do it a few more times, 10 or 100, I'll be there for you. Xia Yang didn't look out the window at the cityscape, the best scenery was all around him. The Ferris wheel ended its rotation and they stopped in mid-air. Knowing it was time, Long Xuanyue took out the pair of rings she had gotten with her ticket purchase from inside her bag. Xia Yang, can you put the ring on for me? Long Xuanyue slowly slipped a ring into Xia Yang's middle finger before placing another ring in her own left hand on Xia Yang's palm. Such an inferior ring is not worthy of Long Xuanyue's catkin. Xia Yang wanted to give her something better. This ring. He was interrupted by Lang Frost Moon before he could finish his sentence. I love any ring you put on me, even if it's a blade of grass. Under Lang Xuanyue's expectant gaze, Xia Yang also had no choice but to put on this cheap engagement ring for his girlfriend first. The ring slowly slipped into the middle of Long Xuanyue's slender finger, finally fitting perfectly. Love is naturally thick in the depths, and without any words, the two clasped their hands together, followed by a kiss on the lips. The amorous kisses went from slow to fast, from shallow to deep. The last one was out of control. Both were panting when they parted, with only each other in their eyes. After the Ferris wheel had completed its turn, Lang Frosty Moon's lips turned bright red, and the coldness on her face was nowhere to be found. Long Xuanyue only sat on the Ferris wheel once. After all, sitting on the Ferris wheel is not the most important thing, the important thing is to sit with whom. As long as Xia Yang was around, riding the merry-go-round in the Ferris wheel was the same, even if it was a high and low, thrilling roller coaster and a dark haunted house. During the tour, Xia Yang used his cell phone to take a picture of Lang Xuanyue's absolutely beautiful and happy smile and keep it as a treasure. The time passed quickly and they walked out of the playground. There was still some time left for the movie show that Riri had booked now. So Xia Yang dragged Long Xuanyue to go shopping. The two arrived at a rather swanky pedestrian street and entered a jewelry store. He wanted to replace that ring on Lang Frost Moon's hand. Sir, what would you like to purchase? The shoppers here usually received rich people, and it was a normal and basic skill to determine the customer by looking at the clothes. The clothes Xia Yang was wearing were all customized by Ningwei, who had asked a top tailor to make them, although there was no brand name and the texture gave them all a completely different feel. Xia Yang usually didn't notice how good the clothes he wore were, and he got used to them over time. The guides can be very dedicated. Looking to buy an engagement ring? What style do you need? Frost Moon, let's see which one you like. Xia Yang can be described as a profound implementation of his dad said that, the province to save, the flower to spend. Please follow me. The shopper led the two to the display case, where the engagement ring sparkled in the light. Of course, the better it looks, the longer the numbers underneath. Chapter 94. Xia Yang took out the bank card given by his dad from his pocket and searched for how much money was in it. He sent a message to Xia Yin, Dad, how much money is in the card? All that came back from the other side was 3 words, feel free to spend it. Dad's so brash, there's at least a couple $100,000 or so in there. Lang Fengyue didn't feel anything when she looked at the extravagant ring inside the glass counter. The one she was wearing now was already enough. But she couldn't bear to spoil Xia Yang's fun, and after some checking she chose a plain ring without any gemstone decoration on it, only lubricated and polished white silver ring body. Jade hands are beautiful enough without the need for anything else to embellish them. The salesman spat inwardly when he saw the ring Lang Xuanyue chose, but kept a polite smile on his face. Thought I could come up with a big order. Payment please, 5,000 alien coins. Lang Fengyue took out her card as if she was at an amusement park, ready to pay. Xia Yang stopped her by holding her wrist. I'll pay for it. Where is the reason for you to pay for the engagement ring? The shopper felt the same way, and what time did she work here when a man wasn't buying an engagement ring for a woman? This ring is for me to wear. Lang Xuanyue really didn't want Xia Yang to spend any money at all, even taking out such a lame excuse. Xia Yang looked at his stubborn fiancé all dumbfounded. What are you talking about? You put on the ring, you are my person from now on. Isn't it right to spend money on a ring? No way. Xia Yang took the bank card in her hand and put it in her bag, then took out the gold card that his dad had given him last night. Even if the shopper has seen a lot of rich people, this level of card is still the first time to see. After receiving a few eyes cannot be recognized, but also embarrassed to ask will not look like she has not seen the world as well? So they just swiped the card to pay the bill. Welcome to the next one. Xia Yang pulled Lang Xuanyu's hand out of the store and then unpacked the ring. Now he was feeling a little uncomfortable in the middle finger of the one where he wore the ring. It should be that the inside of the ring was not polished smooth. He gently removed the cheap iron ring first, and sure enough there was a faint red mark on Lang Frostmoon's white finger. Then put the ring she just bought on her. He himself had taken off the diabolical iron ring and was ready to throw it away. "Give it to me." Lang Xuanyue took the 2 iron rings that were ready to be thrown away from inside Xia Yang's palm and put them into her bag like treasures. After buying the ring, Xia Yang held Lang Xuanyu's hand and continued to stroll inside the pedestrian street. He wanted to find stores selling ancient-style dresses and hairpins. This pedestrian street full of modernization didn't seem to have these 2 things. "Brother Xia Yang!" A sudden familiar call came from behind him. He subconsciously responded. Cold Frost Moon also stopped. When the 2 turned around, a naturally beautiful young girl jumped into Xia Yang's arms. "Brother Xia Yang, I miss you so much." Xin Lily smelled the familiar scent of Xia Yang's body, and all the anxiety and uneasiness she had felt in the past few days dissipated. Lang Xuanyue thought it was a relative of Xia Yang or something like that. "Do we know each other?" Xia Yang let go of Lang Frostmoon's hand and parted like this overly enthusiastic young girl. "Recognize. It's good that I know Brother Xia Yang." Xin Lily was dead set on not letting go, and Xia Yang felt that she was like a clingy catnip. He had no choice but to use a little force directly to get this cat out of his arms, otherwise it would not be good for Lang Frostmoon to be jealous. "Well, I haven't seen Brother Xia Yang in ages." Her pretty face was filled with reluctance. Today Zhao Kite and Xin Lily, mother and daughter, came out to go shopping and take a break. Xin Yanran didn't come out when she was at home making plans on how to raid Xia Yang. "This sister, what is your name?" Xia Yang asked. "Lily Shun." He only felt resentment as the young girl in front of him uttered the words. "Lily, come here." At this moment a charming and melodious voice came. Xia Yan looked at the sound, a very good mature woman wearing a cheongsam and elegant, every step is so graceful. She exudes endless charisma in her knitted brows and smile, making people salivate. The flavor of the moving beauty of the face is infinite. The years did not take away her beauty, but instead gave her a unique flavor. "Little. I'm sorry, my daughter has disturbed you." Zhao Kite spoke again. When her mom came, Xin Lily could only be obedient and loosely let go of Xia Yang. "It's okay," Xia Yang said. "Goodbye, Brother Xia Yang." Xin Lily had a resigned look on her face before she was taken away by Zhao Kite. "Mommy, I miss Brother Xia Yang so much." "Aha!" Zhao Kite responded. The 2 of them were no longer in the mood for shopping, and instructed one of the female bodyguards beside them to go and drive the car outside the pedestrian street, ready to go home. After this little episode, Xia Yang and Lang Xuanyu continued shopping. "Xia Yang, do you recognize that young girl just now?" Lang Xuanyue asked without moving. Xin Lily, presumably Xin Yanran's younger sister. That would make sense for her to call Xia Yang her brother on the street. But there was also something that didn't make sense. Why was Xin Lily still able to remember Xia Yang at this time? Don't recognize it, but feel familiar. Xia Yang furrowed his brows in meditation, couldn't come up with an answer. When Lang Xuanyu heard him say the word familiar, her heart lifted and she tightly grabbed Xia Yang's hand. "What's wrong? Don't be angry, I only like you alone." Xia Yang noticed the increased strength in his hands and thought that Lang Xuanyu was uncomfortable seeing that she had just been hugged by someone else, and gently coaxed her. Lang Xuanyue gently shook her head. She had already decided that she had to get Xia Yang as soon as possible to avoid any changes. Even if Xia Yang was gradually possessing memories of the future, she wouldn't let go. Now she was the one who accompanied Xia Yang. "Xin Yanran, I will never let you take Xia Yang away from me." Chapter 95. Strangely enough, the next purchases Xia Yang made on this pedestrian street were waived for a variety of reasons. Both were wondering. The truth is that this entire pedestrian street is the property of Zhao Kite, and the strange image of free shopping only appeared when she called her subordinates after getting into her car. It was almost time for him to book a movie show, so the 2 of them boarded the subway and headed to the movie theater. Xia Yang ordered a romance movie this time, and his favorite sci-fi blockbusters were obviously not suitable to watch together on a date with a girl. The movie is about a couple of childhood sweethearts who finally get together after a lot of trials and tribulations. Lang Xuanyue looked very fascinated. Xia Yang at first immersed in the movie, but since the corner of the eye of the remaining light to see a couple seems to be kissing, turn your head to look around all the couples. Nice guys, all making little moves and posting. Hello? You don't lie on your boyfriend's lap in public. Xia Yang's mind shifted away from the movie. He also wanted to kiss and make some small moves with Lang Xuanyu. But Lang Xuanyue was so mesmerized by what she was reading that Xia Yan was too embarrassed to disturb her. There is a cycle in the heavens. All day today Xia Yang had spread dog food to many people, and now it was his turn to eat dog food from several couples at the same time. He looked at his beautiful fiancé and couldn't stop himself from being brought inside the plot of the movie. Forget it, I can take it. Just like that Xia Yang ate dog food for a bell, it was good that he didn't pay attention to it, but now all those subtle sounds were reaching his ears. Meanwhile, Xia Yin and Ning Wei came to Tongtian Pavilion to look for the Ling Jie couple. Ling Jie heard Chu Qiushui say that Xia Yin looking for him immediately rushed to the home. Push back the rest of the schedule. End the meeting now. Yes. 10 minutes later Ling Jie returned to the Tongtian Pavilion. Brother Xia, what is it that you are looking for me for? I'm leaving tomorrow, please take care of Xia Yang. It was the first time Xia Yin spoke to someone in a pleading tone. Ling Jie was heavy-hearted when he heard the news that Xia Yin was leaving tomorrow. He knew what it meant. Are you sure this time? Ling Jie asked. No. Xia Yin sighed despondently. All four were silent. After a while Chu Qiushui took the lead in breaking the frozen atmosphere and said, I will treat Xia Yan like a son. Thanks. Xia Yin couple knew that Ling Jie was busy and left after explaining things. Ling Jie also sighed, even he said there is no certainty. Wife, how about letting Xia Yan come over and stay after brother Xia leaves? Good, I think my daughter will be happy too. Chu Qiushui said with a smile. With a heavy heart, Ling Jie left Tongtian Pavilion to continue his business. No matter what happens in the future, live in the moment first. Xia Yang finally made it to the end of the movie, and next time he will never buy a corner ticket. Instead of trying to do something bad, he was tortured. It's getting late, what would you like to eat? Have a romantic dinner to end today's date, everything is perfect. As for talking about staying out all night with Lang Xuanyu, Xia Yang didn't bring his ID card. Lang Xuanyu, however, said, no appetite. Tired? The joy that came with the date disappeared from the moment Lily Shin showed up. Xia Yang, we will be together forever, right? Lang Xuanyu's bright eyes looked at Xia Yang without answering. Xia Yang didn't know why his fiancée had become insecure. Obviously not long ago she was in a good mood. What went wrong at that point? He consoled, of course, haven't you seen the heroes and heroines in the movie come together in the grand finale? The more gentle Xia Yang in front of her, the more she is afraid that one day Xia Yang will remember Shen Yanran. After all, there are already signs. Alright, don't be upset, I'll carry you if you're tired. Xia Yang coaxed and pampered his fiancée. He squatted down and gestured for Ling Frostmoon to come up. I'm not tired. Lang Xuanyue's skin was already thin, so she naturally refused. Well then, pretty girl over there, would you like me to carry you? Xia Yang hadn't even finished speaking when he felt the soft petite body pressing against his back with a gust of fragrant wind. At the same time a pair of jade arms wrapped around his neck. He smiled smugly, and it came up, didn't it? Why aren't you happy? Was the movie not good? Xia Yang asked as he steadily walked while carrying his lithe fiancée. Good looking. Lang Xuanyue lay on Xia Yang's broad back, very relieved. This place was not very far from the Tongtian Pavilion. It would take about 20 minutes to walk, so Xia Yang carried Ling Frostymoon on his back and chatted about the sky as the end credits for this date today. The streetlight on the street stretched their shadows, and the pedestrians on the road cast envious glances. After walking for a while Cold Frostmoon said, put me down. She was afraid that Xia Yang would get tired. Don't worry, I have great stamina. You'll see later. A girl who brushed past them heard Xia Yang say these words unconsciously began to think random thoughts in her heart. Fierce and majestic. But Frostmoon, I'd be stronger if you'd kiss me on the cheek. Due to her posture, Lang Xuanyu could only kiss Xia Yang's perfect cheeks. Xia Yang was satisfied with the reward. Time flies when you are with someone you like, and the road gets a lot shorter. Love is such a magical thing. It was as if he had arrived at the gatekeeper of the Tongtian Pavilion in the twinkling of an eye. The doorman let it go, and already you could see the outline of yard number 1. With the experience of being left behind for dinner by Chu Qiushui last time, Xia Yang gently put Lang Xuanyue down when he was almost at the door. He'd still rather be home for dinner. Before he left he was going to do something that was meant to be done inside a movie theater. He didn't expect Long Xuanyue to take the initiative to kiss him first. Her kissing technique was green but full of love. Xia Yang, I like you. I like you too. The date was a happy ending. When Lang Frost Moon went home, Chu Chou Shui asked her how her day had been. She blushed slightly and said, very well. Xia Yang's parents are going to be away for a while, so tomorrow you ask Xia Yang if he wants to come over and stay. It's more lively with more people. This was undoubtedly good news for Lang Frost Moon. Well, I'll ask him. Chu Chou Shui turned around and wanted to go clean a guest room for Xia Yang, thinking that there was no need for that. Just let your daughter live with Xiao Yang so that the relationship can be better. On the other hand, after Xia Yang returned home, Ning Wei also inquired about the date. Instead, Xia Yin, who was the dad, said, I thought you weren't coming back tonight. Xia Yang. Even if he wanted to not come back, Frost Moon wouldn't agree, right? Now that you're back, eat. The last dinner for a family of 3 was spent in a very normal way. After the meal, Ning Wei came to her son's room and casually chatted for a while. He also urged him to treat Lang Frost Moon well. Xia Yang responded one by one. Go to bed early, mommy will go home first. Okay. Being kept in the dark, Xia Yang organizes the photos taken at the amusement park today and puts them inside a separate album. At this time Shen Yanran sent another message. Xia Yang did not click on it, and did not dare to look at it. After taking a bath and chatting with Lang Shangyue for a while, they went into dreamland after saying goodnight to each other. Shen Yanran looked at the chat interface with no reply all night. Chapter 96 Crisis is coming. Xia Yang Crisis. The whole night Shen Yanran did not sleep, the development of things far beyond the track of the last development. Lang Xuanyu, who had also traveled back, was about to snatch Xia Yang away by virtue of her timing. The thought of Xia Yang and Lang Xuanyu engaging in intimate interactions at night nearly broke her heart. My darling belongs only to me and no one can take him away from me. Due to the reason of crossing back, there was also no picture of Xia Yang on top of her cell phone, so she could only rely on her memories to comfort her anxious heart. After surviving the long night, Shen Yanran could not stay any longer. Now immediately she wants to see Xia Yang, by any means to snatch him over. She looked at her disheveled self in the mirror, less noble and lazy than ever. Can't just go and see honey. Shen Yanran first gave herself a bath and blew dry her hair. Dressing up properly, she put on Xia Yang's favorite black silk. The flirtatious one is back. Zhao Kite saw her daughter waking up early in the morning and told her to eat breakfast. Lily Shin is still asleep. Mom, no, I'm going out to honey now. Zhao Kite did not dissuade her after hearing this and let her go out. She remembered the girl who stood with Xia Yang yesterday and thought to herself that her daughter had met a formidable enemy this time. Tongtian Pavilion. Lang Fengyue also woke up. Last night she heard her own mother say that her uncle and aunt were going to leave tomorrow for a while, so she instructed Xia Yang on her cell phone to make sure to ask where they were really going. It was one of the 2 tasks she had come back to accomplish. The other is to snatch back Xia Yang. The uninformed Xia Yang didn't take it too seriously. Weren't his parents going on a honeymoon? But Cold Frost Moon still urged him to inquire about his parents once more. He had no choice but to go to his mom's room before going to her room only to find it unlocked. One can only go upstairs resentfully. Suddenly Lang Xuanyue figured out a problem. How could Xia Yang not ask for some detailed information from her aunt and uncle? Because the aunt and uncle simply didn't want Xia Yang to know that they weren't going on a honeymoon next, but to fulfill their duties. Trying to figure things out would still require her to ask them herself as a traveler. My mom said that my aunt and uncle are leaving today, so I hope I can make it. In this way Shen Yanran and Lang Xuanyue both rushed towards Xia Yang's home one after the other. The current Xia Yang was still not awake like Shen Lily. After all, it was only 7 o'clock. But Xia Yin and Ning Wei watched him inside his room for nearly half an hour or more. Ning Wei wanted to caress her son but was afraid that he would wake up, and her outstretched hand was withdrawn. Xia Yang was disoriented and felt someone sitting on the edge of his bed. Seeing that her son was about to wake up, Ning Wei then nodded to her husband to leave. If Xia Yang woke up, she wouldn't be able to leave today. In the blink of an eye, the couple disappeared inside this room. Xia Yang woke up sleepily to find that he was alone in his room. Strange, it clearly feels like someone is sitting on the edge of their bed. Could it be a dream? The letterhead on the nightstand caught his attention and he took it down to see what it said. Son, Mom, and Dad went on their honeymoon. It's not unusual for the phone to be out of order because of the distance to the place. You take care of yourself and stay home until Mom gets back. Xia Yang hurriedly went downstairs to his mother's room. The door of the room that was locked last night was easily opened, and there was no one inside. He picked up his cell phone again to make a dialing call, and there was a beep on the other side that the phone had been turned off. Now the family was left alone, empty and filled with loneliness. Xia Yang sat in silence on top of the sofa for a while. Mom's really nice too, it's good for me to give her a ride. No matter what, he still had to go to school today. So he went back inside his room and picked out a set of casual clothes to wear and then washed up. Ding dong, the bell outside the door rang. Xia Yang thought that his parents had forgotten to take something where that Lung Xuanyu had come. It could also be Sister Lin next door. She seems to be so busy lately that she doesn't get to see her much. He went to the door in a rush of excitement, and the person standing outside was completely unexpected. Surprisingly, it's Shun, who just transferred here. How does she know where she lives? Good morning, dear. Shen Yanran said with a big smile. The moment she saw Xia Yang, she wanted to have a morning kiss with him as recklessly as she did in the future. Kiss him until his legs go weak. Mr. Shen, what brings you here? Is there something wrong? The current Xia Yang didn't know that Shen Yanyan was a goblin that could eat people, and her vigilance wasn't that high. Came to deliver breakfast to my dear. Here, dunked soup buns and donut soy milk. It's your favorite breakfast. She raised the bag in her hand. And how did you know that I like donuts and soy milk? Xia Yang was genuinely curious, from the fact that this Shen student was not only able to tell her hobbies in that area after she transferred over, she even knew her favorite breakfast. I also know that you have here. Both have a mole. Shen Yanran said in a sexy and seductive tone, her veiled hand crossing her clothes to reach the two locations. Xia Yang's body jolted and hurriedly took 2 steps back. Shen Yanran, the red-faced scourge of flirtatiousness, lifted a smug smile on her face. She knew him like the back of her hand. Xia Yang can't escape. Shen Yanran is going to let him sink little by little, so that he can no longer leave her. At that time it will be able to go back to the life after 3 years. Every morning wake up and open your eyes, darling, lying beside you, want to kiss and do whatever you want to do. Instead of enduring the endless love and thoughts in my heart as I do now. A tingling sensation still lingered on Zhang's skin. You even know this? Shen Yanran became more and more mysterious in his eyes. If he hadn't inadvertently seen his 2 very small moles when he took a shower, I'm afraid even he wouldn't have known. Shen Yanran smiled without saying anything. She walked straight in. Xia Yang was losing ground in front of her and didn't dare to stop her at all. From inside her eyes, Xia Yang could tell that she wanted to eat herself. Those autumn eyes were full of love. If he or she got in her way, she would wrap herself around him or her like a beautiful snake. What will happen then is anyone's guess. It's better to keep a safe distance. Shen Yanran put breakfast on the table and pulled out a chair for him. Honey, hurry over and eat breakfast. No. You'd better eat by yourself, Shen. What do you mean by fear and distance? Just look at Xia Yang. He didn't even dare to go forward. Shen was really too dangerous. I'll eat later. Shen Yanran's eyes flowed, and her fragrant tongue gently swept over her red lips. Bad. Chapter 97, Done For. Having breakfast with a topsy-turvy siren like Shen Yanran was something that many men could only dream of. Other than that, there were many boys in Xia Yang's class who were mesmerized from the first moment they saw her. Such a beautiful thing was put on Xia Yang, but it became very painful. Honey, don't you want to know why I know you so well? I'll tell you after this breakfast. I don't want to know anymore. It was clearly a trap, and he'd become a fish on a chopping board if he went over there. Are you sure? Shen Yanran stepped forward in style facing Xia Yang, who refused to give in. He retreated and she advanced, pressing all the way to the corner. Shen Yanran's red lips slowly approached with the obvious intention of kissing him. Seeing that there was no way back, Xia Yang wanted to push her away, but he didn't expect something embarrassing to happen. He withdrew his hand like lightning, and the aura he had just managed to build up was gone again. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. It's okay, do you like it? Shen Yanran didn't mind. This bit of physical contact was 100,000 miles worse compared to the time in the basement. How could Xia Yang answer this? Shen Yanran continued to press closer, and he had to surrender. I'll eat, okay. She let him off the hook in a good mood and kissed him back next time. Breakfast was all still hot, and Xia Yang sat across from Shen Yanran and ate his breakfast. And she just watched quietly, as if she could never get enough of it. Originally, Shen Yanran wanted to add something else inside the breakfast, but considering that Xia Yang did not have an emotional foundation for her yet, this would only get Xia Yang's body in disgust, so she gave up. What she wanted was Xia Yang's body and mind. You can't have one without the other. Otherwise, Xia Yang would have been lying on top of the table by now. How did you know that I had something about a mole? I thought Honey said she didn't want to know? I'm actually your future girlfriend who just traveled back from 3 years later. Xin Yanran also guessed that Xia Yang would not believe what she said. In her place, it was also impossible to believe. She looked around Xia Yang's house and realized that there was no one. An idea came to her mind. Honey, do you watch anime? Look. Xia Yang said in wonder. How did the topic change? Then how would you like to have a devilishly fit, noble, and charming maid? The obedient and capable kind. She will ask you every time she comes back, Master, do you eat first, or? Xin Yanran's red lips moved lightly, and the words she uttered were tantalizing. Student Xin, that maid you're talking about is yourself, right? Xia Yang, who had figured out Xin Yanran's nature, immediately guessed the answer. Right answer. How about it? Want to think about it? This suggestion was indeed tempting as hell, but Xia Yang already had Lung Xuangyu, so of course he rejected it. Are you kidding me? He's going to play the Golden House game? Going to Lung Xuangyu to make love during the day, and going home at night to receive Xin Yanran's attentive service? It's not possible. Words couldn't persuade Xia Yang, so let's use actions. Honey, how about a day of experience first? She stood up straight away, looking down on Xia Yang with tenderness, then leaned down to try to kiss him. Xia Yang got up and left the position if just meet Xin Yanran's red lips, not to leave as a sitting duck. He covered Xin Yanran's small mouth in a hurry. Lung Fengyue had already arrived downstairs, and she sped up trying to get there before Xia Yang's parents left. As a result, he didn't expect to open the door to Xin Yanran and Xia Yang kissing as soon as he entered. It looked that way from her orientation. And Xia Yang also saw Lung Xuangyu standing at the back. Finished. Chapter 98. Xin Yanran feels a little green. Why are you here? Cold Frost Moon's voice was devoid of any emotion, making people shiver with cold. After Xin Yanran heard the voice coming from behind her. Her small mouth was also covered by Xia Yang's hand, so she gave up kissing him and looked back to find that it was Lung Xuangyu, and the corner of her mouth lifted up a smile. This is really God's way of helping her. Sweetie, did that kiss smell good? Do you want another one? She ignored Lang Frost Moon, instead asking Xia Yang. Frost Moon, it's not like that. Xia Yang anxiously explained. He was afraid that Lung Frost Moon had misunderstood something. Why can't I be here? I slept in the same bed as my darling last night and didn't get up for breakfast until now. Don't you talk nonsense. Xia Yang was anxious. He was afraid that Lang Frost Moon really believed Xin Yanran's lies. Lung Fengyue naturally wasn't so easily fooled. The breakfast bag on the table hadn't been thrown away yet. It was obvious to surmise that Xin Yanran had just arrived as well. She walked over to hold Xia Yang's hand in front of Xin Yanran and said to her, Xia Yang is my fiancé, you stay away from him. When she didn't cross back before Lang Frost Moon could only watch Xin Yanran declare her sovereignty in front of her, now it was finally her turn to say this to Xin Yanran. Just a fiancé, not married. Besides, you know very well who Xia Yang's boyfriend is. The smell of gunpowder filled the air as neither woman was willing to show weakness between them. Then you just watch. Lang Frost Moon glanced at Xin Yanran, saying more was better than doing. She directly kissed Xia Yang in front of Xin Yanran. Xia Yang, who couldn't intervene, was suddenly kissed by his girlfriend in front of outsiders, and next to him Xin Yanran's gaze pierced his skin raw. Can't think of anyone else. At this moment, Lung Xuangyu was less gentle, but much more possessive. The fragrant tongue was in a constant active tangle. Xin Yanran's face, who was standing on the sidelines, was dripping with gloom. Silver teeth clenched. Damn it, I should have known to add something inside the breakfast. Lung Xuangyu, one day I'll take my darling back. Perhaps Lang Xuangyu thought that Xin Yanran was really kissing Xia Yang. She kissed for an especially long time, so long that Xia Yang was a little short of oxygen. It's kind of a revenge. Xin Yanran didn't want to leave here like a defeated dog and held on hard. It's exam day, let's leave early. Lung Xuangyu said, and she even stroked Xia Yang's face intimately. Xia Yang, who was kissed to death, could only say yes. The three made their way to the school. It's exam day. This day's exam seemed to have become a battlefield for Xin Yanran and Lang Xuangyu as well, and it only took them 10 minutes after the papers were handed out to say in unison, Teacher, I'm going to hand in my paper early. The invigilator was also surprised. but looking at such nice handwriting and clear answers on the paper. There was no reason not to give them a reason to hand in their papers early. The gods are faster than speed, but they roll up to the common man. Xia Yang was able to finish the exam with this speed even when he was powered up and was guaranteed a score. But the others inside the class were rolled. There is an inexplicable feeling of anxiety. That fast? I just picked 10 multiple choice questions. What's wrong with you? The afternoon exam was no different, with both men being indistinguishable from each other. Until the last subject was taken and the teacher collected the papers. Students, after the theory test today, tomorrow will be the school's dance day. Have fun everyone, and a warm reminder to please form your own dance partners tonight. Education on top of Alien Planet has a wide variety of campus activities designed to develop the whole student. The students were cheering and looking for ways to get the girl of their choice to be their dance partner. Chapter 99 Explanations. The two walked out of the school side by side holding hands. Xia Yang saw that Leng Xuanyu didn't say anything and thought that she was angry about what happened this morning. Frost Moon, she really didn't kiss me. Leng Fengyue was indeed a bit angry in the morning, so much so that her kiss was not so gentle. But the point of the issue now was not this, but to get Xia Yang to move to Tongtian Pavilion. That way Shen Yan didn't have a chance to get her hands dirty. Will you come and stay at my house? Long Xuanyu said. Xia Yang did not expect Leng Frost Moon to make such a request. Mom and Dad had just left, and he was still too homesick to leave a home filled with traces of his old life. I want to stay at home for a while longer, is it okay if I go over there after a month? Xia Yang said. Before Leng Xuanyu crossed over, he had lived alone for more than 3 years and was really a bit lonely. So he lived with Shen Yanran, and another reason was that there were only 2 sisters inside the villa to begin with, without any elders. Although Zhao Kite also lived in the back, she was Xia Yang's guarantee against being tied up by his sickly girlfriend. Zhao Kite wants to go, Xia Yang is the first to say no. Besides, Xia Yang moved back home after coming out from inside the basement for the 3rd time. Now Leng Xuanyu want him to go to the Tongtian Pavilion to live good is good, but after all, is not their own home, there are elders living with uncomfortable. Even so, Xia Yang still didn't reject Leng Xuanyu's request and said that he would go over to live there after a month. But how can Leng Frost Moon wait for a month? Shen Yanran stole home this morning, and she wanted Xia Yang to move to Tongtian Pavilion immediately now. Otherwise she's on edge every day. Love is running to each other, since Xia Yang is not too eager to go to the Tongtian Pavilion, it is the same to go to Xia Yang's home to live by yourself. Moreover, Shen Yanran's appearance this morning gave Leng Xuanyu a great sense of crisis. She had to give herself to Xia Yang so that she would feel at ease. Okay. She responded, mentally thinking about how to tell her parents about this. Xia Yang was completely unaware that his wonderful cohabitation was about to begin. After the subway arrived at the nearest station to Xia Yang's house, Leng Xuanyu, who was snuggled in Xia Yang's arms, got up and prepared to get off. I'll take you home today. It's better if I give you a ride. Leng Fengyue did not agree and pulled Xia Yang out of the station. After walking for a few minutes to Xia Yang's house, she first looked inside the refrigerator to see if there were enough ingredients left. Ningwei had stuffed the refrigerator full the night before she left. Leng Xuanyu helped Xia Yang cook the rice and then took out the food ingredients. It turns out that Frost Moon is here to help me cook. Xia Yang's heart was immensely touched, such a girlfriend could not be found in a lantern. Soon the 2 dishes and 1 soup were ready. Leng Xuanyu's cooking skills were very good, even better than his. After Leng Xuanyu took off her apron, Xia Yang barfed and kissed on her stunning face. Xuanyu, I really love you too much. A thin layer of red surfaced on Leng Frost Moon's face. Take your time eating, I'm going to head back. Frost Moon, don't you want to eat here before going home? Xia Yang wanted to retain her. After the 2 of them ate together they could still send her back themselves, so there would be much more time to stay together. I have to go back and talk to my mom about something. Oh. Xia Yang acted demoralized when he heard her say that. Leng Frost Moon smiled slightly at the sight. He'll be glad when he comes over himself later. Don't tell him yet. I'll give you a ride. Xia Yang turned and said. To use one word to describe Leng Xuanyu and Xia Yang, as good as glue couldn't be better. The food will get cold later. I'll just go back by myself. Then kiss and go back. Xia Yang hadn't kissed Leng Frost Moon all day today. The road back was crowded and inconvenient. Now that Leng Frost Moon was leaving, he naturally wanted to seize the opportunity. No way. Lang Shuangyue's answer was unexpected to Xia Yang. Frost Moon, are you still mad? She really didn't kiss me. He was in a hurry. Hurry up and eat, I'll go first. There was a reason why Lang Frost Moon deliberately whetted Xia Yang's appetite, and now that she couldn't get satisfied, Xia Yang would be more likely to charm herself when she came over at night. In fact, Lang Frosty Moon could completely dispense with these small tactics. As long as she talked to Xia Yang, he could not resist at all. She looks like a heavenly fairy, with icy skin, cold on the outside and hot on the inside, considerate and gentle. Who could say no to a girlfriend like that? Xia Yan looked at his girlfriend's departing figure and said to himself, Frost Moon is still angry, what can we do about this? As he ate, he thought about how he could make Long Fingyue's anger subside. After Lang Shuangyue returned to Tongtian Pavilion, Lang Jia didn't come back and only Chu Qiushui was at home. Mom, I want to move to Xia Yang's house for a month. I'll come back to accompany you and Dad on my days off. Lang Fengyue said, knowing that her mom should also support it. Doesn't Yan want to come and live over here? He said he couldn't leave the house and was going to stay there for a while. It's also true that your uncle and aunt just left. Xiao Yang doesn't say anything on the surface, but in his heart, he probably misses them a lot. Chu Qiushui said understandingly. Daughter, will you go over tonight? Aha! It was the first time Chu Qiushui had seen his daughter so impatient. It's fine to go over to accompany Xiao Yang, I'll talk to your father on his side. But pay attention to safety. As a mother, she said to Lang Shuanyu in a serious tone. There's nothing dangerous about the Xia Yang family. Lang Fengyue couldn't understand the meaning of her mother's words. Chu Qiushui smiled helplessly. I mean, when you're inside the room with Yang, be safe. Chu Qiushui was so close to saying it outright that Lang Frost Moon realized what her mother was talking about. She was really slow about that. She's like that holy fairy. But tonight she might fall to earth for someone. And it's the willing kind. Got it. Lang Shuangyue replied sheepishly. Here, mommy gave something to you. Lang Shuanyu followed Chu Qiushui into the room, and Chu Qiushui took out several small boxes from inside the cabinet. Put it in your daughter's hand. She thought about giving a few more boxes. Mom, that's enough. Eat at home before you go. Aha! Lang Shuangyue and Chu Qiushui ate before packing up their things. She didn't have any bottles or jars of makeup either. Packing a few clothes and household items was about it. Chu Qiushui ordered the driver to send his daughter to Xia Yang's house. After Lang Shuanyu left, she was alone inside the house and said, Why does it feel like a daughter getting married? I hope that Yang and Frost are having a good time. The distance between the two homes wasn't very far, and soon the driver sent Lang Shuanyu downstairs to Xia Yang's house. She went upstairs and then rang the doorbell. Xia Yang, who was just about to take a shower, subconsciously remembered Shen Yanran when he heard the doorbell. Chapter 100 Xia Yang, Together. Xia Yang had learned the lesson from last time and didn't venture to open the door. If it really was Shen Yanran who had come, letting her in at night would be tantamount to inviting a wolf into the house. He looked outside through the cat's eye and realized that the person who came was not Shen Yanran but his girlfriend. When he opened the door, he saw that Lang Shuangyue was still carrying a suitcase. A possibility that made Xia Yang ecstatic surfaced in his mind. Frost Moon, are you coming over to live with me? Even though it was already obvious, he wanted to make sure happiness came too soon. Aha! Mom promised me to come over and stay with you for a while. Great! Xia Yang did not hide his excitement at all and took the suitcase in Lang Shuanyue's hand to help her pull her luggage. This set of houses with 3 rooms, one for Ningwei and Xiayin, one for Xia Yang himself, and a guest room. But the guest room hasn't been occupied for a long time and it's covered in dust, so Frost Moon should stay with me. He pulled Lang Frost Moon's suitcase and went straight to his room, as if he would run away if he slowed down Lang Frost Moon. Cough, Frost Moon, our home has few rooms, besides my parents' room and mine there is a utility room left. Xia Yang said without changing his face. A nice guest room becomes a utility room with him. Lang Fengyue didn't poke at his lie. It's not like she hadn't been to Xia Yang's house before and knew that the utility room was not there. Just sleep with you. You go take a shower first, I'll clean up my things. Lang Fengyue saw the clothes Xia Yan was holding in his left hand, probably because she had interrupted him to take a bath. Xia Yang blurted out, Come along. Silence fell inside the room. What am I talking about? Xia Yang shouted within himself. It's over, Frost Moon might go home for the night. Woo woo. His heart was full of remorse that the wonderful days of cohabitation had ended before they had even begun. Why would I say something like that so naturally? It's as if someone always takes a bath with himself. No one takes a bath with me on a regular basis. After Lang Xuanyue heard Xia Yang's invitation, a blush soared on her flawless face. It was to give herself to Xia Yang that she came to live here. Now the opportunity came, but the request made by Xia Yang was too exciting and completely exceeded her mental bottom line. What to do? She was mortified at the thought of that scene. In the midst of embarrassment and shame, the previous remorse of losing Xia Yang once again came to her mind, as if urging her to make the right choice. Compared to the remorse of losing Xia Yang, this kind of thing seemed to be nothing. In the frozen atmosphere, she made up her mind. The two had different thoughts, and Xia Yang was so deep in remorse that he wanted to punch himself in the mouth. It's okay to not be able to speak. Mouth, blame me. Lang Xuanyue, on the other hand, thought that Xia Yang was waiting for her reply. In a low voice she said, "You first." Just kidding, don't take it seriously. I'm going to take a shower first. Xia Yang heard Lang Xuanyue open her mouth and hurriedly found an excuse, then fled to the bathroom. See, this is what happens when you don't hear the end of a conversation. Originally, Lang Xuanyue wanted to tell Xia Yang to go by himself first, and then go in himself afterwards. Well, now it's gone. Xia Yang would have been grief-stricken if he knew what he was missing. Did I answer too slowly? Lang Xuanyue blamed herself entirely for the current situation. She was so down in the dumps thinking about it that she even forgot what she had just said about organizing her things. How can this be? In case Xia Yang gets angry. She slowly lay on Xia Yang's bed, her green silk like a waterfall, beautiful. Just a slight frown on her brow. Bathroom. Xia Yang was taking a bath, but his mind was not on bathing, mechanically applying the shower gel. It was done entirely by muscle memory. He still has those two words, regret. I hope Frostmoon won't move back. I don't think she's going to go back now that it's so late. The fluke was starting to work. Lang Xuanyue had only just arrived, and since she could come over so late, she could certainly go back. Xia Yang didn't soak inside the bathtub like usual after washing. He was worried that Lang Xuanyue would be gone after he came out. He hurriedly finished his shower and came out from inside the bathroom, and was relieved to find that Lang Xuanyue hadn't left. Lang Fengyue also sat up from the bed after seeing him come out. The atmosphere between the two was now awkward, with some ambiguity thrown in at the same time. Lang Fengyue thought Xia Yang was angry. Xia Yang thought that he was not that good in front of Lang Xuanyue, and he was like a hungry man in the middle of the colorful world at the beginning. What kind of person does that? Frost Moon, are you going to take a shower? Aha! She saw Xia Yang's perfect body and remembered the day he proudly said when he carried himself, "I have a great body, you'll know later." What it looks like now, he didn't lie. Lang Fengyue's pretty eyebrows lowered, not daring to look any further. Her heart was beating faster, and she smelled the aroma emanating from her own body this time as well. Xia Yang helped Lang Xuanyue find a new towel. She even forgot to take her clothes and went to the bathroom. It was only when her clothes were faded and her petite body covered in water that she realized in hindsight that she hadn't brought any clothes in. I had just gotten a fine sweat from taking my suitcase upstairs, and I didn't want to wear the clothes I had changed out of. So she softly called Xia Yang's name. Xia Yang suspected that he was hallucinating when he heard his girlfriend call him. "What's Frost Moon calling me for in the shower?" It wasn't until the soft voice in the bathroom called his name again that he was sure it was his girlfriend in the shower calling him. "What's wrong?" After hearing Xia Yang's response, Lang Xuanyue came to the bathroom door. A tall and exquisite figure was reflected in Xia Yang's eyes. Plus the foggy water on the bathroom door looked hazy and evocative. "I forgot my clothes. Will you get them for me?" Immediately. Xia Yang's mind was now filled with the figure in front of him. He looked a few more times before going back inside the room to open the suitcase that Lang Xuanyue had brought with her, which was full of neat things. Frost Moon should be asking for pajamas and underwear. The soft fabric brought an inexplicable thrill, and it was the first time he had helped a girl with her clothes. When he reached for his pajamas, he found so many small unopened boxes underneath them. "This is..." It's clearly written on the top of the box. It was because he knew what this was that he was so surprised. In Xia Yang's impression, Lang Xuanyue, who was not touched by mortal dust, was not connected to such things. Lang Fengyue had been waiting for Xia Yang to bring her clothes over, and the marvelous figure on the bathroom door did not disappear. Clothes brought. Aha! Will Xia Yang suddenly break in? She couldn't tell if she was worried or looking forward to it, but she slowly turned the knob and opened the bathroom door. The water mist overflowed. Chapter 101. As the water spray roamed out from inside the space where the bathroom door had opened, a jade arm reached out. The skin was snowy, with droplets of water running on it. The jade hands became pink after being soaked in hot water. Outside the bathroom door of Xia Yang finally understood why there will be people for the red face a throw of money, alone behind the door of the stunning fairy shadow only to reveal the tip of the iceberg on the beauty of impeccable. After seeing what was inside Lung Xuanyu's box, he knew that Lung Xuanyu had prepared for it as well. There has been some change of heart. No. What is one thinking? You just finished babbling and now you want to act on it? Xia Yang shook his head to make himself free of so many distractions inside his mind, and took 2 steps forward to prepare to deliver the clothes to that pink catkin. Unbeknownst to Xia Yang, these 2 steps forward caused Lang Frostmoon's heart behind the door to jump around. Is it really coming? Then she felt the sensation of the dress entering her hand. Thank you. Lang Frostmoon said softly. The luscious figure reflected on the door faded away. Compared to Xia Yang who was outside, Lang Xuanyue was also in an unsettled state of mind. Xia Yang, who was back inside his room, dialed his parents' phone number and was still unable to get through. Where are you going on your honeymoon and you can't even get through on the phone? After thinking about it for a while and not figuring it out, he gave up. Looking at the lively messages inside the class group, his mind was completely elsewhere. Finally, he waited until Long Frost Moon came out from inside the bathroom. After bathing, she appeared even more ice clear and untainted by mortal dust. If it wasn't for the pajamas on her body, it would make people mistakenly think that she was a moon temple fairy from the sky who had descended to earth. Xia Yang saw his fiancé in this form for the first time and couldn't help but look at her a few more times. Lang Xuanyu sensed Xia Yang's fiery sight and didn't say anything, letting him appreciate it. And the heart rejoices. Frost Moon, you are so beautiful. Xia Yang appreciated from the bottom of his heart. It's not like he's some kind of log, and bragging more about his girlfriend is an excellent thing to do in a relationship. When Lang Xuanyu heard her beloved's affirmation of herself, a scarlet color appeared on her peerless face. She felt her face burning. Xia Yang had wanted to walk over and take her into his arms for a loving kiss, but when he came back this evening the request for a kiss was rejected. To say such bold words again at night, he was already thankful that Lung Frost Moon didn't go home in the night. Afraid that a rash move would irritate her, he decided to hold his ground for the time being. Lang Xuanyue didn't realize that her first suppression caused Xia Yang to be cautious and even almost made her fail to reach her plan. Where's the hair dryer? Let me help you dry your hair. Xia Yang told Lang Fengyue to come and sit in front of the mirror, then took out the hairdryer from inside the cabinet. Adjust the temperature and size of the wind to a suitable level so that she would feel less hot. Besides, his fiancé's waist-length silk was something he would love to take care of. Xia Yang's bony hands gently brought up the undried green silk and dried it with the warm wind. Lang Xuanyue sat demurely in front of the mirror and felt happy as she saw Xia Yang's serious blow-drying of her hair through the mirror. Love is always hidden in life. Even without this mirror in front of her, she could still feel Xia Yang's gentleness in every move. After the sound of the hairdryer stopped, it meant that the green silk had been blown dry. Xia Yang was a little reluctant to let go of this beautiful long hair. Xia Yang! What's wrong? Lang Fengyue turned around and kissed Xia Yang as gently as he had helped her blow dry her hair. Love is in the air, water is in the air. The two of them embraced into each other and kissed obliviously. After the kiss was over, happiness was all over them. It's so nice to have you by my side. Lang Xuanyu leaned into Xia Yang's arms as she left all her gentleness to Xia Yang. The cold, unassuming person she used to be had disappeared. No one can realize how happy she is now, it's like a dream. After 3 years of remorse and suffering, a favorite is lost and found. How many people never get the person they love, let alone have a do-over like Cold Frost Moon? It's only right for me to say this. Xia Yang said as he looked at Lung Frost Moon. Lang Xuanyu and Xia Yang snuggled up to each other inside the room for a long time. Unfortunately, tomorrow was the school's dance day, and the class group was extraordinarily busy inside. Neither of them had muted the group for fear of missing any important announcements. 2 cell phones kept ringing, which was a real buzzkill. Xia Yang helplessly let go of Lang Frosty Moon and took his own cell phone to briefly set the class group to mute. Then picked up the hairdryer that had fallen to the floor and put it back inside the cabinet. Cold Frost Moon also tapped the screen to block out the sound, and then began to pack up her things. Xia Yang remembered what he had just seen when he helped her with her clothes, and worried that he was affecting her here. He found an excuse to go out. Lang Fengyue first hid those things given by her mother and then hung her clothes inside the closet. Looking at their clothes hanging inside the same closet, she felt as if she was married to Xia Yang. It was now getting late. Lang Xuanyue had come over at 9 o'clock or so, and it was now almost 11 o'clock. Xia Yang abducted Lang Xuanyu to his room without any implication that he wanted to share a bed with her. He slept first, and then Lang Frostmoon lifted the quilt with a red face, and the tall and wholly fragrant body of the quilt. Xia Yang's taut body felt a soft heat. He was so excited that his left arm wrapped around Lang Frostmoon's waist, ready to reach his initial goal. Sleeping with my girlfriend in my arms. I turned off the lights. Aha! There was only one nightlight left inside the room that hadn't been turned off yet, a faint light spreading throughout the room. A familiar aroma lingered on the tip of Xia Yang's nose. Couldn't sleep at all. Xia Yang's blood seemed to have turned into gasoline. The breathing of the two men was audible in the silence of the room. Taking the initiative to lean over was already the biggest hint Lang Frostmoon could make. The fairy threw herself into the air, and the implication was clear enough. But Xia Yang didn't seem to comprehend what Lang Xuanyu was trying to say. Because Xia Yang was afraid of scaring Lang Xuanyu, it was already a great satisfaction to be able to sleep with her in his arms on the first night. It's going to be slow. The temperature inside the comforter continued to rise, and Xia Yang retracted his arm that was wrapped around Lang Xuanyu's waist. Otherwise his sanity would evaporate shortly thereafter. Turning into a werewolf. Just then Lang Xuanyu's jade hand stopped Xia Yang's movement of the arm that he wanted to retract. I can. She didn't know how much courage she mustered to say those words, her flawless face blushing with shame, even her earlobes tinted red. The aroma of the body was like the same flowers blooming and getting more and more fragrant. Chapter 102, A Match Made in Heaven. Xia Yang was already trying his best to hold back, and when he heard Lang Xuanyu's petulant whispers, the arm he wanted to retract directly wrapped around her in his arms. His blazing breath rolled in, and Lang Fengyue only felt so hot. Really? Zhang confirmed with a thick gasp. Lang Xuanyue wrapped her arms around his neck and said in a pulsating voice, I love you. The beast in Xia Yang's heart couldn't hold it any longer after hearing these words, and started to plunder Lang Xuanyu's lips inch by inch. His rough kisses caused Lang Fengyue to feel some pain and let out a wail. Xia Yang immediately sobered up and curtailed his rough behavior. Sorry. Next Xia Yang transformed into a spring rain, gently moisturizing the one he loved. Lang Xuanyue, on the other hand, was completely immersed in his gentleness and lingered on. At this time in the villa, Xin Yanran and Xin Lily were lying on a large bed, the stunning twins leaning together, making people completely unable to move their eyes. Unfortunately, the one who can appreciate it isn't here. Sister, when will you bring brother Xia Yang back home? Xin Lily hugged Xin Yanran's arm and shook it around. Although she had only crossed back a few days ago, and she had even seen Xia Yang on the street that day, but her heart was already very homesick. Xin Yanran of course also misses Xia Yang. If placed in the past, this time period lying beside her should not be Xin Lily, but Xia Yang. Xin Lily was always talking in her ear, plus the progress of Raider Xia Yang was far from her expectations, and her heart was in turmoil. Let me think about it. You leave me alone and go find Mom. Mommy's asleep. When Xin Lily saw that Xin Yanran's cell phone kept ringing, she asked, is it a message from brother Xia Yang? She took it straight to it, only to find so many people messaging her sister through the class group. It was pretty much all about wanting to invite Xin Yanran to be their dance partner tomorrow. The boys were all mesmerized by Xin Yanran, the upside-down beauty, and Lang Xuanyue had Xia Yang, so there was no hope for them to go and invite them. But Xin Yanyan just got here. It's worth a try. Maybe she'll say yes? They all harbor flukes, hoping that good fortune will come their way. They were willing to pay any price to be able to socialize with Xin Yanran. Xin Yanran had absolutely no intention of ignoring them, her heart only had Xia Yang. This also led to a problem, as the boys all sent invitations to Xin Yanran, the girls naturally couldn't pick up the invitations. Sister is brother Xia Yang's. Xin Lily set her sister's chat account as a stranger not to be messaged. Xin Yanran had no time to care about this, she was thinking about what she should do tomorrow to get Xia Yang to dance with her. The spring night is short and the day is high. Trying to sneakily take her hand but afraid of waking her up. One can only admire the sleeping form of his fiancé in detail. Lang Xuanyue's flawless face carried an aura of happiness, and there was also an additional moving flavor that hadn't been there before, plus the original feeling of coldness that mirrored each other. It's more beautiful than ever. Maybe that's the magic of love. Xia Yang was happy from the bottom of his heart that he had such a nationally beautiful fiancé. He decided that from now on he would always love his fiancée as much as he did last night, so that she would always be happy. The sleeping Lang Xuanyu seemed to notice that someone was gazing at her eyelashes lightly trembled and slowly opened her eyes. The face of her beloved was the first thing that caught her eye. Awake? Aha! She responded blushing. Xia Yang wrapped his arms around Lang Xuanyu's willow waist, leaving no distance between the two. A blush quickly rose on Lang Fengyue's face. Kiss me, Xia Yang said. Cold Frost Moon offered a kiss as he wished. Don't worry about me, just be happy. She chided herself after the kiss. Fool, how could I not love you? It's getting late, and even if dance day is not required to be at school until the afternoon, at that hour you have to get up or there won't be enough time. They also have to wear their gowns and such. Get up. Xia Yang picked up his own clothes and was ready to wear them when Lang Xuanyu said, Wait, let me help you. She wanted to make Xia Yang a little happier, so she began to serve. Xia Yang experienced an emperor-like feeling. After the two of them came out from inside the room after washing up, Lang Xuanyue then went inside the kitchen to make the noon meal. Xia Yang walked in and hugged Lang Xuanyue, who was wearing an apron, from behind. I have to cook. Let's do it together. It takes a man and a woman to work together. Xia Yang and Lang Xuanyu made a loving lunch together in the kitchen. When the table was served, he decided to feed Lang Frosty Moon first and vigorously poured food into her bowl. Enough. Then eat it quickly. How can you eat just a little bit? Eat it all. Xia Yang watched Lang Xuanyue eat, a small mouthful of a mouthful. People are beautiful is good, do everything is pleasing to the eye. I really can't eat anymore, Lang Frost Moon said. Xia Yang could see that she was really full, so he began to eat. He wasn't really hungry, after all, last night was effortless. The roles began to swap, and it was Lang Xuanyue's turn to give him food, just like a considerate wife. After lunch, the two began to put on their gowns. Xia Yang put on a tightly fitted suit. Lang Xuanyue personally helped him tie his tie and folded the folded silk scarf to the left chest position. The temperament becomes more suave and makes a woman's heart skip a beat. All he had to do at the ball, if he wanted to, was to inquire slightly, May I have a dance with you, ma'am? The questioned lady would then give him her hand of her own accord and allow him to wrap it around her waist, subsequently sinking into the depths of his eyes as they danced. Ning Wei was right, fortunately her son was not a womanizer, or else he would really have to become a sea king. And Lang Frost Moon's long dress gown was incomparably white and extremely conservative. With her green silk coiled up, her slender jade neck was even more graceful, and her snow-white jade feet were dressed in gorgeous high heels. At this moment, she was noble and elegant, and she was a great admirer of the country. Xia Yang stood behind her and slowly helped her zip her up. As soon as Xia Yang reached out, Lang Frost gave him her jade hand. With a slight push he took the stunning beauty before him into his arms and Xia Yang said in Lang Xuanyue's ear, You're so beautiful. Then it was kissed. Lang Xuanyue also likes Xia Yang in a suit. Meeting his kisses. Xia Yang drove Xia Yin's car to carry Lang Xuanyue and set off. All the students were stunned when they came out arm in arm. A match made in heaven. Chapter 103, The Scourge of the Red Color. Xia Yang and Lang Xuanyu undoubtedly became the center of attention of the crowd. The boys were amazed to see Lang Xuanyu dressed up and at the same time envied Xia Yang for being able to have her. It's impossible to hate because it's not above the same level. One can only marvel and look up. The girls were secretly looking at the suited and booted Xia Yang, exuding a sense of dashing and asceticism between their hands and feet. If one could have him all to oneself, it would make one go crazy. When the time comes, his own work keeps him at home and forbids him to go out. Then Xia Yang can only see himself alone. What a thrill this is. Xia Yang just had this kind of charm, able to easily arouse the greed and madness of the opposite sex. It's a pity that girls can't get him, it's just a fantasy in their cranium. It's a sin to be too handsome. Lang Fengyue also sensed the longing that the people around her exuded towards Xia Yang, and her jade hand wearing white silk gloves held Xia Yang's hand slightly tighter. If it is never gained, then the loss is just as regrettable as it was in the first place. But now she already has Xia Yang, and if she loses it again, her life may become colorless. Lang Fengyue remembered that she had failed to satisfy Xia Yang in a certain matter and panicked in her heart. Does he hide resentment behind his gentle, caring smile? Even if it wasn't now, it would be in time. 1,000 miles of dike was destroyed by an ant hole, and she had to be on her guard. By then, Xia Yang's dissatisfaction with her slowly becomes more and more, and a crack in her relationship is created, and things gradually move to the point of irreversibility. Lung Frost Moon felt scared just by envisioning it in her mind. Make sure you do your best and don't let anyone else get away with it. The dance hadn't started yet, so Xia Yang and Lang Frost Moon found a seat and sat down. The others were too embarrassed to look around much and started looking for their dance partners. As usual, the men and women should have been paired up a long time ago, but due to Shen Yanran's appearance, the boys all launched invitations to her. Because the rest of the boys, if not compared to Xia Yang, still wanted face value and family background. Xia Yang already had Lang Xuanyu, it was impossible for him to finger Shen Yanran to enjoy the happiness of all people, right? After their biggest competitor had already been banished, they were confident that they could win against the others. And finally hold on for dear life. Even the boys who thought they had fewer possibilities sent invitations to Shen Yanran, and they would regret it for the rest of their lives if they missed this opportunity. What if it works? Then you can have an earthly beauty just like Xia Yang. Life since then has been colorful, doesn't even begin to describe it. So last night Shen Yan's cell phone rang non-stop, and finally Shen Lily stepped in and banned them all. The girls didn't get a good night's sleep last night either, and it's weird that none of the boys invited them. When the boys asked for dance partners last year, the girls got to pick them at random, and when they said yes, the boys would pick her up at the door. At that moment they felt like princesses in a fairy tale, and it felt so good. From the end of the examination until 9 o'clock at night no boys invited girls. They pulled the group to ask other people to realize that only a very small number of girls received an invitation. They were supposed to be lovers. Where are the boys? It was then that a girl inside the group suddenly said, they shouldn't have all launched invitations to new students, that's why we didn't receive any news. The girls in front of the screen froze at this speculation. How is that possible? Even if she's pretty, it's not like almost all the boys are going to invite her, right? Right. The two girls who were closer made their comments, but no one answered them. Shen Yanran was enough to charm the crowd, even the girls couldn't forget the feeling of seeing Shen Yanran for the first time. With that kind of charm, they were both lost in thought for a moment. The difference between a duck and a swan is no longer substitutable, but aptly described as a cloud of difference. So far, Shen Yanran had become the public enemy of all the girls. Today they saw that there was no one among the boys to invite Shen Yanran, heart a burst of relief. Serves you right. The girls unanimously decided that they would wait for them to invite themselves, and it was not to be taken lightly. After the boys failed to invite Shen Yanran, they naturally had to look for a dance partner, and the first boy who had issued an invitation to the girls on the spot was made to lose face. So the boys gave up on the idea, it's just dance day, take it or leave it. It's better than being viciously rejected in front of so many people, or being illickspittle. If it is Lang Xuanyue, Shen Yanran, this kind of rare beauty on earth rejected too also okay. People don't get it anyway. And so the strange phenomenon occurred that the men at this ball stood with the men and the women with the women. Jingwei. The culprit for all this was Shen Yanran. She hadn't had to do anything or say a word to make the situation unholy. There's an idiom that describes her perfectly, red-faced scourge. Finally Shen Yanran made her entrance. Today she is wearing a long black dress gown, charming face with a charming smile, tall and proud body cannot even cover the long dress, black high heels and the red carpet step out a step looks so graceful, looking at people dry mouth. At that exact moment, the music was playing, and she seemed like a queen who had come to patrol her territory, with a powerful and honorable aura. She walked into the ball with a graceful and confident stride, mirroring Lung Frost Moon in her long white dress. Both are beautiful to the core, just different types. The boys looked at Lang Frost Moon and then at Shen Yanran, completely ignoring the girls in the room. This kind of beauty, there are two in the world. Also appeared at the same time in a place, can meet are considered lucky. The girls' hostility intensified after they encountered Shen Yanran's aura crushing them. She scanned the area and walked straight over after finding Xia Yang. Honey, can you join me for your second dance? The plain hand wearing black silk gloves similarly took Xia Yang's other hand. The two beauties gathered beside Xia Yang. Both boys and girls were shocked. No way, Xia Yang is actually going to take it all? Damn him. Shen actually backed out of the second dance with Xia Yang, but she didn't even reply to my messages last night, not even to say no. The boys' minds crumbled when they saw their goddess displaying a very different attitude in front of Xia Yang. Humph, actually going to steal Xia Yang with Lang, how shameless. The girls seemed to have found a vent for their emotions and began to mock. And the voice was not small. Thought she was so powerful. Mr. Xia Yang will definitely reject her, let's wait and see what happens. Xia Yang already has me. Lung Shuang Yue said mercilessly. Xin Yanran didn't even look at Ling Frost Moon, it didn't matter what she said. Chapter 104 Xin Yanran's Love. Xin Yanran only cared about Xia Yang's attitude. She had heard the girl's unkind sarcasm earlier and didn't bother. Lung Shuangyu and Xin Yanran both looked at Xia Yang expecting him to give an answer. Sorry. I already have a dance partner. Xia Yang broke away from Xin Yanran's veiny hand with black silk gloves. To be honest, right now he had a bad impression of Xin Yanyan, and he almost made Ling Shuangyue misunderstand him that morning when he broke into the house. At least the current Xia Yang had such an attitude towards Xin Yanran, so he refused without mercy. What about the third one? I'll wait for either, even if it means leaving the end song to me. Promise me, okay? Xin Yanran's gentle tone contained a pleading intent. She came out so honored and now she's putting her foot down to plead with a man. However, Xia Yang politely refused her request. At this time, some boys couldn't stand to watch and wanted to come out to take advantage of the opportunity to gain Xin Yanran's favor. He accused Xia Yang, classmate Xia Yang, you're not too unkind, classmate Shen begged you so lowly, but you're actually unmoved. Shen, some people don't deserve your favor. It was as if the boy was standing on the moral high ground to accuse Xia Yang, and he felt that he was talking a good game, gushing. Unbeknownst to him, Shen Yanran's charming face instantly turned cloudy. Even she herself couldn't spare a word to scold Xia Yang. When was it the turn of the person who popped out of nowhere to yin and yang? When that boy thought he was going to win the favor of the beauty, he didn't know that he had offended Xin Yanran's scales. What's it to you? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Xin Yanran's aura at this moment was as stern as a knife, all but stabbing at the boy who wanted to speculate. I. The dirty thoughts inside were revealed by Xin Yanran without hesitation in front of so many people, and he stammered in his speech. Eventually fleeing the prom to the teasing stares of many boys. Let you pretend to be a good guy to win the favor of a beauty, you deserve it. However, they couldn't figure out why Xin Yanran was so protective of Xia Yang, who had clearly rejected her, and didn't even want to give her a handout for a dance at the end of the song. Why bother? Outsiders wouldn't understand Xin Yanran's feelings for Xia Yang. Sicko's love is till death do us part, the downside is that it's so lovey-dovey that it weighs you down. Fortunately, Xin Yanyan was not the kind of extreme sickly girl who wanted to kill Xia Yang at the drop of a hat. Otherwise, how could Xia Yang have survived until now? She's definitely the gentlest of the sickly ones. Looking so seductive and dumpy, I don't know how many people crave the perfect sickly girlfriend who loves you enough to not hurt you. It doesn't even bother you when you're playing a game. It's just a shame that time has gone back 3 years and her favorite person is now holding hands with someone else, but letting go of her hand. After Xin Yanran refuted the boy who didn't even know his name. The stern aura on her body collected. If she could, she never wanted to show her ungentle side in front of Xia Yang. The girls were watching to see what was going on, and Xin Yanran had better get into a fight with someone else at the dance to see which boy would still like her. See, Xia Yang student really chose Ling student after all, she touched her nose. I wonder what that girl whispered in the crowd, just loud enough to be heard. As these gloating words came out, Xin Yanran seemed to be isolated by everyone. The girls were very hostile towards her, and the boys didn't show any more enthusiasm towards Xin Yanran because of the way she had just behaved. Even Xia Yang had refused her repeated requests to put down her pride. If it wasn't for defending Xia Yang, she could have been the center of attention at the dance, with all the boys in her class at her disposal. At this moment Xia Yang's heart inexplicably came a pain, as if for Xin Yanran who stood in the center of the crowd but alone. What's going on? A voice in his head told him to go up and take the plain hand with the black silk gloves and stand with Xin Yanran. That urge inside grew stronger and stronger, something seemed to break and he heard a crisp sound. Xia Yang didn't know where the strong feelings bursting out of his heart came from. Xin Yanran turned to face Xia Yang as still charming and delicate appearance, with just judged as two people. Honey, just promise me, okay? Xin Yanran gently took Xia Yang's hand again. He was in trouble, his inner voice telling himself to say yes to her. But promising Xin Yanran would hurt Ling Shangyue, and Xia Yang desperately resisted the effect of the sudden feelings in his heart on himself. Those 3 words, I'm sorry, came out dryly in my throat. Xia Yang once again rejected Xin Yanran. What a pity that I can't dance with my dear. Shin Yanran said in a low voice, her eyes full of regret as she admitted that she had indeed lost to Ling Frost Moon this time. But she won't give up. Shin Yanran turned to leave, not wanting to stay and watch her beloved dance with other women. Those few people who were sarcastic about Shin Yanran faced her straight on but didn't have the courage to look at each other and could only bow their heads and make way. The aura alone crushed them. Ridiculous. Xia Yan looked at the back of Shin Yanran's departure heart-empty piece. Let's start. Long Frost Moon interrupted Xia Yang's gaze, wanting him to focus on himself. The tangle and heartache that had just flashed across Xia Yang's face gave her the feeling that the one standing by her side was the Xia Yang who loved Shin Yanran. It's the Xia Yang from before he crossed over. Aha! The two of them walked to the center of the dance floor, and Xia Yang wrapped his arms around Lang Xuanyue's waist and began to dance. But his heart was a mess. You're thinking about Shin Yanran, right? Lang Fengyue looked into Xia Yang's deep eyes, which did not clearly reflect herself. Frost Moon, I feel like I've become very strange. Xia Yang said painfully, not hiding it from her. Just look at me and don't think about other women. Lang Xuanyue didn't wait for Xia Yang to respond and kissed him under the spotlight. Everyone else let out a gasp. CP finally kissed. Lang Frost Moon's fragrant tongue was very active, even with an offensive nature. She wanted Xia Yang to forget Shin Yanran and remember herself. Not long after, Xia Yan was also mobilized by Lang Frost Moon and began to respond to her. Under the spotlight, the image of the two kissing was beautiful as a painting. It took a long time before the two ended the kiss. Xia Yang's agonized heart was much soothed by Lang Frost Moon. Xia Yang, you have to love me all the time. I will. Sister, why are you back? Shen Lily was sitting on the sofa watching the TV in boredom when she realized that her sister had just returned not long after she left. Is it because you didn't invite brother Xia Yang to dance? Shin Yanran didn't pay any attention to Shen Lily and walked towards her room. Shen Lily pestered her, I've long said that it's impossible for you to fight Lang Xuanyue, who also traveled back. You're raising other people's spirits and destroying mine, aren't you? Shin Yanran gently knocked her sister's head. Sister, I've told you to make the first move, why don't you listen? Shen Lily said accusingly. It was a pity that she couldn't do it herself now, or else Xia Yang would have suffered. Chapter 105 Lang Xuanyue's Love. If sister keeps dawdling like this, brother Xia Yang will completely become someone else's thing. Maybe brother Xia Yang will be eaten by that bad woman Lang Xuanyue after attending the ball tonight. She'll make brother Zhang keep saying he loves her until brother Zhang is dead to her. Then sister and I will never see brother Xia Yang again. Shen Lily was worthy of being a sickly girl above Shin Yanyan, even her way of thinking was different. Maybe it's the truth? Shin Yanran heard her sister say these words, hand clenched tightly, obviously affected. The scene of Lang Xuanyue lying on Xia Yang's broad chest and warming up to him was something she couldn't even think about. That would turn her from a noble, confident redhead into a total sicko. Seeing that her words had had an effect, Shin Lily spoke even more vigorously. Maybe Lang Xuanyue will even give birth to a child for brother Xia Yang in order to trap him completely. By then time will pass to 3 years later, in case he remembers that you're the one who's his girlfriend, he can only sigh a sigh of relief. After all, he's already the father of the child. Sister, let's just make the first move, shall we? Mom must be quite happy to see that brother Xia Yang is able to come back to live. Must you wait until things have become irreparable before you regret them? Today's ball is the beginning of your failure, sister, just listen to me for once, okay? Shen Lily was trying her best to persuade Shin Yanran. Shen Lily was actually more anxious than Shin Yanran, she would never allow brother Xia Yang to be taken away by someone else's woman. The words she said were more horrifying than one another, and just thinking about them was enough to make Shin Yanyan's heart ache. At the same time, these fictionalized visions made Shin Yanran's astringent sickly petite attributes begin to reveal, aggravate, and escalate. Before she crossed over, she stopped her sickly behavior because of her mother stopping her and Xia Yang's indifferent attitude. Xia Yang says he wants to move back home, and she complies by letting him do so, and can only ease their relationship a bit by delivering meals. Don't dare to make another move to cross the line in the slightest. Moreover, she was arranged to leave the country because of excessive pining and worry before she became a sickly girl. She was not a sickly girl when she first transferred to Xia Yang's school, and did she not become Xia Yang's girlfriend as well? So after coming back, she didn't make the move that a sickly girl should do. In exchange for Shin Lily 3 years later, she set up a scheme to make Xia Yang her own on the first day she came back. But times are different today. Lang Xuanyue would no longer allow her to approach Xia Yang, instead organizing an airtight defense. My dear, then it's better to get your person first than slowly get your heart. Shen Yanyan thought of all the things Shen Lily said becoming reality, the black chi on her body surfaced and her beautiful eyes deepened. It's gone full on sicko. I only hope that Long Xuanyue will be able to guard Xia Yang from being taken away by Shen Yanran. Shen Lily saw that her words had reawakened her sister's sickly soul, and a sweet smile lifted up on her pretty face. He thought that he would be able to see brother Xia Yang soon. Brother Xia Yang, I miss you so much. You go out first and let me think for myself. Shen Yanran said. Then I won't bother sister, bye. Shen Lily went out and then thoughtfully helped Shen Yanran close the door. Shen Yanran was inside her room calculating how she could invite Xia Yang to live inside the villa again. For the rest of his life. After the last time I broke in, I don't think the deer will just open the door when I go to ring the doorbell again. What can we do about this? As long as Xia Yang opened the door, everything was fine. It suddenly occurred to her whether Long Xuanyu was also living with Xia Yang? Lost count, shouldn't have come back so early, should have tracked if the two were living together. Honey shouldn't have been taken down by cold frost moon so quickly, no way. Shen Yanran couldn't accept the conjecture turning into a fact and hurriedly pinched out the fantasy in her mind. The ball held this time was messed up, only Xia Yang and Lang Xuanyu and a couple were dancing. It was really a far cry from the previous scene where you had to be careful not to bump into other people while dancing. But being able to see Lang Xuanyue and Xia Yang kissing, they felt that the trip hadn't been in vain. Because in their spare time they loved to gossip and pay attention to the interactions between Lang Xuanyu and Xia Yang, while thinking in their hearts if only I were him. You can't get it, so you'll just have to feast your eyes on it. Xia Yang was out of shape today and performed slightly worse when he danced with Long Frost Moon. Lang Xuanyue was not disgruntled and did not scold him, instead she asked him if he was tired. Sorry. Xia Yang didn't know what was wrong with him today. Lang Xuanyue gently shook her head to indicate that there was no need to care. Let's go back. Good. As Xia Yang and Lang Xuanyu left the stage, the discordant boys and girls were left staring wide-eyed. These two groups of people actually want to invite each other to dance, but cannot pull face, also just one after another to go home. After the two of them returned home by car, Xia Yang sat inside the hall and drank water. Dancing can actually be a labor of love, especially when it comes to leading and guiding a woman's delicate body. Xia Yang. Long Xuanyu's nice voice came from inside the bedroom. What's wrong? Xia Yang took the cup of water in his hand and headed inside. He guessed that Long Fengyue was asking herself to help her zipper down the back of her gown. She couldn't do it on her own, and she still pulled it up for her on the way out. Is it to zipper? Aha! Long Frost Moon said as she looked at Xia Yang. Lang Xuanyu in her gown was as beautiful as heavenly fairies. If he put it in the usual way, he would definitely have to let Ling Xuang also wear it for a while longer so that he could enjoy this stunning beauty alone. But now Xia Yang's mind somehow always surfaced inside Shen Yanran's appearance, and even ulterior images were there. He was so anxious about it that he didn't have much heart. When Xia Yang walked behind Lang Xuanyu to help her pull down her zipper, Lang Xuanyu instead turned around and gently caressed Xia Yang's perfect face with her hand. Then he pushed Xia Yang down on the bed behind him, mainly because Xia Yang didn't resist. Frost Moon, you. He felt that his fiancé was a bit different from usual, as if she was jealous. Lang Xuanyue will not allow Xia Yang to think of Shen Yanran. She will at all costs will completely occupy Xia Yang's heart, so that he has only himself in his heart. Close your eyes. Lang Xuanyue said softly. I'm sweating a little. Let me go take a shower first. Xia Yang struggled to get up. Lang Xuanyue pulled back the green silk around her ears, all but ignoring it. Frost Moon. It can't be like this. Obviously, Xia Yang's dissuasion did not work. Chapter 106, Love for Each Other. 3 hours later. The blush on Lang Xuanyu's stunningly beautiful face had not yet faded, while also revealing a trace of fatigue that could not be concealed. The hair on her temples that was pulled around her ears was wet with fragrant sweat. The white gown she wore was no longer neat and very messy. Xia Yang was heartbroken to see her like this. Frost Moon, you don't have to do what you don't want to do. It's good that you like it. Lang Xuanyu said as she looked up at Xia Yang. Eye contact was made, and Xia Yang saw the love that was deeply hidden in the bottom of Lang Xuanyu's eyes. He had always thought that he loved Lang Frost Moon more, but now he seemed to be so wrong. I'll carry you to take a bath now. Xia Yang said in a gentle tone. Leng Xuanyu was now exhausted and very much needed to take a bath and go to bed early. Aha! She answered, full of weariness. Xia Yang gently helped Leng Frost Moon take off the noble and elegant white dress gown on her body, and then slowly took off her high heels. Using the princess hug position, he carried Leng Xuanyu into the bathroom. After the bath, Leng Xuanyu but came in the spirit, said that she wanted to watch a movie with Xia Yang at home. The two of them sat on the sofa, and Leng Xuanyu leaned on Xia Yang's shoulder to enjoy the cozy time. Nearly halfway through the 120-minute movie, she fell asleep. Frost Moon? Xia Yang shouted lowly. There was no response from Leng Frost Moon. Turning his head, he realized that the person next to him had long since fallen asleep. Xia Yang slowly picked up the sleeping Leng Xuanyu back to the bedroom and helped her cover up. Good night. He cuddled up to his favorite and quickly fell asleep as well. When Xia Yang woke up, the person in his arms had already gotten up, and his side was empty. There's a small long vacation after the dance day. Frost Moon got up that early? Xia Yang didn't see Leng Frost Moon by her side when she woke up with some small regrets. I was hoping for a good morning kiss, but that plan fell through. At this moment, the door to the room opened and Leng Xuanyu walked in. Breakfast is ready. It was obvious she was in a good mood today, with a faint smile on her face. Hungry for a good morning kiss? Xia Yang climbed up to signal Leng Frost Moon to take the initiative to kiss him. She gave a shy kiss, a blush coloring her cheeks every time this happened, despite having done everything with more intimate things. It's not enough. Xia Yang's robust arm reached out from under the quilt and pulled Leng Xuanyu inside the quilt into her arms. Warm? The inside of the comforter was filled with Xia Yang's scent, which made her a bit amorous. If you're warm, why don't you sleep more? I'll take care of cooking breakfast from now on. Just when Leng Xuanyu thought that Xia Yang was going to turn into a hungry wolf, he said something like this, and at the moment it was not only her body that felt warm, but also her heart. Got it? Seeing that Leng Frost Moon did not respond for a long time, Xia Yang asked again. He couldn't afford to let Leng Frost Moon get up so early to cook breakfast for herself. What should I do if I'm not getting enough sleep? What if I'm tired? He was going to favor Leng Frost Moon fiercely. No way. Leng Xuanyu refused. The reason is simple: making breakfast for your favorite person is also a blessing. No matter what Xia Yang said next, Leng Xuanyu did not agree. In the end, the two of them could only stop their discussion about the breakfast issue for the time being, and felt each other's body heat in peace and quiet inside the quilt. Breakfast is getting cold. Leng Fengyue let go of Xia Yang and got up, and he had to get up as well. Where does breakfast smell as good as cuddling your wife? Xia Yang couldn't get enough of it and planned to go to bed early tonight for a cuddle. He didn't know that Leng Frost Moon was even more reluctant in her heart. Breakfast was tomato and egg noodles, and Leng Xuanyu's handiwork was as great as ever. Leng Xuanyu also felt a sense of satisfaction when she saw Xia Yang gulping down what she had cooked. I guess I can't listen to him, I have to cook breakfast for him myself every morning. Leng Fengyue washed the dishes, then Xia Yang went to hang the clothes inside the washing machine. The two of them did their chores in a clear way. Xia Yang suddenly saw a pretty girl passing by downstairs with a flower basket full of flowers, and immediately put down the clothes in his hand and picked up his cell phone and went downstairs. Don't get me wrong, he was there to buy flowers, not to ask for the contact information of the pretty flower girl. The elevator is partial to a lot of people at this time of year, darn it. After waiting for 2 sets without waiting, Xia Yang could only take the stairs. When we got downstairs, the flower girl was nowhere to be seen. It should be going in this direction. He went straight after it. Xia Yang had already thought that Leng Xuanyu would be very happy when she received the flowers she sent to him. He just wanted Leng Xuanyu to be happy. She loves herself so much, of course I want to make her happy every day. That's why Xia Yang didn't hesitate to chase down the flower-selling girl when he saw it from the balcony. The sky was beautiful, and Xia Yang chased the right direction. Wait! The flower-seller girl stopped in her tracks after hearing a shout from behind her, and lost her mind when she looked back. It was the first time she had seen someone so perfect. Hello, I want to buy flowers, may I ask how much this bouquet costs? Xia Yang immediately fell in love with a bouquet of flowers inside the basket. The quantity was not much, but the pruning arrangement when it was done was extremely beautiful. It seems the pretty young girl who bought the flowers is a pro at this. She looked back and took out the bouquet of flowers that Xia Yang had asked for. At the risk of sounding presumptuous, was it bought for a girlfriend? Yes. The flower seller girl pursed her lips when she heard Xia Yang's reply. She naturally understood that some people were good enough just to meet. 3 pieces. So cheap? Xia Yang could not believe it. The bouquet in the hands of the young girl knew at a glance that it was carefully packaged, put inside that kind of big florist don't know how much to sell it. None of my flowers are overpriced. She didn't say the premise, that it depended on who it was sold to. In the flower seller girl's look that didn't look like a lie, Xia Yang paid 3 alien energy coins. I don't think anyone in the world would willingly do business at a loss, right? Thanks. Xia Yang picked up the bouquet and went home. The flower seller girl stood still for a moment before continuing forward as well. Xia Yang returned to the front door of his house with excitement. He opened the door to find that Long Xuanyue had already washed the dishes. Frost Moon, for you. Xia Yang gave the bouquet to Long Frost Moon. She hadn't expected such a surprise so early in the morning either, and an impossibly beautiful smile bloomed on her face. Thank you. Cough, I want some actual rewards. Xia Yang made the request cheekily. Seeing Long Frost Moon so happy, he was also happy. The scented wind pounced on his face, and a warm and soft feeling came from Xia Yang's thin lips. He turned passivity into initiative and indulged in a kiss with Lang Fengyue in the living room. Chapter 107, A Postponed Appointment. Lang Fengyue removed the bouquet's packaging and put it inside the living room vase. A few brightly colored flowers have a way of lighting up the entire living room at once. The sun was shining outside, so Xia Yang proposed to go out to play, otherwise it would be hard for him to avoid being vulgar with Lang Xuanyu inside the house all the time, although Lang Xuanyu would fulfill his request. How about going to the oceanarium that we didn't get to go on our last date? Well, wait for me to change. Right now, Long Frost Moon was wearing home clothes, and for a date she hoped she could dress a little better. Xia Yang today a shirt with a high-neck jacket, the whole person looks boyfriendish, so there is no need to change. His taste in dressing has been cultivated by Ningwei since he was a child, and he already looks good when he casually matches it. He sat in the living room and took out his cell phone to check the class group, which had been really quiet inside since yesterday. Same as no one. Xia Yang did not open a handful of games to wait for his girlfriend, because Lang Xuanyue went out very quickly, and the heavenly beauty did not need to put on makeup or dawdle. It's great to have a girlfriend like that. Inside the room, Lang Xuanyu opened her closet to change into a plain white dress after selecting it, and the cell phone she placed in the living room rang. The caller ID says, Mom. Xia Yang held it out to Long Frost Moon. It's Auntie calling. Xia Yang came out from inside the room after handing the cell phone to his girlfriend. Mom. Lang Fengyue guessed that her mother was calling to ask how she was doing. Daughter, in 2 days it will be your grandfather's birthday. He said he misses you and wants you to go over early for a few days. I sent a driver over to pick you up, and when you get back Mom will leave with you for Grandma's house. Elder Chu was the one who called Chu Qiushui last night to tell her to bring Lang Xuanyue back to see him, and as a result, he called again early this morning. It means why isn't my granddaughter back yet? Chu Qiushui had no choice but to decide to leave today. Originally she had planned to bring Lang Xuanyu back tomorrow. Cold Frost Moon paused for a moment and replied, I know. How does it feel to live with Xiao Yang these 2 days? Chu Qiushui didn't forget to care about the 2 children's cohabitation. Very good. She was relieved when she heard her daughter say this. After all, Xia Yang was also the one she watched grow up and was very relieved. The unexpected call spoiled what should have been a sunny date. Lang Xuanyu sat inside the room for a while after Chu Qiushui hung up the phone, thinking about how to tell Xia Yang about this matter. She didn't want to lose Xia Yang, but this was something that really couldn't be helped. After she walked out, Xia Yang got up from the top of the sofa and held her hand. Without asking what was going on inside the phone, he said, I booked the tickets online, and like last time at the amusement park there is a couple's package as well. Xia Yang took advantage of the time when Lang Xuanyue was changing clothes and answering the phone to inquire about the how to take good-looking pictures of your girlfriend strategy. Without looking it up, there's so much to be said for taking pictures. Well, it's a learning experience, but with a girlfriend who looks like a fairy, wouldn't it be easy to take nice pictures? Xia Yang. Lang Xuanyu's tone was hesitant. The more Xia Yang looked forward to this date, the more he inevitably lost it next. Xia Yang saw Lang Frosty Moon's face and guessed that Auntie Chu might have called her for something. He approached and embraced Lang Xuanyue in his arms. Just postpone the date if something comes up. Lang Xuanyue also hugged Xia Yang, leaning on his chest, and said, Grandpa's birthday is coming up, so I won't be able to accompany you for a while these days. Mom sent the car over to pick me up. Sorry. Lung Fengyue hugged Xia Yang a little tighter. Xia Yang said that it is impossible not to lose, and it is precisely when the two people in the thick of the love to be a few days to see. But he could understand that the old man's birthday was more important than a date. It's okay, we'll just go some other time. Lung Xuanyu felt guilty in her heart as she said to Xia Yang, I'll make it up to you when I come back. Then I'll wait at home for you to come back. Have fun these days, no need to miss me, got it? Xia Yang hoped that Lung Xuanyu would be able to cheerfully celebrate the old man's birthday. Maybe the car that Auntie sent is already downstairs, let's go down now. Xia Yang with a smile on his face held Lung Xuanyu's hand and went downstairs. The car was indeed in place, and the female driver saw Lang Frostmoon come down and open the door. Go on. Remember to take care of yourself while I'm gone. Just relax. Lung Fengyue kissed Xia Yang before getting into the car. As the vehicle started, she soon lost sight of Xia Yang. The female driver saw the two of them in love and remembered that she was still a single dog. It was really a crime. Xia Yang also turned around and went upstairs after watching the car drive away. After his parents went on their honeymoon, Xia Yang's inner loneliness had swept over him like the waves of the sea, but Lung Xuanyue accompanied him in time to make him not so lonely. Now that Lung Xuanyue was gone, the feeling of loneliness once again surged to the forefront of his mind. People are social animals and it's normal to be afraid of feeling alone. Lung Frostmoon had only just left, and the house had become empty again. Xia Yang wanted to keep himself busy, using the mornings and afternoons for studying and then a night run in the evening, perfect. After Lang Xuanyue was picked up and returned to the Tongtian pavilion, Xu Qiushui also helped her pack up her clothes and such. Your grandpa misses you, phone call after phone call. Xu Qiushui said, it's true that it's still intergenerational. Lang Xuanyue remembered her grandfather's kindly appearance, so she made a call to tell him that she would be there soon. Elder Chu on the other end of the phone was so excited that he stopped fishing and packed up his things to go back and wait for Lang Xuanyu to come over. Alas, old man Chu, the fishing spot will be mine once you leave. An old man who had just arrived next to him said. Take it, take it. Master Chu doesn't care about this fishing spot at all now, you can fish if you like, I'm going back to see my granddaughter. Chu old master party hegemony, but unfortunately his son had an accident, people to old age only Lang Xuanyue this granddaughter. If you old guys dare to come to my door empty-handed in a couple days, don't blame me for being merciless. The old men in Elder Chu's mouth all shook their heads and laughed bitterly, it seemed like they had to hemorrhage once before they could stop. Xu Qiushui sought his daughter looking out the window in a daze. Thinking about Yan? Cold Frost Moon was poked in the heart by her mom, but didn't deny it. Xu Qiushui is a person who has been there naturally knows how torturous it is to separate when you are in love in the heat of the moment, but this time, you can come back so quickly if you go. We may have to stay at Grandpa's house for a while, after all, Grandpa only has you as a granddaughter. Mom, I understand Ling Xuanyu had both the loss of leaving Xia Yang and the anticipation of seeing her grandfather in her heart. Elder Chu's love for Lang Xuanyu was no worse than Lang Jie's love for Lang Xuanyu. New Year's Eve others give red envelopes, Master Chu is good, directly called Lang Xuanyu make a wish. Off the charts. However, Lang Xuanyu's wish is, Grandpa's health and well-being. At that time, Elder Chu was very happy and threatened that he must live for 10 or 20 more years. Chapter 108, Rescue. Lang Xuanyue and Xu Qiushui finally arrived at their destination after a few hours of driving. Elder Chu didn't live in a high-rise building, but a huge mansion, so big that it came with its own garden of sorts. About the same size as the royal residences of ancient princes on the blue planet. Two majestic stone lions stand in front of the grand main entrance. Master Chu and Lang Frostmoon's grandmother were right here at the gate expecting her to arrive. Grandpa, Grandma. After getting out of the car, Lang Frostmoon walked towards them with a happy face. Xiaoyu, you finally come, your grandmother has missed you to death. Elder Chu was also the tough-talking kind of person, clearly he was the one who was hung up on his granddaughter, but the pot was given to his wife to carry. Of course Grandma misses you, I just don't know who heard that Xiaoyu was coming over soon and rushed back without even fishing for her usual favorite fish. I miss you guys too, Grandpa, Grandma. Lang Frostymoon shook both of their hands and said, how has your health been lately? It's good, how can we say that we're not satisfied until we can hold our external great-grandchildren? Lang Frostymoon's grandmother gently patted her hand signaling her to rest assured. Hungry, huh? Granny will make you anything you want to eat. Xu Qiushui was already used to this scene, as long as his daughter came to the mansion, his parents hated to give her all the best things. The group then entered the mansion. Just as the two old men were asking their precious granddaughter how she was doing these days, a rather handsome young man walked in. He was immediately attracted to the dumpy Lang Xuanyue. Lang Xuanyue's stunning face was hitting his heart so hard that Lu Xing could never forget this moment in his life. Although he had had a few girlfriends, none of them were worth mentioning compared to Lang Xuanyue. LV Xing is the grandson of Chu Old Master's powerful subordinates. Knowing that Chu Old Master has no grandson at his knees after often running to the mansion, the heart of the little bit of the Old Master has long seen out. However, LV Xing's chess is still good, so it's kind of fun to keep it to relieve the boredom. As for what he wanted from the old man's head, he was dreaming. The old man is just old, not Alzheimer's. This mansion as well as countless properties will be left to Chu Qiushui after his 100 years, and Chu Qiushui will naturally give it to Lang Xuanyu after she has become a family. Xiaolu, I don't want to play chess today, you go back first. Elder Chu was a bit displeased to be disturbed, he was chatting with his granddaughter. Besides, his own precious granddaughter's chess skill was so high that it was not his turn to find someone to play chess now. Grandpa Chu, who is this? It has nothing to do with you. Elder Chu was not happy, actually thinking about his biggest treasure. He knew LV Xing well, a little smart, hard to achieve great things. The next moment he's showing his strengths in an untimely manner to get his granddaughter's attention. Grandpa Chu, I've come all the way here, please let me play a game before I leave. Lu Xing said courteously. Sure enough, the old man sees through people. The best way to defeat a person was to beat them on their strengths, and in order to make LV Xing understand that he was not worthy of Lang Xuanyu, Elder Chu directly said to Lang Xuanyu, Xiaoyu, you go and play the next game with him. Cold Frost Moon nodded. Lu Xing was overjoyed, he was worried about how to invite Lang Xuanyue to play against him, but he didn't expect Elder Chu to open his mouth. Could it be that the old man is trying to set me up with her? LV Xing also had the decency to let Lang Xuanyu play black first, and Lang Xuanyu's flawless jade hand picked up a black stone from the chess pot and dropped it onto the board. Lu Xing's white discs then fell. At first, he couldn't feel the pressure from Lang Frost Moon at all, and was still thinking that he couldn't let the beauty of the country in front of him lose too badly. The three who were watching the chess game were silent as they saw a big net being woven, and soon Lang Xuanyue would be slaying the dragon. He didn't react until Lang Xuanyue finished slaying the dragon, and his heart thumped. The result was Lang Frost Moon defeating LV Xing with the momentum of an autumn wind sweeping down the leaves. I won't keep you for dinner. Elder Chu opened his mouth to give his expulsion order. The defeated Lu Xing naturally didn't have the face to stay here, and after saying his farewells, he left in disgrace. After he, the outsider, left, the atmosphere melted again. How could I lose so badly in front of her? Lu Xing wailed as he exited the gate. I can't give up and come back tomorrow. He thought of Lang Xuanyu, who was as beautiful as heaven, and was unwilling to fail just like that. Xia Yang had spent the day following the plan he had made in the morning, and he had eaten an early and small dinner today because he had to run at night. A man should work on himself. After dinner he sent a message to Lang Xuanyue, who at the moment was having dinner with her grandparents and had her cell phone on the side, so Xia Yang didn't receive a reply. It was getting dark and it was time for him to head out, and after changing into his workout clothes he started running along the coast. Everyone was out for the evening and the roads were pretty busy. 3 kilometers, 5 kilometers. Xia Yang's body was completely heated up to its best state. But this was far from his limit. Running was able to dissipate his excess energy, and at night he would go home and fall asleep, this way he wouldn't miss Lang Xuanyue too much. It's also a great way to get some exercise. He was enjoying the exercise when he suddenly heard, someone has fallen into the sea. He hastened his pace and rushed to the front. The guardrail at the place of the incident was broken, probably because it hadn't been repaired for a long time and because it was located at the seashore. It can be assumed that the person who fell into the water was leaning on this dangerous guardrail and then fell. The man who fell was still struggling. Xia Yang leaped, his hot body stuck inside the cold and bone-chilling seawater, and swam towards the fallen man. The moment Mu Shixian felt like she was going to sink, Xia Yang, who had rushed over, supported her from behind. Chapter 109 Xia Yang's Request. Mu Shixian also traveled back. Today she was in a bad mood to come out and see the sea and get some sea air. In his mind, he thought about whether he would still be able to have a chance encounter with Xia Yang on the street corner after he traveled back. 1 minute short of that beautiful encounter and it might not have happened. She leaned lightly against the beach guardrail as her thoughts wandered, her body suddenly feeling suspended. It was too late to think much before she fell into the middle of the cold, deep ocean water that poured into her mouth and caused her pain. Despair and fear quickly filled her mind.
Just die like that? But I haven't seen him yet. Somebody help me. Just as she was about to sink to the bottom of the ocean, a pair of steady, strong arms dragged her from behind and brought her to the surface. Don't struggle, give me your body. As her consciousness blurred, a voice ringing in her ear dispelled the fear. If I'd known it was going to be like this, I'd have jumped. How do you know my name? Xia Yang subconsciously uttered these words. This scene is so familiar. There's no need for you to give your body in return, just treat me to a bowl of noodles if you're not feeling up to it. Xia Yang twisted his head to the side, not daring to look into the eyes filled with Mu Shixuan's sincere emotions. The people around them heard that Xia Yang had actually refused. They all hated to turn into Xia Yang to promise. In the past, a beautiful woman who gave her body to a woman could be woven into a story and passed on, so you say you don't want it? In the face of Xia Yang's polite refusal, she lowered her nod. It doesn't matter if he rejects it, I can spend the rest of my life making him love me. Are you not feeling well anywhere? Do you need to go to the hospital? Xia Yang asked with concern. The young girl in his arms didn't answer why she had her name, and he didn't dare to ask again for fear that Mu Shixian would bring up the matter of giving her body in return again. I'm fine. Mu Shixian lifted her head back up after she figured it out, and her gaze never left Xia Yang. A gust of sea breeze blew in, and the wet ones felt cold, with Mu Shixian's body shivering even more. Can you take me home? Mu Shixian pleaded, tugging at his wet sleeve. All right. Xia Yang sent Mu Shixian back home with the idea of being a good person to the end. After arriving at her doorstep, Mu Shi had no more excuses to let him stay with her for a little longer. Her parents are home tonight. Bye, I'm leaving first. Xia Yang waved goodbye. Bye. Mu Shixian said reluctantly. Even though she was already cold, she looked in the direction that Xia Yang had left for a while. After Xia Yang left, Mu Shixian opened the door of her home and realized that her parents were not inside the living room. So she sneaked back to her room. Take off your soaked clothes and bathe. Soaking in the tub, the hot water dispelled the chill from her body. She was still remembering what she had just experienced. Crap, forgot to ask for contact info. Also forgot to tell him my name like last time. Mu Shixian hugged her knees in the bathtub and suffered. At night she writes inside her diary. Today, my favorite person turned into a hero to save me. Although Xia Yang was soaked to the skin and his cell phone was broken, he was still in a good mood as saving a life was better than building a 7-story pagoda. Only a bit of a mess, he jogged home to get his bank card and then went to the cell phone store to buy a new phone. Gouts of white smoke emanated from him due to the heat of his body and the wetness of his clothes. When he got homeside, he put his card inside his new cell phone and turned it on to download the apps, side the bathtub to put the water on to soak. The moment he touched the hot water, he felt great. Logging into the chat software revealed that Cold Frost Moon had made a few video calls to him, as well as a few calls from her cell phone, but unfortunately the phone was broken by then, so naturally she couldn't answer it. He called a video call back over and was quickly picked up. Lung Fengyue blushed scarlet when she saw such an explicit scene. You. Take a shower first. The video call that had just gone through was hung up on. Well, he was missing his fiancé too much, definitely not on purpose. After Leng Xuanyu hung up the phone, she couldn't stop her heart from beating faster when she thought of Xia Yang just now. Next to her, Chu Qiushui noticed that her daughter hung up the phone and asked, was it Xiao Yang who called just now? Why did you hang up? Nothing. Mom, I'll go back to my room first. Leng Xuanyu fled under Chu Qiushui's pursuit. Xia Yang in order to early video with Leng Xuanyu, bath also do not soak hurriedly shower put on pajamas. Oh, yeah. It's like coming back to life compared to when I was just soaking wet. He once again hit Lung Frost Moon's video call, just now she hung up too quickly. Xia Yang did not have time to appreciate. Opposite Lung Xuanyue's waist-length hair was not coiled up and fell down softly, with a white swan-like snowy neck. Elegant beyond measure. The stunningly beautiful face was a bit more soft compared to usual. Xia Yang couldn't wait to take her in his arms and kiss her a few times right now. He realized that he was getting more and more inseparable from Lung Xuanyu. He'll say whatever he has to say. I missed you. Lung Fengyue's bright eyes darkened. Xia Yang wanted her, why wouldn't she? Me too. It was hard for her to think that she still had her grandparents with her, while Xia Yang could only be alone. The two of them were silent and speechless, experiencing the feeling of the ancient poets of the blue planet that the bright moon sends their love.
Xia Yang brushed aside the topic and turned to share the experience of saving Mu Shixin with Lang Xuanyue. She was both worried and proud to hear it. No injuries, right? This didn't you just read it? Xia Yang teased. I should have known better than to tell her and let her worry about it. When Xia Yang said this, the worry on Lang Xuanyu's flawless face was previously replaced by a blush. Frostmoon, I thought you said you were going to make it up to me. Keep your words, while you go to bed early, I'll wait for you to come back. Xia Yang didn't give her a chance to retort and hung up the phone. What to do? Lung Frost Moonlight thought about the scene where she compensated Xia Yang, and her cheeks immediately became rolling hot. But she couldn't really refuse Xia Yang. In the midst of Xia Yang's flirtatious words, Lung Frost Moon forgot to instruct him on an important matter. That is to stay away from Xinyanran. Chapter 110. Xiao Yang wants to come back for dinner? Xinyanran was wearing a black sexy nightgown as thin as a cicada's wings, and her devilish body shape attracted people to commit crimes. 2 long and moist beautiful legs plus those exquisite beautiful feet. Charming men to the core. Xia Yang didn't dare to look at her. Huma, let me go. He begged in a pitiful tone. Release you? Release you to find Lung Xuanyue? Xinyanran's charming to the core face carried the slightest hint of pleasure. Finally got honey back inside this basement. Where am I not as good as her, dear? Xinyanran's prime hand cupped Xia Yang's cheek and forced him to look at himself. I'm also your girlfriend, she won't love you more than me. That flirtatious and seductive beautiful face was getting closer and closer. Xia Yang's struggles were futile and only made the sound of chains ring inside the basement. Finally Xinyanran's red lips pressed onto his thin lips. And Xia Yang is holding on for dear life, but how can it be hard to beat Xinyanran? As soon as her plain hand moved, Xia Yang let out a gasp. And naturally, she let her have her way. Xinyanran's kissing skills were as wonderful as ever, and her natural charming bones lived up to her name. Her kisses were extremely aggressive, and Xia Yang couldn't change his old habit of kissing without using his nose to breathe. Soon she was kissed until she was out of breath. It seems Cold Frost Moon's kissing skills aren't very good either. You haven't grown at all after all this time. Are my kisses more comfortable? No. Xia Yang's eyes flickered. Hush, I already know the answer in your heart, it's useless to be tough talking. Xinyanran exhaled in his ear, her hand came to Xia Yang's heart, feeling the heart that was beating strongly because of her kiss. Honey, now that you've remembered what happened between us, why don't you accept me? It's not like you're trying to get your foot in the door, is it? Xia Yang had been played by Xinyanran at the moment, like a defenseless but delicious prey. It's okay if you don't say anything, I'll soon make you forget about her. The red luan tent by the bed slowly fell, and from the outside only 2 silhouettes could be seen. No. No. Lung Frost Moon spoke in her sleep, fine beads of sweat seeping from her white forehead. Her moving and anxious voice echoed inside the ancient room. Finally, as if she had dreamed of some unacceptable scene, her bright eyes suddenly opened. Xia Yang. The dream shattered and she returned to reality. Even after she woke up from the dream, the feeling she had just experienced was still lingering in her mind. It's a dream. Lung Xuanyue breathed a sigh of relief and took the cell phone on the bedside table, which showed that it was only 6 o'clock. She opened the chat window with Xia Yang, wanting to chat with him to soothe the panic in her heart. But she thought about it and deleted the edited text. Now Xia Yang hadn't gotten up yet, and there was no response when she sent it over. It might disturb his sleep. A nightmare had made Lang Frost Moon's urge to go back stronger and stronger, but at this juncture she was unable to do so. Tomorrow was Grandpa's birthday, and if he went back today, Grandpa's mood would fall. The incomparable tangled heart so that Lung Xuanyue can no longer sleep, had to walk to the window to see the rising sun, the first ray of sunshine in the morning to her absolutely beautiful face, reflecting her not like. Behind that young girl wearing a Cheongsam flavorful mature woman beauty, he seemed to have seen her somewhere. So strange. The new transfer, Shin, not only knows his preferences, but is also overly nice to him. She would angrily dismiss her accusers despite the fact that her request to put her foot down was denied in front of the class. And he himself was inexplicably heartbroken when he saw her ostracized by everyone at the meeting. Cloud after cloud of confusion plagued Xia Yang, and the long night was almost over before he could figure it out. It was 5 in the morning before he fell asleep. Under the covers, his body temperature was creeping up. Cheyenne has a fever. People know that you can't take a cold shower right after a workout, or you can't drink a frozen drink right away. It's like a hot engine that's been running at full power for a long time, and you cool it down with cold water. Even if it's made of iron, it's going to break. Xia Yang ran 7 kilometers on her night run, sweating and heating up her body. In order to save Mu Shixian, who had fallen into the water, he jumped into the cold and bone-chilling seawater without any hesitation, and then blew the cold wind all the way home. I stayed up late at night, and even my body couldn't handle it. According to Lang Frostmoon's memory, Xia Yang's fever was a month later. It was that time that Xin Yanran seized the opportunity to successfully reverse the situation and took Xia Yang from her. The fact that they had traveled back had caused certain events to change, and if Mu Shixian hadn't traveled back, she wouldn't have gone to the beach for a break because she missed Xia Yang. Xia Yang wouldn't have jumped into the cold seawater, thus causing a fever. Although the timing of the events changed, none of the things that were supposed to happen were missing. It was as if someone was behind it all. But even if no one cared about Xia Yang, he couldn't be burned. When it came to a life-threatening moment, the dormant energy inside him would step in. Exhaustion from staying up all night had him slumbering while his body temperature rose. Slept until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhao family villa. Sister, did you call me for something? Xin Lily was asking knowingly. She had already guessed 7 or 8 points. Great. Brother Xia Yang is finally coming back. The innocent smile on her pretty face grew sweeter. Lily, come with me to your brother Xia Yang's house. Xin Yanran said. Yes. Xin Lily took Xin Yanran's arm, her face overflowing with joy. Zhao Kai came out from inside her room and saw her daughters getting ready to go out. Where are you going, daughter? Before Xin Yanran could speak, Xin Lily spoke. Mom, let's go pick up brother Xia Yang and bring him back, and you can make his favorite sweet and sour pork ribs at home. He'll be very happy. Xiao Yang is coming back for dinner? Before Zhao Kai could ask in detail, Xin Lily and Xin Yanran had already gone out. Chapter 111 The Sick Xia Yang. Towards evening, Long Shuangyue was personally trimming the old man's favorite flowers in the garden and watering them in the meantime. She was completely unaware that Xia Yang had a fever, or that Xin Yanran was also about to take advantage of her absence to put Xia Yang. Elder Chu went to greet his old friends who had come to his door to congratulate him in advance, and with his position, the same people who came were some passable characters. Long Shuanyu looked at so many nice flowers and remembered the scene when Xia Yang gave her flowers. The thought crossed his mind that he would bring him a bouquet of flowers when he returned as well. Master Chu could not accompany his granddaughter, so he arranged for a housekeeper to follow. Miss, you are the only one who dares to prune this flower so easily and comfortably. The housekeeper exclaimed. Normally this flower plant the people in the house can only look at it, not touch it. Pruning and watering were all done by the old man himself, but now Lang Frosty-Moon was allowed to take over. Actually, the flowers here combined are not as beautiful as the ones you came here with. The voice of praise came from far away. Long Shuangyue and the housekeeper followed the sound and Lu Xing was walking from inside the pavilion. Cold Frost Moon turned her head and continued to prune the flowers, ignoring his presence. LV Xing was a little embarrassed as he watched Long Frost Moon ignore him. How to say at least a good hand does not hit the smiling face However, he still struck up a conversation against the aura of rejection that emanated from Long Frost Moon. Beauty, how boring it is to cultivate flowers, why don't play a game against? I love my fiancé very much, and he loves me very much. Long Shuangyu finished her sentence and left without looking back. The news came as a bolt from the blue. LV Xing knelt helplessly on the ground. Long Shuangyu's phrase, I love my fiancé very much, completely struck him down. The housekeeper saw her own young lady walking away and immediately followed her. As for the kneeling Lu Xing on the ground, she would call someone to deal with it later. How could this happen? I can't take it. He stood up disoriented and tried to leave when a phone call came from the booth. Lu Xing approached and saw that there was a cell phone left inside the pavilion, with the caller ID reading, fiancé. That's how Lang Shuangyue notes Xia Yang's phone number, and when she gets married she'll be able to note Xia Yang as a different name. The stricken LV Xing saw the 3 words fiancé and violently picked up his cell phone and wanted to slam it on the ground, but he didn't dare to be reckless inside the mansion, so he could only hang up Xia Yang's phone. Butler, I left my cell phone inside the pavilion. Lang Shuangyue was walking and suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to take the cell phone that she had left in the pavilion. I'll get it for you, miss. Thanks. No. The housekeeper waved her hand in a flattered manner. She also finally understood that Lang Shuangyue obviously wore a skirt that was inconvenient to carry a cell phone, yet she even had to carry it when she went to the garden to repair the flowers. It turned out that she was waiting for a call from her future aunt. I'd love to see what the future aunt looks like, to have Miss So taken with her. After the housekeeper brought her cell phone, Lang Frostmoon lit up the screen of the phone. Because it was an active hang-up call, there was no hint on the screen. If it's a missed call, there will be an alert. With LV Xing playing tricks behind her back, Lung Frosty Moon did not receive the call from the feverish Xia Yang to her. Lung Xuanyu sighed lightly when she saw that Xia Yang still hadn't sent a message. Is he busy? Seeing that her own young lady didn't seem to be able to wait for a message from her future aunt, the housekeeper standing by the side consoled, "Auntie is probably busy, he's allowed to call young lady in the evening." On the other side, Xia Yang, who found himself weak and his forehead rolling, managed to make a call to Long Shanyue, but was hung up. So hot. Now Xia Yang's body temperature was at least 40 degrees, and even a little bit higher. Ding dong, the doorbell rang, and Xia Yang got up from the bed with difficulty, barely supporting himself towards the door. Coming at the right time, he guessed that it might be Sister Lin next door who had returned. Xia Yang leaned on tables and chairs along the way and knocked over quite a few things. It was only then that I finally touched the doorknob. Outside the door, Shen Lily was ringing the bell, while Shen Yanran was hiding where the cat's eye couldn't see. She was worried that Xia Yang wouldn't open the door after seeing her. The sisters expected that it would take a good deal of effort to get Xia Yang to open the door, but they didn't realize that slow was slow, and the door opened without using any of the excuses they had prepared. "Brother Xia Yang." Shen Lily didn't even finish her greeting before Xia Yang couldn't hold on and collapsed, pressing onto her. Shen Lily couldn't hold up Xia Yang's weight at all and was directly crushed to the ground. Xia Yang's blazing body heat could be felt by Shen Lily through her clothes. "Brother Xia Yang, you're so hot." She immediately reacted that something was wrong. Times were different now, how could Brother Xia Yang make such a move? Shen Yanran saw Xia Yang collapsed hard, had an ominous premonition. She put her plain hand on Xia Yang's forehead, hot and scary. "Honey has a fever." She struggled to pick up Xia Yang, and Shen Lily also struggled to help the feverish Xia Yang into the car to be taken to the hospital. "Mr. Shen. Honey, the hospital will be here soon, very soon." Shen Yanran drove straight to the nearest hospital. Shen Lily used the mineral water in the car to cool down Xia Yang, allowing him to gain a hint of refreshment. The face that used to be full of cunning was also covered with anxiety at the moment. "Brother Xia Yang, hold on." It was the first time she saw Xia Yang so weak, and her heart ached to the core. After the doctor gave a checkup, he gave him an injection and a hangnail. As the drug kicked in, Xia Yang drifted off to sleep. The last thing Xia Yang saw before he slept over was the anxious look of the sisters. When the medicine was finished hanging, the doctor said it was okay to go and prescribe some medicine, urging the sisters to let Xia Yang recuperate and some other precautions. They keep it all in mind. Chapter 112. Elder Chu was very disgruntled with Xia Yang. When it came time for dinner, Master Chu realized that his granddaughter seemed to be in a bit of a bad mood today. Lun Xuanyue faced a whole table of delicacies of all colors and flavors, but the chopsticks in her hands didn't move much. She just sat demurely. "Frosty, was the meal not to your liking?" he asked, kindly. "No, all of Grandma's dishes are delicious." Lung Xuanyue denied. "Eat more if it's delicious." Lang Xuanyue's grandmother heard her granddaughter praising her cooking skills and purposely put the braised pork ribs in front of her. "Thanks, Grandma." She nodded, then picked up a piece of braised pork chop and put it in her bowl, taking a small bite. Only Chu Xiaoshui on the table knew what was on his daughter's mind, and he was afraid that he was not thinking about Xia Yang again. "Little Frost, my old fellows who live far away are coming today. They have brought quite a few good things for me. After dinner Grandpa will take you to have a look. Take whatever you like." Elder Chu wanted to coax Long Frost Moon to be happy. "There are also many outstanding juniors appearing at the banquet tomorrow, so if you think that young man can catch your eye, Little Frost, you can also tell Grandpa." The more important meaning of his organizing the birthday banquet this time is here for Lang Xuanyue to select a young man whose character, background, and ability are all extremely excellent. When a child grows up, it is always necessary to fall in love and then get married. But he was afraid that his precious granddaughter would meet a bad person, so he took this opportunity to find a good match for her. Chu Xiaoshui explained after hearing the words spoken by Elder Chu, "Dad, your granddaughter already has a fiancé, which was personally set by his father." There was a reason why Chu Xiaoshui didn't tell Elder Chu that her daughter was already engaged to be married. She couldn't know her father better. He would have objected strongly if he had known that his granddaughter had been betrothed when she was only just born. "I'm sure they'll say, is my granddaughter going to marry that brat even if she doesn't like him when she grows up?" "No way. Absolutely not. Lang Jia, hurry up and cancel this engagement for me." Chu Qiushui had already imagined her father and her husband arguing over this matter. When the time came, she was helping no one, so it would be better to do more than less and simply not bring up the matter in front of her father. How come I didn't know about this? Elder Chu stopped drinking the small wine in his cup when he heard this heavy news. Frosty, is that boy treating you well? He asked hurriedly. Xia Yang is good to me. Grandpa, don't worry about it. Lung Xuanyu said from the bottom of her heart, remembering the time when they were dating. A faint smile surfaced on her stunningly beautiful face. But Master Chu was still worried. Frosty, you make a video call to your fiancé now so Grandpa can see him. Chu Qiushui knew that this phone call had to be played with, so he also exited and said, let your grandfather take a look at Xiaoyang, otherwise he won't be at ease. Aha! Cold Frost Moon got up and left her seat to pick up her cell phone that was placed on the coffee table not far away, then returned to her position. Since Elder Chu requested the video call to be made with a chat software, Lung Frosty Moon still didn't find a record of an active hang-up inside the call record. Dodo Lang Shangyue and Chu Qiushui both believed that Xia Yang could get the old man's approval and weren't very worried. Elder Chu's normally cloudy eyes were now translucent with a hint of essence. Dodo, it's been over 30 seconds long since this video call was made. Can't get through? Little Frost, your fiancé seems to be very busy, not even answering your calls? Elder Chu's words revealed dissatisfaction. It's dinner time. What could be so busy? And even if you're busy, after all this time you should pick up the phone and say you're not available or something. After a long beep, the phone automatically hung up when its time was up. Maybe Xia Yang is having something to do right now, usually he picks up the phone very quickly. Lung Xuanyu spoke for Xia Yang. Dad, I've watched that kid Xia Yang grow up, you don't have to worry. Chu Qiushui also spoke up. Tell you what, you'll call him again in 20 minutes, Master Chu said as he drained his glass of small wine. Okay, mother and daughter looked at each other. Lung Fingyue's calm heart began to feel a little anxious. She hoped that Grandpa's impression of Xia Yan was very good. Like all girls who bring their sweethearts home, they want their families to be satisfied with their loved ones as well. Time went by, 20 minutes seemed so short in this situation. The video call is dialed again. Da! Xia Yang, hurry up and pick up the video. Cold Frost Moon prayed in her heart. But it didn't work out that way, and like last time no one listened to this video at all. Elder Chu had a stern face, and it didn't need to be said to know that he was extremely dissatisfied with Xia Yang right now. Not to mention, he couldn't afford to answer a phone call for more than 20 minutes, so what if his granddaughter was looking for him in an emergency? Grandpa! No need to speak for that brat. Lung Xuanyu wanted to say something else but was directly interrupted by Elder Chu. Even Grandma, who was next to her, sighed softly. Xia Yang, who was burning unconscious at the moment, didn't even know that he had been left with an extremely bad impression by Lang Xuanyu's grandparents just like that. Originally, Chu old man heard his daughter say as Cold Jie selected personally set the marriage contract, think the other side must not be bad, did not expect half a clock cannot pick up a phone. How could he be assured that his granddaughter, whom he had held in his mouth for fear of melting and in the palm of his hand for fear of dropping, would marry such an unreliable person? No way. Absolutely not. Elder Chu had already made up his mind that he would personally find a young man worthy of Lang Shangyue at his own birthday banquet tomorrow. Then let Lang Frosty Moon stay here for a few more days to get in touch with even more outstanding young people and naturally realize how unreliable her original fiancé was. If she really wants to go back, he'll pretend to be sick. Lang Fengyue clearly remembered that she hadn't received any calls from Xia Yang today. She frowned and thought, her mind flashing back to the conversation she'd had when she'd asked the butler to get her cell phone. After he himself left with the housekeeper, only Lu Xing stayed in the garden, and the time shown on top of the call log was just about that time period. It's him? Lung Xuanyue's stunningly beautiful face seemed to be covered in a layer of frost, and even she who rarely got angry had anger rising in her heart at this moment. She forced down the anger in her heart, and it was imperative that she explain to Xia Yang. The cell phone call was dialed and there was still no answer on the other end. When Lung Frostmoon called the fifth one, the tone changed, and the robot's voice changed from no answer to the cell phone you have dialed is turned off. Angry? Her hand holding the phone slowly fell. He himself had a temporary problem that made the appointment cancelled, and the phone calls he made were hung up on. Xia Yang was justifiably angry. People in love always like to think too much, even for an iceberg goddess like Long Xuanyu. She made a decision in her mind that she would rush back overnight to explain things clearly to Xia Yang after her grandfather's birthday banquet officially ended tomorrow night. Xia Yang, I'll be back soon. Long frosty moon stood alone in front of the window, the moonlight sprinkled on her, as if she was the fairy who did not eat earthly fire. The thoughts in her bright eyes but intensified. Xia Yang just bought a new cell phone after falling into the water last night, the power is only half. Long Shuangyue heard cell phone has been turned off because of the power is gone. Zhao family villa. Zhao Kite was making Xia Yang's favorite sweet and sour pork. After half a bell, all her dishes were ready. Why haven't Xiao Yang and the others returned? She was slightly worried. According to her own daughter's style of behavior, Xia Yang was afraid that she would not have to suffer. Ugh. While Zhao Kite was worrying about Xia Yang, the sound of the car rang out, and unlike usual, Shen Yanran did not drive the car to the garage but directly to the door. Mom, come and help. Shen Lily got down from the back seat, her face filled with anxiety. The sleeping Xia Yan was simply too heavy. There was no way for her to move Xia Yang by herself, plus Shen Yanran was also a bit of a stretch. What's wrong? Zhao Kite walked over to see the sleeping Xia Yang, thinking it was pretty much as she suspected, that her daughter had used coercion to tie him back up again. Did you guys drug Xiao Yan? She was about to lose her temper. Mom, it's not what you think. Honey has a fever, we just brought him back from the hospital and now the medicine is kicking and he's sleeping through it. Shen Yanran explained. Zhao Kite sniffed and pressed her hand against Xia Yang's forehead, rolling it. A hint of heartache flashed under her eyes. The three of them worked together to move Xia Yang to the room on the first floor. Shen Yanran's room is on the second floor. They are worried that if they send up to the second floor, they will wake up Xia Yang. Shen Yanran helped Xia Yang take off his shoes, and Shen Lily helped Xia Yang cover the quilt. Zhao Kite, on the other hand, went to fetch cold water, found a towel to soak it, wrung it out, and then folded it into the right size to place it on Xia Yang's scalding forehead. What did the doctor say? Zhou Kite asked. The doctor said that brother Xia Yang had a terrible fever this time, and even though he got an injection in medicine, he needs to rest for a few days before he can do it. Shen Lily's heart was very bad right now. She wanted Xia Yang to come back, but she didn't want him to come back in this form. Zhao Kite sat down on the edge of the bed and looked at the sleeping Xia Yang. The food is ready, so go ahead and eat some. No, I'm going to stay here with my darling. Shen Yanran said, now she was not in the mood to eat at all. Stretching her hand into the comforter to hold Xia Yang's hand. I also want to stay here with brother Xia Yang. Shen Lily also refused to go. Zhao Kite couldn't do anything with them. At the moment, Xia Yang was having a dream that was very real. It started when Shen Yanran hugged him at the airport in that red strapless dress. Honey, did you miss me? Guest, are you going to bully a little woman like me? Honey, let's go to the restroom. Honey, don't you miss me? Those hidden memories came out unstoppably like a volcanic eruption, a dream that was so real that it trapped Xia Yang. I see, I remember. He muttered to himself as he was pushed down by Shen Yanran in his dream. Honey, what are you talking about? No wonder she knew all her hobbies and would rather be ostracized by everyone than defend herself. All the doubts about everything were solved. Huma, I remember. The time outside had already come to 3 o'clock in the morning. Shen Lily had already been mandatorily sent to her room by Zhao Kite, and Shen Yanran was still guarding Xia Yang. The heat-absorbing towel on his forehead grew warm again. Yan, you go to sleep. Xiao Yang will be fine with mom watching over him. Shen Yanran was unmoved. Zhao Kite got up and brought a quilt and put it beside Xia Yang. Fortunately, the bed inside the villa was very big, so Shen Yanran could sleep on the same bed with Xia Yang. Mom, I can't sleep. She knew Zhou Kite was trying to get her to go to bed. Daughter, if you don't sleep now, then who will take care of Xiao Yang during the daytime? Zhao Kite directly pointed out the problem. Both of them stayed up all night, and during the daytime, they might be so sleepy that they couldn't even open their eyes, and even though they still had Shen Lily, they weren't very comfortable with her. Go to sleep, Xiao Yang is right next to you. Shen Yanran compromised in order to take better care of Xia Yang. Listening to Zhao Kite's words to go to bed and cover the quilt, and after looking at the side of Xia Yang who had not yet woken up, she closed her beautiful eyes that were a little bloodshot. She was also able to rest easy with her mom watching over her. After crossing back, Shen Yanran did not have Xia Yang by her side to sleep well at all, and now she is staying up late. He also fell asleep after a bell in bed. There was still Zhao Kite left in the room, still looking at Xia Yang. Orange night light spilled over the reddish face of the summer sun. He suddenly frowned and whispered, Huma. Yang, you're awake? Zhao Kite thought it was Xia Yang woke up, bent down to listen carefully before realizing that he did not wake up shouting his daughter's name.
Is it remembering your daughter? She once again passed the towel over the water, wrung it out and placed it on her forehead before looking at Xia Yang and said, Xia Yang, you have to get well soon. Chapter 114 Memory Recovery. At 6 in the morning. Xia Yang's rolling body temperature was also able to drop. It's still a fever, but not as hot as it was when I felt my forehead last night. Xia Yang on the bed slowly opened his tightly closed eyes, his eyes were hazy, and he could only vaguely see that someone was at the edge of the bed. It took several seconds to get it in focus. Xia Yang, are you feeling better? Zhao Kite saw that Xia Yang had really woken up this time, and a pleased smile blossomed on her face. Auntie. Xia Yang's voice was hoarse, he had a headache now. But none of that was anything. One thing hurt him more. Zhao Kite saw that Xia Yang's lips were dry and poured out a cup of warm water from inside the thermos. Xia Yang's smoking throat was much better after being moisturized by the... How can he choose? Cold frost moon? Or Shen Yanran? The physical pain is far worse than the struggle in the heart. Xia Yang didn't dare to wake up Shen Yanran, who was close by. Xia Yang, don't think too much, get well first. Zhao Kite saw the bewildered Xia Yang and softly comforted him. She knew what had happened from the way Xia Yang looked at her after she woke up, and calling out her daughter's name in her sleep last night was probably for the same reason. Xiao Yang, he remembered. Auntie went to cook breakfast, remember to yell at me if something happens, don't be a hero. Zhao Kite admonished. He nodded. After Zhao Kite went to the kitchen to make breakfast, Shen Lily came down from the second floor. In fact, she rolled around in bed last night. The whole person was in a half sleep, half awake. It was hard to make it to 6 o'clock, so he couldn't wait to come down to find Xia Yang. Brother Xia Yang, you're awake. Shen Lily immediately jumped into her arms when she saw Xia Yang leaning against the bed. I made you worry, Lily. Brother Xia Yang. You remembered? Shen Lily looked up at Xia Yang. The strangeness that she felt when she ran into him on the street was gone from among his gaze. That's wonderful. Tears flooded Shen Lily's pure eyes. Shen Yanran, who was sleeping next to her, was woken up by Shen Lily's excited voice. Honey, are you awake? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Shen Yanran sat up on the bed and leaned towards Xia Yang. The quilt covering over her body slipped off and her devilish figure was revealed. Then she stretched her catkin towards Xia Yang's forehead to feel the temperature. Sister, brother Xia Yang, he's back. Shen Yanran heard her sister's words, a delicate shiver, just too worried about whether Xia Yang still had a fever, did not notice the way he looked at his eyes. There was a complete lack of defensiveness and detachment from myself, much like 3 years later. Yen. Xia Yang opened his mouth and before he could finish his words he was kissed. After such a long time, she finally kissed Xia Yang as she wished. Humph. A smell of vinegar permeated Shen Lily's body. The powerless Xia Yang could only be pressed against the bed. Let her kiss passionately. It was a long time before Shen Yanyan gave up. Honey, come back to me, will you? I've thought about you every day since I crossed over, a lot. Promise me you won't leave. I'll be a good wife and won't tie you up like I did last time, as long as my darling leaves Cold Frost Moon. Okay? Shen Yanran believed in loving her more, and if Xia Yang did not agree, then he could only let him live in the basement. After getting well, of course. Xia Yang was going through the most painful choice, he didn't know what he should do. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhao Kite came in through the door with a bowl of porridge. Let's wait until Xiao Yang gets better, I think he'll make a choice then. Shen Yanyan saw Xia Yang's agonizing pain and it was hard for her, so she stopped pushing. Shen Lily took the kanji from her mom's hand and personally fed Xia Yang. Bring it. Shen Yanran asked her sister for the bowl of porridge. I'll feed brother Xia Yang. It's obvious that you've kissed, but you still want to get an inch, I'm not going to give it to you. Xia Yang saw that Zhao Kite was very tired, so he advised. Auntie, you hurry up and get some rest, don't get exhausted because of me. We'll take care of Xia Yang. Shen Yanran and Shen Lily also told Zhao Kite to go rest. With Shen Yanran around, Zhao Kite was also at ease, so he went back to his room to rest. Shu Mansion. In the morning, this imposing mansion began to buzz with activity. It can't be helped. Who is Master Chu? Mighty giants. There are an unknown number of people who would want to visit such a character on his birthday. It's one thing if you see the old man or not, if you let it be known that you're rank enough to give a gift, but don't go. Once someone with an axe to grind catches this, there will be no place to stand. There were already a lot of people coming at 10 o'clock.
Elder Chu sat on the main seat in the hall, and Lung Xuanyue sat to her left. In the hall all the big brothers juniors are standing, except for Leng Xuanyue. It is not that she doesn't know how to be polite, it is the old man who was afraid that she will be tired, what to stand. It was by virtue of her status that she was able to sit down. Lung Xuanyue was Leng Jie's daughter, and these mighty bigwigs didn't dare to have an opinion. Those young people who were praised as being the best of the best were all stunned when they saw Leng Xuanyue, who was dressed in a white dress that looked like a fairy from the 9 heavens. In particular, Lung Xuanyue appeared even more touching because of her uncontrollable thoughts for Xia Yang that flowed out with a slight sadness. She wished time would go faster. The gifts brought by these bigwigs were delivered to Elder Chu by the juniors. To show my face and tell everyone that this is my chosen successor. Baby after baby, Lung Frost Moon was completely uninterested. Grandpa Chu, this is 100-year ginseng, wishing you good fortune like the East Sea and longevity like the South Mountain. Song Xian cupped the ginseng with both hands. The gift that was originally received by a servant, Elder Chu received it himself this time. The hearts of the other young men realized that they were hopeless, and Song Xian's heart was overwhelmed with excitement. Last night Song Xian's grandfather told him that Master Chu would choose an outstanding young man to spend time with her granddaughter tomorrow. Song Xian, as the leader of the younger generation of the family, was unimpressed. What kind of women hadn't he seen before? And expressed disdain until his grandfather told him the true identity of Leng Xuanyu before he took it seriously. Chapter 115 Strawberry Flavor. By marrying that person's daughter, wouldn't the Song family soar to the top and become the head of the lineage directly? He decided that even if Leng Xuanyu didn't look good he would still take her, for the sake of the family. As a result, once he saw Leng Frost Moon today, the family and whatnot was completely thrown to the back of his mind. He moved, the incorrigible kind. Nice gift. Elder Chu said with a smile. It's good that Grandpa Chu likes it. Song Shan sneaked a glance at Leng Xuanyue after he finished speaking and realized that he hadn't garnered the beauty's attention. At noon, under Elder Chu's deliberate arrangement, Song Xian sat next to Leng Xuanyue. Leng Xuanyue didn't even have the heart to speak, and Song Xian didn't have a chance at all. This was not going to work, one had to do something. After lunch, Song Xian said to Leng Xuanyue, Miss Lang, I've heard that the garden at Grandpa Chu's house is a masterpiece, can you please take me on a tour? As a guest herself, as a host she had no reason to refuse. Leng Xuanyue said to the butler behind her, take the guests to visit the gardens, be detailed. Yes. Just like that, Song Xian rode the tiger and stayed inside the garden for quite a while. How could Leng Xuanyue not understand that her grandfather intended to set her up with Song Xian? But she only loves Xia Yang and can't afford to have anyone else in her heart. During the dinner party Leng Xuanyu directly waited for Song Xian to be seated first, and then she would choose a seat away from him. That's a pretty clear rejection. Song Xian felt an unprecedented frustration, the first time he had been rejected so completely after growing up amidst acclaim. Elder Chu also understood that she didn't like the person she picked out when he saw his granddaughter's actions. What charm did that brat have that could make his precious granddaughter die? Frost has been soulful since the phone call at the dinner table yesterday. LOL. Elder Chu sighed helplessly. Last night he called Ling Jie to inquire about the marriage contract, and when he asked about that brat's family background Ling Jie became vague. In the end, Ling Jie excused himself and said that he had something important to deal with and hung up on his old husband. After the dinner, the guests dispersed. Elder Chu accompanied his former friend to drink a few more cups, his face was full of red. Lang Fengyue didn't know how she was going to tell Grandpa that she was going back now after the banquet. After all, the birthday day isn't even over. But Xia Yang's failure to answer the phone worries her, and the misunderstanding of hanging up requires her to explain. Grandpa. Long Frost Moon whispered. What's wrong? Are you trying to say that you don't like Song Xian? It's just that I can't intervene much since you like that brat so much. Remember to bring him over to me next time. Elder Chu said. In the face of Elder Chu's doting tone, Leng Xuanyue really couldn't say that she was leaving right now. She was silent for a moment and said instead, Grandpa, I'd like to go home in the morning and come back in a couple of days to be with you. Alright, Grandpa knows that your fiancé is on your mind right now, I'll arrange for a car to send you back early tomorrow morning. But come to see me and your grandma more often in the future. Elder Chu was still very reasonable and did not retain his precious granddaughter any longer, even though he still wanted Leng Xuanyu to stay here for a few more days. I will. Brother Xia Yang, are these ribs good? Shen Lily was holding a piece of ribs and sending it to Xia Yang's mouth, and it had to be said that Shin Lily was still very attentive in serving people. "Honey, take a bite of rice." Shin Yanran scooped a mouthful of rice with a spoon, then used her other hand to pocket it underneath to prevent the grains from falling. Xia Yang could have gotten out of bed and gone to eat, but the two sisters just wouldn't let them. "Yan, I'm full." Xia Yang, who still had a low fever, didn't have much of an appetite. Shin Yanran put the rice bowl on the bedside table and drew out a tissue to gently wipe the corners of Xia Yang's mouth. "Brother Xia Yang, take the medicine." Shin Lily received a cup of hot water and took the medicine out of the wrapper. Xia Yang first took the medicine, and then dispensed a mouthful of hot water. "Honey, is it bitter?" Shin Yanran asked. "Bitterness is still a little bitter, but this bit of bitterness can be tolerated by all individuals." "Not bitter." Shin Lily took the cup of water in Xia Yang's hand. Instead, Shin Yanyan unwrapped a candy, then picked it up with her fingers and put it in her mouth. "Honey, what do you think this candy tastes like?" Shin Yanran smiled seductively. "Bad." Xia Yang knew that whenever Shin Yanran revealed this kind of moving smile, he would suffer. He saw the candy paper with strawberries on it and immediately replied, "Strawberry flavor. Hopefully, this will lead to an escape." He knew what kind of things Shin Yanran would do. It's a pity. How could Shin Yanran let him go? She came to Xia Yang's slightly reddened ear and said, "Answer correctly and give you a reward." After that, he blew a soft, fluffy breath. "No need." Shin Yanran disregarded him and her red lips fell. The sweet strawberry flavor dispelled the residual medicinal bitterness in Xia Yang's mouth. Well. Zhang would not cooperate with the kiss at all. Shin Yanran knew that he still had Lang Shangyue in his heart, so she slowly closed her beautiful eyes and devoted herself to kissing. She wanted Xia Yang to remember the feeling of kissing herself. Rewards also become punishments. Originally, Shin Yanran only wanted to remove the bitter taste for Xia Yang, but due to his resistance, she decided to end it when the sugar in her mouth melted away. It took a long time for the long, incredibly passionate kiss to end. Shin Yanran's red lips became even more fresh and moist, giving people the urge to savor them. Looking at the gasping Xia Yang, she was satisfied. Cold Frost Moon didn't have that ability. I'm sweating and want to change my clothes. Yanran, you go to my house and help me get a few sets over. Xia Yang quickly found an excuse to sidetrack Shin Yanyan and tell her to calm down. Avoid getting yourself eaten by her. Lily, go buy a few sets and come back. Shin Yanran said without looking back. Just will send me off. Shin Lily's jealousy spilled over, but for Xia Yang's sake she reluctantly prepared to go out and buy clothes. Xia Yang's purpose was to detach Shin Yanran, the demonic spirit, so naturally he could not agree to let Shin Lily go. I'm not used to wearing the newly bought ones. Shin Yanran couldn't possibly eat Xia Yang in this situation, she was still sick, her heart ached. Okay, I'll drive to get it for you now. Shin Yanran was still obedient to Xia Yang the vast majority of the time. She lifted the quilt, and a pair of slender, snow-white, extremely beautiful legs were exposed to the air. It really gets the blood pumping. Wait for me at home, dear, I'll be back soon. Only after Shin Yanran left did Xia Yang come to rest. But he seemed to have forgotten what Shin Yanran would see when she went inside his house. As long as she opened the closet, the clothes Long Frost Moon hung inside would be visible to her. Shin Yanran, who knew that the two were already living together, would still let him go? Chapter 116 Discovery of Cohabitation. Xia Yang had a fever and didn't think about it at all. He was a little sleepy from some of the medicine and his eyes were heavy. Brother Xia Yang, sleepy? Shin Lily said as she covered Xia Yang's quilt that his sister had messed up. No need to guard me. You go do your own thing. Xia Yang's sleepiness rose, remembering that Shin Lily had been watching over herself for the whole day. Lily will always be by your side, brother Xia Yang, sleep in peace. He suddenly remembered this thing that Shin Lily said about being a personal maid for himself, and now it seemed that she was very talented. Under Shin Lily's considerate care, he entered Dreamland. The person who was supposed to be guarding the bedside should have been Cold Frost, but it turned out to be someone else inexplicably. If Leng Xuanyu knew that she hadn't been by Xia Yang's side to take care of him when he was sick. Shin Yanran drove to Xia Yang's house last night, could not even care about locking the door, a twist of the door handle opened. She picked up the stool that had been knocked over by Xia Yang and then walked towards his room. Passing through the living room, the vase of flowers that were beginning to wilt caught her attention. Honey doesn't like flowers much, so how did she end up arranging them here? She walked into Xia Yang's room and saw the cell phone that Xia Yang had placed on the table and also picked it up in her hand, then opened the closet. Xin Yanran's eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at the neatly hung clothes inside the closet. It has both men's and women's clothing in it. Cold Frost Moon is actually living with her darling. The hard evidence was right in front of her. For a moment she thought that someone like Lang Frost Moon would just kiss if she took the initiative again, but she didn't expect to live together directly. Rather, I have underestimated you. Xin Yanran's shell teeth clenched, and the expression on her upside-down beautiful face was gloomy. She thought of Lang Frosty Moon and Xia Yang sharing the big bed behind her, and that feeling of her heart breaking. The heartache spread. No wonder my darling is so resistant to even my kisses. But even if Lang Xuanyue had already gotten there first, Xin Yanran could not have stopped there. She found Xia Yang's suitcase and folded the clothes belonging to him one by one and loaded them inside. Eventually only Lang Xuanyu's clothes remained inside the closet. Then pulled the suitcase full of clothes downstairs and put it in the trunk of the vehicle for the return trip. Xin Yanran was in a terrible mood and unconsciously stepped on the gas much deeper than usual. If it weren't for the fact that there are fewer vehicles at night, it's a toss-up whether or not you'd get into an accident. Xia Yan was still asleep after returning to the villa. Lily, you go ahead and take a shower. Oh. Shen Lily was relieved to see that her sister had returned and left. Tonight I'm going to sleep next to brother Xia Yan like my sister and take a bath first. After Xin Yanran supported her sister, she reached out and gently caressed Xia Yang's perfect face. Huma. Xia Yang started dreaming those memories again, talking in his sleep like last night. Xin Yanran heard him gently call her name, and the pain in her heart was slightly healed. I am. She responded, darling, I won't let Cold Frost Moon take you from me. I don't know whether Xia Yang heard it or not, but he made a nasal sound similar to him. After a while, Xin Yanran charged Xia Yang's cell phone. Then the notification of the message kept ringing. It's all about missed calls and messages. Xia Yang had just bought a cell phone and made a video call to Lang Frosty Moon, and the password wasn't even set. Xin Yanran opened the screen lock with a stroke of her finger. She clicked on the missed calls option, and the screen popped up to the call log. The call log scrolled, and she realized that the call to Lang Frost Moon when Xia Yang had a fever had been rejected. There was a surge of anger in her heart. Was this how she was being Xia Yang's fiancé? Xin Yanran opened the chat software to find Lang Frost Moon to send a message. Chapter 117. Is she better than me? Darling. Lang Xuanyu, who had just finished bathing, picked up the cell phone she had placed on the table and looked at it. Xia Yang still hadn't returned her message. Her bright moon-like face has a sorrow that cannot be melted. Slender Snow-White cell phone on the screen tapping to send him a message. Xia Yang, I'll be back tomorrow. We'll make up the late date then, and I'll have a good explanation about why I hung up on you. Xin Yanran was just about to accuse Lang Xuanyue of not being worthy of being Xia Yang's fiancé when she didn't expect her to send a message. So she similarly tapped the screen and responded, there's no need, Xia Yang has me to take care of. Lang Xuanyu saw the message that popped up thinking that Xia Yang wasn't annoyed with herself anymore, only to realize that it wasn't what she thought at all when she saw the content. Who else but Xin Yanran could send such a message? She was also the one who replied to the message she sent over when she was with Xia Yang. At that time, Xia Yang was locked into the basement. Xin Yanran coped with the message she sent to Xia Yang in order not to be known by Lang Xuanyue, but in accordance with Lang Xuanyue's level of understanding of Xia Yang, it was still recognized. Lang Xuanyue thought that Xin Yanran was again like last time when she took advantage of her absence to break into Xia Yang's house to do something extremely bad. She clicked the video option with a blank face. When Xin Yanran saw Lang Frost Moon calling the video, she picked it up without half a hesitation. I'd like to see what she'd say. The faces of the two appeared in each other's eyes. One is a country of beauty, the other is upside down. The atmosphere that could be described as pinpoint. Why are you holding Xia Yang's cell phone? Certain people claim to be Xia Yang's fiancé, yet they don't even answer the phone when he's sick. How dare you? Lang Xuanyue, you don't deserve it. Xin Yan's talking seemed to have disturbed Xia Yang and had to walk outside. What did you say? Lang Xuanyu was filled with anxiety when she heard the news that Xia Yan was sick. Let me see Zhang. Do you think I'm going to oblige you? But don't worry, I'm not you, my darling is being well taken care of in my bed. I won't talk to you, I'm going to take a shower then enjoy this wonderful evening with my darling. Xin Yanran also didn't care what Lang Frost Moon's reaction would be, and directly hung up the video. Turned back into the house. The last sentence she said to Lang Frost Moon was the truth. Originally Shen Yanran did not eat Xia Yang because he was sick. But she found out that Xia Yan was actually living with Lang Xuanyu. The sickly and delicate attribute that had been suppressed with great difficulty was once again on display, and if Xia Yang didn't have a fever right now, he should have been bound by chains. Xia Yang, half asleep half awake, felt as if there was a soft delicate body close to him, and also smelled a fragrance that made people love and confused. Because Shen Yanran's got under the covers, Xia Yang woke up. "Honey, awake?" Shen Yanran's spit hit the top of Xia Yang's ear, and her pair of hands were restless. Xia Yang, however, felt the aura of danger. Shen Yanran's softness was tinged with anger. "What's wrong?" Xia Yang asked. "Oops." Yuma had gone to the house to get her clothes and must have seen Frost Moon's skirt hanging inside or something. "It's too late to remember now." Xia Yang had a feeling of digging his own grave. Before Shen Yanyan was ready to punish Xia Yang, she first pulled her plain hand, which was stained with Xia Yang's body temperature, from inside the quilt to probe the temperature of her forehead. "The fever seems to be almost gone. Honey, you and Cold Frost are living together too, aren't you?" Xia Yang, who was caught by Shen Yanran, spat out with difficulty, "Yes." He had a feeling in his heart that he had betrayed Shen Yanran, but it was instantly crushed by the love in his heart for Lang Xuanyu. This was the current state of Xia Yang's psyche, where the emotions for both existed at the same time, opposing each other. "What do you think would be a good way for me to punish you?" Xia Yang's earlobe was immediately followed by a soft to the core sensation. "No way. One cannot be eaten by Huma." Xia Yang's sanity was shouting that if he was eaten, things had gone to the worst possible place. "But it's not your fault, dear, after all, you hadn't thought about it at the time. Honey, get rid of her, okay?" The flirtatious voice rang in Xia Yang's ears, and he felt his bones crumble. If this was placed before crossing over, Xia Yang would have been unable to resist the temptation to ruthlessly teach the goblin behind him a lesson. But not anymore. Neither should until they can tell who they love more. To do otherwise would be a betrayal of the other. "Or do you think she's better than me?" Facing Shen Yanran's inquiry, Xia Yang did not know how to answer. When she saw that Xia Yang didn't answer her, she planted a strawberry. "It's punishment. I'll show you who's better," Shen Yanran said, looking up. At such a critical moment, the sound of high heels rang out of the door. Shen Yanran could only give in, letting Xia Yang go and coming out from under the covers. Within seconds, Zhou Kite came in. "Xia Yang, is it better?" Zhou Kite saw that Xia Yang's face was red, and was a little worried that the fever hadn't gone down yet, placing her hand on his forehead to feel his body temperature. "It's a little hot." "It's almost good, thank you, Auntie," Xia Yang said gratefully. "You're welcome," she said with a smile. Then her eyes glazed over. "Huma, come out here with me for a minute." Chapter 118, Paying the Price. Shen Yanran already knew what her mom was going to say when she saw her gaze. "Alas, it looks like I won't be able to fall asleep next to my darling tonight." Shen Yanran walked in front and Zhao Kite walked behind, and she even smoothly brought the door on before going out. Few escaped alive. Xia Yang saw Shen Yanyan was called out by Zhao Kite after a long sigh of relief. He was clear that he could not resist Shen Yanyan this scourge's bone-crushing pins after he recovered his memory. "Mom!" The confident and generous Shen Yanyan in the past was completely suppressed by Zhao Kite. "Xiao Yang's illness is not yet cured, you can't mess around." Zhao Kite's jade arms crossed and encircled in front of her chest, and the words she said were not angry but majestic. "But Xia Yang is about to be snatched away, I can't just sit back and wait. Even so, you can't rush it. If I'm right, after Xia Yang gets better he'll offer to go home like last time, and I'll let him take you then." Zhao Kite knew what her daughter was trying to do, and the words she said were nothing more than a way to dispel her calculations of shutting down Xia Yang. But she couldn't help it, and after thinking hard she came up with this solution: wouldn't it be better to just let her daughter stay with Xiao Yang? "Mom, isn't it good for you to promise me just like last time?" Shen Yanran was no longer calm once she heard that her mom was going to object to her locking Xia Yang into the basement. "This matter is not negotiable." Zhao Kite didn't leave any room for maneuver. The last time she acquiesced to her daughter locking up Xia Yang, she couldn't sleep at night. Once he fell asleep, he would dream that Xia Yang was trapped inside a dark basement by 4 chains, constantly shouting, "Auntie! Help me!" Every time this happens she wakes up in the middle of the night unable to get back to sleep. If Xia Yang inside the room knew that Zhao Kite was so determined to defend his freedom, he would definitely be moved. Zhao Kite turned around and went back inside the room after saying that. Shin Yanran had no choice, and she knew her mom was helping her. Let my darling take me away. Wouldn't that be cohabitation? What kind of expression will Long Xuanyu have when she comes back and finds me and my darling smooching? Better yet, she'd just leave in a huff and she'd be able to live a shame-free life with her darling. It's still mom who has the solution. Shin Yanran's mood changed again when she thought like this. A charming smile reared up on her charming face. Auntie, have you rested yet? Xia Yang asked with concern. Don't worry auntie, you get well. Zhao Kite said. With Zhao Kite here, Shin Yanran didn't have a chance to punish Xia Yang. Shin Lily also came to sit on the edge of the bed after taking a shower. It's my turn to take care of brother Xia Yang tonight. She burrowed inside the quilt where Shin Yanran originally slept. You come out. Shin Yanran ordered. Yan, tonight you go back to your room to sleep. Zhao Kite was still worried about Shin Yan messing around, so he didn't allow her to be here. A smile rose on Shin Lily's pretty face after she heard her mom speak. Sister, you'd better go back to your room and sleep honestly. She said triumphantly on the inside. Inevitably, Shin Yanran kissed Xia Yang and said good night to him before going back to her room. Auntie, I'm already better, you go back too. Xia Yang knew deep down that sleeping one daytime after an all-nighter was still not enough, and that he had to sleep one daytime plus one nighttime before he could barely find his form. Xia Yang used a temperature needle to measure that his body temperature had returned to normal, and also took his last dose of medicine in front of Zhao Kite. After his relentless persuasion, Zhao Kite also promised to say that he would get some rest. Xiao Yang, if you get a fever in the middle of the night, wake up Lily and have her come to me, got it? She also urged before she left. Okay. At the side, Shin Lily skimmed her lips. Her mother clearly did not believe that she could take care of brother Xia Yang. After Zhao Kite went back to her room, the effects of the medicine Xia Yang had just consumed started to take effect and yawned. Obviously, I've slept so many hours today. Personal maid Lily Shin hurriedly turned off the lights to let him sleep well. Good night, brother Xia Yang. Lily, good night. Soon Xia Yang fell asleep. Dream on. A godlike woman appeared, with a light veil covering her face, a cloudy haze as her skirt, and bare feet hanging in the air. Not a single flaw could be found on her. Perfect to the core. She was the one who gave Lang Xuanyu her powers. And the first time Xia Yang saw her, he was able to affirm that his crossing back was inseparable from this mysterious woman in front of him. Who are you? After the two of them stared at each other for a while, Xia Yang was the first to speak. Luo Qingchang. An ethereal and pleasant voice rang out. Just listening to this mysterious woman in front of her was a pleasure. Xia Yang, you don't need to dwell on who to choose. Lang Xuanyu crossed back because of your request and changed many things. Must pay the price. Remember the car accident? It's like your fever, the time for it to happen changes, yet it must happen. Maybe now, maybe next. You can't stay by her side all the time. What Luo Qingcheng said couldn't have been worse for Xia Yang. How come? Thinking that Ling Frostmoon would get into a car accident, he now very much regretted requesting Ling Frostmoon to cross back that day. It turns out that the person who messed up the situation was himself. He finally woke up under the guidance of Luo Qingcheng's words. You must have a way, right? Xia Yang turned his gaze to her. There's no need to feel guilty. If you hadn't saved Lung Frostmoon that day, she would have already died, and besides, she left such a beautiful memory with you after crossing back. Xia Yang, just spend your days with Shin Yanran in peace. No. I don't want this. Xia Yang simply couldn't accept that Lung Frostmoon would die. Chapter 119 Guilty Xia Yang. Xia Yang sat up violently and woke up from inside his dream. Such a violent movement woke up Lily Shun. Well, brother Xia Yang, what's wrong with you? She said in a daze. Xia Yang's heart was burning with anxiety. Now he was going to go to Lang Shanyua's side and be with her until he saved her in a car accident like last time. He lifted the covers and got up to put on his clothes and shoes. It's broken. The phone didn't come. On weekdays, Lang Xuanyuet and Xia Yang were a little more through chatting software. Even if they called, they would just go through the address book. The number is not memorized. Brother Xia Yang, where are you going? Shen Lily asked worriedly when she saw him in such a hurry. I'll go home. After Xia Yang finished speaking, he went up to the second floor to find Shin Yanran. I can't help it, now that I'm an adult but haven't gotten my license yet, I need to find someone to drive. He was so anxious that he broke into Shin Yanran's boudoir without even knocking on the door. Shen Yanyan was lying on her side, and from Xia Yang's perspective Shen Yanyan's figure presented a wonderful curve. The fragrant shoulders were exposed to the air, the sexy nightgown was half covered, and the two slender legs were concealed. But Xia Yang no longer had the heart to pay attention to the scene of living color. Huma. It's only 5 a.m. almost 6 o'clock in the morning, and Shen Yanran is also sleeping in a daze. She opened her beautiful eyes to see that it was Xia Yang who had come and slowly got up. Darling, what brings you here? A pair of jade arms hooked around Xia Yang's neck. Did you miss me? Shen Yanran's languid and noble, charming and enchanting temperament was the most deadly ecstasy for men. Yuma, I want to go home now, you drive me. Shen Yanran's autumn eyes filled with spring blinked when she heard this. Honey is in such a hurry to go back. Probably to go back to get her cell phone to contact Lung Xuangyu. But he doesn't know I have the phone now. What's the harm in sending him back? However, Shen Yanran was jealous in her heart when she saw Xia Yang in such a hurry. What's the hurry to go back so soon? It can't be that you're going to find Ling Xuangyue, right? Honey, you're really breaking my heart. I was the one who was by your side when you were sick, and where was she? Shen Yanran's words made Xia Yang a little ashamed. Shen Yanran was right, he was now sending his girlfriend to drive to his fiancé. It's outrageous. But now he didn't know exactly when the car accident would happen, and he had to get to Lung Xuangyu's side as soon as possible. I'm sorry, Yuma. But I'm in a real hurry this time. Shen Yanran's fingers skimmed over Xia Yang's thin lips. Well, that's not impossible, she said with a big smile. Really? Xia Yang had expected to have to beg Shen Yanran bitterly. I didn't expect her to say yes right away. Xia Yang's heart was greatly moved. How could I not say yes when my darling asked for it? But I love you the most. Shen Yanran wrapped her arms around Xia Yang's neck for a good morning kiss when she finished speaking. Her red lips fell and then pried open Xia Yang's teeth. Xia Yang had a guilty conscience and didn't resist, letting her ask for it. After the good morning kiss. All right, let's go. Xia Yang urged. Change your clothes and go. Shen Yanran said as she looked at Xia Yang. Chapter 120 Lang Xuanyu has finally returned. After Shen Yanran came out from inside the room, the silk pajamas on her body had already been replaced with a long black sexy skirt. The devil's body is outlined in all its glory. It would be fabulous with a pair of heels. Unfortunately, she had to drive, so Shen Yanran wore a pair of flat shoes. Sister, where are you going? Shen Lily saw Xia Yang running inside her sister's room, which wasn't a big deal, but the two of them went out early in the morning. Shouldn't they be inside the room in your love and affection? I'll give my darling a ride home and you go to bed, Shen Yanran said to her. Okay. Shen Lily yawned. She also went to bed late last night, and every now and then she gently touched Xia Yang's forehead to see if it was hot. Zhao family villa garage inside many luxury cars and supercars are placed inside to eat dust. Shen Yanran casually drove out. Just out of the garage door, the rain hit the top of the windshield, and Shen Yanran turned on the windshield wipers. Xia Yang was even more anxious when he saw that it was raining. It's easy to get into a car accident on a rainy day, so it would be dangerous if Ling Xuangyue came back on this day. Shen Yanran sensed that Xia Yang was very anxious to go back. Just inside the room, in order to go back he promised himself anything he asked for. What's the matter with you coming home in such a hurry, dear? I suddenly remembered that the door was still open. Xia Yang made an excuse. He couldn't possibly say I'm going home to get my cell phone to contact Ling Xuangyue, but this excuse was too unbearable. In any case Xia Yang couldn't say that he was going to find Ling Xuangyue. After saying that, I might have to go into the basement myself. By the time he was chained up and missed the chance to save Ling Xuangyue, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Shen Yanran didn't poke him. Anyway, the cell phone is in his hands, it's useless to go back. Don't even think about contacting Ling Xuangyue. Now Shen Yanran has a wave of anger towards Ling Xuangyue. Originally thought that she would take good care of Xia Yang after she got there first, now it seems that it is not what she thought at all. When Xia Yang needed her, she wasn't even around. Getting it and not appreciating it. Yen, look at the sky. Xia Yang suddenly said excitedly. He saw a black hole appear above the sky. Shen Yanran looked up and saw only dark clouds. What's wrong? Honey? She asked suspiciously. Didn't you see that black hole? Xia Yang looked at Shen Yanran blankly. No. Shen Yanyan wondered if Xia Yang was deliberately digressing from the topic. It's like saying, look, there's aliens, kind of thing. When Xia Yang raised his head again, that vision disappeared. You've seen it all for yourself? The rain was getting heavier, the car was slow, and it took some time for Xia Yang to return home. He went inside and flew back inside his room, looking for his cell phone. At this moment, Lang Xuanyue is also on her way back. The vehicle is like a sharp sword breaking through the rain curtain. The windows are blurred because of the water flow. Last night, after Lang Xuanyue heard Shen Yanran say that Xia Yang was sick, she went directly to find Chu Chiu Shui to arrange for a vehicle, wanting to go back immediately. Because of the old man's birthday banquet, the vehicles and helicopters in the house had been used by all the guests and had not yet returned. She waited a long time for a car to return with a ride. Chu Chiu Shui immediately ordered the female bodyguard to send Lang Xuanyue home. Lang Xuanyue was now inwardly incomparably self-blaming. History seemed to be repeating itself once again, and this time it wasn't herself who was by Xia Yang's side when he was sick. She remembered that when she was sick, Xia Yang was immediately able to come to her side, and in comparison felt even more that she had not fulfilled her obligations as a fiancé. The guilt was as continuous as the rain outside. Lang Fengyue stroked the engagement ring that Xia Yang had personally put on her. Can it go any faster? I can't, miss, it's raining hard and the ground is slippery. This is already within the limits of safety. The female bodyguard responded. Lang Xuanyue was very anxious as she looked toward the highway that couldn't be seen to the end. After speeding through the middle of the night, the car stopped under Xia Yang's house at 7 in the morning. Lang Xuanyue impatiently opened the car door and quickly walked upstairs. Inside the house, Xia Yan wanted to make a trip to the Tongtian pavilion, but was stopped by Shen Yanran. Honey, you have to eat breakfast when you're sick, Shen Yanran said forcefully. In order to make him eat breakfast well, Shen Yanran even used her cell phone as a bargaining chip. I'll give you my cell phone after you finish breakfast. Where's your cell phone? Xia Yang stopped walking outward when he heard that and turned back to demand his cell phone. Let's finish breakfast first. Shen Yanran pushed Xia Yan to the dining table. Then she lightly pressed his shoulder to make him sit down. Shen Yanran tied on her apron and came inside the kitchen, ready to cook breakfast for Xia Yang. Ever since the last time Xia Yang taught her how to cook egg noodles in the kitchen, she realized that cooking was her shortcoming. It is often said that in order to capture a person's heart, you must first capture a person's stomach. A wife who can cook is more likely to make her husband love her. Shen Yanran also wanted Xia Yang to eat the dishes she cooked with her own hands, so since then, she had always learned to cook from Zhao Kite. Sometime later, a bowl of fragrant meat porridge was placed in front of Xia Yang. Ahem. He tried to get his phone in one gulp, not realizing that the porridge was a little hot. Take your time. What's the rush to call her? If she cared about you, she would have come back long ago. Shen Yanran was just about to lift her apron when she saw Xia Yang's anxiousness to be scolded rushed over. And Lang Xuanyue just came to the door and heard what Shen Yanran said. Huma, you know all that? Honey, do you think you can fool me? She scooped up a spoonful of meat porridge and gently blew on it before bringing it to Xia Yang's mouth. Suddenly the door opened and Lang Frost Moon returned. Both of them turned their heads to look over. Frost Moon. Xia Yang saw Lang Xuanyue appearing safely in front of him. The anxiety within his heart was all replaced by joy. Shen Yanran didn't care when she saw it was her coming back. She wasn't there when Xia Yang needed her. Who else is she to compete with me? Chapter 121. Shen Yanran wants to move here too. Xia Yang, are you better? Lang Frost Moon quickly walked to Xia Yang's side and looked up and down. Bright eyes filled with worry and guilt. It's just a fever, it's already gone. Xia Yang told her not to be so nervous, Frost Moon. Shen Yanran was still watching from the side, so naturally she wouldn't let the two talk further. Honey, hurry up and drink the kanji. The spoon of kanji was once again delivered to Xia Yang's mouth. Xia Yang could feel that Shen Yanran was already angry without turning her head, not to mention the smile on her charming face. He had to turn around and drink the spoonful of meat porridge. Shen Yanran scooped up another spoonful of porridge and passed it to her mouth, clearly not wanting Xia Yang to talk to Lang Xuanyue. Honey, I'll just move in here too. I'll cook for you and do your laundry and... Her seductive tone spoke of wonderful promises. Thank you for taking care of Xia Yang these past few days, but these things are things that are part of his duties as his fiancé, so I won't bother you with them. Lang Xuanyue interrupted Shen Yanran in an indifferent tone. Oh? Do you think this fiancé of yours is qualified? Shen Yanran meant to say that. She had run off somewhere while Xia Yang was sick. And Darling has remembered that I'm not going to give him to you. After Lang Xuanyue heard this news, her face instantly turned pale. Without the certainty she had just faced Shen Yanran, she was afraid that Xia Yang would leave her again. Frost Moon, can you go peel some fruit for me? Xia Yang couldn't bear to see Lang Frosty Moon so disoriented and resisted Shen Yanran's pressure to step in. Saying that it was peeling fruit, Xia Yang standing up and speaking at this point was giving her a peace of mind. Aha! Cold Frost Moon turned around and headed inside the kitchen. The fruits were inside the refrigerator. Honey, what do you mean? Shen Yanran put down the bowl in her hand, a hint of danger flashing in her beautiful eyes. She stood up and bent her head closer to the seated Zhang. It looked like he was going to kiss him hard to vent his anger. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I agree for you to move in here. Xia Yang hastily shouted to stop. He had helped Lang Xuanyue, so naturally he had to agree to Shen Yanran's request to calm the anger in her heart. Really? Really? No lie. At this time, Shen Yanran's red lips were already very close to his thin lips. Sleep with me? I'll sleep on the living room sofa. Shen Yanran reached two goals at once. The first was to move to Xia Yang's house, because she knew that even after Xia Yang recovered his memory there was still Lang Xuanyue in his heart. It's not like she can just tie him up and have him all to herself when she gets in her mom's way. So one can only slowly erode him with one's own gentleness. There was also the fact that she had managed to get him to sleep separately from Lang Xuanyue, and Xia Yan, who was sleeping in the living room, was the prey that this beauty snake of hers had at her fingertips. Quietly tie him up during the night and then eat him slowly. Thinking of this, the anger in Shen Yanran's heart disappeared without a trace and she sat back down opposite Xia Yang. After the meat porridge was finished, Lang Xuanyue brought peeled fruits out from inside the kitchen. I'll feed you. She remembered the scene when Shen Yanran had just fed Xia Yang kanji and used a toothpick to insert a piece of fruit into Xia Yang's mouth. Shen Yanran, however, noticed the ring that Lang Xuanyue wore on her hand. Combined with the current scene of Lang Xuanyue feeding Xia Yang with her own hands, the two of them really looked like a newlywed couple. Xia Yang, I'm sorry. I will always be by your side in the future. Lang Xuanyue had a guilty look on her face. There was no need for Shen Yanran to accuse her, she herself was filled with guilt. And that phone number. Lang Xuanyue gave explanations one by one as to why she had not received a call from Xia Yang. Soon Lang Xuanyue peeled the fruit was also eaten by Xia Yang. Not eat quickly cannot in case again triggered a good calm down the cultivation of the field will not be good. Lang Xuanyue saw Xia Yang eating the fruits very quickly and thought that he liked them a lot. There's no more fruit inside the refrigerator, I'll go buy some back later. She picked up Xia Yang's bowl of kanji and the plate with the fruit on it and got up to clean it. No way. You can't go. Xia Yang suddenly grabbed Lang Frost's white wrist, causing the plate and bowl to fall to the ground. Broken. He instantly became anxious when he heard Lang Frosty Moon say that she wanted to go out. Who knows when a car accident will happen? What if this is it? For a few fruits to cause Lang Xuanyue to get into a car accident, it would be better to let him die. Both Shen Yanran and Lang Xuanyue were startled by Xia Yang's action. I mean, look at your tired face and rest. I'll go with you in the evening. Go with Hanya. If Lang Xuanyue was busy cleaning up the bowls and plates and didn't see the change in Xia Yang's expression, Shen Yanran, who was sitting on the opposite side of the table, was taking in the scene just now. Darling heard that she was going out to buy fruit, and immediately showed out of a different excitement than usual in that tone of voice that would never allow it. What's going on here? Xia Yang let go of Lang Xuanyue's white wrist, which had become red from his vigorous efforts. Does it hurt? Lang Xuanyue shook her head. Honey, what's wrong with you? Shen Yanran asked. Bad, forgetting that Huma was still around. She must have seen something. What's wrong? Xia Yang had to play dumb. Yan, aren't you moving in here? Hurry back and get your luggage. I'll help you pack the guest room out. He mentioned this matter again, hoping to divert Shen Yanran's attention. Let's go. He couldn't care less than holding Shen Yanran's fragrant shoulders. He led her to the car and helped her open the door. Remember to thank Auntie with for me. He then closed the car door. After sending Shen Yanran away, he returned to the house. Lang Xuanyue went to get a broom and was not in the living room. Xia Yang looked at the ground to break the plate and squatted down, murmuring, I won't let anything happen to you. With that, he reached out and picked up the shard. One sharp piece cut Xia Yang's finger and blood flowed out. But as if he was possessed, he continued to pick up the pieces regardless. Lang Shangyue, who had just come out of the utility room, saw that Xia Yang's fingers were bleeding, and hurriedly threw away the broom in her hand to contain his fingers. The different feeling caused Xia Yang, who was thinking about how to save Lang Shuangyu, to come back to his senses. Only after a while did Lang Frost Moon let go of her finger, which was no longer bleeding. In fact, the small injury Xia Yang could not feel any pain at all. Cold Frost Moon wrapped the wound with a band-aid. "You have something on your mind." His heart missed a beat when he heard what Lang Frost Moon said. "She knows?" Chapter 122, Who's Better? What Lang Shuangyu said was completely different from what Xia Yang thought. Xia Yang thought that she saw her cover up, while Lang Frost Moon thought that Xia Yang was agonizing over who to choose. Xin Yanran and Lang Shuangyue were both intelligent women and knew that they could not put pressure on Xia Yang and ask him who he really chose. It would just push him towards the other side. That was why Xin Yanran did not force Xia Yang to make a choice the first time after seeing Lang Shuangyu return. Instead, he told Xia Yang that he wanted to move in. It was also naturally impossible for Lang Frost Moon to do that. "Tomorrow we'll go make up the date we cancelled the other day, okay?" Cold Frost Moon changed the subject. She saw that the flowers in the living room, which had been bright and beautiful, had now become somewhat withered and faded. Xia Yang was quite eager to go on a date, but right now he didn't want Lang Frost Moon to step out of this door at all. Getting out would mean providing the conditions and circumstances for a car accident to occur, and would she really be able to react in time to save her then? He suddenly understood Xin Yanran's good intentions at this moment. Yuma is worried about being abducted by other girls when she goes out, and she's worried about Frost Moon getting into a car accident when she goes out. Thinking of this, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of Xia Yang's mouth. "There is reincarnation in heaven. It might rain tomorrow, so we'll wait until it's sunny." He made a reprieve. The sound of rain came from outside, and Lang Shuangyue realized that she was in a hurry. Aha! She got up and put the medical kit away before sitting back down next to Xia Yang. Then snuggle up to him and quietly hold hands. The two just sat in silence. "Xia Yang, I've missed you once. This time, I won't let go." The warm fragrance coming from Lang Shuangyue's body was soothing Xia Yang's anxious heart. He turned his head to look at Lang Frost Moon, who was leaning on his shoulder, her bright eyes full of herself. "Frost Moon, don't worry, I'll save you just like last time." With four eyes facing each other, Lang Shuangyu's jade hand caressed Xia Yang's face. Then he raised his head and kissed Xia Yang's thin lips. The slender snowy neck looked beautiful. The two parted with a soft kiss first. Re-entanglement. The raw tongue was soft and supple. What we have to say to each other is expressed in this way. Xia Yang knew that Lang Shuangyu missed him. After the loving kiss ended, Lang Shuangyue once again snuggled into Xia Yang's arms and fell asleep in no time. He sent Lang Shuangyue back to his room in a princess carry position, took off her shoes and then helped her to cover the quilt. Standing beside the bed, he watched her for a while and sighed wordlessly. Xin Yanran didn't get out of the car immediately after returning home. Instead, sit in the car and think. Intuition told her that Xia Yang was not right, as if he was hiding something. Why is darling so agitated all of a sudden? But even Xin Yanran couldn't think of a reasonable explanation even after sitting in and thinking for half an hour. Had to get out of the car and go pack. She went to Zhou Kite's room first. "Mom!" At this time, Zhou Kite was coiling her hair, and Xin Yanran walked behind her to help her. "What's wrong?" Zhou Kite said. "Has Xiao Yang's fever gone down?" "It's backed up. Honey said something came up early in the morning that he had to go home, and I just took him back. Now come back and pack how to move there for a while. I'll bring Honey back to the cottage again after a while." After Xin Yanran coiled her mother's green silk almost to the top, she picked up the hairpin and passed it through. The mirror reflected two beautiful people who were 7 times alike. Mesmerizing. "Go ahead, Mom supports you," Zhao Kite said. Xin Lily was still sleeping, or she would have clamored to go as well. Xin Yanran said goodbye to Zhao Kite after packing her things and then drove to Xia Yang's house. When she opened the door, she found Xia Yang sitting on the sofa not knowing what he was thinking about. "I'll carry it." Xia Yang saw Xin Yanran come back and took the 2 suitcases in her hands. One was her clothes, and the other was those Xia Yang's clothes that she took over from here yesterday. Yan, you sleep in this room." Xia Yang walked inside the guest room with his luggage. Ning Wei had cleaned up the guest room so much that it was ready to be lived in with bedding directly from inside the cabinet. "This room, it seems to be closer to the living room. Honey, I won't lock the door during the night. Xin Yanran waited until Xia Yang had spread the quilt before hugging him from behind. The tall warm petite body was pressed against his own, and Xia Yang's breathing was a little thick. It's a little better to close the door. He gulped. He knew best the beauty of this goblin. It's so overwhelming. Eroded and pinned. Honey, you have her scent on you, misbehave. Xin Yanran pushed Xia Yang from the side to fall on the bed so that he was lying face up. Then she came back to Xia Yang's neck, leaving her mark without saying a word. You and her, what did you do? Was it kissing, or? Honey, you're resisting me. I know what's on your mind. You're thinking of not touching me until you figure out who you love more, in case you love her more in your heart, so you can keep me intact. Right? She whispered in Xia Yang's ear. Xia Yang sighed that he really couldn't hide anything from Xin Yanran, the siren. Both mentally and physically, she knew herself so well. Honey, you're kidding yourself. If I hadn't traveled back, I might have been pregnant with your child. There's no point in resisting me now. Xia Yang didn't say anything because Xin Yanran was right. Just now she kissed you, right? Xin Yanran's fingertips skimmed over Xia Yang's thin lips. Once I thought about it, I knew that Leng Xuanyue's kind of nature would at most be kissing, and further would have to wait until the evening. The aroma on Xia Yang's body might have been tainted at that time. Feel carefully, who is better? Xin Yanran kissed after saying that. Born with a charming bone, her kissing skills were untutored and not something that Lung Frost Moon could compare to. And she loved to see Xia Yang's face when she kissed him until he was panting. Chapter 123: The Shura That Vanished Because of Love. Deep kisses end. Lung Fengyue's kiss was slightly awkward, green, and gentle. But Xin Yanran's kisses can be intoxicating and mesmerizing, bold and proactive. Those soft, red lips couldn't be savored enough. What a redhead capable of mesmerizing men. Xia Yang's mental and physical defenses were shattered, and just when he thought he was going to be eaten, Xin Yanran stopped her attack. She didn't know that Long Frost Moon had fallen asleep, so she felt that it wasn't a good time to slowly swallow Xia Yang up. In order to avoid being disturbed by Lang Frost Moon, she decided to hold back the longing in her heart until the evening. Xin Yanran lay on Xia Yang's chest after she had kissed enough. Honey, is there something you're not telling me? No. Xia Yang threw his head to the side to avoid those beautiful eyes full of soft and charming intentions. His denial was expected by Xin Yanyan, and it seemed that he still needed to be forced to ask before he could do so. After Xia Yang came out from inside the room, his body was also covered with the fragrance belonging to Xin Yanran. It was only that there was a huge boulder weighing on his heart, and not even Xin Yanran, the siren, was able to make his tightly furrowed brow completely soothed. At noon, Xin Yanran learned from Xia Yang that Lan Shangyue was asleep. What a shame. She then said something so meaningful. If she had known the news that Cold Frost Moon was asleep when she was in the room, they would both still be in bed right now. And not in the kitchen. Lang Shuangyue fell asleep, and the Shura was not triggered for the time being. Cheyenne got through lunchtime uneventfully. But it was only temporary, and in the afternoon Lang Frost Moon woke up. Tightly packed dinners are not as loosely cozy as they were at noon. Long Shuangyue and Xin Yanran had cooked a few dishes. Xia Yang did not even dare to move his chopsticks first, eating Xin Yanran's first. Lang Shuangyue would be unhappy. Eat Lang Shuanyue's first, and Xin Yanran will eat him at night. Right now it's all about the ice and fire. The Shura is as horrible as it gets. Obviously the table was full of his favorite dishes, and Xia Yang could only eat the white rice in the bowl. Tasteless. Just as Xia Yang was burying his head in dry rice, two pairs of chopsticks suddenly appeared in the middle of his vision. It turned out to be both Xin Yanran and Lang Shuanyue who had given him food. Don't worry about us. Honey, eat more. They saw that Xia Yang didn't dare to eat the dishes in order to level the water in one bowl. This outcome was the last situation they wanted to see. So coincidentally, they decided to drop their competition at the dinner table and let Xia Yang eat properly. The Shura was created because they all loved Xia Yang, so how could they let him starve? Xia Yang was touched in his heart. Lang Shuangyue and Xin Yanyan were none of them absolutely beautiful and so in love with him. Unfortunately, there's always one person who doesn't get to be happy. You guys eat too. Xia Yang rained down on them all and gave them all dishes. Something on your mind? Cold Frost Moon asked. She had only seen Xia Yang smile once since her return, and that was when she entered the door. The rest of the time Xia Yang looked worried. You should know that the usual Xia Yang is very cheerful, and his warm smile can always make people around him feel better. Shen Yanran also gazed at him. Even if the two women asked in unison, he couldn't say anything. If Shen Yanran knew that she was thinking of helping Ling Frosty Moon block the car accident, she would definitely do her best to oppose and stop it. Long Xuanyue wouldn't agree with herself if she knew. According to Xia Yang's understanding of her, she would definitely bear it alone. Tomorrow isn't the end of vacation. I was thinking of going to have a good time and I got sick. So it's just not happy. Xia Yang spread his hands and performed with a very compelling sincerity. But the sorrow between his brows had not dissipated, and neither Lang Xuanyue nor Shen Yanran believed his words. Lang Xuanyue stopped asking and took small bites of the dishes Xia Yang gave her. Plan to find a time when the two of you are alone and ask again properly. Silence returned to the table once more. Just when Xia Yang thought that he had fooled around without any danger, his calf felt a smooth and delicate touch. He looked up at Shen Yanran, and the subtle look on his charming and incomparably beautiful face seemed to reveal such a meaning. You're lying. Lang Fengyue did not expect Shen Yanran to flirt with Xia Yang while eating her meal. She was just thinking about what exactly Xia Yang was upset about. It was normal that they couldn't guess. If it wasn't after Luo Qingqing's mention, Xia Yang wouldn't have known that the car accident would still happen. After dinner was over, Xia Yang began to organize his bed, that sofa in the living room. The couch is still big enough that you won't have to roll over and fall off. It's not wrong to say that Xia Yang has a peach blossom curse. If he hadn't regained his memory, or hadn't traveled back, would he still be sleeping on the couch? Long ago, he had hugged a stunning beauty like Shen Yanran or Lang Xuanyue and talked all night long on a big bed where he could roll around. Now though the two great beauties were gathered around him, and their rooms were available to them on their own. And he was reduced to sleeping on the couch. After Xia Yang made up his bed, Lang Xuanyue went ahead and took a bath. He sat on the couch and looked at the bathroom door as the pattering water inside continued. Occasionally a luscious figure could be seen reflected in the bathroom door. Don't get me wrong, Xia Yang was just looking dazed, without the same desire to help Lang Xuanyue get her clothes when she came here to take a bath on her first day. Though it wouldn't hurt to say that he'd open the door now and walk right in cold frost moon wouldn't have the slightest problem with it. Feeling that she had not fulfilled her obligations as a fiancé, Lang Frosty Moon would definitely make it up to him and let him pick her. I'm going to school tomorrow and am bound to go out. What the hell should I do? Yan Yan was also beside herself. Would she be implicated when the time came? Xia Yang envisioned inside his head how many intersections he would have to pass through on his way to the school and which part of the road was dangerous. There was an accident. How could he save Lang Frost Moon in the first place? One more step of thought to fight for one more chance to save her. He didn't think at all about what would happen after he was hit by a car. While Xia Yang was thinking, a pair of catkins covered his eyes. Looking so mesmerized? Do you want to come in later when I'm in the shower, honey? Shen Yanran saw Xia Yang sitting on the sofa and looking at the bathroom door after she came out from inside the room. As if a statue. If he was really looking at his heart, Shen Yanran would have done more than just cover her eyes. It might just push right up to him and leave him no time to think about other women. Honey, what's wrong with you? Chapter 124 Late Night Sneak Attack. Shen Yanran walked up to Xia Yang, and her delicate body that made people's hearts flutter sat into Xia Yang's arms. Soft catkins cupped his perfect face. Tell me what is troubling you, dear, and I may be able to help you. Xia Yang just hugged the enchanting and charming YouTuber in his arms without answering. If she died after saving Frost Moon, Yanyu would definitely not forgive herself. Also, who can accept the death of a beloved for another? Yan, I'm sorry. Xia Yang said in his heart. Shen Yanran felt the uneasiness, anxiety, and frustration in Xia Yang through the tight embrace. Tonight she was going to do a good job of sorting out Xia Yang's problems, and maybe then he'd talk about it. Want to come to my room tonight? Immediately after that, Shen Yanran's red lips came to Xia Yang's. Her slightly opened and closed and said some sweet words. Well. Shen Yanran's jade arm encircled Xia Yang's neck in a rather ambiguous position. No. Shen Yanran did not expect that this could be rejected. To know that she had just said in Xia Yang's ear, even if a woman heard it, she would blush. It's just that if the darling doesn't come, won't he or she take the initiative? Thinking of this, Shen Yanran did not force, kissed Xia Yang's thin lips, then got up, went back inside the room to choose clothes to prepare for a bath. After not long, the bathroom door opened. Some water mist lingered around Lang Xuanyue with a hazy feeling. Beautifully dreamy. The hot water is already running for you, go take a shower. Good. Xia Yang wanted to go inside the room to get his clothes. Lung Frost Moon added, "I'll get it for you later." Just like that, Xia Yang didn't have to do anything and walked directly inside the bathroom. The water temperature wasn't very hot. The considerate Lang Frost Moon had taken into account the difference in temperature of the bath water between men and women. He soaked his entire body into the tub directly after undressing. Xia Yang, you can't go on looking so sad. If you're not happy, Frost Moon and Yanran won't be happy either. He muttered to himself at his reflection on the water. After a few minutes, the sound of Lang Frost Moon and Shen Yanran talking came from outside the bathroom. Lang Xuanyue wanted to send clothes in for Xia Yang, so how could Shen Yanran agree? She blocked in front of Lang Xuanyue, and the two women confronted each other. Without Xia Yang present, the atmosphere between them was extraordinarily scary. Get out of the way. You weren't by Xia Yang's side when he was sick, but now you're playing the role of a caring wife who helps her husband with his clothes. Don't you feel ashamed? Shen Yanran's harsh words seemed to turn into knives stabbing towards Lang Xuanyue's vitals. Her resentment towards Lang Xuanyue had never subsided. What with all the talk of loving him, it's nothing more than that. Lang Xuanyue's bright eyes darkened. She knew that in this matter it was indeed her fault. It is for this reason that the dress must be given away. She has to make up for Xia Yang from every bit of her life. Delivering clothes or not, cooking or not. She would do whatever Xia Yang liked. It was her duty as a fiancé to become Xia Yang's virtuous wife. After Xia Yang, who was lying inside the bathtub, heard the two women arguing, how could he still sit still? Hurriedly, he sat up from inside the bathtub and went straight out. The bathroom door opened, and both Lang Fengyue and Shen Yanran's gazes shifted over. Xia Yang took the clothes in Lang Xuanyu's hands and quickly went back inside the bathroom. The fuse disappeared and silence returned outside. After Xia Yang dried his body and came out with his clothes on, he found that there was no one inside the living room. I'm sure Lang Frost is also inside their respective rooms with Shen Yanran. He went and knocked on the door of Shen Yanran's room. Huma, the bathroom is empty. Xia Yang had just finished speaking when Shen Yanran opened the door to her room. Honey, I didn't expect you to be so bold. Shen Yanran was talking about how he had just rushed out and rushed in. It was too hasty. Yuma. Xia Yang is not in the mood to care about his own just loose action. He wants to persuade Shen Yanran to stop arguing with Lang Xuanyue but does not know how to open his mouth. Of course, he would talk to Lang Xuanyue about this matter later. When they quarreled, Xia Yang helped no one. Honey, I know what you want to say. I won't make things difficult for you. Shen Yanran said kindly. Do you want to take another shower? You just did it in a hurry. I'll give you a good back rub. Within 2 words, the goblin had hit him again. It's amazing that such a wonderful invitation was extended. I've cleaned up. It was only after Xia Yang had finished speaking that he reacted to what he had said that was misleading. Shen Yanran smiled even more on her extremely charming and beautiful face. Then In order to stop her, Xia Yang directly wrapped one hand around her water snake waist and one hand around her slender legs, and sent her inside the bathroom in a princess carry before fleeing. Honey, you won't be able to escape during the night, she said as she removed her long black dress, and the view inside the mirror was blood-curdling. Xia Yang had also put hot water on for her before going out. It's a little hotter than he washes. Jade feet slowly dipped into the water, due to the rise in temperature. Shen Yanran's sheepish skin was flushed pink, and if Xia Yang was here to see this scene, he wouldn't necessarily be able to hold it. She picked up some water in one of her veiny hands and dripped it on top of her jade arm, letting the warm water flow. When Xia Yang came to his room, he found that Lang Xuanyue was following a phone call. He didn't disturb her, walked out and sat on the sofa. Shen Yanran didn't wash for too long because she didn't feel comfortable leaving Xia Yang and Lang Xuanyue alone. After she came out, Lang Xuanyue also finished answering the phone. Lang Fengyue looked at the quilt spread out on the sofa, her eyebrows frowning slightly. The sofa is not comfortable to sleep on, come inside and sleep. Lang Xuanyue took Xia Yang's hand, wanting to bring him inside the bedroom. It's going to be in my room, isn't it? Honey? Shen Yanran directly took Xia Yang's arm. The war that had just subsided has begun again. Xia Yang sighed, let go of Lang Xuanyue's hand, and pulled his arm out of Shen Yanran's arms. Then he said to Lang Xuanyue, you have to get up early tomorrow, go to bed early. I'll just sleep on the sofa. I'll sleep on the sofa, you go sleep in the bedroom. Lang Fengyue knew that with Shen Yanran around, sharing a bed with Xia Yang was impossible. She only wanted Xia Yang to have a good night's sleep. There was no way Xia Yang would let Lung Xuanyue sleep on the sofa. There was no choice but to go and sleep in his parents' room. He hadn't wanted to sleep there. Cold Frost Moon also compromised. So the three of them went to their rooms. After Xinyan returned to her room, she changed into the kind of sexy black silk pajamas that were Xia Yang's favorite before she crossed over. She waited inside the room for the next 2 hours, estimating that Lung Xuanyue should have fallen asleep. Quietly, he opened the door. Chapter 125, Xinyan knows Xia Yang's intentions. The living room was dark and looked deserted. A happy smile surfaced on Xinyan's beautiful face, the light veil on her body swaying gently along with those slender and smooth legs. Shake it off. Thinking that she would be able to feel Xia Yang's warmth tonight after a long time, her already charming to the extreme face looked even more moving, and her autumn water eyes were filled with tenderness. But Cold Frost Moon had already guessed her intentions and sat silently on the sofa waiting for her for as long as 2 hours. Xinyan had just touched the door handle of Xia Yang's room when Lang Xuanyue's voice came from behind. What do you want? Lang Xuanyue, who was wearing a white nightgown, stood up and turned on the lights in the living room. Xinyan's night attack fell flat, and the dark living room was illuminated by lights. She turned to look at Cold Frost Moon and said calmly, "Of course I want to sleep with my darling. Don't even think about it." Probably because they realized that the sound of their talking would disturb Xia Yang inside the room, both of them stopped talking. Xinyan didn't make a pointless standoff and returned inside her room after a short while. Since late at night doesn't work, early in the morning is fine. By then Honey is pretty much rested, just in time to give him a good morning kiss. After Xinyan set her alarm clock, she covered her seductive and delicate body with the quilt, intending to sleep first. Lung Fengyue saw Xinyan sitting on the sofa for a while after closing the door to her room. After 10 minutes or so, she looked at Xinyan's tightly closed room door and walked over to Xia Yang's room door and gently turned the door handle. Walked in. At this moment, Xia Yang hadn't fallen asleep, and the worried man couldn't sleep at all. Frost Moon? Still not sleeping? Lung Frost Moon walked over to Xia Yang's bedside and sat down. Aha! Xia Yang's mood became heavier and heavier as he looked at his dumpy fiancé in front of him. Lung Xuanyue reached out to smooth Xia Yang's slightly furrowed brow. Xia Yang held her jade hand in his hand. Frost Moon. He opened his mouth, wanting to say that he'd tell her not to go to school tomorrow, but how could he hide for a moment and not for the rest of his life? Lung Xuanyue sat in the living room waiting for Xinyan to come out, also pondered what Xia Yang was struggling with. Combined with the current situation, it's nothing more than him being dragged into the middle of a swamp of pain by his feelings. Xia Yang, I won't force you to make a choice right away, one day you'll figure out who you love more. But I hope that person is me. I know. If it was really a question of who to choose, it would be good, so that if one chose Lang Xuanyue or Xinyan, the other one would be able to live a peaceful life. As he was lost in thought, a soft, wet sensation came between his lips. It was Lung Frost Moon who initiated the kiss. Xia Yang also cherished this fragrant kiss full of love. After all, it is possible to kiss once less. He turned passivity into initiative, wrapping his hands around Lung Xuanyue's surplus waist and devoting himself to kissing. After a long time, the two of them separated their lips. Lung Xuanyue's absolutely beautiful face was tinted with a faint thin red. Her beauty was unbelievable, but she couldn't stay here for long. In case Xinyan found out, she would have no reason to stop Xinyan from sleeping with Xia Yang anymore. Lang Xuanyue pulled the few strands of sideburns that were messed up by Xia Yang during the kiss behind her ear. Gently, she said, "Good night." Xia Yang's hands loosened her willow waist, allowing her to get up from his arms. "Good night." Lung Frost Moon's eyes revealed reluctance. She gently closed the door to Xia Yang's room and returned inside her own room. After Lang Xuanyue left, Xia Yang completely removed his disguise, sat on the bed and stared blankly in the direction of the door of the room, then lay down and fell asleep in worry. Hope all goes well tomorrow. Xinyan was so expectant that she had just woken up after not having slept for long. She reached for her cell phone, which was sitting on her bedside, to check the time, 1:30 a.m. At this hour, she's asleep too. Xinyan, who couldn't wait any longer, acted once again, opening the door to her room silently and walking inside the living room. She used her cell phone to illuminate the area and realized that Lung Frost Moon was indeed not guarding the area. When Xinyan twisted the door handle on Xia Yang's side again, a terrible speculation suddenly surfaced in her mind. Lung Xuanyue, is she sleeping in there? The door was opened softly and she stepped in with a sideways glance. Xinyan looked at the bed, on which there was only the sleeping Xia Yang. It seems the worry was unwarranted. "Honey, I'm coming." Xia Yang didn't have the slightest idea that Shen Yanran, the desirable siren, had already come to his side. Just as she was about to get under the covers, the sleeping Xia Yang said in her sleep, "Frost Moon." Shen Yanran was slightly stunned before reacting to the fact that Xia Yan was actually calling out Ling Frost Moon's name in her dream. "Darling, I can't forgive you so much this time." Shen Yanran got angry. She got inside the quilt and lay down to come face to face with Xia Yang. She was just about to wake up Xia Yang to show him who was beside him when the dream talk started again. "I'll protect you. Frost Moon. Don't go to the intersection. The car will hit you." Disconnected words unconsciously came out of Xia Yang's mouth. In his dream, he dreamed of the scene where he went out with Ling Frost Moon tomorrow. Shen Yanran wiped away the tiny beads of sweat on Xia Yang's forehead. Intuition told her that what Xia Yang was saying right now was the very source of what was causing him to frown. Protecting Long Xuanyu? The car hit her? Shen Yanran remembered the time Xia Yang was hospitalized for saving Lung Frost. But wasn't that event supposed to be 3 years later? And it's already known that things are going to happen, just hide away. What's the darling worried about? As she kept thinking about it, that ubiquitous familiarity finally caught up with her. Nope. Honey just rushed back to contact Cold Frost Moon after her fever. For this reason, not hesitate to please yourself inside the room. Fever? Honey came down with a fever in late December. Shen Yanran subconsciously glanced at her cell phone, which showed the time in September. How come it's not the same time as the original? And for once, it was himself who was taking care of his darling's side. Nothing has changed except the timing. Shen Yanran immediately comprehended the crux of the problem. What's supposed to happen still happens, but the time becomes different. So that car accident will happen again? After figuring it out, all the signs displayed by Xia Yang were rationalized. Honey knew after her fever that the crash was going to happen too, but wasn't sure when, so she hurried back to Cold Frost Moon, wanting to stay by her side. When the car accident came again, he would save Lang Frost Moon just like last time. That's why Honey acted so excited when she said she was going out to buy fruit. Chapter 126, Take good care of him. Definitely can't let Honey help Lang Frost Moon get out of a car accident again. After gaining insight into the reason, Shen Yanran did not have that kind of charming mind. The softness in her beautiful eyes disappeared, replaced by anger and determination. In that case, lock up Honey while you can and wait until after the crash to set him free. By then the wood will be greased and the darling will be safe. As for Lang Frost Moon, Shen Yanran didn't care what would happen to her. Besides, Honey already blocked for her once. Isn't that enough? Shen Yan did as she said, gently moving out from inside the comforter and going inside the room to get the spray that could mesmerize people. Otherwise, when she tied up Xia Yang, he would definitely wake up. Shen Yanran went and came back. With a white spray bottle in her hand, she aimed at Xia Yang's nose, just a gentle press. Xia Yang would not wake up until noon tomorrow. The spray head was slowly pressed down, and she stopped moving a moment before the spray was about to come out. Because she'd thought of a better way. It's inevitable that when you lock up your darling, you'll be 100 times too close to yourself. Cold Frosty Moon will get the law enforcement team to search when she realizes her darling is missing. By the time Honey is rescued, she will still help Lang Xuanyue block the car accident. And he must hate himself for life for locking up Honey at a time like this. Never a good idea. The crux of the matter was Cold Frost Moon, and as long as she cooperated with her actions, there was no chance that Honey would be able to block the car accident for her. After thinking about it, Shen Yanran had to go find Lung Xuanyue. Lung Fengyue was still awake now. She had slept all day during the day. Right now she was looking through the photos on her cell phone, taken the last time she went to the amusement park with Xia Yang. The photo showed Xia Yang holding her in his arms, and the sunlight sprinkled on their bodies, making them look golden. Both of them had happy smiles on their faces. Suddenly, someone opened the door. Lang Xuanyu's first reaction was that Xia Yang had come over to find herself. Zayang. She called softly. But unexpectedly it was Shen Yanran who came in. The tender love on Lang Xuanyue's face turned into indifference. What are you doing here? Of course I came to find you because I have something to do. Shen Yanran didn't just open the door as soon as she came in. My darling's fever had just broken at 6 o'clock yesterday morning when he rushed to me to bring him back here. Despite my selfish requests, he agreed to all of them. Lang Xuanyue's face became even colder when she heard Shen Yanran say this. Do you know what this is about? Shin Yanran didn't say anything more after she sent her question. Although Lang Xuanyue had anger in her heart, she still asked, why? She understood that Shin Yanran would not come inside her room to say such boring things for no reason. What she had to say must be related to Xia Yang. Yesterday morning, I said, I'll take you home if you give me a kiss, and when my darling was done kissing me, I asked him to pick out my dress and change me into it himself, and I even had to ask him to help me put on my shoes. Shin Yanran. Lang Xuanyue was completely angry. You're still angry? Shin Yanran let out a contemptuous laugh. My dear did all these things for you. The reason he rushed back was to find his cell phone to contact you, and then to get to your side to help you block another car accident. And you have the nerve to be angry? You weren't around when honey needed you. But he was all about you. There was too much information in Shin Yanran's words, and she continued in order to make Lang Frost Moon understand what she was saying. Let me ask you, what month was the fever of my dear? Shin Yanran's sentence was like a key to unlocking the mystery, and when Lang Frost Moon followed her question and remembered that point in time, she also looked at her cell phone. Together with the information revealed to her within the first few sentences, the same conclusion was forming in Lang Frost Moon's mind. Shin Yanran did not bother her. This matter had to be left to Lang Xuanyue to figure it out on her own. A car accident that would happen? She whispered after a short while. That's right, even after traveling back, some of the things that were supposed to happen still happen, it's just that the point in time has changed. Before crossing back, my darling had a fever, and it was I who stayed by his side, and after crossing back, my darling also had a fever, and it was still I who stayed by his side. Now do you see the reason for the violent pulling of your hand and the sorrowful frown of your darling today? It's all because of you. Shin Yanran is not talking anymore. She came in first to stimulate Lang Xuanyue in an attempt to make her feel guilty about Xia Yang, and then said that the car accident will be staged again. If Lang Xuanyue still had a conscience, she wouldn't have asked her dear to help her save the day. The fear is that she is afraid to face death. In fact, in the end, Shin Yanran never believed in Lang Xuanyue's love for Xia Yang. Seeing that Lang Frost Moon was also silent, she clenched her shell teeth and spoke out a condition that would never have been possible in usual times. I won't ask anything between you and Honey for the rest of the day if you promise me not to let Honey get you out of another car accident. Lang Fengyue's thoughts drifted back to when Xia Yang pushed himself away at the intersection. She could never forget the scene where Xia Yang fell to the ground after his car was knocked away, and a large amount of blood flowed out from inside his body, staining the ground red. And his own agonizing wait and prayers outside the emergency room. That was when Lang Frosty Moon felt deep remorse. She would have preferred that she was the one who was pushed into the emergency room, and that she was the one who was hit. Now that she finally had a choice, of course she would no longer let Xia Yang shield herself from the calamity that should have belonged to her. Will you die yourself? Doesn't matter. Facing the unknown ending, Cold Frost Moon was surprisingly calm in her heart. I won't let Xia Yang risk his life for me again. Lang Xuanyue said to Shin Yanran. Really? Shin Yanran was overjoyed to hear that Lang Xuanyue was willing to agree, but she still confirmed it again. Aha! Lang Xuanyue blandly answered Shin Yanran's skepticism. After reaching her goal, Shin Yanran didn't stay long and prepared to go back. Lang Xuanyue's ability to dryly agree was really out of her expectation. As she went out and prepared to close the door, Lang Frost Moon's voice came from inside the room. If I die, you have to take good care of Xia Yang for me. Chapter 127, I want to make him breakfast every day. Shin Yanran couldn't believe that Lang Frost Moon would say such a thing. It wasn't long ago in the living room that she was showing every inch of herself, but now she was showing the exact opposite. Told myself to take care of her dear. At this moment even Shin Yanran felt Lang Xuanyue's love for Xia Yang. It was so selfless and profound. Her heart wasn't in it. The atmosphere between the two also eased, and Shin Yanran turned and nodded before closing the door to the room. Lang Fengyue picked up the cell phone next to her bed to light up the already extinguished screen. Xia Yang, I so want to join hands with you and grow old. She murmured as she looked at the group photo, with heartbreaking sadness in her bright eyes. Tonight was destined to be sleepless for Lang Frost Moon. It's early in the morning and the alarm hasn't gone off yet. Xia Yang, who was a light sleeper, woke up. He felt the fragrant softness of a petite body under the covers, pressing against him. Is it Frost Moon? Xia Yang recalled that Lang Xuanyue had gone back after saying goodnight to herself. That can only be Shin Yanran. Xia Yang opened his sleepy eyes to see that it was really her. Good morning, dear. Waking up early in the morning to see a delicate redhead like Shin Yanran, anyone would not be able to hold on. It's only 7 o'clock, you can sleep a little longer. If you don't want to sleep, we can do something else, like a massage? Shin Yanran said. She wanted to help Xia Yang detoxify the worries that had accumulated in his heart and make it easier for him. The beautiful things Shin Yanyan whispered in his ear made him so agitated that he almost fell in love. Get up, I'm hungry. Xia Yang's sanity was greatly challenged. I'm hungry too. Shin Yanran's fragrant tongue swept across her red lips. When Xia Yang wanted to get up, Shin Yanran put her hand on his broad chest and said, My dear, be good and let me have a kiss. If you refuse, it won't be as simple as a kiss. With Xia Yang's understanding of Shin Yanyan, the siren, she definitely did what she said she would do. After seeing him obediently submit, Shin Yanran wrapped her arms around Xia Yang's neck and gave a good morning kiss. After the kiss was over, she also let Xia Yang go as promised. A contented smile blossomed on her charmingly beautiful face. Time is rushed in the morning, and time is only plentiful in the evening. She looked to her bedside alarm clock. She had one more bell before she had to go out. How would one bell be enough? After Xia Yang got up and washed up, he found the door to the room where Ling Frost Moon lived open, so he walked in and found it empty. He panicked at once. Where is Frost Moon? He asked as he grabbed Shin Yanran's fragrant shoulder. She just said she was going downstairs to sell breakfast. Shin Yanran said. In fact, this was a setup by her and Ling Frost Moon to verify the inferred results. If Xia Yang immediately snatched the door to find Ling Frost Moon. Just another validation of the correctness of their inference. As expected, Xia Yang immediately opened the door and prepared to run downstairs. But Cold Frost Moon had already returned from selling breakfast and was standing outside the door. She went out for a walk while Zhang was still awake, going to the road and crossing the intersection. Nothing happened. Leng Xuangyue planned to move back to Tontian Pavilion to live, in which case Xia Yang's time by her side would be greatly reduced. As soon as Xia Yang opened the door, he saw the returning Leng Xuanyu, and his lifted heart dropped with it. I bought your favorite soy milk donuts. Leng Xuanyu acted as usual. It was as if Shin Yanran hadn't even looked for her last night. I'm tired of eating it, I don't need to go buy it later, I just want to eat your handmade breakfast. Xia Yang was worried that Leng Xuanyue would go and buy soybean milk and donuts for herself every day in the future, so he directly lied to her and said that he was tired of eating them. Later Leng Fengyue wanted to say that she would make him breakfast every day from now on, but remembering the car accident that would happen at some point, she retracted the words she was about to say. She also wanted to stay by Xia Yang's side every day and cook him breakfast, Chinese food, and dinner. Living an uneventful and happy life. Chapter 128. Left hand Shin Yanran, right hand Leng Xuanyu. Leng Xuanyue put down the soybean milk donuts in her hands and walked into the kitchen to make breakfast for Xia Yang with her own hands. In order not to miss school, she cooked noodles, plus fried a couple eggs. A simple combination without sacrificing nutrition and flavor. If Leng Xuanyue and Xia Yang got married, she would definitely be a very good wife. To Xia Yang's surprise, Leng Xuanyu also prepared Shin Yanran's portion, and Shin Yanran ate it after saying thank you. What's going on? He looked at Leng Xuanyue, then at Shin Yanran, and ultimately did not ask. It doesn't matter what caused it, as long as they live in harmony. Xia Yang is most afraid of the kind of cultivation like last night. Once or twice is okay, more sooner or later something will happen. After finishing the noodles, Xia Yang ate the soybean milk donuts that Leng Xuanyue had bought back as well. It couldn't go to waste. On the way to the school, Xia Yang put up a 12-minute fight, and the dangerous sections that he had envisioned in his mind passed through unharmed. The main mode of transportation is the subway, which greatly reduces the likelihood of car accidents. Very good. Xia Yang whispered, grateful for having reached the school safely this time. Even though Xia Yang's voice was very low, the parallel Leng Frost Moon and Shin Yanran both heard it. They were silent, each with their own thoughts in their minds. Leng Xuanyue gently held Xia Yang's bony hand. She wanted to hold Xia Yang's hand when she was going out, but she was afraid that the car accident would come suddenly and it would be too late to let go then. So Leng Xuanyu waited until now, and on the way Xia Yang's hand brushed against the back of her white hand several times because of the swing of walking. She didn't even bother to hold it, even though she wanted to so badly. Now that she had entered the school gates, Leng Xuanyue could finally put down the scruples in her heart. Shin Yanran clenched her pink fists after seeing it, but she could only move her gaze elsewhere. She had said last night inside her room that as long as Leng Xuanyu agreed to the request, she wouldn't care what happened between Leng Xuanyu and Xia Yang within this period of time. So even when they saw Leng Xuanyu holding Xia Yang's hand, they could only turn a blind eye. She then took Xia Yang's other hand in a not-so-subtle manner. Xia Yang, who was in the middle of the blessing, was feeling happy for a safe journey, when suddenly Lang Xuanyue held his hand. He immediately felt the killing aura from Xin Yanran. It's over. The public shura is coming. Xia Yang's mind raced, thinking of a solution. Unexpectedly, Xin Yanran did not lash out, and he felt his other hand being held as well. Xin Yanran and Lang Xuanyue, the jade hands of these two earthly beauties, were completely different sensations when held in the palms of their hands. Cold Frost Moon's hands were a bit cooler, fragrant and smooth. It made people want to play with it properly. Xin Yanran's hand was warm, soft and delicate, hot. The same made it endearing. Didn't she realize it, Huma? It can't be. Xia Yang, however, had no intention of enjoying his happiness, and he couldn't figure out why this was happening. After the students saw Xia Yang's left hand Xin Yanyan's right hand Lang Xuanyue, they couldn't even use envy and jealousy to describe their feelings at the moment. They could never dream of such a scene. After a few days of vacation, classmate Xia Yang just took down Goddess Shun? A male student said with pathos. And Goddess Cold actually doesn't object. That one sentence dried the boys to silence. It's already a blessing to have one of those two stunning women. How can Xia Yang enjoy the happiness of one man? Damnation is no longer enough, he should be killed by 1,000 cuts. Unfortunately, they couldn't beat Xia Yang even if they were combined. When Zhao Kite was in trouble, Xia Yang had put down all the people who had surrounded them. You said. How did Lung agree to this? If I knew that, would I still be single? You'll ask? Roll. It won't work even if Mr. Xia Yang is willing to tell us the method. Are you as handsome as he is? Are you as good as him? Once again the boys were silent. Indeed, no. How can the software possibly run without the hardware? Xia Yang's heart-stopping fear ended with Xin Yanran and Lang Xuanyue letting go after entering the classroom. Soon after the teacher arrived and the bell rang to start the class. Lang Fingyue's mind was not in the classroom at all, she was thinking about how to tell Xia Yang that she wanted to go back to the Tongtian Pavilion in the evening. Xin Yanran was also not too eager to listen in the face of this knowledge that she had mastered long ago, admiring Xia Yang who was listening carefully to the lesson. Honey got even more handsome when she got serious. Every teacher had called Xin Yanran to answer questions with the intention of seeing how good this new student really was. Xin Yanran answered fluently, and the questions posed by the teacher were not difficult for her at all. The students knew they would later drop another spot in the class. She becomes even more unattainable in the boys' minds. When it was time to eat, the three of them went to the cafeteria together, and they didn't know how many of their classmates were attracted to them. Xia Yang student. Xia Yang, who was eating, heard someone calling him, so he turned around and found that it was Chen Qingqing, the class president. Although Chen Qingqing was also beautiful, in front of Lang Xuanyue and Xin Yanyan, she appeared to lose some color. What's up, squad leader? Mr. Xia Yang, didn't you look at the group? Chen Qingqing said as she looked at him and moved her eyes away in no time. No. Xia Yang replied, then took out his cell phone to look at the group before realizing that there was a basketball game. He hadn't had a good day in the last few days, and he didn't even care about the messages from the group. The day before yesterday, Chen Qingqing sent a notice inside the class group that there was a basketball match with the next class and asked who was going to play. Boys and girls alike highly recommend and ate Xia Yang in the group. With Xia Yang's kind of physical quality that transcended the human category, having him on the court to win was like playing. So the boys are holding on to this thigh. The girls, on the other hand, wanted to witness Xia Yang's heroic style when he dunked and made dry jumpers. Xia Yang gave a reply after reading it. I'll be on. That's fine, I'll bring you the jerseys after dinner. I won't disturb your meal. Chen Qingqing said to Xia Yang, but her gaze crossed over to look at Xin Yanran and Lang Xuanyue, who were sitting across from her. Then with eyes downcast he turned away. Take care, squad leader. Xin Yanran certainly noticed Chen Qingqing's gaze just now. But she didn't take it to heart. Honey, eat more. Xin Yanran pinched the chicken leg on her plate to Xia Yang. There's a mystery reward for winning. Cold Frost Moon also gave him his own chicken leg encouragingly, cheer up. With the two women cheering him on, Xia Yang also came energized. Resolved to play well this afternoon. Class president, has classmate Xia Yang agreed to go on stage? Chen Qingqing had just come back, and the female classmates chased after her to ask. Promised. Yes. The students around her were very happy, but Chen Qingqing couldn't be happy. LOL. Chapter 129, As Long as He's Happy. The 2 p.m. half-ball game is ready to begin. Lang Shangyue and Shen Yanran sat in the audience, and Xia Yang gathered with the male students in his class. Only the rest of the boys read the message inside the group and got their jerseys early. At this time, Chen Qingqing sent Xia Yang's jersey. Cheer well, Xia Yang student. She cheered for Xia Yang with a smile on her face. Thank you, class president. Xia Yang responded politely and then took the jersey. Class president, this is your fault, isn't it? Why are you encouraging Xia Yang alone? What about us? The boys teased. They weren't blind, so they could naturally see that Chen Qingqing was in love with Xia Yang. And good luck to you guys. This is too perfunctory, isn't it? One sentence to dismiss the 4 of us. But say so much to Xia Yang. That's it. Chen Qingqing, who had her mind revealed, blushed a little. She didn't dare to meet Xia Yang's eyes. I'll go change first, wait for me to come back. Xia Yang took the newly issued jersey and prepared to go to the locker room, but was stopped by his teammates. Go to some locker room, just change here and show the class president your skinny in and out body. Class president, do you want to see just how many abs Mr. Xia Yang has? I can tell you, 8. The formerly generous Chen Qingqing has become unable to speak. I'm going to change my mind temporarily if you guys keep messing around. Xia Yang said. Don't. Brother. Righteous father. I've talked trash and made bets to the next class. You must go on. The boy who said that he wanted to show Chen Qingqing Xia Yang's body hurriedly got out of the way. Only after Xia Yang walked away did Chen Qingqing leave. The crowd was packed for this game. Because of such earthly beauties as Shen Yanran and Lang Shuangyue, the girls also waited to catch a glimpse of Xia Yang on the court. Xia Yang's invincible stance on the court made their hearts swell. Red and blue are ready. They were also energized and intent on competition first and friendship second. Xia Yang jumped for the ball and easily let his teammates get the offense. Is this still human? The opponents were shocked to see Xia Yang's jumping high. Give the opposite side a proper break and let them take points to save some face. The fourth quarter was looking like it was going to end. There's water I just bought in the bag as well as a towel, you give it to Xia Yang. Lang Shuangyu said to Shen Yanran. What do you mean? Shen Yanran asked. I'm moving back home after tonight. A simple sentence contains a different kind of deep meaning. Lang Fingyue's comment about moving back home meant that she was ready to face a car accident. Calling Shen Yanyan to bring water and towels to Xia Yang meant that Xia Yang would be left to her from now on. After Shen Yanran comprehended the meaning of Lang Shuanyue's words, she did not pick up the things that Lang Shuanyue had prepared. I don't need you to hand out this opportunity to me if you don't give it away, someone else will. Lang Fengyue followed Shen Yanran's guidance to see Chen Qingqing holding a bottle of water and walking towards Xia Yang. In the end, Lang Frostmoon went to Xia Yang with a towel and water. Shen Yanran followed closely behind. Thirsty? Lang Shuangyu's gaze was as gentle as water, taking out the water inside the bag and opening it to hand it to Xia Yang, before using a towel to personally help her wipe the sweat from her face. The whole basketball gym was snoozed by this couple-like behavior of theirs, which is really bursting to kill single dogs, and even those who have a date are envious. And Shen Yanran hugged Xia Yang right in front of a large crowd. Honey, you were so handsome just now. Let go, I'm all sweaty now. Xia Yang wanted to push Shen Yanran away. In the past, when you were sweating all over the place, didn't we still hug each other tightly? She came to Xia Yang's ear and whispered. What does this leprechaun want? Lang Shuangyue's eyes flashed with sadness when she saw the two embracing each other. It was quickly covered up again. As long as he's happy? The boys felt like the world was gray. Cold Frost Moon plus Shen Yanran, also intimate with Xia Yang, a help wipe sweat, a hug also whispered in the ear. Chen Qingqing looked at the scene in front of her and sneaked away from the crowd. Still overthinking myself. After the ball game, the 3 Xia Yangs went home. On the way he remained in a state of 1200% mental alertness to prevent accidents. Have a safe trip. The first thing Lang Shuangyu did after she came back was to put a bath on for Xia Yang so that he could take a good bath. After all that sweat. She then opened the refrigerator and pulled out the ingredients. Preparing to cook a sumptuous dinner for Xia Yang, tonight she was going to move back to the Tongtian Pavilion, and she might not have the chance to cook for Xia Yang again in the future. Xia Yang stood under the shower and rinsed off his sweat, then got into the bathtub to soak, but his brain couldn't relax at all. Opening or closing his eyes was the face of Lang Xuanyu. Chapter 130, Don't Go. After Xia Yang finished his bath, he found Lang Xuanyu still busy inside the kitchen. Lang Fengyue put on an apron and became more and more like a good wife. Frost Moon, let me help you. Xia Yang didn't care that he had just finished showering, so he went straight to the cutting board and picked up the chopper, wanting to cut some potatoes that she hadn't had time to deal with. No need. Lung Frost Moon said softly, just let me do it myself. But there are still so many ingredients left to deal with, you can't be too busy. Xia Yang thought that Lung Frost Moon would cook a few more dishes to celebrate tonight when she saw that she had won the competition. But that's too rich, isn't it? There are 4 dishes already made. You have bathed and should not cook. I will make it as soon as possible. Lang Xuanyu smelled the fresh scent of Xia Yang's body and turned around to say. 4 dishes are already enough for the 3 of us, you don't need to cook anymore. Auntie Choshui should scold me if she knows you come over and cook every day. Xia Yang didn't want Lung Frost Moon to do more. For one thing, there was already enough to eat, and for another, when Lung Frost Moon was at home, other than following Chu Choshui to learn the art of cooking, she didn't have to cook at any other time. She is the jewel in the palm of Lang Jie and Chu Choshui's hand. Thinking of this, Xia Yang felt guilty in his heart. Cold Frost Moon's standard of living has dropped because of him. I want to make more tonight. Lang Xuanyu said as she looked at Xia Yang. The guilt-ridden Xia Yang didn't notice the reluctance in her words as he stepped closer to take Lang Xuanyu into his arms. Lung Fengyue somewhat resisted and put her hand on Xia Yang's broad chest. Don't, the apron's a little dirty. Xia Yang did not listen to advice at all, and with a forceful arm he held Ling Long's fragrant body tightly. Then he lowered his head to place a gentle kiss on Lang Frost Moon's lips. Listen. Xia Yang said with a smile. Leaning in her arms, Lang Xuanyu was a little shaken, as if she had returned to the time when Xia Yang had not regained her memories. That's how close they were then, with eyes only for each other. Xia Yang used one hand to untie the knot on Lang Xuanyu's willow waist, and the apron was undone. The warm big hand, despite its small movements, still brought a tingling sensation to Lang Fengyue. Xia Yang immediately smelled the body fragrance emanating from Lang Xuanyu. The fragrant body in his arms was also slightly weak. If Lang Xuanyu was an iceberg, then Xia Yang was the one who could make the iceberg melt. Go sit outside and I'll take care of the rest. Xia Yang removed the apron from Lang Xuanyu, then pushed her out of the kitchen. Even if Cold Frost Moon still wants to continue cooking, she has the heart to do so. Shen Yanran had also taken a bath and was sitting on the sofa in the living room. The upside-down beautiful face looks great and radiates charm all over. The long, beautiful legs were folded together in a way that made one's heart flutter. She was in a pleasant mood now. After seeing Lang Frost Moon come out from inside the kitchen, she had a rare chance to say a few words to her. I'm afraid it won't be so easy for you to leave tonight. I know. Cold Frost Moon responded. She hadn't figured out how to tell Xia Yang that she was going to live at home yet. There was no way Xia Yang would let her go. Lang Xuanyu sighed slightly and finally decided to quietly leave after Xia Yang fell asleep. Shen Yanran looked at her difficult look as not talking. Lang Xuanyu ego or not is not the key is that Xia Yang cannot help her again to block the car accident. Of course, once Lang Xuanyu left, she could have a wonderful 2-person world with Xia Yang. Xia Yang cooked that dish in the pot, cleaned up the kitchen and started dinner. He also increased his meal size quite a bit after playing the game. And Lang Xuanyu didn't move her chopsticks a few times, quietly watching him eat. No appetite? Xia Yang clamped the fish belly meat to her. He also did not forget Shen Yanran, the two were treated the same. You eat. Lang Xuanyu pinched the tender piece of fish into his bowl again, and in order to keep Xia Yang from worrying, she began to eat as well. Frost Moon seems to have something on her mind, so I'll ask her after dinner. The rice in Xia Yang's bowl quickly bottomed out, and Lang Xuanyu wanted to serve him rice, but Shen Yanran stepped in and she chose to give in. Half an hour later, dinner was over. Shen Yanran did not pester Xia Yang and returned inside her room. Because she wanted to leave space for Lang Frost Moon to talk to Xia Yang about her moving back home. Lang Fengyue also returned inside the room. She looked around before sitting down on the bed. Thinking about the fact that it was here that she gave her first time to Xia Yang. When she moved in, Lang Xuanyu planned to stay until Xia Yang's parents returned. I didn't realize that the world had gotten in the way, and she had only lived here for a few days at full capacity, and had only cooked a few meals for her sweetheart with her own hands. She was about to move out. After a while she started taking her clothes out from inside the closet with reluctance. Put everything away in the suitcase. When Xia Yang fell asleep, she quietly left. Xia Yang wanted to go and talk to Leng Shangyue, and when he was about to enter the house, he remembered that she hadn't eaten much at dinner, so he turned around and went to the kitchen to cook a bowl of egg noodles. When the noodles were cooked, he was filled with the thought of letting Leng Shangyue eat them, so he carried them into the room without even knocking on the door. Leng Shangyue was packing up her clothes when Xia Yang suddenly came in, causing her to panic. The suitcase was in the center of the room, too late to put it away even if she wanted to. Frost Moon. Xia Yang was about to say that I cooked noodles for you. But he didn't expect to enter the house and see Leng Shangyue packing up her things and preparing to leave. He put down the steaming noodles in his hands and his smile disappeared. Frost Moon, are you going home? Aha! Leng Frost Moon directly admitted that there was no use in hiding it. Mom said. Leng Fengyue wanted to move Chu Tsushui as an excuse, but unexpectedly she was jumped on the bed by Xia Yang before she was halfway through her sentence. No way! You can't go! Leng Shangyue's hand was suppressed by Xia Yang, her green silk spread out like a stunning fairy who had fallen into trouble. Don't go, okay? Xia Yang's tone carried a plea. Leng Shangyue's heart ached to see Xia Yang in this state, but she was bound to go. So she gently shook her head and said, I want to go home. Xia Yang kissed her lips, attempting to retain her in a different way. Leng Fengyue's clenched shell teeth were pried open by him. One cannot sink into Xia Yang's kiss. Leng Shangyue was holding on for dear life. Xia Yang saw that she was still so stubborn and refused to agree to stay. The heart was more aggressive. The clock hand is turning quietly. Leng Shangyue didn't even want to move now, her stunningly beautiful face was covered in redness, and she didn't have any strength in her body. Xia Yang kissed her on her white forehead, ruffling the green silk that was sticking up because it was wet with fragrant sweat. Then softly, good night. The extremely tired Leng Shangyue quickly fell asleep in Xia Yang's arms. Chapter 131, The Time of Parting. Under Xia Yang's forcefulness, Leng Shangyue didn't wait for Xia Yang to fall asleep, but instead fell asleep herself first. It was barely 8 o'clock and she was in dreamland. When she woke up again, she realized that Xia Yang hadn't left. Leng Shangyue gazed at Xia Yang's side face, wanting to engrave this scene deeply in her mind. This may be the last time we share a bed. She couldn't help but reach out and try to caress her beloved's face. Leng Frost Moon's fingertips had just touched Xia Yang's thin lips when he showed signs of waking up. Filled with sorrow and anxiety, Xia Yang slept very lightly. Frost Moon. Xia Yang lightly held Leng Shangyue's jade hand. Sorry to wake you. It's okay. Xia Yang and Leng Shangyue hugged tightly in his arms, both of them could feel each other's temperature. You smell good. Xia Yang, who was still very sleepy, directly said what was on his mind. Cold Frost Moon just smells good, especially when in love. Xia Yang came to the jade neck greedily sniffing the fragrance emanating from her. Leng Shangyue silently condoned Xia Yang's behavior. Frost Moon, since you want to go home and live there, take me with you, okay? Xia Yang thought for a long time last night after Leng Shangyue fell asleep. Blocking is better than dredging. One couldn't possibly follow Yuma's example and lock Frost Moon inside this room. So the only way was to follow her. What about Xing Yanran? Don't you want her? Leng Fengyue leaned a little towards Xia Yang's arms. She wanted Xia Yang to choose her and she didn't want Xia Yang to choose her. Xia Yang was in a dilemma for a while when he heard what Leng Shangyue said. But there was only one way for him to go, and that was to go home and live with Leng Shangyue. Xia Yang knew that this decision would break Xing Yanran's heart. He was able to realize that Xing Yanyan's love for himself was in no way inferior to that of Leng Shangyue. Xing Yanyan's charming and seductive, passionate and active all contained the love for Xia Yang. I'm sorry, Huma. If I'm still alive after the car accident, I won't complain about how you punish me then. I want to stay with you. After Leng Shangyue heard Xia Yang's answer, her heart was mixed with happiness and sadness. Eyes slightly red. It was obvious that Xia Yang had already made a choice, but he was not able to be with him. Okay, you're coming home to live with me. Leng Frost Moon said as she suppressed her emotions. Actually, she was lying to Xia Yang. Leng Fengyue realizes that even if she goes home to live, Xia Yang will do everything he can to protect her. It was necessary to make it impossible for Xia Yang to find himself. Go to a strange city, go abroad, away from him. If that happened, it became a luxury for her to even see Xia Yang. A pain came from Long Fengyue's heart. Xia Yang, love me again. She tilted her jowls up and delivered warm, soft lips, a tear in the corner of her eye. On the occasion of parting, Lang Xuanyue put down all her reserve and shyness, and showed her beauty in front of Xia Yang. She cherished every second of the present. Cherishing the last of the happiness. Xia Yang. It's 7 o'clock after the clouds and rain. Xia Yang's eyes were full of love and compassion, and Lang Xuanyue in her arms had already turned into a puddle of spring mud, dripping with fragrant sweat. The night's rest was all for naught, and there was not only the color of happiness, but also fatigue, on the beautiful face of. Just rest at home today. Aha! Lang Xuanyue answered. When Xia Yang left with Shen Yanran, she would also leave. The time of parting was drawing near, and her bright eyes were full of dismay. Lang Xuanyue once again took Xia Yang's hand and leaned against his broad chest warmly. Chapter 132 Breakfast. Want to take a bath? Xia Yang intended to carry Lang Xuanyue inside the bathroom to take a shower. He knew that Lung Frost Moon loved cleanliness, and it must have been hard for her to be covered in sweat like this. No, I'll rest for a while. The most beautiful flowers inevitably become weak after the storm. Good. Xia Yang also did not force Lang Xuanyue and gave her a tender kiss before going to the bathroom. Lung Fengyue's hand gently caressed over the place where Xia Yang had just laid down, with his temperature still remaining on it. After Xia Yang took a shower, he started making breakfast. After a while, Shen Yanran also got up. Honey's making breakfast. Cold Frost Moon's home? But she saw that Lang Frost Moon's shoes were still there. LOL, I knew Honey wouldn't let Cold Frost Moon come home that easily. After sighing, Shen Yanyan stopped dwelling on this unexpected thing. And after the conversation, she also knew that Lang Xuanyue could not possibly put Xia Yang in danger again. It's a rare time for two, and it should be cherished. Shen Yanran temporarily put away her thoughts on this matter, and came behind Xia Yang in style to hug him. The charming fragrance came from Xia Yang, who was cooking breakfast and knew that it was Shen Yanyan, the siren, who had come. Who else but her? Lang Frosty Moon was still resting on the bed and was having trouble getting out of it. Good morning, dear. Shen Yanyan's knitted brows always made people restless. Just by hugging like this, Xia Yang could feel the extreme softness of the delicate body. The voice ringing in his ears gave him a tingly feeling. Huma, good morning. What do you want for breakfast? You know that, don't you? Xia Yang realized that as long as Shen Yanran was around, it was really hard for him to concentrate on one thing. Sure enough, it's a scourge. Soon, 3 rich breakfasts came out of the pot. Xia Yang kept one of the portions warm so that Lang Frost Moon wouldn't have to reheat it when she got up. Without Lang Xuanyue at the table, it was impossible for Shen Yanran to eat in a regular manner. Honey, do you want me to feed you? Her mouth-watering devilish body leaned forward slightly and approached Xia Yang, who was sitting across from her. When Shen Yanran said feed, she wasn't using normal cutlery. Xia Yang had experienced it long ago. No need. Hurry up and eat, you won't make it to school in time. It's too late, we can go without. Xia Yang saw that Shen Yanyan was determined to feed herself, so he took the advance as a retreat and shoved the chopsticks in his hand into her hand. Use this. Of course it's with chopsticks, where are you thinking, dear? Shen Yanran looked at Xia Yang playfully. Xia Yang, under Shen Yanran's service, enjoyed another meal in close life. After breakfast, the two set out for school. Without Lang Xuanyue by her side, Shen Yanran could finally hold Xia Yang's arm like in the future. Exclusive to him. Cold Frost Moon in the room hadn't been asleep, and when she heard the sound of the door closing, she sat up, the thin quilt covering her slipping off her gelatinous skin. She dragged her tired body to get out of bed, frowning slightly as her toes hit the ground. Afterwards, Lang Xuanyue took out clothes from her suitcase and put them on, and picked up the skirt that had been torn by Xia Yang and put it in her suitcase. She's leaving. After tidying up, when Long Frost Moon dragged her suitcase out, she saw a conspicuous note on the dining table. She picked it up and looked at it. Frost Moon, breakfast is ready in the kitchen to keep warm, remember to eat. Lang Xuanyue read the heart of the unwillingness to give up like a flood dike, bright eyes have tears flashed. Chapter 133 Departure. After Lang Xuanyue slowly ate the breakfast that Xia Yang had made for her, she put away the note that he had written with his own hand. In the end, it didn't stay. Because Lang Xuanyue was resting at home, Xia Yang's taut nerves relaxed. No need to be aware of the vehicles around you all the time. Lang Xuanyue is not Shen Yanran is naturally in a good mood, intimately holding Xia Yang's arm. Envy. She would also occasionally whisper some blush-inducing words in Xia Yang's ear. Xia Yang knew that as long as he nodded his head, all these words would come true. Stop it, it's almost time for school. Xia Yang was a bit unable to stand this siren beside him who could turn the world upside down molesting himself. Hurriedly, he shouted to stop. But Shen Yan completely did not listen to Xia Yang's begging for mercy and hooked her finger in his palm. A strange feeling immediately spread throughout Xia Yang's body, causing his body to tremble. Xia Yang, who accidentally lost his temper, gripped Shen Yanran's plain hand slightly harder so that she would not get into trouble again. So my dear likes my hands so much, Shen Yanran said with a big smile. Then the other hand was brought to him. Xia Yang looked at Shen Yanran's flawless white catkin with pink fingertips. Spirituality and beauty combined. It's a work of art. Since my dear likes it, I'll go back and give you a good massage with these hands. Then that perfect, veiny hand slowly fell on his broad chest, feeling his quickening heartbeat. Shen Yanran kept on molesting Xia Yang just to let him relieve the pressure that had accumulated over the past few days. What could be more relaxing than a tender place? Her purpose was achieved, and Xia Yang's attention was now on the veiny hand he was holding. Shen Yanran also nodded to the point, and if the molestation continued, Xia Yang would not feel good. The class was a little surprised to see that Cold Frost didn't come either. That iceberg goddess never takes a vacation on weekdays. But when they saw Shen Yanran holding Xia Yang's arm, they knew that the cold goddess did not come to eat dog food herself. Especially when Shen Yanyan called Xia Yang dear in her spare time meltingly and honeyedly. Onlookers felt their bones crumble when they heard it. Is there any law left? Spreading dog food by the tons will kill a single dog. The most important thing was that after Xia Yang finished his lunch, Shen Yanran took out a tissue and thoughtfully wiped the corners of his mouth. Autumn eyes were full of love. The students who saw the scene felt full. No matter how delicious the meal was, it couldn't withstand the likes of an absolute beauty like Shen Yanran. In the superintendent's office, Lin Yashin, who was wearing an old suit, put down the documents in her hand. During this time she was undergoing her grandmother's exercise so that she could take over as the helmsman of the business aircraft carrier Lin's group at an early date. Every day is a busy day dealing with all sorts of things. She opened her cell phone album, which hid Xia Yang's photos. Only it wasn't the one with red ears when Xia Yang was resting on her beautiful legs. I want to hug brother Xia Yang so much. The tiredness in Lin Wenshin's body was swept away after she saw Xia Yang's picture. In its place is gentleness and knowledge. There was even a hint of doting in her beautiful eyes. Lin Yashin remembered the night before she didn't cross over. He had clearly confessed his feelings to Xia Yang's brother, but he had returned to the present before hearing his reply. Brother Xia Yang, will you agree to your sister's confession? At this moment, Lin Yashin's assistant walked in and said, Superintendent, the meeting will begin soon. I know. Lin Yashin gathered her demeanor and closed the cell phone album. Brother Xia Yang, sister will be back soon. Chapter 134, Snow. Lung Xuangyue dragged her suitcase out of the airport, and the sky happened to be snowing at the moment. She reached out to catch the hexagonal snowflakes that fell from the sky and it's snowing. The snow capital was a place she had always wanted to visit. She loved the city wrapped in snow, white and beautiful. Lang Fengyue thought about how cozy the scene must have been strolling through the snow capital with Xia Yang. But she was now coming here alone to avoid Xia Yang. Cold Frost Moon saw her favorite snow and came to her favorite city without any joy in her heart. When the cold wind came, it was hard for the pretty white dress she was wearing to keep out the cold, so she went and bought a fiery red cloak to put on. Sister, you're so beautiful. Just like a fairy. Suddenly a cute little girl ran in front of Lang Frosty Moon, and judging from the delicacy of her clothes the family was either rich or noble. Lang Xuanyu was thinking that according to this time, Xia Yang should also be back home soon. The appearance of the little clump made her flinch slightly. She knelt down and told the little group in a soft tone, Thank you, you're cute too. Where's your mom and dad? Lang Xuanyu looked around and didn't find any of Little Dumpling's family members. The little group stammered, that little donut is hiding from mom? Sneaked out. The little girl lowered her head and then stated the reason. Because mom always kept me from coming out to see the snow. Snow is my favorite. After saying that, the little group's two adorable little hands were clasped together. Obviously she also realized that sneaking out was wrong. Your mom will be very worried if you do this. Cold Frost Moon gently brushed away the snowflakes on top of the little group's head. I was wrong. The little group's head buried deeper and deeper. Where is your home? Lang Shuangyue was uneasy about the little troop and wanted to send her home or bring her to the law enforcement bureau. Little Tuan Duan looked blankly around the unfamiliar surroundings after hearing this, and a look of fear surfaced on his cute little face. Turns out she was just enjoying the falling snow, like a bird out of a cage. After the fun, the way home is forgotten. All of a sudden the little group was in tears with anxiety. She remembered that her mother said that there were many, many bad people outside, specializing in catching small children. Seeing this, Lang Shuanyu knew that the little group was lost and comforted. Don't be afraid, sister has a way to send you home. Next time you won't be able to sneak out again. Aha! The little group nodded vigorously and, at Lang Frost Moon's gesture, the little group obediently took her hand. Sister, do you like snow? With Lang Frost Moon accompanying her, the little group's scared mood quickly calmed down. Watch the snowflakes sprinkle down from the sky as you walk. Like. Little Dumpling jumped a little after hearing Lang Shuanyu say she likes snow. Sister Fairy, Mommy says snow should be seen with someone you like, because when snowflakes fall on your head they... well. It will. Her mom's exact words were, watch a snowfall with someone you like, so you won't be so sorry if you separate later. Little Tuan Tuan has not grown up yet, he doesn't even know what love is, so how can he understand the meaning behind this life is also considered to be a white head together. She was trying to remember what her mom had said and wanted to share it with Cold Frost Moon. Long Frost Moon's eyes were lowered. How can snow be worth the decades of happiness spent with the one you love? But even so, showering snow with Xia Yang is a luxury for her now. Chapter 135 Tears. Little Dumpling couldn't clearly remember the latter part of what his mom had said when he thought about it. But then she saw the snowflakes blowing in the wind, and her little brain clicked. Fairy sister, Mom seems to have said that if you look at the snow with the person you like, you can be together forever. Little Tuan Tuan tilted her head, an innocent smile on her cute little face. Together forever? Lang Frost Moon's greatest wish was revealed, and her already unfastened footsteps were bound by her thoughts as she slowly came to a halt. Aha! She stood amidst the roiling snowflakes, a strong urge welling up in her heart. Go back to his warm arms, hold each other close and never part. Fairy sister, do you have a favorite? Little Tuan asked curiously. Yes. Cold Frost Moon's tone was tinged with longing. Great, tell him to come and watch the snow with you. That way you can be together forever. Happy forever. Scream. Goddess, hurry up and call your favorite. Little Donut also knows not to impede others from walking, so he bounces over to the bench by the side of the road. Sister, hold me. Cold Frost Moon placed her on the bench and then sat down herself. Under Xiao Yuan's expectant gaze, Long Frost Moon took out her cell phone and opened her address book. All it takes is a little tap and you can hear him. But rationality is difficult to suppress the thoughts in her heart. She looked at the word Xia Yang for a long time, but finally did not dial. The little group sitting next to him waited for a long time, thinking, why hasn't the divine sister called yet? So she moved her little hand and clicked the dialing button. Lang Shuangyu, who was in a daze, heard the sound of beep before she reacted, and the phone had already been dialed. She panicked and tried to hang up. But Xia Yang quickly picked up, and his magnetic voice came from the other end of the phone. Frost Moon. The little group's big eyes blinked. The voice of the divine sister's beloved was so beautiful. The ringing of the bell, today's class is finally over. Xia Yang wanted to go home right after he packed up his things. He had changed from his previous shallow taste last night to become reckless in order to stop Lang Shuangyu from leaving. Can't say it's compassionate at all. Plus this morning, he was a little worried about Lang Frost Moon. Xinyanran took his arm, and the ultimate softness came through. Honey, I made a reservation for a restaurant, how about dinner out tonight? Xinyanran didn't want to end the day without Lang Frost Moon so soon. Today it was as if she had returned to that time. She could come up to Xia Yang's ear at any time and say some lovey-dovey words, and she could also kiss him until he was a little bit mesmerized. No one came to steal Xia Yang from her anymore. Tonight Xinyanran planned to spend a wonderful night with Xia Yang, starting with a candlelight dinner. Then it gets progressively better. For Xinyanran's proposal, Xia Yang refused it. Yan, why don't we eat at home? I'll make you your favorite steamed sea bass, he said in a consultative tone. Xinyanran sighed slightly. My dear really can't rest assured about Lang Frost Moon. But Xia Yang, remembering that she liked steamed sea bass, made her happy again. So Shen Yanran still compromised. On the way, Xia Yang took out his cell phone to check the time, and Leng Xuanyue's call came at that moment. He picked it up first thing. Xia Yang thought that Leng Xuanyu was calling to ask if he had returned home soon, so he said, "Frost Moon, are you feeling better? I might not be home that soon. I have to make a trip to the food market to buy some ingredients. Tonight I'll make you your favorite lotus root ribs." No sound came from the other end of the phone for a long time. Frost Moon? Aha! Cold Frost Moon made herself behave as usual. But tears had appeared in her bright eyes. Why is Sister Fairy crying? Chapter 136. Don't go. I'll be back soon. Xia Yan wanted to take a taxi directly to the food market, so it would be faster. Got it. That's all for now then, bye. Xia Yang hung up the phone after taking Shen Yanran to the curb and waved to stop a cab, going straight to the food market. Leng Fengyue listened to the hang-up sound coming from inside the phone, and only after a while did she put down her cell phone and press the off button. Fairy sister, doesn't your favorite person come to watch the snow with you? Little Dumpling asked. He still has some things to take care of. Leng Frost Moon stroked the little group's head. Oh. Leng Frost Moon was unhappy, and the little group was also a bit unhappy. Alright, let's go. Being able to hear Xia Yang's voice was already considered good for her. Leng Fengyue carried the little group off the top of the bench and pulled her little hand as she continued to walk forward. It wasn't long before the girls heard someone call out the group's name. It's Mommy. Little Tuan Tuan let go of Leng Frost Moon's hand and ran in the direction the voice came from. Mom! Tuan, where have you been? Really scared Mommy to death. The young woman hugged her precious daughter tightly. After Leng Xuanyu, who came afterward, saw the scene of the reunion between the mother and daughter of the little group, she did not disturb them and quietly left. Mom, I was wrong. I'll be obedient from now on. The little group was afraid that after getting lost this time, it wouldn't sneak out again. When little Tuan came out of his mother's arms, he could no longer find his fairy sister. It was exactly 6 o'clock when Xia Yang and Shen Yanran returned home. He took out his key and opened the door. The inside of the living room was quiet. There was no figure of Leng Frost Moon. A bad feeling rose from Xia Yang's heart. Had Frost Moon gone home already? He went straight to the room where Leng Frost Moon was staying. There was indeed someone inside the room, but it wasn't Leng Frost Moon, but Luo Qingcheng. Xia Yang. Luo Qingcheng's ethereal and pleasant voice rang out. Her appearance made Xia Yang even more uneasy. After all, the prophecy that Leng Frost Moon would have a car accident came from her. Where did Frost Moon go? Panic spread like a vine in Xia Yang's heart. He was afraid that Luo Qingcheng would say that the car accident had happened. Don't you get it? She already knows. Luo Qingcheng's sentence caused Xia Yang to freeze. Frost Moon already knows? How is that possible? At the same time, Xia Yang remembered Leng Xuanyu's initiative this morning, as if she wanted to keep all the goodness for herself. It was her farewell. Just tell me where she is now. Leng Xuanyue doesn't want you to go to her, she wants you and Shen Yanran to live happily ever after. How can I be happy if Frost Moon is dead? Luo Qingcheng, you must know where she is, right? Please, tell me. Xia Yang put up a humble stance just to learn the whereabouts of Leng Xuanyu. He could never forget the sensation of the crash, the way his body seemed to become torn apart, the intense pain sweeping through every cell of his body. The scent of death came over me, and my consciousness sank into a dark abyss. How could Frost Moon possibly withstand it? She's gonna die. Thinking of this irreparable result, monstrous despair emanated from Xia Yang. He'd rather die himself. Luo Qingcheng began to slowly disappear. Please. Xia Yang begged. Fortunately, at the last moment, Luo Qingcheng's ethereal and pleasant voice sounded again. If you're going to throw away your life in Shen Yanran, go find her on the streets of Shuadu. This instruction became a lifesaver for Xia Yang. He scrambled through a box to find all his papers, picked up his cell phone and was in a hurry to get out the door. When he turned around, Shen Yanran was standing behind him. No walking. Chapter 137. Shen Yanran heard the entire conversation between Xia Yang and Luo Qingcheng. When Luo Qingcheng said that to Xia Yang, if you intend to throw away your life in Shen Yanran, go to the streets of Shuadu to find her. How Shen Yanran wished that Xia Yang would choose her. But Xia Yang's next move was tantamount to a vicious cut on her heart. If he hadn't heard this conversation, Honey would have quietly left himself behind and gone to the snow capital to find Cold Frost Moon, and then once again laid down his life for her. Yen. Xia Yang's heart was bitter, perhaps she had already witnessed everything. He had failed the woman who loved him with all her heart. Xin Yanran slowly approached, and Xia Yang was already prepared to bear the wrath. Whether it's hitting or cursing. He knew that physical pain hurt far less than heartache. The expected slap didn't come. Xin Yanran jumped into Xia Yang's arms and held him very, very tightly. Honey, stay with me. You've already blocked a car accident for Lang Frost Moon once, don't risk your life for her again. Have you thought about yourself? Have you thought about me? Or do you not love me at all? Love. Xia Yang said. There was no doubt that he loved Xin Yanran. Xia Yang waited for Xin Yanran for 3 years. During the 3 years, with an absolute beauty like Lung Xuanyue accompanying him, he didn't move on. Even when Xin Yanyan did something out of the ordinary after returning from abroad, Xia Yang tolerated being locked in the basement by her several times. In that case, don't go. I will love you more than Cold Frost Moon and try to be a good wife. Xia Yang had never seen such a side of Xin Yanyan, who came from an honorable background and had her own pride. But all these things she now gave up just for herself to stay. Good. Xia Yang really couldn't bear to say that he was leaving. Xin Yanran's bright smile blossomed on her face after she heard him say he was willing to stay. The world can't imagine that the redhead who was supposed to turn the world upside down has her heart completely tied to one man. Joy and sorrow are affected by him. Xin Yanran did not think that this was Xia Yang's lie, and her jade arm was loosened from her waist, and then she encircled Xia Yang's neck. Offered to send red lips. When the kiss was hard to distinguish, Xia Yang knocked Xin Yanran out with a hand knife. The delicate body in his arms immediately went limp. I'm sorry, Yuma. I can't watch anything happen to Frost Moon. I'm the one who doesn't deserve your love. His tone was full of guilt. Xia Yang caressed Xin Yanran's charming face with his hand, wanting to give her a little more tenderness. Lung Xuanyue suffers from the pain of separation and lovesickness, and Xin Yanran has the pain of being abandoned. But Xia Yang was the one who suffered the most. He struggles with the swamp of choices and a lifetime of regrets no matter who he chooses. And reality made his choice. Furthermore, he was worried all the time that Lung Xuanyue would have an accident and break Xin Yanran's heart again. Damn the love that has left all three battered and bruised. Xia Yang picked up Xin Yanran in a princess hug, intending to send her back to the villa. I don't know when I'll be back once I'm gone, and there's the possibility that I won't be able to come back. He didn't feel comfortable leaving Xin Yanran here. Zhao Kite saw Xia Yang holding Xin Yanran back and thought something had happened to her daughter. Xiao Yang, what happened to Yan Yan? Her beautiful face had an anxiety that was hard to hide. Yan Yan just fainted. Xia Yang said. Chapter 138 Then let me protect you. Xia Yang carried Xin Yanran back inside her room and gently placed it on the bed. Then help her get tucked in. Xia Yang knew that Xin Yanran would definitely hate herself after she woke up. An ache in his heart. But he had to do it for Ling Frost Moon's safety. Huma, hate me all you want, it's all my fault. Xia Yang ignored the fact that Zhao Kite was still next to him and leaned in for a gentle kiss. Zhao Kite was able to feel Xia Yang's emotions that had hit rock bottom at the moment, and endless sadness permeated from him. What happened between your daughter and Xiao Yang? Her beautiful eyes had a strong sense of worry. Xiao Yang, did Yanran do something excessive to you again? Zhao Kite thought that her daughter had locked Xia Yang up again, which was why he now looked extremely conflicted, with both deep reluctance and determination to leave. Auntie will help you teach her a good lesson. Xia Yang smiled bitterly at his words. This time he was the one who had gone overboard with Xin Yanran. No. Huma she is very good to me and loves me. Auntie, I have something very important to do, so help me take good care of Yan Yan. Xia Yang felt redundant when he finished. Surely Auntie would take good care of Yan Yan and not leave her in the lurch like she did. Aha! Bye Auntie. Zhao Kite sighed slightly. Xiao Yang refused to talk about it, so the only way was to wait for her daughter to wake up and then ask her properly what had happened. She won't let the two break up. Xia Yang sighed after he exited the villa. Taking out his cell phone, he attempted to call Long Frost Moon. Cell phone is off, please leave a message. The robot's icy voice told Xia Yang the fact that Long Xuanyue was avoiding herself. All he could do was rush to the airport and go to the snow capital. The city she loved. After the security check into the airport, Xia went to the counter and bought the ticket with the closest departure time. The electronic clock on the wall pulsed by the second, hours before boarding. Every minute and every second cold frost moon had the possibility of an accident. After a long wait, Xia finally boarded the airplane. Over 900 kilometers per hour is no match for the urgency. He stayed up all night. It was early morning by the time we got to the snow capital. The wind is cold and the snowflakes are flying. Xia looked up after leaving the airport. The bright moon in the sky had not yet completely disappeared. Frost Moon, where are you? Lang Frosty Moon was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window at this time, looking at the snowy scene outside the window in a trance. The cell phone remained turned off. The thoughts in my heart are like the snow outside. The more it goes down, the bigger it gets. She didn't know that Xia had already arrived at the snow capital. Is searching for her 1,000 times in the snow and wind? Yanderes, who had been knocked out by Xia, woke up. She sat up and looked around trying to find Xia, but realized that this was not Xia's house, but her own room. Jo Kite, who was sleeping in the same bed, was woken up by her daughter getting up. Daughter, is there anything wrong with your body? Between you and Xiao Yang. Mom, I'm going to make a trip to the snow capital now. Yanderes hurriedly got out of bed to pack her luggage and documents. Okay, I'll set you up. Zhao Kite understood that her daughter was going to find Xia, which was exactly what she wanted to see. Immediately called to help Yanderes arrange the procedures for departure. Xia never expected Yanderes to chase herself to Shuedu. Honey, I'm not gonna let anything happen to you. Since you insist on fighting for Longshuangyu, then let me protect you. Chapter 139, My Prince. Xia followed the instructions Luo Qingcheng said and traveled through the streets of Shuedu. No, and no. Frost Moon, where the hell are you? In the midst of people coming and going, I couldn't find that familiar and beautiful back figure at all. If Longshuangyu saw Xia in this sorry state right now, she would inevitably feel heartbroken. The snow colored his hair white and his eyes were bloodshot. Lips are white. Xia, are you tired just like that? Frost Moon is still waiting for you. Cold and powerlessness came together. Xia wasn't willing to rest like this and didn't want to, so he bit his lip, using the pain to stimulate himself to wake up. The taste of rust spread inside the mouth. Struggling to get up from his chair. Brother, have you seen a very beautiful fairy sister? A crunchy voice came, and Xia looked up to find a cute little girl standing in front of him at some point. After Xiao Yuan separated from Lung Frost Moon yesterday, she kept saying that she wanted to find the divine sister. So today her mom brought her here. Xia pulled out a smile at the corner of his mouth and said, no. The little group's cute face was immediately covered with disappointment. Then he reacted. Very pretty fairy. Could it be Frost Moon? Little friend, the fairy sister you were talking about, does she have long black hair, is very, very pretty, and is dragging a suitcase? Even though his voice was hoarse, he couldn't cover the hope and anticipation in his tone, and he also took out his cell phone with little power to open Lang Xuanyu's photo to show the little group. Fairy sister. Little Tuan was very happy to see Lung Frost Moon's picture. Xia was excited, thinking that he could get some news from the little group. But the next words poured cold water on him. It's a shame the fairy sister left after she took me to my mom. Brother, are you looking for Sister Goddess too? Aha! Then let's go to the ice square together. Sister Divine has said that she likes snow, and today is the ice festival, so she might go there. Ice festival. Xia remembered the propaganda slogans along the way. Frost Moon knew there would be a car accident, and was sure to go out during the time she wasn't there to find her. Provide conditions for a car accident to occur. The little girl added that she liked snow. The map shows Ice Square in the center of the city, surrounded by streets. In just a few seconds, all sorts of thoughts appeared from inside his mind. Brother? Little Tuan saw that Xia was frozen and called out to him in a milky voice. If brother finds the fairy sister, he will bring her to see you. Returning to his senses, Xia finished speaking and rushed to the ice and snow plaza. Lung Xuangyu felt doubly lonely after leaving Xia. With her cold nature, she also wanted to go to a crowded place so that she wouldn't miss Xia so much. Being right by Little Dumpling, Lung Frost Moon had already arrived at the ice snow plaza. Lung Xuangyu strolling in the snow was like the ice goddess in the story of Shuedu, exalted, noble and elegant. Passers-by's eyes were drawn to her. Oh my god! The ice goddess has appeared! Someone whimpered. The two trees in the center of the square are particularly conspicuous, with surprisingly vibrant green foliage in the freezing weather. This was transported from warmer climes by Yukito especially for the holidays. Legend has it that on the day of the ice festival, all people have to do is find a bright green tree, write their name or the name of someone they care about in a sign, and hang it on the tree. The ice goddess will then bless this person with peace. Cold Frost Moon came to the two trees. There was a female volunteer who explained the customs of Yukito to her. Cold Frost Moon said thank you after learning about it and went to a nearby table to get the freely available wooden sign. Write the word Zayang in beautiful handwriting. Hello, I'm in charge of the ice festival and would like to invite you to star as the princess for the evening. A competent lady appeared after Lang Frost Moon finished hanging up her sign and offered her an invitation. Lang Xuanyue's stunningly beautiful face startled this person in charge. She felt that Lang Frosty Moon going to be able to fulfill the fantasies in everyone's heart if she starred as the princess of the evening drama. Lang Xuanyue's bright eyes were as calm as water as she faintly responded, I'm sorry, I'm afraid I'm not up to the task, nor am I interested. Faced with her refusal, the person in charge got anxious and hurried to give conditions. We can pay you handsomely on our side. With your beauty, the audience on stage will surely be bowled over by you as soon as you appear on stage. There is no need to worry. Perhaps you don't realize that the chance to star as the princess of the night is a dream opportunity for all the girls in Yukito. But no matter how much the person in charge tried to persuade them, and how tempting the offer was, Lang Xuanyue didn't even agree. Finally the able lady hung her head and asked, can you tell me why you don't want to play the princess? Lang Xuanyue stopped in her tracks at the words, and after a moment of silence, she said softly, because my prince, he's not here. Chapter 140, If Never Loved. Words filled with longing, but it was a pity that Xia Yang couldn't hear them. In the face of the reply given by Lang Frost Moon, that capable woman was slightly stunned. All the words that had been prepared seemed so pale. She knew that she couldn't force Lang Frost Moon to play the princess anymore. To continue to dwell on it would be a desecration of this true love. I'm sorry, it was presumptuous of me. The competent woman bowed slightly in apology. That's okay. After Lang Xuanyue left, the woman came to the emerald green tree and wanted to read the sign she had written. Zayang. Is this the man she loves so much? Prince Zayang, you are so happy. Xia Yang dragged his tired body to find a convenience store. Bread and water were purchased and hastily consumed. Then he set off again. The ice plaza was huge, as far as the eye could see. The place is buzzing with holiday cheer today. He started looking on the periphery, slowly leaning toward the center of the square. Huge sculpture of an ice goddess. The stage has just been set up. Crowded food stalls. He walked through them all. And yet, he still hadn't found Lang Frost Moon. Anxiety in the long search had left him haggard with energy. There were several occasions when I saw similar backs and was overjoyed and went straight after them. The woman who was stopped thought that Xia Yang was interested in her, and with a blushing face asked if she wanted to exchange contact information or something like that. But after Xia Yang realized that the other party was not Lang Xuanyue, he hastily apologized and left. After a few runs, it was getting late. He ended up in the center of the square, in front of the two bright green trees. There are many, many signs hanging from the trees. When Xia Yang looked up, he saw his name. Familiar in beautiful handwriting, he told that Lang Frost Moon had been here. It's just that the two missed it. For a moment he felt as if Lang Frost Moon had been transformed into this roiling snow. Everywhere. But when you're about to catch her, it's like a snowflake falling on your hand. Melt away without a trace. Little girl or not, so is this sign. One is always one step too late. I will find you. Xia Yang held the sign in his hands with a resolute expression. As night falls, the street lights come on. Lang Fengyue walked down the street, passing by hot couples holding hands from time to time. The intimate, fiery atmosphere between them seemed to dispel the cold. As they brushed past each other, Cold Frost Moon could still hear some sweet words and private words of lovers. Those words Xia Yang also said to her. The thoughts in my heart were so overwhelming that I could no longer suppress them. What does he do now? Did Xin Yanran take care of him? Thoughts spread. The blinding white light snapped her back to reality. It's the headlights. A skidding sedan quickly crashed into Cold Frost Moon. The fear of death exploded inside, preventing her from moving. What came immediately after was relief. Wasn't he waiting for this moment? Goodbye. Xia Yang. Frost Moon. The voice of her heart rang out at this critical juncture. Xia Yang still caught up. History repeats itself. He pushed Lang Shangyue away and was knocked out by the out-of-control car. Luo Qingcheng in the distance watched all this happen. Immediately after the crash, the driver called emergency services. Lang Shangyue's greatest fear still inevitably happened, and all the efforts made came to naught. Her absolutely beautiful face was bloodless, and 2 lines of clear tears slid down. Why is that? He himself had come to the other side of the ocean and could not prevent the tragedy. The snow, it's falling harder. The ambulance soon arrived and sent Xia Yang to the hospital for emergency treatment. Cold Frost Moon was turned away from the emergency room by the nurse. As soon as the door closed, the red light came on. She was in agonizing wait and agony. Xia Yang, you must not be okay. The atmosphere in the emergency room was different than usual. The nurses and doctors did not resuscitate Xia Yang, because there were no injuries on him at all. An inspection was done and it was found that there was no damage to the innards either. All vital signs couldn't be better. Was he really hit by a car? The nurse nodded. It was the first time that doctor had encountered such a thing in all his years of practice. Strange. It's logical to wake up when nothing is wrong. The doctor, however, could not wake up Xia Yang in any way. Even when Xia Yang's head was examined, the results showed that it was normal. The red light turned green, and Cold Frost waited at the door the whole time. Doctor, how is Xia Yang? The patient is not in a life-threatening condition, but is delayed in waking up for some reason. I haven't seen this kind of case before either, and I need to organize an expert consultation. The fluke in Lang Xuanyu's heart was completely crushed, and Xia Yang did not wake up as smoothly as he did last time. The doctors were at their wits' end and had to transfer Xia Yang to a hospital room. After Lang Fengyue finished the formalities, she called her father. Lang Jia put down his work immediately after learning of Xia Yang's accident and took a special flight to Shiwedu. Top medical experts were also mobilized. Before Ningwei and Xia Yin left, they had specially come to Tongtian Pavilion to explain that he should take good care of Xia Yang. Lang Shangyue hung up the phone and looked at the unconscious Xia Yang on the hospital bed. Eyes red again. All the tears in Lang Xuanyu's 20 years of life had been for Xia Yang. Xia Yang, Dad has brought the best doctor over. When you wake up, I'll never leave you again. She held Xia Yang's hand as tears gradually blurred her vision. This wish is not destined to come true. Not long after Luo Qingqing appeared out of thin air at the side of the hospital bed. She was still a blur in the eyes of Cold Frost Moon, the same image she had when the powers were given. Lang Xuanyue's heart was ringing with alarms, but she realized that she couldn't move, nor could she speak. One could only watch Luo Qingqing pick up Xia Yang, who was sleeping on the hospital bed. Don't take him! Lang Fengyue cried out in her heart. Now she realizes that time travel comes at a price she can't afford. The hands that were originally held together by the two of them slowly separated. Luo Qingqing ignored Lang Xuanyue's despairing eyes and left with Xia Yang. Traveled through time and had a car accident. All of this was a setup made by Luo Qingqing to make the alien energy in Xia Yang's body activated. Lang Xuanyue is the most important pawn. Now that Xia Yang's psychic ability had been fully awakened, it was time to shoulder the mission. Go do what he has to do. For utilizing Lang Frost Moon, Luo Qingqing and also gave her compensation. It allowed her to have a wonderful time spent with Zhang. After Luo Qingqing left, Lang Xuanyue regained her freedom but lost Xia Yang. Give him back. Luo Qingqing carried the unconscious Xia Yang to an ancient mansion. Gently laying him down on the bed, then sitting on the edge of the bed waiting for him to wake up. Reminiscing back then, when Xia Yang was first born, Ningwei and Xia Yin realized that their precious son was born with powerful foreign energy. This is not a good thing. All the couple wanted was for their son to be happy and joyful for the rest of his life. Guardian, what a great name. Behind the scenes, however, is all the danger. They pleaded with Luo Qingqing not to let Xia Yang be the guardian. She obliged. But this time, Xia Yin and Ningwei couldn't solve the problem. Failure to plug that rift that connects to the rest of the world will result in a great catastrophe to come. The only people who can carry this burden are the heirs born to the two guardians. After a long time, Xia Yang slowly opened his eyes. Frost Moon. How are you doing? He hazily recognized Luo Qingqing by the bedside as Lung Frost Moon. Don't worry, she's fine. Luo Qingqing said. Xia Yang instantly came to his senses after hearing the ethereal and pleasant voice. Seeing clearly that the woman in front of him was Luo Qingqing. Where am I? Luo Qingqing did not answer his irrelevant question. The jade finger lightly tapped Xia Yang's forehead. A flash of white light contained all the ins and outs. There was silence inside the room for a long time. Luo Qingqing was waiting, and Xia Yang was choosing. He finally chose to take over the responsibility that had been placed on his parents. Looking through the window at the crack in the sky, he said, "Leave it to me." The crack was like a door that could only be closed from the outside. He needed to get to that end to fix the crack, and fixing it meant cutting off the way back. Xia Yang sighed. In his mind, memories began to surface from Shen Yanran's return. Little by little. Honey, did you miss me? Xia Yang, I like you. Honey, stay with me, okay? Xia Yang, love me again. Then later, it was the cruelty of leaving Huma behind. Looking for Frost Moon in the snow. Thankfully, it caught up in the nick of time. In the end he had no choice at all, neither could he make amends to Yen Yen nor could he take Frost Moon as his wife. Give me a little more time. Xia Yang said to Luo Qingqing. Could be. Xia Yang, how are you not choosing them while saving the world? Luo Qingqing persuaded. I know. Not being able to spend the rest of your life with the person you love is an irreparable regret. It's like some things you've seen and understood and are still sad. Who should I see for the rest of the day? Frost Moon and Huma. To tell them to be happy in their absence? Might as well not see it. Xia Yang suddenly remembered the feeling of being drunk. There's nothing to think about, nothing to worry about. Go home, get ding-dong drunk, and then leave pretending you have no grief. He returned to his couch at home with a thought. Take all the wine out of the fridge and tilt your head back and pour it straight. Bitter wine in the throat, just begging to be drunk. With the suppression of her powers, drunkenness quickly came to the forefront. How wonderful it would be to have never loved. He was even more worried about how upset Lang Shangyue and Shen Yanran would be after he left. Right, Frosty Moon. Luo Qingqing, who was sitting on the sidelines, was once again treated as Lang Shuangyue, and Xia Yang grabbed her jade hand, wanting to remove that engagement ring. Soon, Lung Xuanyu became Shen Yanran. Yenya, I'm sorry that I threw you down to Frost Moon when you love me so much. I'm the one who doesn't deserve you. After I leave, you have to be good. Xia Yang hugged Shen Yanran tightly. A trace of heartache passed through Luo Qingqing's phoenix eyes. A dazzling white light enveloped the two. Are you willing to take Lung Xuangyue as your wife? The host asked Xia Yang. Lang Shangyue, dressed in a white wedding gown, stood on the opposite side of the room, waiting for Xia Yang to say those 3 words. He was a little confused. But those 3 words came out anyway. I do. Lang Shuangyue bloomed into a smile that made everything lose its color when she heard it. Will you marry Xia Yang? I do. Next, Xia Yang tenderly put the ring on Lung Xuanyu's ring finger. Lung Fengyue also picked up the other ring and helped him put it on. Then interlock your fingers. Xia Yang, we're finally together. Cold Frost Moon said with tears in her eyes. Guests sent their best wishes. His heart suddenly ached. A wedding room full of festivities. Xia Yang's groom's uniform had not yet been removed. Darling, it's worth $1,000 a night, what are you waiting for? Shen Yanran then lay on his chest, unbuttoning his suit with one hand and caressing his face with the other. Let's make this night count. The scented tent was lowered to cover the living colors. Xia Yang woke up in his bed. How beautiful the illusion was, how painful it is now. Thanks, he said to Luo Qingqing. No need. The veil on Luo Qingqing's face disappeared, revealing a worldly appearance that no one had ever seen before. I should go. Not going to see them? Xia Yang didn't say anything. The two appeared above the sky, and Xia Yang stepped into the crack without looking back. After he left, Luo Qingqing did not leave for a long time. To be continued. Chapter 141, I'm sure he'll come back. 3 years later. In the president's office of Zhao Group. This plan doesn't work, tell them to change it again. Shen Yanran said sternly. As if a queen was giving orders. Ever since Xia Yang disappeared, a smile had never appeared on her flirtatious to the core face. Paralyze yourself with lots of work all day. Yes. The beautiful secretary Tang Yun didn't dare to look at her furious boss, picked up the planning book that was slammed on the desktop and hurriedly left. Tang Yun, like Mu Shixian, was affected by Xia Yang and also traveled once. However, she did not change the trajectory of her life and still chose to come to work for Zhao Group. The purpose was to meet Xia Yang. Hold on just a little longer in order to see Xia Yang. It's been 3 years of regret for Tang Yun. If she hadn't crossed over, her first time would have been given to Xia Yang long ago. She couldn't help but blush at the thought. Xia Yang asked Xin Yanran to wear long pants during work hours, and Tang Yun's black silk legs became the #1 leg in the company in plain sight. I don't know how many people have pursued her. Unfortunately, Tang Yun fell deeply in love with Xia Yang the first time she met him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said those unspeakable words to Xia Yang on his own initiative at that time. These black legs are not destined to be enjoyed by the next person. In the office, Xin Yanran walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling windows and looked out at the tall buildings and traffic outside. Honey, you've been away from me for 1,103 days and I miss you so much. I won't intervene between you and Lang Frost Moon anymore, as long as you come back. On the glass, a reflection of her gloomy appearance. 3 years ago, shortly after she arrived in Snowdonia, she received word that there had been a car accident. After finding Xia Yang's hospital room by all means, there was only an empty hospital bed and the disoriented Long Shanhua. She couldn't accept the fact that Xia Yang had been taken away by the Divine Sun and used the power of the Zhao clan to search Shuadu over and over again. Lang Jia fabricated a well-intentioned lie in order to cheer up Lang Xuanyue, saying that Xia Yang would return after fulfilling his duties. And that your uncle Xia and Auntie Ning used to be like that. Actually, Lang Jia didn't know if Xia Yang would come back. This well-intentioned lie became Long Xuanyue's last straw. She told Xin Yanran the news. The two women waited every single day for Xia Yang to return. Drip drip drip, the caller alert rang in the large office. It's a bit harsh to show. Xin Yanran knew who was calling without answering. Every day at this time, Xin Lily would make a call to her to ask if Xia Yang had returned. Lily. Sister, brother Xia Yang he is back? Xin Yanran was silent for a while and said, no. This conversation has been played out between the sisters 1,000 times. Xin Lily got 1,000 times of disappointment, but still called on time the next day to ask her brother Xia Yang if he had come back yet. I know. Bye sis. End of communication. A second call soon came in. It's Joe Kite. Mom, what's wrong? Daughter, are you coming home for dinner tonight? No, I'll go back tomorrow, I'm going to stay over there tonight. In the past 3 years, Xin Yanran and Lang Xuanyue had often lived in Xia Yang's house. Any news of Xiao Yang? Zhao Kite asked. No, I'm sure he'll be back. After Zhao Kite hung up the phone, her face was covered in sadness. A soft sigh rang through the room. Chapter 142. Xin Yanran drove a red sports car when she came back to Xia Yang's house. Lang Xuanyue was already cooking inside the kitchen. The two women are no longer ice and fire after 3 years together. The house was spotless, and if Xia Yang came back, he would find no difference from before he left. This was all deliberately done by cold frost. The vase in the living room was decorated with brightly colored flowers, and the flowers sent by Xia Yang had wilted and were hidden by her in a transparent plastic bag. Really, if there is to be any difference, it's that neither of the two matriarchs of the family have ever smiled again. Lang Xuanyue became just like an iceberg and rarely spoke. Xin Yanran took off her body OL clothes and walked inside the kitchen to help cook. Her cooking skills slowly got better during Xia Yang's absence. It was no longer the $1,000 lady who needed Xia Yang's hand to teach her how to cook egg noodles. You go wash the dishes. Cold Frost Moon tended to the last dish and entered the finishing stage. Okay. When the meal was served, both men ate quietly. After dinner, they each went back inside their rooms. Before Lang Xuanyue went to bed, she had to take out that picture of the group taken together with Xia Yang at the playground and look at it for a long time. Perhaps by doing so, we can meet him in his dreams. Luo Qingcheng came to the crack every day, watching the crack get smaller and smaller day by day, but her heart had a strange feeling. She understood that she wanted someone back. The rift is about to close. It's time to break the thought. She was persuading herself. Just as Luo Qingcheng wanted to leave, fluctuations suddenly came from the crack that was only big enough for one person to pass through. A figure was sent out. "Son, mommy will always." Ningwei's voice broke as the crack closed completely. "Mom!" Xiaoyang, who had consumed all his supernatural powers, fainted and fell sharply in the air. The next second, Luo Qingqing caught him. 10,000 years of calmness flooded the mind with ripples of joy that had never been seen before. She could no longer fool herself. But Luo Qingcheng, as a special being who maintained order, she could not be moved. The soft white light covered Xiaoyang's body, and it was discovered that he was only unconscious and weak due to the excessive depletion of his powers. Not a big deal. What should I do? She didn't end up bringing Xiaoyang back to that ancient mansion. Instead, they sent him to the closest room, Lin Yaxin's room. After a busy day, Lin Yaxin returned to the house near the company. Not the slightest idea that a heavenly surprise was coming. The moment she opened the door to her room and saw Xiaoyang lying on the bed, it was as if time had stood still. Is this true? The Xiaoyang brother he had been searching for so hard was right in front of him. Happiness came so suddenly and seemed so unreal. Little brother Yang. Lin Yaxin's heart broke after seeing Xiaoyang's extremely weak appearance. Normally, she was very pampered Xiaoyang and would never let him suffer half a bit. The unconscious Xiaoyang vaguely heard someone calling out to him. Familiar voices. So gentle. It's Sister Lin. Xiaoyang laboriously opened his eyes and responded in a hoarse voice, Sister Lin. Little brother Yang, are you hurt? Sister will send you to the hospital right away. Lin Yaxin's warm and beautiful face was anxious, and she took out her cell phone to make a first aid call. Sister Lin. I'm fine. It'll be fine if I rest. Xiaoyang held the cell phone and Lin Yaxin's jade hand together to stop her from making a call. Chapter 143 Tender Love. No, how can you not go to the hospital in this condition? Lin Yaxin still insisted on calling the emergency number. Hospital? I need an ambulance at. The incomparably weak Xiaoyang's eyelids became heavy and his consciousness was about to fall into darkness again. In the beginning, Luo Qingqing told Xiaoyang some hidden things in order to be able to let him go on the mission of saving the world. Mu Shixian writes a book about the love she has hidden deep in her heart. He's the leading man. In order to see him, Tang Yun resolutely gave up a better opportunity to follow the original trajectory of her life. Lin Yaxin's love for him was no less than Lang Xuanyue and Xin Yanran. There are others, too, who are in love with him. In the 3 years he had been away, Xiaoyang had envisioned the light after he returned countless times. Now those visions finally have the potential to become reality. After the ambulance took Xiaoyang to the hospital, the doctor gave him a thorough examination. The result is reached, weakness due to overwork. There's no other way but to recuperate. Then a bottle of glucose was slung to Xiaoyang. Lin Yaxin stood by the bedside, waiting for him to wake up. Little brother Yang, where have you been these past 3 years? Sister really missed you. The delicate jade hand gently stroked Xiaoyang's pale face. Lin Yaxin's eyes were filled with heartache when she saw him in this state. Sister won't leave you again. She was determined to stay by her beloved little brother Yang and take good care of him. 3 years ago Lin Yaxin was sent down to the company's grassroots level by her grandmother to practice and train, and when she was finally free, it was with great anticipation that she went to meet her little young brother. It turned out that the door was opened by a woman who was as cold as ice, informing her that Xiaoyang had disappeared. Lin Yaxin, like Xin Yanran, was completely unable to accept this fact, also spent a huge amount of manpower and resources to find. The end is nowhere to be seen. She began to regret the fact that she had given all her time to the company after crossing back and hadn't gone to see Xiaoyang. It's not really her fault. Lin Yaxin's grandmother was thunderous and iron-fisted. Fill your granddaughter's schedule to the brim. It was at least 11 p.m. when she finished her work, and she fell asleep as soon as her eyes closed after showering and going to bed. Now that her beloved younger brother, Xiaoyang, was lost and found, how could Lin Yaxin be willing to leave him? At this time, Xiaoyang spoke in his sleep. Huma. Frost Moon. After Lin Yaxin leaned over to listen, the color of loss surged on her beautiful and moving face. The names that Xiaoyang's brother recited should be the two that lived in his house. She couldn't help but remember the scene of her own confession before she crossed over. Brother Xiaoyang didn't seem to agree. But the next second, the sleeping Xiaoyang murmured. Sister Lin. After hearing the call, Lin Yashin's beautiful and moving face regained its luster. The beautiful eyes were gentle and watery. The sun rises and sets outside. One day passed. Lin Yashin didn't rest and remained at the hospital bedside. For her now, being able to accompany Xia Yang was a great happiness. The enterprise side has any urgent need to approve the documents, also by the assistant Guli sent to the hospital. "President, here's a document," Guli said as she came in from outside. Lin Yashin gestured for her to be quiet and handed over the documents to herself. While Lin Yashin was flipping through the documents, Guli's eyes were drawn to Xia Yang on the hospital bed. No wonder the president doesn't give those young handsome men a second glance, so he has an exiled boyfriend. While she was mesmerized watching Xia Yang, her fingers touched the hard texture of the folder. She was startled. Hurriedly, he picked up the folder, then lowered his head and collected himself. It so happened that Xia Yang woke up at this time, and Lin Yashin didn't have time to care about Guli. The first moment he opened his eyes he saw Lin Yashin's warm and beautiful face. The smell of disinfectant in the air made him a little uncomfortable. "Brother Xia Yang, is there anything wrong?" "No." Xia Yang struggled to get up, and Lin Yashin hurriedly helped him sit against the bed. "Sister Lin, did the doctor say there's nothing serious wrong with me?" Xia Yang knew what kind of situation his body was in. "It's just a matter of recuperating, and when the powers come back, you can do whatever you want. Why come to the hospital when you can recuperate at home? The doctor said that your body is weak and you need to recuperate for a while before you can do so," Lin Yashin said gently. "I don't want to stay in the hospital." Lin Yashin was a little hesitant when she heard Xia Yang's request. She felt that it would be better for Xia Yang to stay in the hospital faster. Xia Yang had no choice but to make a killer move and called out in a pleading voice, "Sister Lin." Lin Yashin couldn't resist and agreed to his request to go back. "It's just that it's easier to get home." "Okay, sis will get you discharged right away." Guli, who stood at the back and didn't go, reacquainted herself with her own president. Spoils her boyfriend too much. After Lin Yashin finished the discharge procedures, she called on Guli to help support Xia Yang. She was naturally happy to be in contact with Xia Yang. After sending Lin Yashin and Xia Yang home, Guli returned to the company with the documents. Lin Yashin was just about to ask Xia Yang where he had been for the past 3 years, but realized that he was a little sleepy again. Sleep. It was as if she was coaxing a small child, and there was a calming magic in her gentle voice. Having a big sister like that is a blessing that can't be repaired in 3 lifetimes. When Xia Yang fell asleep, she didn't rest. Instead she went to the kitchen to cook nutritious and delicious meat porridge, so that Xia Yang would be able to enjoy it when he woke up. After taking a bath, Lin Yashin changed into a melan-colored sweater, which better set off her gentle and moving temperament. Knowledgeable and beautiful, people want to jump into her arms, well pampered, enjoy her tenderness and care. The only person who could enjoy her coddling and pampering was Xia Yang. Xia Yang woke up again already at 12 p.m. Lin Yashin brought meat porridge at just the right temperature to feed him personally. "Little brother Yang, come," she said in a doting tone. The movements were incredibly gentle. Under Lin Yashin's considerate serving, Xia Yang was also full. She set the bowl aside and did not leave. "Sister Lin, it's already 12 o'clock now, you should also hurry up and go rest." Xia Yang didn't even need to think about it to know that his sister Lin definitely didn't have a good rest for the past 2 days. He's heartbroken. Brother Xiao Yang. After Lin Yashin realized that Xia Yang also had her in his heart, the fear within her heart dissipated. "What's wrong?" Lin Yashin moved a little closer to Xia Yang. "It's close." She smelled especially good with her cozy scent. "I like you." Zhang knew that her love was incredibly tender. But Lin Yashin didn't give him a chance to speak, and her jade finger gently pressed on his thin lips. "There's no need to say anything more, little brother Yang just needs to know that sister will always love you." She pulled up the green silk around her ears and kissed Xia Yang's thin lips with tenderness. A night of tenderness. Chapter 144 Little Brother Yang. Day 2. Xia Yang called out after waking up in a daze, "Sister Lin?" "Little brother Yang, good morning." Lin Yashin's gentle voice came. Xia Yang turned to look and found that his sister Lin had an additional touch of maturity on her, in addition to her previous gentle temperament. "Sis will go ahead and make you breakfast, be good and wait in bed." "Aha!" Xia Yang was still a bit confused. Lin Yashin left the room after kissing him. Xia Yang, on the other hand, squinted a little more. Lin Yashin's favor seems to have made him a little lazy. It was only after 20 minutes that Xia Yang got up and stretched. The body is much better than yesterday. He lamented, then got out of bed to wash up as well. The bathroom sink was already set up with brand new cups, toothbrushes, for his use. After washing up, he walked into the kitchen. Although it was said to be morning, Lin Yashin was making soup, which she used to nourish the body of her beloved little brother Yang. Xia Yang hugged her soft and delicate body from behind. Lin Yashin felt Xia Yang's attachment to her, and a quiet smile appeared on her beautiful face. Little brother Yang, why are you out of bed? Don't worry, I've gotten much better. Her body's gardenia-like fragrance lingered on the tip of Xia Yang's nose. It smells good. Xia Yang then hugged her even tighter, his nostrils hitting the jade neck, a faint pink color spreading out. Lin Yashin thought that Xia Yang missed her, so she softly persuaded, eat breakfast first. Good. At this point the mellow smell of the soup wafted throughout the kitchen. Lin Yashin used a small spoon to hold out a little bit, slowly blew on it, and handed it to Xia Yang's mouth for him to taste. Sister's craftsmanship is still so great. Xia Yang's unstinting praise made her extra happy. Little brother Yang, go sit outside. Breakfast will be ready soon. I'll serve the soup. Xia Yang served the soup and then took it to the table outside. By the time he returned to the kitchen again, Lin Yashin had already cleaned up the kitchen. All that was left was the final procedure of taking off the apron. Xia Yang's fingers lightly pulled the knot at the back, and his fingertips inadvertently crossed. It gave Lin Yashin a tingly feeling. Her gaze became more tender. Lin Yashin did not suppress the love in her heart and went against what she had just said. He kissed Xia Yang's thin lips right in the kitchen. The apron in Xia Yang's hand that he couldn't hang up in time was thrown on the floor, and he wrapped his free hand around Lin Yashin's soft waist. One kiss later. The soup is getting cold. Lin Yashin's warm and beautiful face already had a reddish haze floating on it, which was beautiful to behold. I don't care, it's all Sister Lin's fault. Xia Yang's eyes stared fervently at the beautiful person in his arms. Lin Yashin thought that she could not help but kiss Xia Yang's younger brother. The jade hand that was propped up on Xia Yang's chest dropped down, so she let him go. The soup on the table went from wafting hot to getting cold. Xia Yang and Lin Yashin didn't get to eat breakfast after all. It was noon before the two appeared in the living room. The soup is cold, I'll heat it up. Lin Yashin's face blushed as she uttered these words. Xia Yang saw Lin Yashin's cell phone on the table and took it over. Fingers tapped the screen and dialed Lang Frost Moon's number. Xia Yang often thought about it during these 3 long years. How are Frosty Moon and Huma doing? Is it okay? After all this time, will you think of me once in a while? He both hoped that Lang Xuanyue and Shen Yanran would miss him and also hoped that Lang Xuanyue and Shen Yanran would not miss him. But whenever Xia Yang thought that the two women would fade away from him over time, his heart always ached. Unbeknownst to him, Lang Xuanyue and Shen Yanran were looking forward to his return day and night. A slender hand took the phone. It's Lin Yashin. Little brother Yang, no. During this period of time when your body is fully recovered, sister wants to monopolize you. When you are well, my sister will return your freedom. Faced with this small request from Lin Yashin, Xia Yang simply had no way to refuse. After all, it's a sign of deep love. Besides, in a few days, the body will be as good as new. Then I'll accompany Sister Lin for the next few days. Xia Yang laughed. Lin Yashin had been worried that Xia Yang would be angry, but now that she saw that he was willing to stay, her heart was suddenly sweet. A beautiful smile bloomed on her face. Breakfast, no, after lunch. The two sat on the couch. Little brother Yang, come. Lin Yashin gently patted her beautiful legs with her hand, signaling Xia Yang to rest her head up. No one can resist the lap pillow of a gentle and sensual big sister. Xia Yang is no exception. He lay down smoothly, resting on those warm, slender legs. So soft and flavorful. Sister will give you an ear pulling and ear massage. Close your eyes. Xia Yang immediately did as he was told. He felt that just listening to Sister Lin's gentle words was a pleasure. If you then give yourself ear pulling and ear massage. It's exciting to think about. Like last time, Xia Yang's ears were clean and there was no need to pull out his ears. So straight into the ear massage. Lin Yashin first gently blew a breath towards Xia Yang's ear, and the comfortable feeling started to ripple out from the ear and spread all over the body. Then gently stroke your jade fingers along the contours of your ears before rubbing your earlobes. These sensations expand infinitely when the eyes are closed. The worst part was the gentle, ebullient voice whispering in his ear. The body and mind became pleasurable. Sure enough, knee pillows are the best. Without realizing it, Xia Yang entered dreamland. Lin Yashin also stopped the ear massage after noticing Xia Yang's even breathing. Little brother Yang, how nice it would be if you could stay by my side all the time. She enjoyed being alone with her beloved little young brother. At this moment, Xia Yan was completely belonging to Lin Yashin. The good times went by fast. She couldn't get enough of Xia Yang, and in the blink of an eye it was 5 in the afternoon. Xia Yang also woke up leisurely. That was a good night's sleep. Sister Lin, I want knee pillows in the future. Xia Yang liked, and could even be said to covet, Lin Yashin's watery gentleness. In the future, when little brother Yang wants it, just tell sister. Lin Yashin tried to get up from the sofa, but nearly fell because of the weakness of her beautiful legs. Luckily, Xia Yang was quick, holding Lin Yashin's soft waist with one hand and pulling her back into his arms. Xia Yang knew that it was caused by the fact that he had been resting on his pillow for too long, so he used his big warm hands to help Lin Yashin massage those warm and slender legs. Lin Yashin clung to the sofa. It's a well-known fact that when your legs are tingling, they're sore as hell whenever someone touches them. It will make you scream. But only massage can turn long pain into short pain. Little brother Yang. Lin Wanshin's voice and petite body both shook a little. Sister Lin, hold back a little, you'll be comfortable soon. Each massage of Xia Yang's big hands would completely stimulate the numbness in the muscles. Even though Lin Yashin clenched her shell teeth, she couldn't resist the sour feeling. The jade hand gripped tighter. In the end, under Xia Yang's tireless efforts, the numb legs returned to normal. It's finally over. Lin Yashin's entire body was weak after relaxing, and her white forehead had fragrant sweat on it. When Wan's beautiful face turned red, Xia Yang became more and more ashamed. If it wasn't for himself, Sister Lin wouldn't have suffered this kind of crime. Chapter 145, As long as sister wants me, I'll come. It was because Xia Yang had been resting on Lin Yashin's beautiful legs for too long, resulting in a lack of energy. That's why he took the initiative to take on the responsibility of cooking dinner despite Lin Yashin's discouragement. After eating, Lin Wanshin put hot water in the bathtub for Xia Yang, and when she tested the water temperature with her jade hand, her fingertips became pink. Prepared pajamas again. It's really thoughtful. Little brother Yang, the hot water is already running, go take a bath. I'll leave these bowls to my sister. Just like that, Xia Yang was half pushed and half sent inside the bathroom by Lin Yashin. He took off his clothes and dipped into the tub, the water just the right temperature to soothe both body and mind. Sister Lin, it's really great. After Lin Yashin washed the dishes, she began to pick out the pajamas she would wear tonight. All the pajamas in the closet were taken out and looked at one by one in front of the mirror. Little brother Yang would have liked me better in this one. After a period of time, Lin Yashin finally selected the white silk textured nightgown. Beautifully demure, the soft material also flatters the petite body and draws out the perfect figure. Xia Yang sat on the bed and watched the TV program in boredom, passing off this time for his Lin's sister to take a shower. So much good time wasted, looks like next time. Changed stations, all tasteless content. He simply turned off the TV and lay down on his bed. Over the past 3 years, he had developed the habit that as soon as his brain was empty, the faces of Ling Shangyue, Shen Yanran, Lin Yashin and the others would appear in his mind. It's the disease called lovesickness. Lin Yashin didn't have Xia Yang to wait alone for long. After bathing and putting on that dignified and beautiful white silk pajamas, she came out from inside the bathroom. Beauty out of the bath. After bathing, Lin Yashin was even more beautiful and attractive. Her gentle temperament was undoubtedly on display, and her slender and perfect figure was outlined by the silk pajamas. Especially her broad-mindedness. Little brother Yang, your body hasn't fully recovered yet, go to bed early. Lin Yashin sat on the edge of the bed and held Xia Yang in her arms. The fragrance is captivating. It seems that every earthly beauty has a different body odor. Lie down, sister, and put you to bed. Sister Lin, I've been sleeping for a long time during the day. Xia Yang wrapped his arms around Lin Yashin's soft waist and drove her to lie down together. With such a superb beauty in his arms, how could he possibly sleep? Sister Lin. Xia Yang's voice became a little hoarse and low. The two were now looking at each other in all directions. Xia Yang saw that Lin Yaxin's gaze was full of love and doting for himself. The fire in his heart dissipated all at once. Sister Lin probably hadn't been able to sleep well for several days in order to take care of himself, and during the daytime he had made him suffer. She must be tired by now too. What Xia Yang didn't know was that little bit of tiredness wasn't even worth mentioning compared to Lin Yaxin's current happiness. Nothing, it's late, we'll go to bed early. Xia Yang let go of Lin Yaxin's incredibly soft waist. Turned his back on her. There's no way, the gentle and sensible big sister possesses unrivaled killing power. Lin Yaxin saw the change in Xia Yang's eyes clearly. From fire, to heartache, to sobriety. Xiao Yang's brother was heartbroken. Her heart was as sweet as honey. Little brother Yang. Xia Yang felt the momentum of the attack was different. Lin Yaxin's jade arms wrapped around his powerful waist, and her warm and slender delicate body pressed up against him. An incredibly gentle tone whispered right in his own ear. You have to hold back. Sister Lin is already tired. Sister Lin, if you hold me like this, I'm a little too hot to sleep. Air conditioning? Little brother Yang, there's no need to embarrass yourself, okay? Lin Yaxin used the gentlest tone to tell Xia Yang's ears about her love. Xia Yang's sanity fell, overwhelmed by the love and tenderness coming out of Lin Yaxin. Sister Lin, I love you too. Sister knows. Two people see love mingled together. In the end, Lin Yaxin, who said she would put Xia Yang to bed, instead fell asleep first. Beautiful, moving face with a happy smile. For the next few days, Lin Yaxin stayed at home with her beloved brother Xia Yang. If there are any important documents, ask Guli to bring them from the company. Every time Guli sees Lin Wanxin, she marvels that a woman nourished by love is different. Not only did her whole body reveal happiness, but her gentle, beautiful face was rosy and increasingly beautiful. She fought envy. Occasionally, she could still see Xia Yang, which added some beauty to her working life. Xia Yang felt like he was on the verge of being spoiled by Sister Lin. No matter what he asked for, Lin Yaxin would not refuse. Considerate Lin Yaxin found that the hang-ups in Xia Yang's heart are increasing day by day. The body also came alive under her careful care. It's time to return Xiao Yang's brother's freedom. Lin Yaxin was very reluctant, but didn't show it. At dinner, she thought of Xia Yang leaving soon and didn't have much heart to eat. It was just a matter of helping Xia Yang with his food. Little brother Yang, elder sister, has already helped you with your inquiry. The person you're hanging on to in your heart is living in your house right now. After dinner, my sister will arrange for someone to take you home. Xia Yang stopped the chopsticks in his hands when he heard this. Looking up, his own sister Lin's beautiful face wore a gentle smile. But he knew that they were disguised. Just to leave on a high note. Aha! Despite Lin Yaxin's wish for time to pass slower and slower, dinner was over. Gori had driven up and was waiting outside the gates. Xia Yang didn't have any luggage, but Lin Yaxin handed him a suitcase. It was full of carefully prepared clothing. Come and see more of your sister when you're free. Lin Yaxin helped Xia Yang straighten his collar. 1 week. Once a week, okay? Xia Yang saw in her beautiful eyes the reluctance that could no longer be hidden. I'll come whenever Sister Lin misses me. Good. Sister is a bit sleepy, so I won't see you off. Lin Yaxin walked up to the second floor alone after helping Xia Yang straighten his collar. Xia Yang could only see her beautiful back. Mr. Xia, let's get going. Lin Yaxin closed the door after returning to her room. Sadness and loneliness swept over her. The gentle smile was not there either. Little brother Yang, actually, sister doesn't want to see you leave. As soon as the words fell, Xia Yang's magnetic voice sounded in the room. I know. Then Lin Yaxin fell into a warm embrace. Xia Yang knew that after he left, Sister Lin would be gloomy in her room. Little brother Yang, didn't you leave? Xia Yang went and returned, filling Lin Yaxin with joy. I told you I would come whenever my sister missed me. Xia Yang's psychic ability has been restored today, so it's not too easy for him to instantly move to Lin Yaxin's side. Without waiting to say anything else, Lin Yaxin had already kissed him tenderly. Give Zhang her tenderness, her love. 3 hours later, Lin Wanxin fell asleep, and after Xia Yang helped her cover up, he kissed her forehead. Chapter 146, Reunion. A light rain fell in bits and pieces from the sky. Xia Yang stood in front of the familiar door of his home and rang the doorbell. Ding dong. Inside the house, Long Xuanyue and Shen Yanran were eating dinner. When they heard the doorbell, their first thought was he's back. But in the past 3 years, this expectation has risen countless times, and countless times the reality has crushed it hard. Even so, this time, Long Xuanyue looked forward to the fact that outside was the returning Xia Yang. As the door was opened, the obstruction disappeared. The person you miss day and night comes into view. 3 years. The two finally meet again after 3 years apart. Xia Yang. Tears blurred Lang Xuanyu's vision. She had 1,000 words to pour out to Xia Yang, but choking made her lose her voice. Shen Yanyan in the living room ran outside in spite of everything after hearing Lang Xuanyue call out that name that both of them avoided talking about. When she saw Xia Yang standing in the doorway, she had the same feeling of dreaming as Lang Xuanyue. Honey. Frost Moon, Yuma. I'm back. Xia Yang's short sentence made them cry with joy. Both jumped into Xia Yang's arms, and the thoughts of 3 years turned into tears, wetting his clothes. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Will you guys stop crying? Xia Yang's big warm hand gently caressed the jade backs of Lang Xuanyue and Shen Yanran, attempting to give them some comfort. I will not leave you again. Xia Yang also had some sore eyes at this time. Huma and Frost Moon's love for themselves never changed. The drizzle became heavier and the wind blew it into the hallway. Wet Xia Yang, but also wet Shen Yanran and Lang Xuanyue. But it was nothing compared to the agony of waiting over 1,000 days and nights. Their thoughts are like this pounding rain. It needed to be cathartic in Xia Yang's arms. Perhaps this storm is their final ordeal. Frost Moon, Yen Yen, hurry up and take a bath, lest you catch a cold. Xia Yang said heartily. All three were drenched to the skin. You wash first. Lang Xuanyue let go of Xia Yang's hand and went to the bathroom to put hot water on him. Honey, I'm going to get your clothes. No matter how much Xia Yang tried to persuade him, Lang Xuanyue and Shen Yanran insisted that he should take a bath first. The bathroom door was quickly opened. At first Xia Yang thought that the one who came was Shen Yanran. It's actually Cold Frost Moon. She had a long bath towel wrapped around her perfect jade body. Absolute beauty is no longer indifferent. Xia Yang is back, and the smile that makes everything lose its color has also reappeared again. Yen Yen. Xia Yang shouted out the name of the visitor based on his previous judgment. After all, Shen Yanran would often rub his back and wash his hair. Cold Frost Moon, on the other hand, could hardly commit such an active and bold act. But he guessed wrong. After the reunion, Lang Xuanyue wanted to be with Xia Yang at all times. Only by holding his hand could she be at ease. Lang Xuanyue also didn't mind that Xia Yang had just called Shen Yanran's name. She knew that it must be because Shen Yanyan often serves Xia Yang in the bath, that's why he would habitually call out Shen Yanyan's name. And himself. Even when Xia Yang didn't think of Shen Yanran, she had never done such a thing for him. Frost Moon? Xia Yang looked surprised after seeing the visitor clearly through the water mist. I'll give you a back rub. Shen Yanran, does she often serve you a bath? Lang Xuanyue asked. Well, I'm sorry for just mistaking you for Yen Yen. Xia Yang said guiltily. Lang Xuanyue gently shook her head. I was the one who wasn't considerate enough. I'll rub your back every day from now on. Frost Moon, you don't have to push yourself. Xia Yang held Lang Xuanyue's white wrist and pulled her into the bathtub. When you get wet, you're bound to warm up so you don't catch a cold. Something as charming as rubbing her lover's back in a waterlogged bathroom was daring for her to try. Not forced, I'm willing. Lang Fengyue snuggled up to Xia Yang's shoulder in the bathtub, and the two of them interlocked their fingers. Right now, Lang Xuanyue only wanted to cherish every second she spent with Xia Yang. Never want to be separated from him again. In the face of lost and found love, shyness and conservative reserve are too much for it. The two got out of the tub after warming up for a while. There's no way around it, there's only one bathroom in the house. Xia Yang was hung up on Shen Yanran and wanted her to also take a hot bath in time to dispel the cold from her body. Outside the bathroom, Shen Yanran clenched her shell teeth, and there was a depressing color on her extremely charming face. Those seductive, autumnal eyes were fixed on the bathroom door. It was as if they were trying to see through the cover of the door to see exactly what the two were doing in there. Damn, when did she become so proactive? Shen Yanran had lived with Lang Xuanyue for 3 years, and was considered to have roughly figured out the other party's character. Knowing that she was thin-skinned, there was no way she would go inside the bathroom to rub Xia Yang's back. So after Xia Yang went in to take a shower, Shen Yanran didn't grab the lead. Instead, she wanted to go back to her room to change out of this set of wet black long dress on her body. Then put on something else. Unexpectedly, she was just about to remove her long skirt when she seemed to hear the subtle sound of the bathroom door opening. She thought she'd heard wrong. As a result, when she came out to take a look, Long Frost Moon was not in the living room nor inside her room. Should I go in myself? Just as Shen Yanran wanted to open the bathroom door, Xia Yang came out. She was a little caught off guard. Yuma, why haven't you changed out of your wet clothes? The hot water is already running, so go take a nice hot bath. Although the long black dress that was drenched in rainwater clung to her skin, Shen Yanyan's devilish body shape was displayed to the fullest. However, Xia Yang's eyes were not half as desirous. Full of worry. Worrying if she's going to catch a cold and a fever. When Shen Yanran saw that Xia Yang was heartbroken, her quick mind immediately guessed the reason why he came out so quickly. Honey was worried about me catching a cold in the rain, that's why she washed it so fast. Maybe even rejected Lung Xuanyu, who took the initiative to send her to the door. A smile is 100 winks. Honey. Because Lung Xuanyu was right next to one another, she approached Xia Yang's ear, her tantalizing red lips slightly opening and closing. Was saying some sweet lovey-dovey things. Hearing his ears, heart, and even his bones had a tingly feeling. Cough, Yan, you quickly go take a bath. Xia Yang ignored her, a red-faced scourge, and fled after he finished speaking. Lung Fengyue didn't pursue what Shen Yanran actually said to Xia Yang. Whispering, I'm going to make dinner. Frost Moon, no, I'm not hungry. You've just finished bathing, you're not fit to cook. Chapter 147, Happiness May Be Simple. Frosty Moon loves to be clean and tidy. If you go into the kitchen you will more or less get a little bit of grease. Besides, one has already eaten. There was no need to bother her further. Xia Yang, in order to dissuade Leng Xuanyu, wrapped her in his arms and smelled the aroma of her body and said, I just love the light scent of you, and when you go into the kitchen, you'll be covered in grease. Leng Xuanyu's absolutely beautiful face flushed a thin red. I'll just take another shower after cooking. It was actually hard for her to refuse because Xia Yang was hugging her. The warm embrace stayed with her. It was only after a long time that Leng Xuanyu gently pushed Xia Yang away from his embrace. First, he went to the living room and cleaned up the leftovers on top of the dining room table before heading back to the kitchen to cook. The ingredients in the refrigerator were almost consumed, and even if Leng Xuanyu had the intention to make a big meal for Xia Yang, she couldn't do anything about it. The coquettish woman can't cook without rice. I ended up having to make a bowl of bok choy and egg noodles. There are no more ingredients in the house, I'll get them tomorrow. Cold Frost Moon was disappointed with herself. When he came back, he should have made a nice big meal for himself. Now it's just a monotonous bowl of noodles. Xia Yang didn't mind in the slightest whether it was noodles or a big meal. Straight away. It's delicious. Frost Moon, you have a taste too. He picked up the bowl and picked up a chopstick of noodles and brought it to Long Xuanyu's mouth. Long Xuanyue lifted the green silk around her ears and tasted a mouthful of noodles. Delicious, isn't it? Aha! The noodles you made, even if you gave me a big meal, I wouldn't change it. Xia Yang laughed. When he was finished, he feasted on the food. Eat slowly. Lung Frost Moon's bright eyes were like water. How could she not know that Xia Yang was comforting her? In no time, the noodles in the bowl were eaten cleanly by Xia Yang. More? I'm full. Lung Fengyue took the empty bowl and went to wash it, thinking in her mind that she would take a bath after washing the bowl. Xia Yang leaned back in his chair and looked at Lung Xuanyu's noble and elegant back, coupled with a feeling of satiety. The heart is full of happiness. At this moment, he seemed to understand why his mom and dad were guardians, but were living an ordinary life in this not-so-small, not-so-large house. After experiencing life and death, it is a blessing to live an ordinary life. Like right now. Someone who cares about you and loves you. And hot and delicious noodles. I'm so happy. Warm water flowed over every inch of Shen Yanran's delicate skin. There was the slightest hint of scarlet color on the beautiful face that was enough to turn the world upside down. The rising mist of water hides the boundless colors of spring. Almost. Shen Yanran had planned to go out directly after bathing, not wanting to soak inside the bathtub. But thinking that I just got caught in the rain, how can I still make love to my darling if I have a fever and cold or something? So she resisted the urgency to soak in the tub for a while. Xia Yan was sitting on the sofa in the living room watching TV. A fragrant breeze hit her and her arms felt warm and soft. Wearing a black sexy nightgown, Shen Yan took Xia Yang's arm, and her tall and wonderful figure made people's blood spurt. "Honey, take off your blouse." "Ah." Xia Yan was a bit unable to react for a moment. Shen Yan couldn't wait any longer and took matters into her own hands, her catkin grabbing the corner of her shirt. Xia Yang's dress, thin and stripped of his finely tuned body, is gradually revealed. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the exposed skin. Fear of hideous scars on it. 3 years ago, Long Xuanyu told her that Xia Yang was taken away by a mysterious person. After searching in vain, she dreamed from time to time that Xia Yan was locked up by a dark shadow and tortured constantly. With the top all the way off, the nightmare was not broken. There are no scars on it. When Xia Yan thought Shen Yanran was going to eat herself dry, she did not make any transgressive movements. Help him back into his shirt with his own hands. Shen Yanran threw herself into Xia Yang's embrace, enjoying the feeling that Xia Yan was right next to her. "Honey, I've missed you so much these past 3 years. Thinking about you at work, dreaming about you in my sleep, hoping all the time that you'll come back." At this time, Shen Yanran was so fragile that Xia Yang's heart ached. She was the Zhao family's daughter, a stunning woman of earthly beauty. Noble and elegant. It's the goddess of how many people have been begging for it. When Huma begged me to stay with her, I left her behind. He had broken her heart and made her wait so long. "Yan, I won't leave you again," Xia Yang promised seriously. And that's exactly what Shen Yanran wanted. She never wanted to lose Xia Yang again. Unwilling to let Xia Yang leave her side, Long Xuanyu, who was planning to go and bathe, also came to Xia Yang's side at some point. She glanced at Shen Yanran, wanting to speak. "Xia Yang, how did you get through these 3 years?" Just like Shen Yanran was worried that Xia Yang would have scars on his body, Lang Xuanyu was also worried that Xia Yang had lived a hellish life in the 3 years that he had been taken away by the mysterious man. Because of the words Luo Qingqing said when she took Xia Yang away, it made her keep thinking that Xia Yang's capture was all due to her using her supernatural ability to disrupt time and space. It's more heartbreaking to ask for clarification. Only then can he make it up to Xia Yang by doubling everything he has. The words fell, and the room was quiet. Both women were waiting for him to speak. Xia Yang went through unimaginable hardships in the other world before he and his parents mended the cracks together. But saying this to Long Xuanyu and Shen Yanran would only make them sad. Might as well not say. Went somewhere, did a little errand, it's all in the past anyway. Frost Moon, you sit down too, let's watch the movie together. Xia Yang tuned the TV to a movie channel. It just so happens that a movie has just begun. Long Xuanyu wanted to ask again, but she was pulled by Xia Yang to sit down on the sofa. Whether it was Shen Yanran or Lang Xuanyu, they all knew from Xia Yang's attitude of avoiding talking about it that it had been extremely difficult for him to live these 3 years. Since you don't want to talk about it, let bygones be bygones and cherish the present. They all coincidentally held onto Xia Yang's arm tightly. Without realizing it, it was late at night. With Xia Yang by their side, Lang Xuanyu and Shen Yanran were extraordinarily at ease and fell asleep leaning on his shoulder. Perhaps the long wait had worn them out too much. Xia Yang carried them back to their respective rooms, covered them up, and left goodnight kisses on their white foreheads. Chapter 148, Xia Yang's favorite person. The next morning, Lang Xuanyu's long eyelashes trembled slightly as she awoke from her sleep. The hand reached toward the side, empty. She sat up immediately. Is it a dream? Cold Frost Moon had already had this experience too many times. I've dreamed of Xia Yang coming back. As the dream woke up, she was greeted with a harsh reality. She hastily lifted the covers and got out of bed, and went out of her room into the parlor, and it was quiet, not a soul in sight. Xia Yang might be sleeping in his aunt and uncle's room like last time. Long Xuanyu consoled herself. When she opened Ningwei's room and saw Xia Yang, who was still sleeping, her lifted heart relaxed. Lang Xuanyu gently walked to the bedside, leaned down, and placed a slapdash kiss on Xia Yang's thin lips. Shallow. When she looked up, her bright eyes reflected Xia Yang's sleeping face, and could not hold anything else. For the rest of our days, let us be together forever. A happy smile blossomed on Long Xuanyu's absolutely beautiful face. It was a pity that Xia Yang didn't see such a beautiful view. But in the bright future, he had plenty of time to enjoy Ling Xuanyu's beauty and love. Let's just say it's a little bit of a shame. After Lung Feng continued to look at Xia Yang for a while by the bedside, I chose the latter out of the two options of seeing myself the first time I wake up and making him breakfast. Got up and went to make breakfast for Xia Yang. Shen Yanran woke up and realized that she was the only one inside the room, with no sign of Xia Yang. Then she was just as nervous as Lung Xuanyue. Fear that last night was a dream. But she had just opened the door when she saw Lang Frost Moonface come out from inside Ningwei's room and head towards the kitchen. Just know that last night was all true. The door to the room was opened again, and Shen Yanran saw Xia Yang still asleep on the bed. The seductive autumn eyes seemed to be sparkling with water. "Honey, I'm coming." She lifted the covers and lay into the comforter stained with Xia Yang's body heat and hugged him, surveying his quiet sleeping form. While half asleep, Xia Yang felt someone come into his embrace. Nice and soft. He didn't need to think about it to know it was Shen Yanran. After opening his eyes, the first thing he saw was Shen Yanran's woefully charming face. It was early in the morning and he was suddenly a little thirsty. In a slightly raspy voice, he said, "Good morning, Huma." "Good morning, dear." She took in the change in Xia Yang's demeanor and the smile on her face grew even bigger. "Let's start with a good morning kiss." The sharpened fingertips swept over Xia Yang's thin lips. The seductive red lips did not wait for Xia Yang to say more and printed on it, "Kiss with abandon." After the long, fragrant kiss ended, the panting pair looked at each other. "One kiss, darling, is not enough." Living room. The three were enjoying a hot breakfast. The atmosphere was not at all like the silence of the past, and it became cozy. Shen Yanran changed into her work clothes early. There was no way that the sexy black pajamas could not be worn anymore. "Honey, will you accompany me to the office after breakfast?" After Xia Yang drank the bowl of meat porridge in one gulp, Lung Xuanyu took over the empty bowl and helped him serve another bowl. "Didn't say anything." "Okay." Xia Yang agreed to Shen Yanran's request after a little thought. Xia Yang's promise did not surprise Lung Frost Moon. Because she understood that Xia Yang was compensating Shen Yanran, compensating for the guilt of leaving her behind to save herself. At the same time, Lung Xuanyu was also clear that the person who received the most love from Xia Yang was herself. Before crossing over, Xia Yang fought to push her away and fell into a pool of blood. After crossing over, Xia Yang still defies the fear of death, crossing thousands of miles and risking his life through hardship to save her. Everything pales in comparison to that. Lang Shanhua would not stop Xia Yang from accompanying Shen Yanran to the company. Instead, she would buy the food and make dinner and wait for him to come back. Chapter 149, Such a Scourge. Xia Yang asked about Lung Frost Moon's course. After learning that she had a full day of classes, she said, "I'll pick you up tonight in the evening." Aha! Breakfast is over. Shen Yanran drove Xia Yang to the company, and Lang Shanhua went to school. The wipers swayed slowly as the fine rain hit the windshield. This little bit of rain couldn't affect Shen Yanran's pleasant mood at all. Xia Yang, however, worried about Lang Xuanyue, who was going to school, and said, "If only it were sunny." Soon a ray of golden sunlight shone on the earth. It stopped raining. Shen Yanran said jokingly as she got out of the car, "Honey, when did you learn to follow your words?" She thought it was just a coincidence. Because summer rain comes and goes. In response to the sudden transformation, Xia Yang, however, could not help but think of Luo Qingcheng. Only she could do something like that. Was it Luo Qingcheng who heard what he said? But why didn't she come out to see me? Xia Yang couldn't forget the vision he had the night before he left, it was so real. Was that an illusion, or was Luo Qingcheng faking it? Why didn't she hide her true face from herself after that night? Doubts swirling in my head. He'd always wanted to ask for clarification. Shen Yanran walked into the company on Xia Yang's hand. In this Zhao's headquarters, which was all filled with beautiful women, Xia Yang became the most eye-catching center of attention. So many pairs of eyes couldn't take their eyes off him. That's President's boyfriend? So handsome. The crowd flowed through the hall, and all at once they stopped. Until Shen Yanran and Xia Yang walked inside the special elevator. The gossip group inside the company exploded. The president's boyfriend showed up at the company with pictures. Pictures. Super handsome, fodder for dreams tonight. Wow. Thanks for risking losing your job by taking pictures of us, sister. The beautiful woman who posted the picture saw the comment and silently withdrew the picture and message. How can you shoot the president's boyfriend when you yourself have been sexually obsessed? God forbid. Don't get fired. The elevator went all the way up to the president's office on the top floor. Tang Yun waited for Shin Yanran at the elevator entrance every day. Today was no exception, and as soon as the elevator opened, this extremely beautiful secretary was standing outside on guard. When she saw Xia Yang in the elevator, she froze. Immediately, he lowered his head to hide the great joy in his heart. He's finally here. All of this morning's arrangements have been put off. Shin Yanran ordered as she walked out of the elevator. Yes. When she arrived at the door of the president's office, Tang Yun was stopped at the door. Watch the door. She looked at the closed office door and bit her brightly colored lip. There is nothing to be done. Starting from the moment the door closed, in the following time, Xia Yang completely belonged to the possession of Shin Yanran, the woeful siren. The company headquarters blossomed, and everyone said that the president's secretary had the best black silk legs. The employees don't know. Those black silk legs of their president were truly perfect. Slender, graceful, impeccable. Walking and swaying. It's like walking on your heart. Wonderful. Not to mention her charming face that was enough to turn the world upside down. Just a slight smile makes the heart swell. It's hard to sleep when you're tossing and turning. Tang Yun, the presidential secretary, began her career as a gatekeeper again. It's amazing how the time that used to fly by has become so hard to get through. Chapter 150: A Request from a Beautiful Secretary. Tang Yun stayed at the door like this until the afternoon. The schedule finally gave her a good reason to knock on the door. President, it's time for the high-level meeting. This meeting is related to the future development of the company's strategic issues. It is impossible for the president not to go. When the time comes, one can take the opportunity to do as he did last time. Just thinking about it, Tang Yun can't wait. Honey, that's enough for now. Be a good girl here until I get back from my meeting. Shin Yanran's jade arm encircled Xia Yang's neck and gently kissed him. For Xia Yang, she couldn't kiss enough. Go get busy. Xia Yang helped Shin Yanran finish the final finishing touches and put her hair up. He wasn't angry that the meeting had interrupted the duo. Loving someone is not about tying her down, it's about supporting her. The closed door to the office opened. Shin Yanran walked out, her powerful aura making Tang Yun feel weak. Her flirtatiousness and gentleness were all left to Xia Yang, and at work she was the business queen who made decisive decisions. You go to the best restaurant in the neighborhood and order a lunch. Shin Yanran ordered, thinking that Xia Yang had not eaten yet. Yes. Tang Yun immediately went to buy lunch for Xia Yang. 20 minutes later, Tang Yun completed her task and returned to the president's office carrying a wooden lunchbox with a grain pattern. This expensive lunch was completely out of her own pocket for Xia Yang, without going through the company reimbursement process. Your lunch. Tang Yun stepped away from her slender legs towards Xia Yang, who was sitting on the office chair. Without Shin Yanran present, she was finally relieved to see Xia Yang. Oh, no. Even if Shin Yanran was present, she dared to risk being expelled to appreciate Xia Yang's heaven-defying face value. Tang Yun is the type that dares to love and hate. Thanks. Xia Yang said, then prepared to get up and take the lunch. He still has some impression of this extremely beautiful secretary. After all, because of Tang Yun, he was also punished by Shin Yanran. Just sit down and let me do it. How could Tang Yun let Xia Yang do it himself? It was a perfect opportunity to show him that he was a capable secretary. She opened the lunchbox and the aroma of food filled the room. However, Lin Yaxin and Long Shuangyuat are both beautiful and good cooks, so Xia Yang thinks it's average. Each layer in the lunchbox is a dish, and it's quite a spread out on the table. Color and flavor. In the blink of an eye, Tang Yun had already set up everything. Even the rice is served. Xia Yang even created an illusion. He himself was the president of Zhao Group, and Tang Yun was her secretary. Mealtime. Tang Yun stood right next to Xia Yang, and as soon as the cup of unctuous and refreshing tea was empty, she would pour it on promptly. The rest of the time she was looking brightly at Xia Yang's heart-thumping side face. The hungry Xia Yang quickly finished this lunch. Tang Yun removed all the lunchboxes. Immediately afterward it was back in the office. Success or failure is here. Tang Yun's pink fists clenched. It would be hard to have a next time if one missed such a good opportunity. Xia Yang, who happened to be full at this time, was sleepy and yawned. Seeing this, a bold idea surfaced in Tang Yun's mind. Try. See? Her bright and beautiful face was colored red. I can give you a massage if you're tired. Tang Yun sat on the sofa, her two black silk legs close together, signaling Xia Yang to go to her side. Lie down on it. As long as Xia Yang was willing, he could take a good nap resting on the lap of Zhao's group, the veritable second-ranked beauty of the daughters. That, no need. I'll just lean back in my chair and squint for a while, he said and closed his eyes. In the face of Xia Yang's polite refusal, Tang Yun did not flinch. She was ready enough to convince Xia Yang. If this method doesn't work, change it. Xia Yang, who had his eyes closed, smelled an aroma similar to jasmine. Then felt a pair of hands fall on his shoulders, massaging them with moderate intensity. The president works late almost every day, sometimes even working overtime until 12 a.m., approving one document after another. As long as you promise. I'll do my best to assist the president in her work so that she can spend more time with you. Well. Tang Yun's heart was beating to its limit. Even the movements of his hands stopped, waiting for Xia Yang's response. Chapter 151, A Wonderful Misunderstanding. Donwin stumbled over the key and talked about work again. It just succeeded in taking Xia Yang off course. He believes that both the knee pillow just now and the massage now. It's all just a beauty trick by the beautiful secretary behind her in order to increase her salary. Luckily, she's not craving my body. A raise in salary is just a piece of cake. It turned out that Xia Yang had underestimated his own handsomeness. Ms. Secretary, are you saying you want to? Just understand, don't say it. Tang Yun's pretty face rolled, and she hurriedly stopped Xia Yang from saying anything, so as not to let the cat out of the bag. She does understand that walls have ears. Okay. Tang Yun was overjoyed to hear that Xia Yang had agreed readily. But the next sentence left her at a loss for words. I'll talk to Huma when she gets back. Ah. Tang Yun's small mouth slightly opened. Too powerful, right? What's wrong? Xia Yang couldn't help but ask when he saw her reacting so greatly. Do you make the call? Sure, just relax. Xia Yang agreed to it, not just an increase in salary. So? Okay. Tang Yun shyly responded. Miss Secretary. Call me Don Ru. Miss Tang, can you see how long it will take for the meeting to end? When Tang Yun heard Xia Yang's words, a hint of resentment flashed in her eyes. Really, it was obvious that there was no one else in the office right now, and he was making himself leave. Shouldn't you cherish them after you've promised them? I want a little interest, she said in a tone that was half whining and half pouting. Interest? Xia Yang was confused. Salary increase with interest? What the hell? Why can't he understand? But soon he understood. Tang Yun kissed the side of his face, and a soft, wet sensation came. Ms. Tang. Aren't you talking about a salary increase? Xia Yang said with difficulty, unwilling to face the fact that he had misunderstood Tang Yun's intentions. Behind her, Tang Yun also froze. Did he just keep thinking he was telling him about a raise? No wonder he had to talk to the president. All of a sudden, the office was awfully quiet. I don't care, you just promised me. Having come this far, it was impossible for Tang Yun to let go. If she backed out now, she'd have a bad time in her life. That was a misunderstanding, Xia Yang explained. Who would have thought that Tang Yun would have taken out a tape recorder, and the conversation that had just been filled with ambiguity echoed through the office. Do you do the honors? A petulant voice rang out. Of course, just relax. The male voice on the recording replied confidently. Not bad for the titular president's secretary who carries a tape recorder with her. Ironclad, Xia Yang sat paralyzed in his chair. Sell yourself like that? Anyway, you can't back out, so I'm going to go check on how long before the meeting is over for you. Here's my number, call me. Tang Yun stuffed a small note into his pocket and then looked at Xia Yang before going to do what he told her to do. In fact, she wanted to give Xia Yang another kiss. Although it was said that Xing Yanran wanted to quickly end the meeting and return to Xia Yang's side, there were some things that could not be rushed. This high-level meeting lasted from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m., and the meeting was adjourned only after all the relevant matters had been perfected. The depressed Xia Yang took a nap in his office chair. Honey, wake up. Xing Yanran's seductive voice rang in his ears, bringing Xia Yang back to reality from his slumber. Tang Yun was slightly jealous as she looked at the two men's intimate appearance. Just a little bit. Chapter 152 Your Beautiful Secretary. Tang Yun's jealous demeanor was captured by Shen Yanran's inadvertent glance back. Facing her skimming eyes, Tang Yun hurriedly lowered her head. Did honey eat the nest while I was gone? Shen Yanran felt that there was definitely something fishy going on here. The office, a beautiful secretary, and moreover, this beautiful secretary is in love at first sight with someone at her fingertips. Honey, did anything happen during the time I went to the meeting? She cupped Xia Yang's face with a pair of plain hands and gently caressed it. Talk to the secretary lady about the salary increase. Xia Yang replied. One is really talking about a pay rise, I just don't know how it's sparingly changed. And how much is honey planning to raise your beautiful secretary? Shen Yanran was getting closer and closer to Xia Yang, who was leaning on the chair, and as long as she pressed forward a little bit more, their lips would touch. Xia Yang had no time to care about the fragrance that came to his nose, he was staring at the autumn water eyes that he was staring at, fearing that the autumn wave-flowing eyes would appear to be crazy. He didn't want Shen Yanran to become a sickly girl again. As a matter of fact, Shen Yanran's sickly petite attribute had long been crushed to smithereens by these 3 years of bitter waiting. Not to mention anything about locking Xia Yang up for exclusive use, just feeling each other's body heat like now was already a great fortune for her. In the days when Xia Yang disappeared, in the late nights when there was no one around, she would pray that Xia Yang would suddenly appear beside her, even if the Xia Yang that came back would choose Leng Shuangyu instead of her. Shen Yanyan had changed, becoming easily satisfied. Don't panic, I don't blame you. And won't make the same overtures to lock you up as before. As long as my dear asks, I'll give her a raise. Shen Yanran's tone was soft and charming to the extreme. Xia Yang neither saw a crazy look in her eyes, nor could he recognize that Shen Yanran was speaking from her heart. Is this the same Huma? Xia Yang was caught off guard by Shen Yanran's transformation, and he soon understood the reason for it. The eyes that looked at her became heartbroken. Tang Yun, go out the door and wait. Yes. Tang Yun raised her head to look at the two men who were leaning close to each other, and reluctantly turned around and walked out, closing the door behind her. President, even if you fire me, I won't give up. In the office. Xia Yang unreservedly told Shen Yanran what happened in the office and did not choose to hide it. Huma, I thought she was talking about the salary before I agreed with her. Honey, how about giving your beautiful secretary a 15% salary increase? Shen Yanyan's plain hand drew circles on Xia Yang's chest. Very titillating. The secretary of the president of a large company, the annual salary is not expensive, an increase of 20% is already a huge amount of income. Xia Yang just wanted to say that it doesn't matter if the wages go up or not, just don't dismiss Tang Yun. As a result, Shen Yanran's words were completely unexpected. Not satisfied? What about 20%? You look after it, just don't dismiss her. Xia Yang held Shen Yanran in his arms. She too caterwauled and lay back on her broad chest, enjoying the time alone with the two of them. Listening to Xia Yang's powerful heartbeat. Honey, give me a little time and I'll be by your side all the time once I've taken care of the group's business. I heard the secretary say that you often work overtime until late at night during the days I'm not here. How silly, what if you tire your body out? Don't know how to love yourself at all. Xia Yang said reproachfully. Chapter 153 President X Beautiful Secretary. Not anymore, unless honey wants me to stay up late. Shen Yanyan leaned towards Xia Yang's chest and obediently admitted her mistake in the face of a loving rebuke, as if she were a submissive little woman. If the major ministers under her hand saw it, they would definitely turn their impression of their own president upside down. Honey, how about we have a baby? Shen Yanran's jade arm wrapped around Xia Yang's neck. The ambiguous atmosphere in the office radiated at once. But Yan, you're only in your 20s, would it be too early? It's better to wait a little longer. Xia Yang is worried that having a child too early will affect Shen Yanran's life. She is in her prime and should go and enjoy her precious time. Having kids is not so freeing. Shen Yanran thought otherwise. She had long made plans to experience all the beautiful things in the world with Xia Yang to make up for the 3 years they had lost. Giving birth to a love child is definitely one of the best things that can happen. But one thing that Xia Yang and Shen Yanran didn't know was that the power of the supernormal ability led to the fact that heirs weren't so easy to reproduce. Ningwei and Xia Yin Tian were so in love, but they only got him as a sole child. Honey, this is not up to you. Shen Yanran looked at the time. There's still time before you have to pick up Ling Frost Moon, let's not waste it before. The fresh and tantalizing red lips pressed back all of Xia Yang's worries and concerns. Immersed in the gentle land, this thought popped into Xia Yang's mind, it's really. I can't help it. The clock hand turned slowly, and happy times are always short. Xia Yang was almost ready to leave to pick up Ling Shangyue. Shen Yanran took out the suit she had prepared long ago and put it on for Xia Yang. Don't move. The tie is still a little short. Her deft, beautiful hands pushed upward and the tie was done. Yan, why do you want me to wear a suit all of a sudden? Xia Yang was puzzled. Shen Yanran surveyed it from head to toe, and her beautiful eyes were filled with satisfaction. Xia Yang's upright posture perfectly managed the customized suit, and the mysterious and mature manhood radiated out, which was a deadly poison to women. It's only natural to go to the oath of sovereignty and dress up for the occasion. Honey, the rumor that Ling Shangyue has a fiancé has spread, so you need to behave yourself. The supercar in the company's garage goes along with it. Shen Yanran took out a set of keys from the desk drawer and put them into Xia Yang's hand. Go ahead. I have some things to do and will be home later. A word to come down, Xia Yang knows Shen Yanran this is to support their own The heart is moved beyond words. Taking her immaculate white hand and holding it tightly. If you don't go any further, you'll be delayed. Shen Yanran urged with a smile. Don't stay busy too late. Don't worry about it, I'll be home in a little while. The office door opened, and Tang Yun, who was guarding the door, couldn't move her eyes for a moment when she saw Xia Yang in a suit. When she came back to her senses and wanted to step away from her elegant black silk legs to go after them, Shen Yanran's voice stopped her. Tang Yun, come in. She could only reluctantly walk inside the office. Anything? After knowing that she was going to be expelled, Tang Yun was hardened. Shen Yanran didn't get angry and got up from her office chair to walk towards her. The president isn't going to slap me, is he? Tang Yun was a bit uneasy, but she quickly stabilized her mind and looked at Shen Yanran without showing any weakness. Shen Yanran did not hit her, reaching out and gently lifting her snow-white chin. Let's talk about Chapter 154, The Legendary Fiancé. The two most beautiful women in the Zhao group talked for half an hour in the office. No one knows exactly what they talked about. President, I'll go and get busy first. Tang Yun respectfully asked Shen Yanran for instructions. It's a far cry from what it was half an hour ago. Go on, work hard. Yes. Tang Yun turned around and left after she finished speaking. By all means, do it yourself. The steps taken by those slender black silk legs were also more elegant and firm than usual, accompanied by the crisp ringing sound of high heels striking the ground. Honey, your beautiful secretary really loves you. Shen Yanran murmured as she watched Tang Yun walk out of the office. From now on, Tang Yun completely turned into Shen Yanran's loyal tool person, responsible for dutifully managing the huge Zhao group. Because Shen Yanran made her an offer she could never refuse. Enough to make her willingly give up her freedom and work in labor day and night. Even if she would die suddenly, Tang Yun was fearless. After the negotiation, Shen Yanran just wanted to go home and wait for Xia Yang. The cell phone on the desktop rang. The screen showed sister and it was Lily Shen calling. Shen Yanran frowned. Can't let Lily know that honey's back, at least not now. With her sister's character, if she knew that her darling was back, she would have stalked him to death. When the time comes, even mom's advice won't be good enough. She would even say, since there's no room for me at all, I'll just squeeze in with brother Xia Yang. What a headache to think about. But Shen Lily's 1,000+ phone calls and empathetic agonizing wait still softened Shen Yanyan's heart. LOL, Lily, just wait a couple more days. In contrast, Lin Yashin was much luckier. Although it was said that the first thing Xia Yang encountered when he came back was Luo Qingcheng, she sent Xia Yang to Lin Yashin's room because she wanted to eradicate the love in her heart that shouldn't have arisen. Avoidance. Lin Yashin was also able to monopolize Xia Yang for a while. Unlike Shen Lily, she didn't even know that Xia Yang had returned. The communication was picked up, and Shen Lily's expectant voice soon came from over there. Hey, sis, have you heard from brother Xia Yang today? No. Shen Yanran replied to her dear sister in as sad a tone as she could. Oh. Lily Shen's tone was filled with loss. Brother Xia Yang, when exactly will you come back? I have things to do, so I'll hang up now. Okay, sister. Shen Lily didn't get skeptical, she knew that her sister had worked crazy overtime after Xia Yan left. Shen Yanran hung up the phone in 3 words. She understood that her sister was very smart, more said more wrong. Less said, less wrong. Shen Yanran still loved Shen Lily, and after hanging up the phone, she began to think about when to bring Xia Yang back to the villa. A heavenly surprise for my sister. Xia Yang took the elevator to the underground parking lot of Zhao Group, unaware of what was happening inside the office. In the president's exclusive row of parking spaces, a cool black and red limited edition supercar was parked there quietly, like a hibernating beast. There's something ineffably beautiful about a body that conforms to kinetic aerodynamics. The body lines are natural, undulating and smooth. The surging powertrain configuration allows it to break 100 in just 2-point-something seconds. Definitely a man's favorite seat. Xia Yang opened the door and started the vehicle. A low and powerful sound rang out. Even though Xia Yang didn't go to college after crossing over, his legend was still circulating in the university. There was once someone who made a big show to confess to Leng Xuanyu, but in the end, he only got an emotionless rejection from Leng Xuanyu. And she said heartbreaking things. I have a fiancé and I love him very much. At the same time, Leng Xuanyu raised her right hand, which was like a beautiful jade, letting those present see clearly that there was an engagement ring on it that Xia Yang had put on her. He then stopped paying attention to the silent crowd and left in the car arranged by Leng Jia. The iceberg goddess actually has a fiancé. The explosive news spread quickly. Just what kind of god is it that has actually gained the favor of goddess Lang? I'm afraid that he didn't save the world in his previous life. The person who made the statement also didn't realize that he or she had inadvertently stated the truth. Xia Yang not only saves the world, but also repeatedly puts his life on the line for Leng Xuanyu. It's worse than killing me. After a few days, the forcefulness of the news passed. They started discussing and digging deeper into who exactly is Goddess Cold's fiancé. Xia Yang hadn't even returned at that time, so it was naturally impossible for him to show up. Slowly, it became a legend with no answers circulating through the university. Today, the mystery is about to be revealed. Chapter 155: The Blessing of the Flower Girl. Lung seems to be different today. Right. That air of rejection dissipated, and just now I saw her flash a light smile. I saw it too. The two female students sitting not far from Lung Frost Moon were whispering. After being classmates for 3 years, it was the first time they had seen Leng Xuanyue's smile. Even as fellow girls, they looked dumbfounded. It turns out that the smile that makes everything lose its color that was written about in the book really exists. Ah! I'm so excited to stick it to Leng San. How could Xia Yang not have expected that his love rival would actually have a girl? But the female love interest, okay. The shy young girl didn't dare to look directly at this sudden guest. She'd been watching the florist for a few years and had never seen anyone so handsome. The young girl carefully wrapped a bouquet of gardenias. Summoning up the courage to strike up a conversation with Xia Yang, if it's for a girlfriend. Roses might be better. No. Well, that's right, give me another bouquet of roses. Xia Yang just wanted to refuse, because Leng Xuanyu's kind of cold and clear temperament went better with gardenias. But roses have another use. In no time at all, the two bouquets were wrapped. The young girl handed the flowers to Xia Yang and said, I hope these flowers will bring you happiness. Xia Yang smiled and said, thank you. The young girl watched Xia Yang's back leave until it was out of sight. Some people are lucky enough just to meet them. It was as if she were speaking to herself, and as if she were speaking to the flowers. Two completely different bundles of words were placed together on the passenger side. Roses and gardenias. It seems like Xin Yanran and Leng Xuanyue. The experience just inside the flower store put Xia Yang in a good mood. You will be happy yourself, and you will make those who love you happy.